Am I blind? Li Xiu blinked, yet the pitch-black darkness around him did not change. Thud. What was that? His arm struck something like a wall. Forced to shrink his movements, Li Xiu cautiously groped around. Very soon he confirmed that he was confined within a cramped space. Thump, thump, thump. Li Xiu tapped lightly against the wall. Hearing the sound, he frowned. Wood. Judging from the sound, it isn't very thick. Wooden rectangular sealed on all 6 sides with barely any room inside. This was a coffin. A chill shot up his spine and crashed into his mind. Biting his lip, Li Xiu forced down a hard swallow. He had only fallen asleep. How had he ended up stuffed into a coffin? Don't panic. You must not panic. Forcing himself to calm down, Li Xiu continued knocking on the coffin. He needed to confirm whether it had already been buried. If the coffin had already been buried deep underground, he might as well abandon all struggle, find a relatively comfortable posture, recall the better days of his past, and accept death with resignation. Thud. It's hollow. A light flashed across Li Xiu's mind. The space above the coffin lid was empty. He had not yet been buried. What should I do next? Not being buried yet only meant a sliver of hope. As for how to seize it, he still had no idea. Li Xiu raised his hands against the coffin lid and pushed with all the strength he could muster, but because of his posture, he could not even use half his usual power. A sharp pain suddenly flared in his chest, forcing him to stop. Trembling, he clutched at it, his fingertips instantly coated in something warm and sticky. Blood. I'm injured. Cold sweat poured down Li Xiu's forehead, as if he had just splashed his face with water. First he had been sealed in a coffin, then he discovered he was wounded, yet he had not a single memory of how any of this had happened. What on earth had occurred last night? Everything has been loaded in. A man's voice drifted over faintly. There were people outside. Li Xiu's eyelids twitched. He did not call for help. The people outside were very likely the same ones who had put him in the coffin. If he shouted rashly, he might fall into even greater danger. Was that Japanese? Li Xiu had only caught the muffled sound, so he was not sure, but it definitely did not sound like Mandarin. Bury it. A childish voice rang out. After a rustling of movement, the heavy thud of falling earth sounded again and again. Lying in the coffin, Li Xiu's pupils dilated. He began pounding on the lid with his fists, no longer caring about anything else. He could not keep playing dead. If he did, he truly would be buried alive. Bang, bang, bang. Wait, a child's voice stopped the man. What is it? The man asked, puzzled. I think there's a sound coming from inside the coffin. The child's voice grew louder as he seemed to approach the coffin. Is the person inside still alive? I'm alive. Li Xiu shouted at the top of his lungs in Japanese, his own voice, making his ears ring. Afraid the people outside might not hear him, he continued hammering the coffin lid with his fists as he yelled. Open the coffin quickly, the boy outside cried anxiously. First lift it out, the man replied. Li Xiu felt the world sway as the coffin was hoisted from the earth. The man then used a tool to pry out the nails one by one. With a rasping creak, the coffin lid was gradually opened. Blinding sunlight poured in, forcing Li Xiu to shut his eyes as he greedily gulped down the fresh air. Are you all right? A slightly trembling voice asked. Li Xiu slowly opened his eyes and sat up in the coffin. A child with a flamboyant spiky hairstyle came into view. Why does he look familiar? Do I know him? Li Xiu muttered twice under his breath. Seeing the stunned child and the man, he forced a friendly smile. Hello, may I ask where this is? The child did not answer. 2 streams of tears traced down his cheeks. Don't cry, Li Xiu said, wrinkling his nose. He wasn't handsome, but he wasn't hideous either. Was he really so frightening that he made the kid cry? Just as Li Xiu was about to speak again, the child covered his face and sobbed. It's enough that you're alive. As long as one more person is alive, it's enough. Come on, easy now. The man said, helping Li Xiu up as he muttered under his breath. I've done this job for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone sit up from a coffin. Li Xiu rolled his eyes inwardly. You're the one rising from the dead. Your whole family is rising from the dead. If not for the fact that the man had just freed him, Li Xiu would definitely have shown him the true meaning of cruelty. As he slowly stepped out of the coffin and set his feet upon solid ground, a sudden sense of wrongness struck him. His head did not even reach the man's waist. In fact, he looked a whole head shorter than the spiky-haired child. No way. A possibility flashed through Li Xiu's mind. Moving stiffly, he lowered his head and stared at his noticeably smaller hands and feet. His mind buzzed blankly. Had he returned to his childhood? Or crossed over into another world entirely? Could this be a dream? Yet the pain felt all too real. When he had shouted earlier, Li Xiu had already felt that his voice was wrong. He had thought it an illusion. If this is transmigration, then the missing memories of being injured and sealed in a coffin make perfect sense. Looking around, Li Xiu wanted to quickly confirm where he was. The surrounding buildings were all simple wooden houses with an antique air, offering no clue about the exact location. Could this be some rural area in Japan, he wondered. With that suspicion in mind, Li Xiu turned around. The moment he saw the scene behind him, goosebumps erupted over his entire body. Coffins. Nothing but coffins. In densely packed earthen pits lay hundreds of wooden coffins, each carved with a fan-shaped emblem. Drawing a deep breath, Li Xiu asked the man, "Excuse me, is this Huaxia or Japan?" "Japan." The man gave Li Xiu a strange look. "So this isn't Japan?" Li Xiu pressed. "This is Konoha, the Uchiha clan compound," the man replied. Li Xiu's pupils constricted sharply. Uchiha. In an instant he understood what the strange emblem on the coffins was and why that spiky-haired child had felt so inexplicably familiar. Looking at the still sobbing boy, Li Xiu felt his throat go dry. "Are you Uchiha Sasuke?" he asked. Sasuke froze for a moment, then nodded. "That's right." At that answer, a wave of dizziness crashed over Li Xiu. The shock layered atop his injuries was too much. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. As he fainted, Li Xiu vaguely heard Sasuke's startled cry, then everything went dark. When he next awoke, he was lying in an unfamiliar room. Staring up at the plain wooden ceiling, he began to ponder his situation. There was no need to question where he was. Judging by Sasuke's age, he could roughly infer the time period. Combined with the rows of coffins in the Uchiha back compound that had not yet been buried, Li Xiu could already pinpoint the exact moment. The Uchiha clan had been slaughtered by Uchiha Itachi, and at most 3 days had passed since. 3 days being enough time for Sasuke to see his clansmen properly laid to rest. Of all places, it had to be the Uchiha. Li Xiu muttered, his head throbbing. The Uchiha possessed a top-tier bloodline limit, but the conditions for its evolution were unbearably cruel and harsh. On top of that, countless people coveted their power. Sasuke could survive because he was protected by the halo of a fated protagonist. Li Xiu did not dare assume he would be so lucky. From the fact that he had just crawled out of a coffin, it was clear that in the original timeline, he had been nothing more than a random brat casually killed by Uchiha Itachi. If I climbed back into that coffin now, would it still be in time? Li Xiu groaned, nearly breaking down as he clutched his head. Judging from the current situation, I've transmigrated into a member of the Uchiha clan who by rights ought to have died. I'm about the same age as Sasuke, and there are only 5 years left before the main plot begins. Time is painfully tight. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Xiu resigned himself to his fate. Brooding was the most useless of emotions. Rather than wasting time on worry, it was better to consider the road ahead. Barring unforeseen accidents, Li Xiu had only 2 choices: follow the defector Sasuke and leave together, or stay in Konoha with unwavering loyalty. Both options held their advantages, and each carried its own dangers. The benefits of following Sasuke lay in his identity. On the surface, Li Xiu was Sasuke's last clansman. His favorability was maxed out from the very start. If he could cling on until the end, then by relying on Sasuke, he might spend the rest of his life in relative comfort. Yet this choice carried tremendous risk. Setting aside Sasuke's constant shifting of allegiances as he ran from one faction to another, always surrounded by villains, there was also the danger of his Chunibyu fervor flaring up. What if in the name of severing all bonds he decided to cut Li Xiu down with a single stroke? Li Xiu had to weigh this carefully. Staying in Konoha, on the other hand, would be much safer, at least in the sense that Tsunade, Naruto, and the others would never deliberately harm him. But whether Danzo might secretly make a move remained unknown, and Li Xiu had no overwhelmingly powerful big brother outside to serve as deterrence. He had only 5 years of buffer time. Within those 5 years, Li Xiu had to make his choice based on his own growth. Why did I have to transmigrate here? Wasn't lounging in air conditioning and playing games a perfectly fine way to live? Li Xiu let out a collapsing wail. The wooden door suddenly slid open with a clatter. Sasuke walked in carrying a basin of water, saw Li Xiu clutching his head, and said with genuine delight, "Ryosuke, you're finally awake." "So Ryosuke is the name of this body?" Uchiha Ryosuke murmured inwardly. With a dull thud, Sasuke set the basin down and said, "I called a medical ninja to look at you. Your wound is very deep, almost pierced your heart, so you'll need a period of strict rest. If anything feels wrong, tell me immediately." Ryosuke nodded, then feigned innocence as he asked, "What's with all those coffins in the clan compound?" Sasuke's expression froze. He didn't know how to answer. "Why won't you say anything?" Ryosuke tilted his head. "Where are my mom and dad?" Sasuke lowered his head. "They went out on a mission. They'll be back soon." Ryosuke's lips trembled, and he began to sob. "You're lying. I saw everything. I saw. Mom and dad were you?" Sasuke bit down hard on his lips, voice hoarse, as he said, "Don't think about it anymore. Just focus on getting better." With that, Sasuke staggered to his feet. As he took a step, he accidentally kicked over the basin, water flooding across the floor. The moment the door slammed shut, Ryosuke's expression returned to serenity. Kids really are easy to fool. He let out a short, dry laugh. After sending Sasuke away with that act, Ryosuke instinctively stretched his back, only to immediately clutch his chest with a grimace. "Ow, ow, ow." Slowly lying back down on the floor, he dared not make any more sudden movements. His body was his capital. He had to treat it with care. Resting his head on his arm, Ryosuke closed his eyes and felt inward. This strange power flowing inside me should be chakra, right? I wonder what my talent is like. Aside from the few Akatsuki standing at the absolute summit who surpassed all others through bloodline alone, the world of Naruto revolved largely around innate talent. Which renowned powerhouse was not a genius after all? Even the master-disciple pair Might Guy and Rock Lee were in their own way geniuses in taijutsu, otherwise sheer effort would never have taken them so far. As for Jiraiya, he was something of a partial exception. But for ordinary shinobi, becoming strong through ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu was the standard path. For some, however, there was another road to power. Kekkei Genkai. Ryosuke pressed lightly on his swollen eyelids. Some nameless intuition whispered that his eyes had undergone a certain transformation. Given his Uchiha identity, Ryosuke could be almost certain he had awakened the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. According to the records, Uchiha needed to endure a certain degree of mental trauma to awaken the Sharingan. Ryosuke looked about the same age as Sasuke. What kind of shock could a child of that age have suffered? Judging from the timeline, the most reasonable explanation was the Uchiha Massacre that had occurred not long ago. So Uchiha Ryosuke witnessed Itachi's killing spree. Coincidence? Ryosuke did not believe that a child could easily detect Itachi's assassination methods. Most likely he had just happened to wake up and see Itachi cut down his parents, the overwhelming shock triggering the Sharingan's awakening. Whether due to his age or his lack of control over chakra, Ryosuke was temporarily unable to use the Sharingan. Time slipped by. When Ryosuke's stomach finally protested loudly, Sasuke entered the room carrying a boxed meal. Your house is in a more remote area, and there are only 2 of us left in the clan. Move in here and live with me. Since Ryosuke already knew part of the truth, Sasuke did not conceal anything and simply laid it all out. All right, Ryosuke replied calmly. I'm going back to school tomorrow, Sasuke said, face composed. You stay home and recuperate. Tell me what you need and I'll buy it for you. 2 days had passed. Forcing himself out of his grief-stricken state, Sasuke now held only one thought in his heart: grow stronger, then take revenge. Aside from that, he would help Ryosuke however he could. As the clan head's child with at least one clansman still alive, Sasuke naturally felt obliged to shoulder the responsibilities of a clan leader. School, huh? Swallowing his mouth full of food, Ryosuke said, let me attend the ninja academy with you. I want to become strong. Sasuke stared at him in a daze. He had worried that the only surviving clansman might be too afraid to seek revenge, but now it seemed Ryosuke harbored the same urgent determination as he did. You're not old enough to enroll until next year. I'll ask if you can start early. After dinner, Sasuke helped Ryosuke move his belongings into the inner residence. Unaccustomed to sleeping directly on the floor, Ryosuke and Sasuke even struggled to haul in a bed frame. Perhaps because he had spent the whole day asleep, Ryosuke experienced his first bout of insomnia in a long while. The next evening after school, Sasuke brought back good news. The academy had agreed to let Ryosuke enroll early on the condition that Sasuke tutor him beforehand until he caught up with the coursework. With only a few months left in the term, the academy had covered no more than theoretical knowledge and basic shuriken throwing skills, so it would not be difficult for Ryosuke to make up the gap. By day, he used the textbooks to gain a more comprehensive understanding of shinobi fundamentals. By night, Sasuke tutored him personally. In less than a month, Ryosuke had barely caught up with the academy's curriculum, and his injuries were almost completely healed. Sasuke decided it was time to teach him ninjutsu. See Wei Shinhai Wuin. To make sure Ryosuke could see clearly, Sasuke deliberately slowed the speed of his hand seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. A roaring blaze erupted from Sasuke's mouth, and the surrounding temperature soared. The lake's surface steamed under the intense heat, layers of vapor billowing outward. So this is its true power. Ryosuke's eyes shone. Knowing how world-shaking the latest techniques in Naruto became, he had always looked down a little on the great fireball. He had never expected that witnessing it up close would be so overwhelming. As the flames gradually weakened and the mist dispersed, Sasuke turned and said, the sequence of hand seals is Si Wei Shinhai Wuin. Your turn to try? Huh? Ryosuke stared blankly. How am I supposed to try? Form the seals, then breathe out fire, Sasuke answered tersely. The corner of Ryosuke's mouth twitched. Clearly Sasuke was not teacher material. That's how father taught me, Sasuke said. Watch once, then practice on your own. Seeing Sasuke's perfectly serious expression, Ryosuke could only imagine black lines hanging over his own head. If ninjutsu were really that easy to master, the great fireball would have become utterly commonplace by now. In reality, very few outside the Uchiha could use it, and the same was true of many other techniques. Sasuke's succinct, straightforward style of instruction was clearly ill-suited to a beginner like Ryosuke. After a night of exhausting training, he managed to do no more than spit out a weak, flickering tongue of flame. I barely managed it after training for several hours the first time. You're younger than I was, so don't be discouraged, Sasuke said comfortingly. He was worried his clansmen might feel disheartened by his slow progress. In truth, Sasuke was overthinking it. Ryosuke felt not the slightest trace of disappointment, though on the contrary that feeble flame had him thoroughly excited. When humans first come into contact with supernatural power, especially when it doesn't immediately threaten their lives, no matter how feeble that power may be, most people's first reaction is excitement or exhilaration, not dejection. Don't train too late. Come to school with me tomorrow, Sasuke said. Really? I can go to the academy. Ryosuke could not hide his excitement. Sasuke replied with a faint smile. The next day at the ninja school. Swish swish. Names were being written on the blackboard and Lianjie turned to look at his classmates for the coming years. Uzumaki Naruto Haruno Sakura, Hyuga, Hinata Nara Shikamaru. The once familiar virtual characters appeared vividly before Lianjie, making him feel a bit peculiar. Fortunately, after living with Sasuke for several days, he was able to quickly adjust his mindset. I am Uchiha Lianjie. I am pleased to become your classmate, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Uchiha. Shikamaru, who was lazily slumped over his desk, lifted his head and turned his gaze towards Sasuke. The last Uchiha. Find a seat and sit down, Irika said. Lianjie naturally took the empty seat next to Sasuke. He was unsure whether there was no designated partner or if Lianjie's arrival had forced someone else to leave early. Fortunately, Lianjie was a boy, otherwise some of the girls in the class might go crazy with jealousy. Regarding this point, Lianjie was truly amazed at the maturity of the characters in the Naruto world. In his previous life at 6 or 7 years old, he had no idea about anything and would just run around the streets with friends while wiping his nose. It seems the school isn't teaching anything useful. It's no different from me studying on my own, Lianjie remarked while listening to Irika's explanation. It's a complete waste of time. Of course, the original intention of Senju Tobarama in establishing the ninja school was definitely not this, but after decades of development and erosion from prolonged peace, the significance of the ninja school began to change. Indeed, Sasuke agreed, then shifted the topic. The main purpose of school is the class divisions after graduation. If luck permits, one can receive guidance from elite Jonin, so graduating smoothly is quite important. Sasuke certainly knew that the knowledge taught at the ninja school was too superficial. In the original story, Sasuke didn't even know how to climb trees or walk on water when he graduated. Such basic chakra control was only learned after he was assigned to Kakashi's class. If not for the smooth graduation allowing him to be placed under a Jonin's guidance, Sasuke would have long returned home to train on his own. Some training could perhaps be done in advance, Lianjie thought to himself. The principle of climbing trees and walking on water was straightforward and served as a good initial chakra control training. Besides that, there was also a technique that spanned throughout the entire manga. The spiraling sphere. The spiraling sphere is arguably the most thoroughly explained ninjutsu, containing various training methods for different stages. The most challenging aspect lies in mastering the transformation of chakra shape. As long as one is willing to put in the effort, Lianjie believed it wouldn't be too difficult. The current question was whether to learn it. The spiraling sphere is powerful and is a non-attribute ninjutsu, and it has great potential for expansion later on. However, it is not suitable for everyone. The drawbacks, such as chakra consumption and close-range attack, made Lianjie hesitate. They'll put it on the plan for now and discuss it later. I wonder if I can cultivate lightning attribute chakra, if so I could learn Chidori from Sasuke. For now, there's no one to teach me. I can only follow Sasuke in learning fire release and spend any extra time training in taijutsu. Lianjie recalled Might Guy's astonishing kicks. Taijutsu was by no means inferior to ninjutsu. Lianjie wasn't foolish enough to think he could compete with Might Guy, but at the very least he couldn't let taijutsu become a weakness. Heavy weights and equipment would be another considerable expense. Lianjie couldn't help but feel grateful for his Uchiha identity. The training equipment for taijutsu was available in several sets in the family's training room. Even if some were missing, he could ask Sasuke to buy them. If he had transmigrated as Naruto's brother, he would probably be worried about money. Being a rich person is truly wonderful. The school had 4 classes a day, and today's morning lesson was about selecting ninja tools and stealth techniques, while the afternoon involved shuriken and practical training. We must achieve good results in the 2 tests this afternoon. We cannot tarnish the Uchiha name, Sasuke said. The shuriken throwing is manageable, but the practical training depends on the opponent, Lianjie replied. Hearing this, Sasuke frowned in dissatisfaction, but it was indeed reasonable for Lianjie to lose in practical training, since he was just beginning to train. Except for a few individuals, the rest are not allowed to lose. Sasuke relaxed his requirements. I'll do my best, Lianjie casually agreed. The Uchiha clan had already been exterminated, so what was there to tarnish? Moreover, Lianjie was not a native Uchiha, and he didn't take such things to heart at all. What should we do about the practical training this afternoon? The practical training is fine, but I can't manage the shuriken. So maybe I should pretend to be sick. The chaotic classroom didn't annoy Lianjie, instead it made him nostalgic. Back in his school days, the classes were always chaotic during breaks, but this time it was not the familiar classroom and his deskmate was not a familiar girl. Bang! The sudden loud noise startled Liangjie. He looked at the somewhat malnourished blonde boy, and before Liangjie could voice his dissatisfaction, the blonde boy shouted, "I will definitely defeat you in the practical training this afternoon." Without waiting for Sasuke's reaction, the blonde boy turned and left. Liangjie tugged at the corner of his mouth. In the entire class aside from Naruto, who had pursued Sasuke for years without giving up, there wouldn't be a second person with such an attitude. "Do you two have a conflict?" Liangjie pretended to be confused. "Just a dead weight," Sasuke said dismissively. Sasuke had every right to look down on Naruto during their time at the ninja school. After lunch, the students gathered on the playground. "Each of you will throw 5 shuriken. First up, Uzumaki Naruto." "Here." Naruto responded excitedly and hopped to the designated spot. "I must achieve good results and absolutely cannot lose to that arrogant Sasuke." Naruto silently cheered himself on and gripped the shuriken tightly before throwing it. Whooshed! The shuriken embedded itself in the target just a little off from the bullseye. "Great." For more shuriken hit the target. Irika noted the scores and thought, significant progress. It seems he's been practicing diligently at home. 40 points. Not bad. Naruto provocatively glanced at Sasuke, who responded with an indifferent expression. "Arrogant Sasuke, I curse you to miss the target." Naruto returned to the line, feeling somewhat humiliated. Watching Naruto's departing figure, Irika felt quite complicated. Having lost his parents to the Nine Tails, it was impossible for him not to harbor hatred, but as a teacher, Irika couldn't allow himself to treat students differently. Watanabe Masaya. Yes. The students began testing in order, with several achieving perfect scores. Uchiha Liangjie. Hearing his name called by Irika, many classmates became interested. "Go and bring back a good score," Sasuke said. Good score." Liangjie walked heavily to the designated spot. After 20 days of transmigration, he had spent most of his time understanding the real Naruto world, leaving little time to practice ninjutsu and hand seals. He hadn't had much exposure to shuriken throwing. His score shouldn't be too bad, but it certainly wouldn't meet Sasuke's expectations. He shook the shuriken in his hand and sighed in frustration. It's rare to have transmigrated once, yet here he was having to consider a 7-year-old brat's opinions. This life was quite troublesome. With everyone's gaze upon him, the hidden shuriken struck the target with pinpoint accuracy. What a lucky shot, Liangjie thought, his eyes lighting up as he continued to throw the remaining 4 shuriken. "Did you not score full marks from 10 meters? Sasuke said in dissatisfaction. "Come on, I've only trained for a few hours. That's quite good," Liangjie replied helplessly. Sasuke, showing discontent, said, "From now on, double the training on shuriken throwing." "Are you a demon?" Liangjie rolled his eyes. After Liangjie, there were not many left. Following roll call for testing, when it was Sasuke's turn, he felt that Liangjie's lack of full marks stained the Uchiha name, so he chose to throw 5 shuriken at once and scored full marks. "TCH, what's with the arrogance?" Naruto scoffed. The shuriken test ended, and they swiftly moved on to practical training. Liangjie's opponent was an unfamiliar boy, and he easily secured victory without much effort then. Before anyone could comprehend what happened, Naruto was subdued by Sasuke with a single move. Uchiha Sasuke wins. Sasuke lifted his leg off Naruto's chest and turned to walk back to the group. Naruto quickly scrambled to his feet, shouting, "That was just me being careless. If you have the ability, let's do it again." Sasuke paused, his cold gaze sweeping over Naruto. "I don't know why you always target me, but I have no interest in understanding or associating with you. Just make sure you don't bother me again." Sasuke walked toward the school gate, calling out to Liangjie as he passed, "I'm leaving." "He's not usually like this," Liangjie offered an apologetic smile to Naruto. Ding ding ding. Just then the school bell rang and Irika announced the end of classes. He didn't hold Sasuke's impolite behavior against him. Everyone had a high level of tolerance for Sasuke, who had recently experienced the massacre of his clan. Tap tap tap. Liangjie slowly followed behind Sasuke, feeling the cold aura emanating from him, and said, "Between classmates it's best not to let things get too awkward." "I don't have time to play classmate games with them," Sasuke replied coldly, "especially not with the bottom feeder." "Oh," Liangjie smiled meaningfully. "No time to play. But it seems you two will be having quite a bit of fun later. So what are we eating tonight?" "Barbecue sounds good," Sasuke suggested after a moment's thought. "By the way, I'm planning to practice tree climbing and water walking tonight. Do you want to join me?" Liangjie asked. Tree climbing, water walking. Sasuke tilted his head in confusion. The images of a monkey climbing a tree using all 4s and a child splashing in a puddle appeared in his mind. Liangjie didn't give Sasuke a chance to continue his wandering thoughts, explaining, "Some time ago my father was planning to train me, but an accident happened before we could start." Liangjie lowered his head sadly, and after a moment continued, "The basic training included tree climbing and water walking, both are foundational practices for chakra refinement. By applying chakra to the soles of your feet, you can run or fight on tree trunks and water surfaces. Sasuke was no fool. After hearing Liangji's explanation, he immediately recognized how important both exercises were. How do we train? Sasuke looked at Liangjie with eager eyes. I don't know, Liangjie shrugged. Sasuke's eagerness gradually faded, and seeing his disappointed expression, Liangjie cheerfully said, tree climbing and water walking aren't that advanced. If you understand the principle, how could you not practice it? Liangjie always felt a bit sorry for Sasuke. In terms of talent, Sasuke might not match Itachi, but he was definitely among the genius ranks. The Uchiha clan's downfall left him without anyone to guide him in his childhood. If someone had taught him from a young age, even if he were just a Jonin, it was hard to say what level of strength he would reach after graduation. That's true, Sasuke urged. Forget about the barbecue. Let's just buy something to take home and eat. Becoming stronger was the most urgent matter for Sasuke. They quickly bought 2 bento boxes and finished them. According to Liangji's explanation, Sasuke covered his feet with chakra and rushed up the tree. In the next second, bang! Sasuke awkwardly climbed up from the ground. Looking at the damaged bark caused by his chakra, he furrowed his brow and said, maintaining chakra within the limits is quite challenging. Afterward, he adjusted the chakra beneath his feet and charged up the tree again. Bang! For the next few hours, the two of them ended up with bruises all over their backs, nearly numb, until they barely mastered tree climbing close to dawn. The next day in class, possibly due to Sasuke's words from yesterday, Naruto unusually refrained from relentlessly targeting him. However, before Sasuke could breathe a sigh of relief, the quiet Naruto targeted him again because of Sakura. With no other choice, Sasuke chose to ignore Naruto. Over the past few days, he had already mastered tree climbing and water walking and began to attempt training other fire-release jutsu. Liangjie, on the other hand, was getting along exceptionally well with his classmates thanks to his years of experience in society. After all, they would become the backbone of the ninja world in the future, and building good relationships in advance was never a bad idea. In terms of training, Liangjie had to reluctantly focus on taijutsu. Aside from the basic body flicker technique and shuriken manipulation, the only ninjutsu Sasuke could teach Liangjie were 2 fire-release techniques. Ujinjutsu was temporarily off the table, leaving only the path of taijutsu. As for the Uchiha clan's most famous bloodline limit, in a sense I can also be considered a genius, Liangjie murmured to himself in front of the mirror. In the mirror, Liangjie saw his crimson eyes, each adorned with 2 black spinning tomo. The feeling from the beginning of his journey was not wrong. Having witnessed his parents' death on the night of the massacre, Liangjie directly transitioned from a single tomo to a double tomo Sharingan. Unlike Sasuke, who also awakened the Sharingan, Liangjie could freely use chakra once he mastered it. The difference was something he couldn't comprehend, and in the end, he could only attribute it to the soul. Liangjie had the body of a child but the soul of an adult, and his mental strength, or rather endurance, was far greater than Sasuke's. With a sigh, he closed his Sharingan, feeling slightly frustrated. The Sharingan is a rather awkward bloodline limit. 3 tomo are powerful enough, but once one awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan, the ultimate ocular techniques, and Susanoo can elevate Uchiha members to the top tier of the ninja world. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan is an extremely taxing bloodline limit. Without transplanting a brother's Mangekyo Sharingan to upgrade to the Eternal Mangekyo, a regular Mangekyo will quickly lead to blindness due to the intensity of its usage. Liangjie has no brothers, in other words, he has no chance of obtaining the Eternal Mangekyo. So frustrating, he lamented. Why doesn't he have an older brother who constantly calls him foolish? He too wants the Eternal Mangekyo. The world of a little brat is very simple, especially living in the relatively peaceful Konoha village. Regardless of how turbulent the undercurrents may be, the surface at least presents a harmonious atmosphere. Classes, training, sleep. 4 or 5 years Liangjie and Sasuke's lives have been simple and monotonous, and the lack of guidance has led to slow growth and strength. Fortunately, their student days are coming to an end, and today is the day of the graduation exam. Sasuke, a joyful voice called out, and before the two could look up, a figure leaped towards Sasuke. Sasuke furrowed his brows in annoyance and said, "Get down." "No way, no way." Ino clung to Sasuke like a koala, and hearing his unfriendly tone, she not only didn't let go, but held on even tighter. "You get down," Sakura exclaimed angrily from the side. "Mind your own business," Ino stuck out her tongue. "Get down, big forehead. Mind your own business." Seeing the intense argument between the two, Liangjie quietly moved a few steps to the side to escape the storm's center. "Liangjie, good morning." Shikamaru and Choji arrived at school together. "Good morning," Liangjie replied. Ignoring the still quarreling pair, Shikamaru casually said, "The topic of the graduation exam is the shadow clone technique. Everyone should have no issues with that." "Are you sure?" Liangjie pointed at Naruto. Shikamaru followed Liangjie's finger and saw Naruto squatting in the corner with a gloomy expression. All right, except for Naruto, Shikamaru said helplessly. In fact, he was quite curious. Could it be that someone couldn't master a grade difficulty technique like the shadow clone technique? Nara Shikamaru. Here. I'm going to take the exam now. Shikamaru walked into the examination room with his hands in his pockets. Crunch crunch. Choji was frantically pouring chips into his mouth, and Liang Jie casually grabbed a handful. His beloved food was snatched away, yet Choji strangely had little reaction. Crunch crunch. After finishing the chips, Liang Jie licked his fingers free of crumbs and said, "The snack you mentioned yesterday was pretty good. Right? I told you it was delicious." Choji's eyes sparkled. But the portion was a bit small, Liang Jie added. Just buy a few more servings. Besides that snack, there's also the tempura on East Street, and the newly opened barbecue place on North Street is also good. Although it doesn't have the scent of grilled meat Q, it's nice to switch up the flavors once in a while. And also, as he mentioned food, Choji completely stopped eating chips, dragging Liang Jie into an enthusiastic discussion. Liang Jie, unlike others, was not impatient, but rather interested in the conversation. As noon approached, all the classmates except for Uzumaki Naruto happily left the school wearing their headbands. From today onwards, they would no longer be students, but would live under the new identity of Konoha ninjas. Watching Naruto's lonely and dejected figure, Liang Jie clicked his tongue without paying him any mind. He knew that in half an hour some fool chasing after Orochimaru would help Naruto acquire an extremely important ninjutsu in his life. Should I go see tonight? Or maybe not. Liang Jie quickly gave up the unrealistic idea. With his own strength and identity, he couldn't gain any benefits, and it might even stir up trouble. Liang Jie was no fool. I wonder if we will be in the same class after the division tomorrow. Sasuke had no idea what was about to happen. He was more concerned about tomorrow's class division. It doesn't matter if we're in the same class or not. The main thing is who the leading Jonin is. That's true, Liang Jie shrugged. Following a teacher that fits one's own strengths is a shortcut to becoming stronger. For example, if Might Guy hadn't taught Rock Lee the 8 gates and Konoha's fluid technique, no matter how hard Lee worked, he would never reach the heights of his original world. Similarly, Tintin, who is also a student of Might Guy, would not become weaker just by changing her leading Jonin. In fact, she might even become stronger. Tintin, who excels at controlling ninja tools, is not compatible with Might Guy. Even if Guy wanted to teach her the 8 gates, Tintin wouldn't be able to learn it. I hope it's not a special Jonin, Sasuke said. Special Jonin is a very awkward rank. Their overall strength does not reach the level of Jonin. They are simply exceptionally skilled in certain fields, which leads to their special promotion to the Jonin rank. Aside from their fields of expertise, many special Jonin are not much stronger than Chunin. Speculating is useless. We will know tomorrow, Liang Jie said, not wanting to continue the pointless discussion. He casually changed the subject. What are we having for dinner? Whatever, Sasuke replied. How about we go to East Street for tempura? Choji said it's pretty good, Liang Jie suggested. You always waste time on boring people, Sasuke said discontentedly. To him, Liang Jie's efforts to befriend classmates made no sense. Who thinks about revenge all day like you? Liang Jie rolled his eyes in his heart, but he couldn't be so blunt, so he casually made an excuse. Their parents are all Jonin. Jonin. Sasuke seemed to think of something and clenched his fists tightly. Smack. Liang Jie patted Sasuke's shoulder and said cheerfully, don't think about it, let's eat. If you put as much thought into eating as you do into training, you'd definitely be much better than you are now, Sasuke said helplessly. Want to have a competition? What? Sasuke asked. The tempura shop on East Street is the finish line. Whoever arrives last treats the meal, Liang Jie declared. As he spoke the first word, Liang Jie was still next to Sasuke, but by the time he finished the last word, he had already run to the street corner. You cheater! Sasuke shouted. I never said cheating wasn't allowed, Liang Jie laughed heartily. TCH. Sasuke took off running, confident that despite Liang Jie's head start, he could still catch up. You're definitely treating this meal. The next day, Naruto, who had failed the graduation exam, unexpectedly appeared in class. Looking at the headband on his head, everyone wondered why the failure had passed the exam. You little brat, bribed the examiner. Amidst the chattering discussions, Irika timely walked into the classroom with a booklet. Congratulations, everyone, you officially became ninjas. From now on, you will be divided into classes of 3, with the leading teacher responsible for your further training. The real hard work is just beginning, and I will now announce the class divisions. I must be in the same class as Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino silently prayed. Sakura, Sakura, Sakura. Naruto. Hinata secretly glanced at Naruto. Sigh. A light sigh that was out of place sounded, and Liang Jie's sorrowful gaze shifted between Sasuke and Naruto. How could such a world-famous scene just vanish? Class 7 Uzumaki Naruto Haruno Sakura Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke turned to look at Liang Jie, and Liang Jie responded with a helpless expression. Class 8 Hyuga Hinata. Class 11 Uchiha Liang Jie Tuchiyudo Kurihara Yayoi. Not too bad, Liang Jie nodded at the two. That concludes the class divisions. Shortly, there will be corresponding Jonin coming to assist you. I hope everyone can soon become qualified ninjas. After Irika finished speaking, he left the classroom, leaving the space for the excited Jonin. The lower-ranking ninjas had been classmates for 5 years, and those in the same class quickly became familiar with each other. Ruri Hiyori followed behind Yudo, her voice soft. Please take care of me. Please take care of me, Ryoji smiled. Sasuke, we are in the same class, do you want to go have lunch together? Sakura said joyfully. Sasuke rested his hands on his chin and coldly replied, no time. Yudo and Hiyori exchanged glances, feeling relieved that their teammate was the cheerful Ryoji. If it were Sasuke, they really wouldn't know how to interact. Both being Uchiha, how could their personalities differ so greatly? Creak. A young man wearing dark green sunglasses pushed the door open, stood at the entrance, surveyed the crowd, and said, Class 11, follow me. It's him. Ryoji's face lit up with joy. Yamakishi Aoba, a special Jonin from Konoha skilled in reading the memories of others. Ryoji had long coveted his mind-reading technique. He'll go ahead first. Ryoji and Yudo left the classroom. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Yamakishi Aoba glanced at Ryoji, who was following behind, and thought to himself, another survivor of the Uchiha. The Hokage handed him over to me just like that. It's a bit of a headache. Yamakishi Aoba's mouth slightly twisted in bitterness. He truly did not want to be involved with the Uchiha, but he could not ignore the Hokage's orders. How troublesome. Upon reaching the playground, Yamakishi Aoba casually found a shady spot to sit and introduced himself. Yamakishi Aoba, special Jonin of Konoha, relatively skilled in illusions. I have no particular likes or dislikes. Yamakishi Aoba gestured with his chin to the three. Wakami Yudo, I want to become a ninja that makes my family proud, Yudo said first. Ruri Hiyori, I want to become a medical ninja, Hiyori said softly. After the two introduced themselves, all three pairs of eyes focused on Ryoji, very curious about the only other Uchiha survivor. Uchiha Ryoji, my dream is to survive, Ryoji said quietly. Survive? Yamakishi Aoba raised an eyebrow, thinking the impact of the clan's destruction. Yamakishi Aoba naturally did not know that Ryoji's desire to survive referred to the countless casualties of the Fourth Ninja World War years later. He did not possess any foresight. First of all, congratulations on your successful graduation and obtaining your ninja headbands. You may also become my students, Yamakishi Aoba said. May. Hiyori keenly sensed the implication in Yamakishi Aoba's words and couldn't help but ask, Teacher Aoba, don't we already become your students? What do you mean by may? Do you really think that passing the simple tests of a ninja school means you can become lower-ranking ninjas? Yamakishi Aoba's retort left Hiyori silent. Indeed, just as Yamakishi Aoba mentioned, there were no assessments for physical skills or knowledge. Apart from the most basic shadow clone technique, nothing related to ninjas was evaluated. The lower-ranking ninja exam was far too simple. It seems you've all realized that. Yamakishi Aoba stood up, his voice suddenly turning cold. The school's exam is merely the first hurdle. You can only become lower-ranking ninjas after passing my test. By the way, if I'm not satisfied, I can throw you back to ninja school for reclassification. How could there be such a rule? Yudo and Hiyori felt uneasy. What is the content of the test? Ryoji was already aware of the rules, so he remained calm. Very simple. Yamakishi Aoba pulled out an hourglass from his pocket. Withstand my attack for the duration of the hourglass. What? Yudo and Hiyori's eyes widened in disbelief, and Ryoji could no longer maintain his calm. You can use any means, including kunai shuriken, or even explosive tags and smoke bombs, Yamakishi Aoba said. How could freshly graduated students possibly have explosive tags? Hiyori's face turned pale. First lesson, ninjas must always be prepared no matter when or where. You have 5 minutes to discuss tactics. The test will begin in 5 minutes. Whoosh. Yamakishi Aoba vanished to a distant stump. What should we do now? Yudo exclaimed in frustration. Could 3 newly graduated lower-ranking ninjas defeat a special Jonin? Haha, calm down. Ryoji bit his fingernails, his mind racing. The test isn't as difficult as imagined. Teacher Aoba won't aim to kill us. He will definitely hold back. Moreover, our task isn't to defeat him. We just need to buy time. Instead of panicking, we might as well think of a solution. Ryoji still had some confidence in himself. Normally, encountering a special Jonin would end in instant death, but against a special Jonin who holds back, it shouldn't be too difficult to survive for a while. The main issue lay with Yudo and Hiyori, who were civilian ninjas with ordinary strength and had not mastered any ninjutsu aside from the shadow clone technique. These were their defining traits. With such a large power gap, coordinating effectively would be very challenging. However, if his guess was correct, Yamakishi Aoba's test would surely involve teamwork. Tisk. Ryoji released the bitten nails and took out several ninja tools from his tool pouch. Here are 3 explosive tags, 5 smoke bombs, and a few kunai and shuriken with some poison shuriken that I won't consider for now. There really are people who carry explosive tags and smoke bombs during graduation class placement. Hiyori twitched her lips. Poison shuriken isn't normal either, Yudo complained. I bought them alongside weights before, and they have been in my tool pouch since. Ryoji explained. By the way, Hiyori's expression was complicated. Explosive tags are commonly used ninja tools that are easy to use and powerful. Correspondingly, their prices are expensive. Ryoji, a freshly graduated student, could actually buy several so easily. Is this what it means to be wealthy? The two felt greatly impacted in some ways. Each of you take an explosive tag, and you each take 2 smoke bombs. If teacher Aoba attacks you, use the smoke bombs to escape. Okay. Hiyori and Yudo took the explosive tags and smoke bombs, and as for the kunai and shuriken, they had already developed the good habit of carrying them. In the upcoming battle, I will be the core, Yudo will assist me, and Hiyori, since your physical skills are weak, cover from a distance with shuriken. Is that alright? Ryoji asked. No problem. Regardless of the situation, making decisions centered around the strongest is never a bad choice, even if it isn't perfect. This is our first collaboration. Saying more won't help, and tactics requiring mutual understanding are too difficult. Let's just do our best. Ryoji took a deep breath, looking into Yamakishi Aoba's eyes, a sharp light flickering within. It's just a special Jonin. I've been a roommate with a tough guy for 5 years. Why should I be afraid of you? The last grains of yellow sand fell through the narrow opening as Qingshan Qingye turned the hourglass. The exam begins. Liangjie tightened his expression. Swish. Qingshan Qingye suddenly vanished, a shadow looming before him as Liangjie instinctively raised his hand to block. Bang! A tremendous force coursed through Liangjie's arm, sending him uncontrollably flying backward. Step, step, step. He continued to step down to dissipate the force, only stabilizing his stance after more than 10 steps. Quick reaction. Qingshan Qingye praised. Although only a small portion of power was used, the sudden attack was still commendable for being defended against. So fast. Miyuki and Yudo, standing on either side, reacted, watching Qingshan Qingye take Liangjie's place. Miyuki quickly retreated, while Yudo stepped forward, raising his fist to attack. Clap, clap, clap. Qingshan Qingye effortlessly blocked the flurry of punches, seemingly casually reaching out to accurately grasp Yuda's wrist. Damn it. Yuda's face flushed as he exerted all his strength, but could not break free. Lie down. He felt a dizzying spin before crashing heavily to the ground. Oh no. Yudo struggled to keep his eyes open, rolling to the side in a desperate attempt to evade the pursuit, but he was far too slow compared to Qingshan Qingye's punching speed. Swish. In a critical moment, 2 shurikens flew through the air with a sharp sound. Qingshan Qingye turned his head to evade, but before he could continue his pursuit, a flash of silver light erupted in his eyes. Tug, tug, tug. Liangjie pulled back hard with both hands as the metal wires suddenly tightened, causing the shurikens to spin back in the opposite direction. Swish, swish, swish. Under the threat of the 2 shurikens, Qingshan Qingye unhesitatingly abandoned Yudo and turned to attack the solitary Miyuki. Swish. Miyuki quickly threw several kunai to intercept, one of which had an activated explosive tag tied to its end. Boom. Liangjie pulled his hands outward, redirecting the shurikens, once more coordinating with the kunai to halt Qingye's advance. Cooperation is satisfactory. Qingshan Qingye was quite pleased. He had various methods to break through, but there was no need to use them. The goal was to assess, not to kill. The core of the team is Liangjie, then let me see your full strength. Qingshan Qingye flashed past the still-leaning Yudo, heading straight for Liangjie. Assist me. Liangjie did not avoid the battle. As he had said earlier, this was merely a test. If he was not mistaken, even if the 3 of them could not last until the sand ran out, as long as the process satisfied Qingshan Qingye, they would still pass the test. Moreover, even if he chose to avoid battle, Liangjie could not possibly be faster than Qingye. It was better to face the enemy Hidan. Step. Liangjie stomped down with one foot, striking down at Qingshan Qingye's chest with the kunai. Slap. Taking advantage of his long arms, Qingye intercepted the strike. Bang. In the moment they were locked in a stalemate, both kicked out with their right legs. Sensing the force transmitted through their legs, Qingye's eyes flashed with surprise. Such great power. When he first repelled Liangjie, Qingye felt that Liangjie's strength surpassed that of his peers, but at that time, he was more concerned about reaction speed. Seeing the evident training marks on Liangjie's bare arms, Qingye praised, it seems you have trained in physical techniques for a long time. Because no one taught me ninjutsu. Liangjie pouted, withdrawing a kunai from his waist pouch. With a serious expression, teacher Qingye, I will use my full strength now. Come at me. Qingye said calmly. Liangjie held 2 kunai, attacking Qingye's vital points amidst the flickering cold light. Clap, clap, clap. Xingye appeared to easily deflect the attacks, but internally he was already stirred by tumultuous waves. Ignoring technique, just looking at strength and speed, Liangjie was already comparable to a weaker Chunin. A terrifying talent. Xingye could not help but exclaim. During wartime, there were many like Liangjie at the age of 11, even some who were stronger, but that was because there was a need to rapidly replenish combat power products of high-pressure education and bloodshed on the battlefield. Liangjie had no strong mentor to guide him and did not know how to train efficiently. To reach this level was quite rare. Amidst his astonishment, Liangjie suddenly took a half step back, pinching a deep brown smoke bomb in his right hand. Bang! The smoke exploded, enveloping Xingye with sounds of slicing air coming from two directions. Puff, puff, puff. The dense shurikens and kunai sank into the smoke. Swish, swish, swish. Liangjie leaped into the air, quickly forming seals and spitting out a blazing fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. Roar, roar, roar. The heat wave blew away the smoke, and facing the great fireball, just inches away, Xingye quickly formed the same seals as Liangjie. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. The two fireballs collided with a resounding crash, and Liangjie's smaller fireball dissipated into flames in less than a second. Roar, roar, roar. The fireball flew past Liangjie's head, the high temperature scorching his hair to become slightly curled. Step. Liangjie landed on the ground, and Xingye rushed to get closer. Tug, tug, tug. A chilling sound rang out as Xingye uncontrollably fell to the ground, two strands of metal wire tightly binding his ankles. Following the wires, Miyuki and Yudo each held one end. Good tactic. Xingye sincerely praised, then shifted his tone, but it's too naive. Bang. Xingye exploded into a cloud of white smoke, and as the smoke dissipated, there was no trace of Xingye, the wires instead binding a branch. Thud. Xingye tapped Yudo on the head, and as he met the bewildered and shocked gaze of Yudo, he softly said, "It's over." Yudo swallowed hard, utterly unaware of Xingye's approach, his gaze shifting to Miyuki, who was still holding her head where Xingye had hit it. "Do you want to continue?" Xingye called out to Liangjie. Liangjie helplessly spread his hands as expected of teacher Xingye. "We completely lost. 3 against 1. One side used weapons and went all out while the other side remained leisurely, not even dusting their clothes. A Jonin is indeed a Jonin." A Liangjie could not hope to catch up. "You all did well." Xingye put away the hourglass, which still had half of the yellow sand left for a first collaboration to achieve such coordination. "A very good team." Xingye said good twice, and seeing Xingye's beaming smile, Miyuki cautiously asked teacher Xingye regarding our test. "You did not last until the sand ran out. According to the rules, I have to send you back to school," Xingye said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Miyuki's nose turned sour, and Yudo also hung his head in disappointment. "Sorry, it was us too who held you back. Otherwise, Liangjie, you would definitely have graduated." "It's okay, repeating a year isn't a big deal. I'm actually a year younger." Liangjie understood that Xingye had more to say, but still offered some comfort. "I'm sorry." Liangjie's attempt to comfort only nearly made Miyuki burst into tears. Seeing the two feeling down, Xingye raised an eyebrow. "Why the long faces? I never said you couldn't graduate." "Oh." Miyuki and Yudo looked up in confusion. "According to the rules, you cannot graduate, but I set the rules for the hourglass. I'm very satisfied with you, so you can graduate," Xingye said matter-of-factly. Miyuki spat out a mouthful of blood. "But you just..." Xingye waved his hand. "Just playing with you. I heard that teachers shouldn't be too stern with students." "What? Is it not funny?" "Of course it's not funny," Miyuki and Yudo exclaimed in frustration. Cough, cough. Xingye cleared his throat and said, "In any case, you passed the test. Gather at the mission office at 8 in the morning tomorrow, and don't be late." After saying this, Xingye instantly left the awkward place. The three left on the playground, exchanged glances, and Yudo could no longer contain his overwhelming joy, throwing his arms around Liangjie's neck and shouting excitedly, "Awesome." Returning to the Uchiha residence, Sasuke had not yet arrived home. Given Liangjie's understanding of Kakashi, he estimated that it would take a while before he returned. Liangjie stretched lazily and flopped onto the soft bed. Although the leading Jonin would choose different training methods based on the varying tendencies of the team members, all Jonin who graduated during peacetime must undergo a period of miscellaneous tasks lasting from 3 months to 6 months. From catching cats and walking dogs to weeding and sweeping, there was no miscellaneous task that a Konoha Jonin could not handle. Liangjie in a daze fell into a deep sleep. Until dusk approached, a hungry Sasuke finally returned home. Seeing Liangjie, whose hair was disheveled and clearly just crawled out of bed, the anger that he had just managed to suppress flared up again. That bastard Kakashi. 5 hours. Sasuke had waited in the classroom for a full 5 hours before finally meeting the tardy Kakashi. "What's wrong?" Liangjie asked casually, still not fully awake. "I encountered an unreliable Jonin," Sasuke replied, irritated. Liangjie guessed the reason for Sasuke's anger. Kakashi was just that kind of person. Being late was the norm, so one would just have to get used to it. Does your class have a graduation test? Sasuke suddenly thought of something important. Given Kakashi's unreliable nature, the graduation test might very well be a product of his malicious amusement. Liangjie let out a long yawn and mumbled, "We passed it this morning." What was the content of the test? He'll tell you this: each Jonin has different testing methods, so knowing ours won't be of any use, Liangjie explained. Then forget it, Sasuke said. Since Liangjie managed to pass smoothly, Sasuke did not believe he would stumble here. I won't be training tonight. Kakashi told us to gather at 5 in the morning tomorrow, so I need to sleep early to stay alert, Sasuke sighed. 5 o'clock. That really is early, Liangjie said as he walked to the entrance and leisurely put on his shoes. Since it's Jonin Kakashi, I suggest you go a bit later. But the agreed time is. Sasuke began, but trailed off. After all, Kakashi had already made him wait 5 hours today. It was highly likely that tomorrow's test would continue in the same fashion. I'm going out to eat. Should I bring something back for you, or do you want to come with me? Liangjie asked. Just bring me back a portion, Sasuke replied. Okay. Liangjie closed the door and left. Early the next morning, Sasuke sat up from his bed looking at the still dark sky outside, rubbing his eyes as he crawled out of the blanket. After all, this was such an important matter. Surely Kakashi wouldn't be late like yesterday. If he were, it would leave a very bad impression. Sasuke packed his ninja tools and left home on time. However, he remained blissfully unaware of how naive he truly was until the sky brightened. Grr. Having skipped breakfast, Sasuke clutched his stomach and gritted his teeth, angrily shouting in his heart, "That unreliable bastard." Meanwhile, Liangjie slept soundly until 7, enjoyed a nice breakfast, and then leisurely made his way to the mission assignment office. Liangjie, good morning. Unable to contain his excitement, Yudo arrived early at the mission office and called out loudly upon seeing Liangjie. Morning, Liangjie replied. I wonder what mission teacher Aoba will take on today. Yudo excitedly waved his arms. The mission should be difficult, right? Liangjie said with a strange expression. Should he tell this excited young man the truth? Would it be too cruel? Morning. A weak voice sounded. Liangjie turned to see Maoi, startled. She lacked her usual spirit with heavy dark circles under her eyes. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Liangjie asked in shock. Maoi shook her head listlessly. I couldn't sleep. Liangjie stiffly forced a smile, wondering if she would break down upon learning the truth. Yo, good morning. Aoba walked out of the mission office. Teacher Aoba, did you just go to take on today's mission? That's right, Aoba smiled and said, let's work hard today. Of course. Let's go quickly. Yudo urged eagerly. Let's go. Aoba led the three towards their destination. 20 minutes later, looking at the overgrown courtyard before them, Yudo felt a sense of foreboding as Liangjie's earlier strange expression flashed in his mind. No way, no way. Yudo turned his head with difficulty and tentatively asked, Teacher, Aoba, the mission location isn't here, right? Even now, Yudo still held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking they might just be here to find someone to help. What else could it be? Aoba countered. What? What are we supposed to do? Yudo stammered. Weeding. Aoba patted Yudo on the shoulder. Good luck. Thud. Maoi collapsed onto the ground, drowsiness overwhelming her mind. Reflecting on how excited she was last night, she nearly broke down in tears. What exactly was she so excited about? A bit too much. Yudo surveyed the courtyard where the weeds were dense and widespread. It would likely take more than a day for the three of them to clear it all. As for why it was three of them, did he expect a special Jonin to help with the weeding? Using fire release would indeed be fitting, Liangjie muttered. How about I just burn you instead? Aoba raised his hand threateningly. Liangjie chuckled awkwardly and hurried into the courtyard. Have you all eaten breakfast? Aoba asked. No, Maoi swayed as she stood up. I haven't eaten either. I already have. Liangjie's voice came from the courtyard. I'll go buy breakfast. You all do your best. Aoba turned to leave. Yudo looked at the courtyard full of weeds in despair, while Maoi tugged at her clothes, and the two of them walked heavily into the courtyard. Let's do our best. Liangjie pulled up 2 weeds. Why are you not reacting at all? Maoi realized something was off. Did you already know? Liangjie took out a small booklet from his waist pouch on which were written the words Konoha Ninja Handbook in bold black ink. After becoming a Jonin, you can go to the Hokage building to collect it. It contains information on various aspects. Haven't you picked it up? Liangjie inquired. Not yet. Maoi shook her head and asked, does it contain information related to missions? Exactly. I won't elaborate on the mission rankings, but Jonin can only undertake crank and drank missions. That said, newly graduated Jonin can only accept drank missions unless there are special circumstances. Drank missions are all trivial tasks like weeding which pose no danger at all, Liangjie explained slowly. By the way, Liangjie added with a mindset of enjoying the spectacle, to take on crank missions you need at least a few months of experience. Crack. Yudo was petrified on the spot, and after a long while he broke free from his stupor and let out a furious roar. No way. For the next 4 months, the 11th class engaged in various chores around Konoha, including catching cats, walking dogs, looking after children, weeding, planting trees, and digging sweet potatoes. They particularly focused on catching cats, managing to catch the same cat 7 times over those 4 months. Seeing the cat being held by its owner suffering as if in hell, Liangjie wanted to advise the woman to let it go. After all, it was a life. Indeed, the speed of finding my beloved little tiger is getting faster and faster. The woman, satisfied, took out a stack of money. Let's go. She patted the cat's head and returned to her hellish home, cradling it, as it had failed in its escape. Every time I see that cat, I feel pity for it. Yudo wiped his sweat. If you have time to pity it, you might as well pity yourself. Mio sighed. Are we digging sweet potatoes or delivering messages this afternoon? How about delivering messages? We can conveniently stop by to eat tempura at South Street, Liangjie suggested. The 7th class has been able to take on escort missions for over a month. When will we stop doing these trivial tasks? Yudo complained. Based on the number of drank missions we've completed, we could have taken on crank missions long ago. Liangjie shot a glance at the two, and the 3 of them looked pitifully at Aoba. To be honest, Liangjie was just as annoyed as the other 2. Sasuke had been in the Land of Waves for a month already, and with the Chunin exams approaching in Konoha followed by Sasuke's defection, a series of events needed strength to ensure safety. Liangjie didn't have to do drank missions every day, giving him ample time to train. Aoba would occasionally provide guidance, but nothing could compare to the rapid improvement gained from actual experience in the field. No matter how solid the foundation, it couldn't compare to a real battle. Under the gaze of the 3, Aoba's face twitched slightly as he reflected on whether he had been a bit excessive. While other classes from the same year had begun attempting higher-level missions, his class was still stuck doing drank tasks. Teacher Aoba. Maya's eyes glistened with tears as if about to cry, truly a sight that would sadden any listener. All right, enough of that. With your foundation, you could indeed try taking on crank missions. Aoba, with a black line on his forehead, looked as if others would think he had done something bad to the little girl. Awesome. Yudo waved his arms excitedly, and Liangjie and Mio also smiled. Don't celebrate too early. Aoba poured cold water on them, saying, you can only take on relatively simple missions, and if you fail, I will continue to make you do drank missions. No problem, we will definitely complete them smoothly, Yudo said confidently. Follow me to choose a mission. Yes, they replied. After a brief selection, Aoba chose a mission with low rewards which involved escorting a wealthy merchant from the village to the fire temple to repay a vow. The range was still within the Land of Fire, and the person being escorted was not an important figure, so both the difficulty and reward were relatively low. We will notify the client to head to the village gate in an hour. Okay, thank you, Aoba said as he led the group away from the mission office. It will take over half a month for the round trip. You should go home and let your families know, Aoba said. We'll be back soon. Yudo and Mio quickly ran home. Only 2 people were left in front of the mission office. Aoba didn't need to inform anyone about the mission, and Liangjie simply had no one to tell. Seeing Liangjie looking dejected, Aoba felt a bit stifled in his chest. All his companions had parents while Liangjie was all alone. Although he usually didn't care, seeing his friends rushing home surely felt bittersweet. As a teacher, Aoba wanted to help him, but he didn't know where to start. Teacher. Liangjie slowly raised his head. Come on, whatever you want to say, I will do my duty as your teacher to comfort you. Aoba thought to himself as he met Liangjie's gaze. Teacher Aoba, for the first time going out on a mission, parents must have a lot to say to their child, right? Liangjie's smile appeared extremely forced to Aoba. Sigh. Aoba sighed, reaching out to place a hand on Liangjie's head, but the next words from Liangjie froze him mid-action. Then let's go eat. I'm so hungry since earlier. What do you think we should eat? We should have enough time for barbecue, or should we just grab a bowl of ramen? Liangjie said, looking distressed. Huh. Aoba opened his mouth, forcing out a sentence after a long pause. You've been silent since earlier. Were you considering what to have for lunch? Well, what else would it be? Liangjie asked, puzzled. Bang. Aoba clutched his chest, trying to suppress the urge to spit blood. Let's eat ramen. Liangjie found Aoba's strange behavior odd, but he didn't think too much about it. No matter how clever he was, he wouldn't associate Aoba's actions with the Uchiha Massacre. After a simple lunch, they squatted at the village gate counting ants until Yudo and Mio arrived at the agreed location, one after the other. Before we execute the mission, let me introduce the client, Aoba said. The client is Nan Tiansengshu, a former wealthy merchant from the Land of Fire who moved to Konoha. This time he needs to go to the fire temple to repay a vow. The task is very simple, so don't feel too much pressure. The fire temple is just a few days' journey from Konoha. Is there really a need to hire a team of ninjas for protection? Yudo asked. It said that someone advised Mr. Nantian not to go out recently, but it's better to repay vows soon rather than late, so he hired a team of ninjas for safety. This amount of money is nothing for him, Aoba explained. Is this what it means to be rich? Yudo felt wounded. Spending money for safety is a very worthwhile deal. Liangjie agreed. Looking at Liangjia, who fully concurred Yudo, felt even more hurt. This student who could easily buy 3 explosive tags during school was also a wealthy person. How is your ninjutsu training going, Yudo? Ayo suddenly asked. Well, it's okay, Yudo replied, awkwardly glancing to the side. I will assess you on the way. If you don't meet the requirements, the training load will double in the future, Ayo said with a sidelong glance. No way. Yudo sat down in despair. The excitement of going on a crank mission instantly vanished. Maya's control of chakra is quite good. When we return, I will find a medical ninja to teach you, Ayo praised, noting Maya's considerable talent. With systematic training, she could potentially become an excellent medical ninja. Since the student had talent, Ayo would do his utmost to help. Having experienced the battlefield, he understood the importance of medical ninjas. Thank you, teacher, Mio laughed. And Liangjia, I suggest you don't rush to train the second type of chakra and focus all your energy on fire release for now. Ayo always paid attention to the student's training progress. He was well aware of what Liangjia had been training recently. Understood, Liangjia replied, but whether he would follow that advice was another matter. Tap, tap, tap. A plump man walked over, and upon hearing the footsteps, Ayo quickly approached. Mr. Nantian, I am Ayo, the leader of the 10th class. We are responsible for your safety until you return to Konoha safely. Nantian's anxious features were scrunched together, giving him a festive appearance. Then I will rely on you, Ayo. The group boarded the carriage waiting at the village gate. Otherwise, with Mr. Nantian's walking speed, it would take at least 2 months to reach the fire temple. Go. The driver raised his whip, and the carriage slowly drove out of Konoha. How do you find living in Konoha, Mr. Nantian? AY treated Nantian with exceptional courtesy. Though utterly lacking in combat ability, any freshly graduated genin could effortlessly kill him. Nantian possessed immense wealth. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha incurred enormous daily expenditures. Beyond financial support from the land of fire, wealthy merchants constituted a vital pillar of its treasury. One simply could not afford to greet benefactors with a sullen expression. It's been splendid. I feel profoundly secure here in Konoha. When venturing outside, I may even hire shinobi for protection, unlike my earlier days when safety was a constant source of anxiety. Nantian replied with a warm, affable smile. Shinobi villages, mindful of reputation and political consequence, refrained from attacking ordinary civilians. Rogue shinobi, however, showed no such restraint. Their existence was harsh and precarious. When funds ran low, they saw little harm in targeting affluent merchants. Though their aim was merely coin, accidents inevitably occurred. Nantian had already amassed more than enough wealth. He had no intention of perishing before savoring life's pleasures. Mr. Nanshin, teacher, AY. The Great Source Street lies just ahead. Shall we pause there to rest? Ryosuke drew back the carriage curtain and leaned halfway inside. Beyond it, no other town offers shelter. We'd be forced to camp in the wilds. Let us stop here. We're in no hurry, Nantian said. Camping outdoors was uncomfortable, and time was not so pressing as to forfeit the comfort of a proper town. Understood. Ryosuke lowered the curtain. Hearing the exchange, the coachman raised his whip high and guided the carriage into Great Source Street. Though named a street, Great Source Street was in truth indistinguishable from a full-fledged town. After dismounting, they located an inn. AY, granting his 3 rare village-born charges liberty to explore, remained behind solely to safeguard his employer. 1 serving of mochi, please. Right away. Enjoy at your leisure. Ryosuke accepted the plate and settled onto the long bench beside the shop's entrance, savoring the delicacy. Yudo cherished Misho in turn harbored quiet affection for her childhood friend. This mutual sentiment was common knowledge across their entire class. Unwilling to intrude as a third wheel, Ryosuke opted instead for independent leisure. Young sir, you're unfamiliar around here. Visiting with family. The shopkeeper struck up conversation. Ryosuke wore no forehead protector, and given his youthful appearance, the shopkeeper naturally assumed he was a child accompanying his kin on a casual outing. Ryosuke had long found the forehead protector peculiar. Why must it be worn constantly? Its use among village shinobi was understandable, yet even missing mean flaunted scarred protectors openly, as if desperate to broadcast their status. Concealing one's identity during missions was paramount, thus Ryosuke's very first act upon leaving Konoha had been to stow away his protector. My family runs a business. I've come along to broaden my horizons. Ryosuke lifted a skewer of dango and popped it into his mouth. Sweetness instantly flooded his palate. Excellent, he praised. Konoha's dango shops were renowned, but he hadn't expected to discover even finer ones here in Great Source Street. 3 more servings, boxed for takeaway. Ryosuke called out. Coming right up. He placed payment on the plate, and clutching 3 neatly packed boxes, ambled leisurely down the snack-laden street. Huh, is that? Ryosuke halted mid-step, watching a man accost passers-by with animated gestures. I can't believe I've encountered Akatsuki here. The man wore a missing mean forehead protector around his neck and the signature black cloak adorned with crimson clouds. Though few recognized the organization now 3 years hence this clandestine cell, fewer than 10 core members, would shake the entire shinobi world to its foundations. Silver-haired pompadour. Yes, it must be Hidan. What on earth is he doing dragging civilians about? Intrigued, Ryosuke edged closer, confident his unadorned brow concealed his identity. Friend. Hidan seized a passing townsman by the arm. Care to learn about the Jashin faith? Startled and irritated, the man opened his mouth to curse, then froze upon spotting the forehead protector at Hidan's throat. His demeanor instantly transformed. Apologies, honored shinobi. I'm urgently needed elsewhere. Get lost, Hidan grumbled, waving him off impatiently. The townsman fled as if granted divine reprieve. Why is recruiting followers so difficult? Hidan sighed miserably. He only wished to enlist 2 people, yet none seemed remotely interested. Having overheard, Ryosuke rolled his eyes. He'd imagined Akatsuki was plotting something momentous, only to discover Hidan was merely proselytizing for the Jashin faith. Time to vanish, Ryosuke murmured, turning away with his dango boxes, until a voice rang out. That young man looks promising. He's rather handsome too. Hidan caught sight of Ryosuke's profile and bellowed, Hey lad, wait up. Ryosuke didn't pause, not even for a breath, instead quickening his pace. Whoosh. Hidan instantly appeared before him, blocking his path. Your bone structure is extraordinary. You're clearly a prodigy. How about learning about the Jashin faith? Sigh. Ryosuke exhaled resignedly, then lifted his face with a dazzling practiced smile. Have you heard of Amway? Amway. Never heard of it. Hidan clapped a hand onto Ryosuke's shoulder. Try the Jashin faith instead. It's currently short on talent. Join, and I'll make you high priest. Ryosuke twitched his lips, disinclined to prolong the absurd banter, yet sensing idle amusement, decided to indulge the diversion. What perks come with being high priest? You'll gain intimate communion with the sacred radiance of Lord Jashin, Hidan declared, eyes ablaze with fervor. I'd rather not commune with radiance. Do you have money? Ryosuke jingled his 3 dango boxes. I want to eat dango every day. Can you pay for them? Money. Hidan cleared his throat, awkwardly shifting topics. Currency is dull. What we seek is faith. Faith, do you understand? Money isn't dull, Ryosuke countered. You're trying to recruit people, aren't you? Exactly. Are you targeting civilians? Or shinobi? Ideally shinobi, but it's exceedingly difficult, Hidan admitted ruefully. He yearned to bolster the Jashin faith's martial strength rapidly by enlisting shinobi, but each already adhered to deeply rooted beliefs, rendering conversion nearly impossible. So your real target remains civilians. Then tell me, between Jashin's sacred radiance and cold hard cash, which holds greater appeal for ordinary folk? Cash. Hidan grimaced, loath to concede, yet truth compelled him. Also, judging by your appearance, since you're empowered to appoint high priests, you must hold senior rank. Why are you personally canvassing the streets? Ryosuke scoffed. Couldn't you simply hire recruiters? Every new convert earns a reward, and once the faith expands, initiates will pay an enrollment fee. Though upfront investment is required, recruits gain official Jashin faith membership, and may themselves recruit others, earning 20% of each new member's fee. Ryosuke spoke with effortless fluency, outlining a systematic growth model, structured incentives, tiered commissions, and scalable recruitment, until Hidan's gaze glazed over, vacant and unblinking. Clapping Hidan twice on the shoulder, Ryosuke withdrew quietly, leaving only a faint, enigmatic whisper. Keep striving, young man. Hidan blinked back to awareness and cried urgently, What is your name? Ryosuke offered no reply, only a distant, inscrutable silhouette fading into the twilight. He must be a divine emissary sent by Lord Jashin to illuminate my path, Hidan murmured reverently, closing his eyes in solemn devotion. But where shall I find the capital to begin? He sank again into despair. Brilliant strategy notwithstanding, without seed funding it remained mere theory. What in the world are you doing here? An irate voice cut through his brooding. Turning, Hidan saw his companion approaching, and suddenly smacked his own forehead. Of course, I may lack funds, but he certainly doesn't. Thwack. Hidan seized his companion's wrist, ignoring the man's scowl. Have you heard of Amway? Liang Jie returned to the inn carrying the meatball, while Yudo and Yayoi had not yet come back. He didn't mention much about Akatsuki. Right now, Akatsuki was not the terrifying organization that aimed to capture the 9-tailed beasts and threaten the entire ninja world, nor was it the public enemy of the ninja realm. The only visible connection to Konoha was the sheltering of the shrank rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi. Unless necessary, Konoha would not seek trouble, especially since there were many other rogue ninjas from different villages within Akatsuki. A little later, Yayoi and the others returned with snacks. The 4 of them had dinner together, exchanged a few simple words, and then went to bed early to rest. The next morning the group left Dayuan Street walking intermittently until they finally arrived at the Temple of Fire at noon on the 5th day. Nantian entered the temple alone to make a vow, and a resolute-looking monk stopped Aoyan, who was wandering about. Aoyan greeted back while Liang Jie and the others followed suit. I would like to ask about Asuma's situation. We served together as guards for the 12 Guardian Ninja, and it has been a year since we last met. Asuma is now the leading Jonin of the new generation of Inazuka Shika and Nara, and he has been getting along well with the 3rd Hokage. Is he the head monk of the Temple of Fire Dilu? Liang Jie secretly observed Dilu with the corner of his eye, feeling a strong interest in this seemingly ordinary monk. He vaguely remembered that the energy Dilu utilized was not ordinary chakra, but a special chakra known as the talent of the Sage clan. He wondered if it had any relationship with Sage chakra. If given the chance, he would love to study it closely. However, upon further contemplation, the talent of the Sage clan must not be something an ordinary person could master. Innocent people bear the burden of those with treasures. If the talent of the Sage clan were truly easy to master, not to mention other villages, Konoha alone would find a way to acquire it unless the talent was not more powerful than ordinary chakra. Regardless of the reason, it was enough to make Liang Jie give up. Just think about it, no need to take it seriously. Nantian needs my assistance. Oh, I shall take my leave for now. Please, Master Dilu. Aoyan replied with a bow. The vow ceremony was not complicated, and Nantian soon exited the temple. In the afternoon of that day, the group set off for home. Tap, tap, tap. Stop. Aoyan suddenly called to the moving carriage, and the others looked at him in confusion as he did not answer, and jumped down to the ground. The smell of blood. Aoyan sharply detected the unusual scent in the air, drew out his kunai, and scanned the areas obscured by trees. Enemies. Protect Mr. Nantian. Yes. Liang Jie and the others surrounded the carriage, their expressions vigilant as they surveyed the surroundings. Have we been discovered? A surprised voice echoed. I told you not to bring corpses. With such a strong smell, who wouldn't notice? A slightly dissatisfied voice followed. Shut up, the owner of the first voice rebuked. Swish. Aoyan threw his kunai in the direction of the voice. Clang. A shadow flashed by, and before anyone could see anything clearly, the kunai was knocked away. You throw kunai without greeting, you really lack manners, don't you? Fadewan stepped out from the shade of the trees. You talk too much. Kakuzu followed behind, carrying a corpse. It's actually those two. Liang Jie felt a bitter taste in his mouth. While Fadewan with his foolishness could be easily tricked with a few words, Kakuzu was not foolish at all, and Aoyan had provoked them first. There's no way to escape. Get ready for battle. Liang Jie said, his face serious. Thud. Kakuzu casually tossed the corpse aside, took out the bounty booklet from his pocket, and began flipping through it to compare with Aoyan's appearance. Found it. Kakuzu stopped flipping. Yamashiro Aoyan, special Jonin of Konoha, bounty of 6 million Ryo. Adding the 800,000 from Mist, that's a total of 14 million today. Not bad. Kakuzu happily stored the booklet. Unexpectedly encountering a small fish was indeed a good day. Is it him? Aoyan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the Mist ninja's corpse, which had a distinct cross scar on its face. He had encountered it on the battlefield and never expected it to die at the hands of two unfamiliar ninjas. What terrible luck. Aoyan quickly pondered an escape plan in his mind. Since these two could kill a stronger Mist ninja, fleeing was the best option. It's you. Fadewan suddenly pointed at Liang Jie with excitement. Only. What are you doing here? Only. Kakuzu clenched his right fist. That's right, the Only who helped me with ideas. Fadewan, oblivious to his companion's grim expression, excitedly said, It's good to see you again, you and I really have. Crack. Before Fadewan could finish his sentence, a thunderous spear suddenly zoomed past his body. You bastard, calling yourself Only. Kakuzu glared at Liang Jie with a fierce expression. A few days ago, Fadewan unexpectedly dared to ask him for money, and the amount was substantial. Upon inquiry, he found out it was because of a marketing plan suggested by someone named Only. Die. This is bad. Aoyan trembled and turned back. The incident happened so suddenly that he had no time to rescue. Boom. The thunderous spear smashed into the ground, instantly shattering the carriage. Did I dodge it? Kakuzu exclaimed in surprise. Phew. Liang Jie raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He had been tense ever since he saw the two of them. At the moment Kakuzu's dangerous gaze swept across, he activated his Sharingan directly. Thanks to the Sharingan's exceptional insight, Liang Jie managed to slightly shift the direction of the thunderous attack, using Phoenix Fire and the manipulation of Shuriken technique, barely escaping from the lightning strike. That was close. Liang Jie tried to calm his wildly beating heart. If he hadn't been paying attention to Kakuzu's movements, even a slight delay would have resulted in his demise. Sharingan. Kakuzu squinted his eyes. I've heard that 2 kids survived from Itachi. It seems this is one of them. When did you activate your Sharingan? Aoyan stared at Liang Jie in astonishment. Not only had he activated his Sharingan, but it was also a double tomo. The Sharingan requires immense mental stimulation to awaken and evolve. Could it have been on the night of the massacre 5 years ago? How old was Liang Jie then? 6. If someone were to remove Aoyan's sunglasses at this moment, they would see a pair of shocked eyes. Genius. This kid is a genius. I absolutely cannot let Liang Jie die here. Aoyan formed hand seals and hundreds of black crows spiraled into the air. What should we do? The boss said not to take action against Konoha ninjas, as much as possible, Fadewan said with a grin. Compared to Aoyan, who was on high alert, Fadewan appeared very relaxed, and this ease stemmed from his confidence in his strength. They provoked us first. Moreover, as long as we kill them all, no one will know, Kakuzu replied coldly. That's true. Fadewan nodded in agreement, and then pointed at Liang Jie. These few are mine, the valuable one is yours. How about it? Fadewan still had many questions regarding the propaganda of the evil god cult, and couldn't let Liang Jie die for nothing. All right, Kakuzu answered succinctly. Swish. Fearing that Kakuzu might change his mind, Hidan hastily jumped down from the tree. Hyuga and the others lack combat experience. We must think of a way to escape quickly. A strand of attention split off from Aoba. The strength of ninjas who can form a two-person team does not differ greatly, which is an unspoken rule of the ninja world. Given Kakuzu's casual strike, Aoba had reason to believe that Hidan was an unknown powerhouse. Crack. Thunder roared in his ears, and the instinctive reaction ingrained in his bones made him subconsciously dodge to the side. Boom. The lightning spear grazed his skin, sending a tingling sensation throughout most of his body. TSK, I can only deal with him first. Aoba circulated his chakra to dull the numbness and commanded the flock of crows to dive down. Hey, they've already started fighting over there. Hidan, carelessly carrying his scythe, ignored the wary expressions of Yudo and Ayam, and spoke to Hyuga, saying, let's discuss what we didn't finish talking about before. Hyuga subtly signaled, and upon receiving the order, Yudo and Ayam slowly retreated, protecting Nandai. It seems we have nothing to discuss. Hyuga spoke to attract Hidan's attention. There are a few things I don't quite understand regarding the promotion of the evil god cult. Hidan paid no heed to the movements of the three, thinking that two genin and an ordinary person couldn't stir up much trouble. Seeing Hidan's lack of fighting intent, Hyuga thought to himself, does he have no intention to attack? Although he didn't know what was wrong with Hidan's logic, Hyuga was pleased to see this scene. As long as they didn't have to fight, they could talk about anything. Tap, tap, tap. As Yudo and the others retreated to a relatively safe position, Hyuga's tense expression relaxed slightly. But you don't seem like you want to talk. What do you mean? Hidan asked, confused. Hyuga looked at the 3-month scythe resting on Hidan's shoulder. You can't be serious about discussing matters while still wielding a weapon, can you? Oh, you mean this? Hidan suddenly realized, turning his scythe to stick it into the ground. Is that enough? Hyuga symbolically put away his kunai. Go ahead, what parts do you not understand? Hidan pulled out a small notebook filled with Hyuga's words and his own interpretations. I can get the startup capital soon, but how do I ensure that the first batch of people will sincerely recruit followers after receiving the money instead of taking the money and running? Hyuga looked at Hidan with the gaze one would give a fool, and he confirmed one thing: this guy's mind was indeed a bit off. Come on, regardless of the identity of the evil god cult followers, you are first and foremost a powerful ninja, promising power through belief in the evil god, and you're even offering money. Do you think ordinary people wouldn't comply? Hyuga said helplessly. What if they don't believe? Hidan asked. Hearing Hidan's question, Hyuga felt a bit tired. He feared that continuing this conversation would lower his own intelligence. Do you have any special means? Hyuga suggested. Special? Hidan seemed puzzled. You know, things that other ninjas can't do. Hyuga explained. Things that other ninjas can't do. Hidan fell into deep thought. Watching Hidan scratch his head, Hyuga wanted to point at his nose and shout. Your immortality. Being able to live even after having your head cut off, such a non-human ability would be enough to intimidate a vast majority of ordinary people, and even ninjas might join the evil god cult just to understand Hidan's abilities. Clang. The sudden sound of metal clashing interrupted Hidan's thoughts. Instinctively turning his head, he saw a damaged shuriken shooting towards him. Bang! The shuriken struck Hidan's forehead, accurately, blood gushing from the wound like a column. Can you all have a sense of public decency? Don't litter, you trash. Hidan shouted loudly. Shut up. Kakuzu tore open his black robe adorned with red clouds, 2 black veins protruding from his mask, and coldly addressed Aoba, who was injured in his right leg. You are much stronger than an ordinary special Jonin. I underestimated you. It should be I who underestimated you. Aoba gasped for breath. In battle, he became increasingly alarmed. His opponent was far beyond the Jonin level he initially estimated, at the very least equal to an elite Jonin like Kakashi, and judging by the way his opponent fought effortlessly, he likely had already surpassed the Jonin level. How could such a strong ninja have no information? This isn't normal. Looking after the opponent who was a rogue ninja from Takigakure, he hadn't heard of any powerful figures emerging from Takigakure in recent decades. Crack, crack, crack. The fire-type masked creature opened its mouth, a massive amount of chakra brewing within. I will leave you with a complete corpse. Kakuzu formed hand seals, crimson light shining from the mouth of his mask. Fire release. Now, Aoba shouted and hundreds of crows dove down simultaneously. Ya. Get lost. Hidan irritated waved his scythe to drive away the crows, which reminded him of someone in his organization. Bang! Kakuzu finally unleashed his ninjutsu, a violent flame exploding, the crows howling as they turned to ashes. Kakuzu, I won't let this go. Hidan cursed loudly, having been caught in the indiscriminate attack. From the volume of his voice, it was evident that he was not severely harmed after taking a hit from Kaku. Roar, roar, roar. A raging fire ignited in the forest, the nauseating smell of roasted flesh spreading through the air. PFF. Hidan, covered in soot, blew out 2 smoke rings, grabbing his 3-month scythe and preparing to clash with Kaku. Do you want to die? Kakuzu's face darkened. His perception of Hidan was already poor, and Hidan continuously sought trouble. Can you kill me? Hidan shouted. Gurgle, gurgle. On Kakuzu's back, the remaining 2 masks bulged at the skin as if something was about to burst out. Forget it. Kakuzu took a deep breath. Now was not the time to fight with Hidan. The urgent matter was to find the hiding Aoba. He did not intend to let go of the 600,000 bounty. He is injured, and as with an ordinary person, he won't be able to run far in a short time, and is most likely hiding nearby. Kakuzu scanned the dense jungle around him. Visibility was obstructed here, and with the chakra from the battle lingering, it was an ideal hiding place. For an ordinary person, it would be difficult to locate Aoba in a short time, but Kakuzu, who possessed large-scale attack methods, had no such problem. Crack. Standing beside Kakuzu, the wind-type masked creature opened its mouth wide, and a violent wind swept across the entire battlefield. Wind release pressure damage. Roar, roar, roar. Fire borrowed the wind's strength. The wind aided the fire's might, and a raging inferno surged forth. Found it. Kakuzu fixed his gaze on a tree engulfed in flames to the side, raising his hand to unleash a pseudo-dark attack. Crack. The lightning spear tore through the sea of fire, aiming directly at Kyuka from the burning tree. Oh no. By the time he noticed the lightning spear, it was too late to dodge. Crack. In less than a second, the lightning spear was right in front of him. Zzz. The lightning spear pierced his skin, a tingling and stinging sensation spreading throughout his body, leaving his mind blank. Kyuka's pupils lost focus. Am I going to die? Swish. In the blink of an eye, a robust figure suddenly flashed out, grabbing Kyuka by the collar and pulling him out of the range of the pseudo-dark attack. Thud. The wooden clogs landed on the armored toad with a crisp sound as the newcomer set Kyuka aside and laughed wildly. What skill is it to bully children? Seeing the man's appearance, Kakuzu's pupils shook. How could he be here? A tall figure wearing an oil character forehead protector with long white hair flowing down to the waist and a red mark beneath his eyes was none other than Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin and disciple of the 3rd Hokage. With a Wuxiaoyan descended with Yudo and the others, Lord Jiraiya. Liangjia focused, slowly murmuring, Jiraiya. He is indeed one of the Sannin Jiraiya. Yudo felt a tremor in his heart and respectfully said, Lord Jiraiya. Brat, stay away from here, Jiraiya instructed. Yes. Yudo hurriedly ran to Liangji's side, dragging him away from the battlefield. No need to pull, I can run myself. Yudo's rough actions jolted Liangji's blank mind awake as he touched the still bleeding wound on his forehead, feeling an immense sense of relief in his heart. So close. I almost had to meet the Grim Reaper. Next. Jiraiya's sharp gaze swept over Kakuzu. Let's discuss your identities and your purpose here in the Land of Fire. We're near Konoha, so don't pretend this is mere coincidence. I have no obligation to answer you. Kakuzu gripped the corpse of the mist ninja and coldly said to Aoyan, You can keep the 6 million heads for now. Hidan, we're leaving. But I still have questions to ask. Hidan said reluctantly. Then you can stay here by yourself. Kakuzu turned and left alone. Wait, I never said I wouldn't leave. Hidan said, bidding a regretful farewell to Liangjia. Next time we'll continue our chat. Oh, it's been a while since anyone has ignored me. Ooh, I must admit I miss it a bit. A cold glint flickered in Jiraiya's eyes as his white hair began to grow slowly. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu stopped. Even with the title of a Sannin, you are indeed powerful, but do not forget that you are not the only one here. If you dare to make a move, I guarantee that everyone else will die. Crack, crack. Are you threatening me? Jiraiya clenched his fists, making them crack, but he did not use chakra to lengthen his white hair. Tap, tap, tap. The two walked into the forest and disappeared. It's all our fault for dragging you in, Aoyan said apologetically. It's fine, after all, we saved that little brat. Jiraiya shook his head. Do you know the identities of those two? Aoyan asked out of curiosity, as Jiraiya had spent years traveling and likely had more information than himself, or perhaps he had even seen the two. I don't know either, Jiraiya said, frowning. From analyzing Kakuzu's rogue ninja forehead protector, it was clear he hailed from Takigakure, but that was strange. Takigakure had not produced any strong ninjas in recent decades, let alone rogue ninjas. We need to investigate carefully in the future. If I remember correctly, that black robe with red clouds belongs to the organization that took in Uchiha Itachi. It seems to be called Akatsuki. Jiraiya thought to himself. Thank you for your rescue, Lord Jiraiya, Liangjia said as he ran over to express his gratitude. No need to be polite, we are all ninjas of Konoha. Jiraiya looked Liangjia up and down until Liangjia felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. Then with a teasing tone he said to Aoyan, you don't know about the awakening, do you? No. I don't know, Aoyan stammered. You hit it pretty well. If the village had known earlier, I bet the team leader wouldn't have been Aoyan. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Lord Jiraiya, you're joking, Aoyan said with a bitter smile. I'm not joking. Are you planning to return to the village? That's right, Aoyan replied. Let's go together. I have some matters to discuss with the old man, and I want to mention what just happened. Sure. It would take half a day's journey to reach Konoha. Aside from the fright, Nanshan was unharmed. They had to walk back, but he had no complaints. Surviving a terrifying enemy was the luckiest thing. The group hurried along, successfully reaching Konoha that afternoon. Jiraiya bid farewell and left while Aoyan took Nanshan back to the mission office to confirm the completion of the task, leaving only Liangjia and the other two at the village gate. We're finally back. Looking at the familiar village, Yudo couldn't help but tear up. Who would have thought that a mere crank mission would lead them to encounter two enemies that even Aoyan couldn't defeat? If they hadn't happened upon Jiraiya, it was likely that the entire Team 11 would be lying dead, attracting flies. How about we go celebrate with some barbecue? Yudo suggested. Let's wait until later. I want to take a shower first. Mayumi complained, sniffing the faint scent of sweat on herself. What does it matter? I don't mind you, Yudo said with a grin. I mind you, Mayumi retorted. The two bickered as they walked forward, and as they turned a corner, Yudo accidentally bumped into a stranger. What's wrong with you two? Are all Konoha people this clumsy? A sand ninja with face paint said angrily. I'm sorry, I didn't. Yudo started to apologize, but suddenly stopped when he saw the sand ninja's forehead protector. He questioned, I apologize for what happened earlier, but you are from Sunagake, right? Why are you here in Konoha? Sigh. The sand ninja said irritably, why don't you understand your own village's affairs? Stop talking nonsense. The red-haired ninja interrupted, let's go. With a thud, the sand ninja rudely pushed Yudo aside and walked into another street. What's with their attitude? Yudo said unhappily, but he realized he was at fault first and had nothing more to say. Moreover, the worse their attitude, the more reasonable their appearance in Konoha seemed. Otherwise he would have to be as careful as a thief. No wonder Jiraiya returned to Konoha. Liangjia glanced at the three retreating figures forcefully, suppressing the urge to rush up and shout. Your father is dead. Orochimaru is back. Let's go too. Just a few steps ahead, Team 7 and 3 young ninjas emerged from the street where the sand ninja had just left. Are you back from your mission? Liangjia greeted. Yeah, what happened to your forehead? Sasuke stared at the charred scar on Liangjia's forehead. We encountered some unexpected trouble during our mission, I'll explain later, Liangjia said, adjusting his forehead protector to cover the scar, then asked casually, what are you 6 doing here? We ran into 3 sand ninja and had a bit of a scuffle. Did you get hurt? Of course not, Sasuke recalled something and asked, do you know about the Chunin exams? It's a major exam held periodically in Konoha. Any genin who passes can be promoted to Chunin. Due to Konoha's status in the ninja world, they usually invite allied villages to participate. After Liangjia explained, he knowingly asked, so those 3 sand ninja are here for the Chunin exams? That's right, Sasuke confirmed. Can we participate in the exam too? Yudo asked excitedly. If he could be promoted to Chunin, he could completely bid farewell to Drank missions. Not sure, let's ask Aoyan Sensei tomorrow, Liangjia shrugged. It's the only option we have. After some pointless chatter, everyone returned home, and Liangjia and Sasuke shared stories about the changes they encountered during their missions. To awaken the Sharingan in battle is quite a harvest. Sasuke opened his left single and right double tomo Sharingan. By the way, I forgot to mention earlier. Liangjia clapped his hands, revealing his crimson eyes. I have the Sharingan too. Looking at the 4 tomo embedded in Liangji's eyes, Sasuke fell into a long silence. The Sharingan can be activated directly to double tomo. What about my left single and right double? Is it a defective product? Wasn't I supposed to be a genius? That night, Sasuke fell into deep confusion, staring at the single tomo in the mirror, wondering if he should pry out his eyeball to see if there was another tomo hidden behind it. Later that day, Liangjia received a notification to gather. Teacher Qingya, is there something going on this late? Ma yawningly approached. Could it be that another cat has gone missing? Yudo leaned against the wall, still half asleep. Clearly, this wasn't their first time carrying out a mission at night. In the past, it was for the purpose of strengthening willpower. You just returned from a mission. I wasn't that harsh back then. Chingye said, feeling both amused and helpless. It seemed her sporadic style of accepting tasks had left a profound impression on them. In 2 days, Konoha will hold the Chunin exam, and many from other villages will participate. I've signed you up as well. Chingye produced the registration form for the Chunin exam. Can we really participate? Yudo exclaimed with joy. Finally, they could completely bid farewell to drank missions. Don't be too happy too soon. Many of the participants are lower ninjas who graduated years ago. Their foundation is definitely more solid than yours. Even if you don't pass the exam, it's no big deal. Consider it an experience gain. You haven't even started the exam, and you're already saying discouraging things. Aren't you lacking confidence in your students? Yudo retorted. It's precisely because you're my students that I lack confidence. Chingye pointed to the small river beside them. Why don't you perform a jutsu to give me a bit more confidence? Yudo awkwardly replied, let's skip that. Not having confidence might be better. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Yudo stood up straight. For now, I'll let you off today, but you must master a jutsu before the exam, Chingye commanded. Yes. In any case, you have 2 days to prepare. There will be activities from ninjas of other villages in the village lately, so try to avoid conflicts. Yes. 2 days later, the Chunin exam commenced on schedule. Due to Liangjia living with Sasuke, Team 7 and Team 11 agreed to meet at the same location. Sorry I'm late. Yudo arrived late, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes. Did you not sleep all night? Liangjia said, a black line forming on his forehead. This scene felt so familiar. I was too excited to sleep. Yudo replied, shaking his head weakly. Forget it, let's head into the exam room, Liangjia said helplessly. Fortunately, the first test was a written exam, and they weren't grading the papers in detail. Yudo could take the opportunity to rest and regain his energy. If they had started fighting directly, the exhausted Yudo would probably struggle to exert even half his strength. The 5 entered the teaching building with Yudo floating behind on unsteady feet. You should really go home and sleep early, kid. Before they could exit the stairs, a loud and arrogant voice came from far away. You think you all are fit to be Chunin? Just obediently go back and stop wasting time. 2 Konoha ninjas stood guard at the door of classroom 301, loudly mocking the examinees. Hey, is this what they call an exam? Sasuke scoffed. It should only be a qualification to participate in the exam, Liangjia remarked. Hearing their conversation, Naruto asked in confusion, what are you guys talking about? This isn't the 3rd floor. Liangjia looked at the number on the door. Someone is using a jinjutsu to affect everyone's senses. This is the 2nd floor. But we definitely climbed 2 flights of stairs, right? Naruto was taken aback. We were affected by the jinjutsu from the moment we entered. We actually only climbed 1 floor, Sasuke said, pushing through the crowd and stepping in front of the 2 ninjas. Quickly dispel the jinjutsu, or the other villages will think Konoha is only at this level. What a shame, Sasuke said coldly. What is this kid talking about? Who knows? Listening to the whispers around them, Sasuke continued to mock. Don't waste time. I'm going to the 3rd floor. Hurry up and break it. You actually noticed it, the ninja on the left said in surprise. But the ninja suddenly launched an attack. Sasuke, who was already on guard, immediately reacted, sweeping a kick towards the ninja's head. Swish. Just as the battle was about to begin, a dark green figure suddenly appeared to intercept the attack. What? Sasuke's eyes widened. He did not hold back, because the other party was a fellow ninja, yet the mysterious person effortlessly blocked his kick. More importantly, with Sasuke's keen insight, he failed to see how the mysterious person had approached. Stepping back from the mysterious person, Sasuke looked at the newcomer with a serious expression. This is a formidable opponent. Lee, didn't you propose to hide your strength before the match started? Why did you act on your own? Hinata Niji said in dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, that was the plan, but one should showcase their strength in front of someone they like, Rock Lee declared vigorously. Someone you like? When did you have someone you liked? Niji asked in surprise. I didn't before, but I do now. Rock Lee walked straight toward Sakura. Excuse me, is there something? Sakura asked, puzzled. I am Rock Lee. Little Lee revealed his signature smile. Please go out with me. Huh? Sakura looked at Rock Lee in a daze. Big brother, do we know each other? Why are you confessing out of the blue? You wouldn't have lost a game of truth or dare, would you? I'm not joking. I will protect you with my life, Little Lee said, raising his thumb. The shine from his white teeth was blinding. Under the intense gaze of Rock Lee, Sakura instinctively took 2 steps back, stammering, your eyebrows are too thick and don't match my aesthetic. Uft. Sakura's words felt like a sharp sword piercing Little Lee's chest. And besides, I already have someone I like. Uft. Little Lee clutched his chest, a dark aura swirling around him. Another failed attempt. Is this the examinee for this year? They really are full of vitality. Is the test going to continue? Since it's turned into this, let's forget it. After the farce, the 2 ninjas at the entrance also lost the mood to continue testing, casually dispelling the jinjutsu. and leaving. Let's go to the third floor. The exam is about to start, Liangjia said. Sasuke glanced at Little Li, who looked dejected, knowing from their brief encounter that the other party was very strong. As Liangjia and the others left, Tian stepped out of the crowd. Let's head upstairs too. How much time is left before the exam? Little Li asked. About 20 minutes, wife. Tian replied. I want to confirm something. Little Li looked at Sasuke's back. Sigh, here we go again, Tian said, resigned. Well, there's plenty of time. Little Li said. Tian looked at Niji and said indifferently, I hope this is the last time you act recklessly in the Chunin exam. Thank you, I'll head off first. Little Li stood up to catch up with Liangjia and the others. Step, step, step. Liangjia and the others crossed the empty training ground, needing to climb just one more flight of stairs to reach the exam room. Yudo, floating at the back of the group, let out a long yawn. Liangjia slowed his pace and quietly asked, Do you believe me? I do believe you, Yudo answered without hesitation. Based on past experiences, the first round should be a written test, and the exam time is quite long. You can write something casually and then sleep, otherwise it will affect the subsequent exams. If I write casually, won't my score be terrible? Yudo asked in confusion. Trust me, sleeping is far more important than the written test. Liangjia said, no longer elaborating, patting Yudo's shoulder. The training ground wasn't that big, and they quickly arrived at the stairway. Why isn't Little Li here yet? Liangjia looked back every 3 steps. Brother, if you don't come soon, we're going to enter the exam room. Uchiha Sasuke, please wait a moment. Finally, at the last moment before ascending the stairs, Little Li's voice came from behind. Liangjia smiled slightly. Looks like there's a show to watch. Hearing someone call his name, Sasuke coldly turned his head and asked, Are you calling me? Exactly. Little Li jumped down from the high platform, his fighting spirit soaring as he said, Do you want to determine the victor early? No doubt about it. Little Li replied without hesitation. I wonder if I should call you ignorant, Sasuke scoffed. Little Li remained undeterred by the mockery, recalling Madakai's evaluation of Sasuke, feeling only excitement in his heart. I never expected to fight against the top student among the newcomers ahead of time. Let me confirm my current strength through you before challenging Niji. Sasuke looked disdainfully at Little Li. As you wish, I also want to warm up before the exam. Having occupied the first place in class for years, Sasuke always unconsciously looked down on others. Ryo had mentioned it many times, but it had no effect. It would be good to temper Sasuke's sharpness. Ryo made it clear he was just watching. Little Li stepped forward with his right leg, taking an offensive stance. Please guide me well. Sasuke stepped out of the group, looking coldly at Little Li. To think he wants to challenge Sasuke, he will definitely be taught a harsh lesson. Seeing the confident Sakura, Ryo inexplicably smiled without saying much. Would Sasuke be able to win against Little Li? The answer was no. Do you mind if I call the start for you? Ryo asked. Then please do so. Little Li tightened his muscles, ensuring he could launch an attack at the first moment, while Sasuke appeared slightly more relaxed. The battle begins. Swish. As soon as Ryo's words fell, Little Li transformed into a fleeting shadow darting across the ground. What? Sasuke's pupils dilated slightly. After the brief exchange, his high evaluation of Little Li caught him off guard, realizing he had underestimated him. Witnessing Little Li's speed, he dared not relax any further and immediately focused all his energy, but it was already a bit late. Thud. Little Li abruptly stopped using the force from his momentum to punch towards Sasuke's chest. Unable to evade in time, Sasuke could only cross his arms to brace for the impact. He was already at a disadvantage from the start, which made him feel somewhat displeased. However, as long as he could withstand the first blow, he could counterattack. Too naive. Little Li's shoulders sank, ignoring the restrictions brought by the impact and forcibly altering his attack trajectory. Bang! Sasuke, struck on the left side of his face by the heavy punch, fell directly to the ground, sliding a few meters before barely stabilizing himself. Damn it, what just happened? Sasuke's left cheek quickly swelled, and as he watched Little Li re-establish his stance, he was filled with countless doubts. He was certain the punch aimed at his chest, yet the pain clearly indicated his face had been struck. What is going on? Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. She clearly saw Little Li's attack direction and Sasuke's raised arms, but why was he still hit? Could it be an illusion? Sakura questioned. An illusion that affects vision. Sasuke also suspected it was due to an illusion. Since we've discovered it, it should be easy to resolve. Whoosh. Sasuke no longer concealed his abilities and decisively activated his Sharingan. Seeing the change in Sasuke's eyes, Sakura felt her heart slowly settle, but Ryo's words made her tense up again. Little Li's attack is not an illusion. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Ryo. Ryo asserted, I can confirm it is not an illusion. As for why Little Li could oddly hit Sasuke's face, it is purely because his speed is too fast for you to see clearly. Saying this, Ryo couldn't help but marvel. Even with his double Tomo Sharingan, he could only see a blurred afterimage. Although this was partly due to his own weakness, it still indicated Little Li's astonishing speed. In other words, because it is purely taijutsu, even if Sasuke can see the movements with his Sharingan, his body cannot keep up with Little Li's speed. So, does that mean Sasuke will lose? Sakura asked nervously. Let's wait and see, Ryo replied. Swish. As Ryo had said, while Sasuke could barely see Little Li's movements, his body simply couldn't react in time. In a swift exchange of moves, Little Li sees Sasuke's opening, landing an elbow strike to his neck. Smack. Little Li didn't waste the opportunity, pushing off the ground with both hands and delivering a powerful kick to Sasuke's jaw, sending him flying. Whoosh. Little Li leaped high, unraveling the bandages wrapped around Sasuke and using his waist to propel his body in a spin. I won this battle, Lien. Stop. A sudden voice rang out, and seeing the man standing at the entrance of the training ground, Little Li hurriedly interrupted his move. Kakashi Sensei. Little Li covered his head with tears in his eyes, feeling wronged for being hit. I told you that move is forbidden and should not be used casually, right? Meikai said angrily. I'm sorry I got too excited, Little Li replied, lowering his head. The exam is over and your training volume will double. Meikai reprimanded. Yes, Little Li responded. Since my disciple has already learned his lesson, I will lift the ninjutsu. Meikai suddenly said something that left Little Li bewildered. Who is Kakashi Sensei talking to? Little Li followed Matakai's gaze and broke out in a cold sweat. Huff huff. Ryo made the final hand sign for the Phoenix Fire technique, chakra surging around him, and flames flickered at the corners of his mouth. Little Li believed that if he really used Lianhua, the next moment a fireball would come at him. In sparring with a fellow villager, even if I lose and get injured, it is because of my lack of skill. Interfering in someone else's battle is against the rules. Meikai said in a deep voice. No matter what move Little Li wanted to use, it was all above board, while Ryo's attempt to sneak attack was extremely underhanded. Huh. Ryo's expression was blank, as if asking what Matakai's words meant. Matakai's eyelids twitched. Did he still want to play dumb at a time like this? I mean your ninjutsu. Oh, is that what you meant, sensei? Ryo responded, taking a sweet potato from his pocket with his left hand. Flames, flames, flames. The flames licked the sweet potato and a fragrant aroma spread. Do you want to eat it too, sensei? Ryo innocently asked. Meikai fought the urge to spit blood. Fire, release roasting sweet potatoes. You are ruthless. This time I'll let it go, but don't keep Niji and Tintin waiting too long. Meikai slapped Little Li on the head, and the two of them walked up the stairs to the third floor. Here's your breakfast. He casually tossed the sweet potato to Yudo and walked towards the kneeling Sasuke. He originally didn't want to intervene, but Little Li was just too ruthless. With one move of Lianhua, Sasuke wouldn't need to participate in the Chunin exam and could just lie in the hospital. Relying on Meikai made him uneasy, as he only showed up at the last moment, so he had to prepare for a backup plan. Ryo reached out. Are you okay? Sasuke didn't answer, staring blankly at the floor. Had he lost? He lost. He lost to a Jonin. He lost to a Jonin without any power to resist. So weak. How could he take revenge? How to kill that man? For the first time, losing to a peer, Sasuke's proud confidence suffered a great blow. Thud. 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 His heart began to race violently, a surge of heat streaming towards his eyes. I lost. I lost. I lost. Sasuke gritted his teeth, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Ugh. Seeing Sasuke covering his eyes, Ryo quickly pulled him up. What's wrong? Did you get hurt? Ryo swallowed the words that were about to come out, looking at the four tomo symmetrically in Sasuke's eyes. His mood was incredibly complex. Losing the battle can evolve the Sharingan. What kind of intense mental stimulation is this? Sage of Six Paths. Someone here is cheating. Little Li. Sasuke looked at the reflection of himself on the smooth floor, clenching his fists tightly. I will definitely not lose next time. Sasuke quickly calmed his emotions, and the group finally arrived at the examination room on the third floor. The room was not large, especially when ninjas from different villages gathered in one place. You want to die? Just because of you, eh? Tensions flared among the teams. The scheming Yakushi Kabuto took the opportunity to approach a few people. Seeing how easily he gained everyone's trust with just a few words, Ryoji couldn't help but give a thumbs up, admiring his acting skills. Professional. Everyone quiet down. Those who continue to make noise will be disqualified from the exam. The examiner arrived punctually, and the candidates obediently sat down in their assigned seats. I'm so tired. Yudo sat tiredly at his desk, his eyelids battling against each other, but he still forced himself to stay awake. The examiner had just mentioned the rules. If one person scores insufficiently, the whole team will be eliminated. He didn't want to implicate Ryoji and Mai. Who? A soft snoring sound emerged as Yudo glanced at Ryoji, who had slumped down to sleep. The exam paper with only one question answered was strikingly obvious on the table. Seeing this scene, the extremely sleepy Yudo no longer resisted his fatigue. The Uchiha clan was not afraid, but the Mukin clan had nothing to fear. You two can't be serious. Mei's mouth twitched slightly. Are you sleeping? Not taking the exam seriously, are you? Damn it, I'm not taking the exam anymore. Mai threw down her pen, letting whoever wanted to write do so. She couldn't save the entire team by herself. The self-destructive actions of the three created a strange atmosphere in the examination room. At least Mai was still sitting there in a daze, but Yudo's rhythmic snoring made it hard for the other candidates to continue answering questions. What is Ryoji doing? Sasuke frowned. If I don't do anything, I might as well sleep, Naruto said as he fiddled with his fingers. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, a sudden loud noise jolted the two awake. How can there be such a rule? So you're saying that the questions we did earlier were completely pointless? Why do we have to work hard on the questions when we could just sleep like those two? Ryoji, still bleary-eyed, looked at the additional rules written on the blackboard and yawned. Finally, it's the 10th question. From the beginning, Ryoji had never regarded the written exam seriously. Had any candidates known the rules beforehand, they likely would have acted similarly. The rules of the written exam were simple. Every candidate started with 10 points. Each incorrect or unanswered question deducted 1 point, and being caught cheating deducted 2 points. If caught cheating 5 times, one would lose their qualification. However, none of this was important, as the 10th question announced by the examiner had 2 additional rules. Before answering, candidates had the right to choose whether to answer or not. If they choose not to answer, even if they got all the first 9 questions correct, they would still score 0 and naturally lose their qualification for this exam. If they chose to answer and got it wrong, they would be disqualified from future Chunin exams. The clever part was that the examiner lied to all the candidates. In fact, the content of the 10th question was the rules written on the blackboard. The 10th question was a multiple-choice question testing the candidates' psychological endurance. As long as one was not overwhelmed by the lie of losing their qualification for future Chunin exams, choosing to answer would allow them to pass. It seemed very simple, but one should not forget the identity of the examiner, Marino Ibiki, the captain of the Konoha interrogation unit. With just simple rules and a few words, Marino Ibiki could easily crush the psychological defenses of most candidates. As time passed, slowly more candidates could no longer bear the increasing psychological pressure and chose to withdraw. Ibiki watched as half of the examination room emptied and silently calculated in his heart. There are still 20 minutes left. I should be able to eliminate a few more teams. Ibiki was not mistaken. Among the remaining candidates, several were on the verge of breaking down. They absolutely could not last another 20 minutes, but he overlooked a ninja rated as unexpectedly strong. Bang! Naruto slammed his hand on the table and stood up, delivering an impassioned speech that shattered the atmosphere Ibiki had carefully cultivated. The candidates no longer felt tense, and Ibiki had no choice but to announce that the remaining individuals passed the exam. Looking at the incredulous candidates, Marino Ibiki wanted to impart some profound wisdom to inspire them, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by the sudden entrance of Mitarashi Anko. Everyone follow me to the Forest of Death. Prepare for the second exam. The rules of the second exam were even simpler and more brutal. Each team would receive a scroll divided into Earth and Heaven types. They needed to seize the other team's scrolls and reach the center tower within the specified time to pass the exam. A failure to do so would result in elimination. Orochimaru has infiltrated. Ryoji secretly observed the grass village team not far away, the shadowy woman in the center, making him feel very uncomfortable. As if sensing someone watching, Orochimaru turned his head and revealed a smile. Hiss! The sinister smile sent shivers down Ryoji's spine. He couldn't help but touch his neck. Being an Uchiha himself, he wondered what he would do if Orochimaru set his sights on him. Be low-key, definitely be low-key. Ryoji whistled and turned his head, not daring to make eye contact with Orochimaru again. Each team arrived at different entrances as directed. When the designated time came, the iron doors opened simultaneously and 26 teams poured into the Forest of Death. Charge boldly with me. Unlike most teams, Ryoji led his group into the Forest of Death like headless flies, their reckless behavior quickly attracting the attention of other teams. Another Earth Scroll, Ryoji said disappointedly. Better than nothing. Eliminating one more team is one more team. Ryoji stored the scroll away. Team 11's initial scroll was the Heaven Scroll. Shortly after entering the Forest of Death, they managed to obtain the Earth Scroll from the Rain Village team attempting to ambush them. That night, they encountered an ambush from the Sand Village, and with the scroll they had just obtained, Ryoji now possessed 3 Earth Scrolls. Just stay put. After hanging the Sand Village ninja on a tree, Ryoji continued to lead Yudo as they ran wildly through the forest. Their reckless actions were backed by their strength. As long as they didn't encounter Gaara or Orochimaru, the remaining stronger ninjas were mostly from Konoha, while the unfamiliar ones were relatively weak, allowing Ryoji to run freely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 nimbly leapt through the forest, unknowingly getting closer to the center tower. Thud! Stop, Ryoji suddenly said. Mai remained alert to the sounds around them and asked, what's wrong? There are enemies. Ryoji's muscles tensed all over the chilling aura in the air, sending shivers down his spine. He had only felt a similar aura from Kakuzu. It can't be Orochimaru, right? Ryoji felt a bit shaky on his feet. Such a terrifying aura could not be emitted by a mere genin. Even if it were Gaara among those who could appear in the forest of death, he couldn't help but believe that there was only one possibility. Discovered already. A man with a snake-like complexion emerged from behind a tree, looking at the pained expression on Ryoji's face, grinning sinisterly. Nice to meet you, Uchiha Ryoji. Damn it, shouldn't Orochimaru be looking for Sasuke? Why is he here for me? Cold sweat covered my forehead, and the gentle breeze sent a shiver down my spine. The last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, I finally found you, said Orochimaru with a sinister smile. Although my talent is not as exceptional as Sasuke's, capturing one is still capturing one, and capturing two is also capturing. Orochimaru does not care about adding one more pair of chopsticks. The soft sound of footsteps reached my ears. Orochimaru frowned. Have they found me so quickly? During my absence, the Umbu have made quite a bit of progress. With that, Orochimaru no longer hesitated. His neck elongated like a snake as he lunged at me. Here's a parting gift for you. Orochimaru's movements were incredibly swift while I stood there frozen in fear. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, revealing two sharp fangs gleaming with a chilling light. Accept my earth seal. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated beneath my skin. No matter how hard Orochimaru bit, he could not penetrate even a fraction. I countered with a kunai, forcing Orochimaru to release his grip. His neck returned to a normal length as he licked his lips. Uchiha Liangjia, we will meet again. As Orochimaru vanished, 4 Umbu members leaped past the trees. That was close. Thankfully, I was prepared. I tore away the faux leather from my neck, revealing a metal collar marked with faint bite marks. Although the seal could enhance power in a short time, it was still a legitimate matter. However, the caster was anything but legitimate. Orochimaru had been sealed by Uchiha Itachi, yet he could still resurrect with the Tenten seal. Who knows what tricks he left on the seal? I didn't want to wear a ticking time bomb all day, especially without my brother here to help me solve problems. The ones chasing Orochimaru are members of the Umbu. Since they were discovered by Konoha, they must have acted beforehand. It seems that Team 7 has already encountered Orochimaru. I must find them quickly. In the following time, I expanded my search radius, but the death forest was too vast, and without sensing ninjutsu, finding Team 7 was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Damn it, I'm done searching. Sitting on a branch in frustration, it had already been a day and a half since my encounter with Orochimaru. Team Sound must have found Team 7 by now. If I can't help, then I can't help, or after all, they are the main character team, and even without my assistance, they would surely pass the exam. As I was about to give up, a surge of malevolent chakra suddenly erupted in the southeast. Finally found you. My spirit jolted as I rushed towards the southeast with the 2 others. In front of a cave somewhere in the death forest, all but Naruto, who remained unconscious, stared in shock at the boy radiating a terrifying aura. SAS. Sasuke. Sakura's pupils trembled continuously. She couldn't believe that the boy who had just broken the arms of Team Sound was Sasuke, as the cruel expression on his face felt foreign to her. This chakra. Niji stared with his Byakugan, seeing the changes in Sasuke's chakra through the bloodline limit. Casually tossing aside the fainted member of Team Sound, Sasuke looked up at the only uninjured member of Team 3, Tosuzan. You were the only one left. I never thought he could truly wield this power. Tosuzan felt a sense of retreat, fully aware of the fearsome power of the cursed seal. What is Orochimaru trying to do? He ordered us to eliminate Sasuke, but also gave him the cursed seal midway. Tosuzan only targeted Team 7 because of Orochimaru's orders, or perhaps Tosuzan's team entered the Chunin exam with the purpose of eliminating Sasuke, but Orochimaru's actions clearly contradicted that command. Does that mean? Tosuzan suddenly understood, looking at Sasuke, whose skin was covered in black curse marks. His mouth tasted bitter. I was merely a testing tool for Sasuke. Swoosh. Taking advantage of Tosuzan's distraction, Sasuke appeared before him and landed a punch to his abdomen. Smack. Grabbing Tosuzan's head with one hand, Sasuke smirked coldly. Is it you who wanted to kill Sakura? Looking into Sasuke's close gaze, Tosuzan showed no signs of panic, only an increasingly fierce glint in his eyes. What happens if a tool goes rogue and kills the player? Will it bring the wrath of the controller or elevate the toy to a player? Tosuzan did not know the outcome, but he was unwilling to remain a tool. The curse-sealed Sasuke was indeed stronger than him, but Tosuzan still had a chance because his opponent had made a fatal mistake. You're too close. Tosuzan swiftly raised his metal arm. In an instant, he could use sound waves to render Sasuke incapable of fighting. After killing him, the others would be no threat. Goodbye, Tosuzan sneered. Swish. A flash of cold light appeared, and a piercing pain surged as Tosuzen's exposed eye burst forth, blood spraying from the severed stump. My hand. Amidst the cries of agony, the sound of blood dripping from the kunai was eerily pleasant. Bang! Sasuke kneed Tosuzen to the ground, stepping on his face mockingly. What did you just say? Ugh. As he spoke, Sasuke gradually increased the pressure of his foot. No. Just as he was about to kill Tosuzen, Sasuke was suddenly embraced from behind. Turning to see the battered Sakura, he questioned in confusion, "What are you saying? Please stop, I'm begging you, that's enough." Sakura sobbed. The cold, unfamiliar aura and the eerie, malevolent markings. Sakura did not understand what had happened to Sasuke, but she knew it had to be related to Orochimaru. Sakura tightened her grip around Sasuke. If only she had been stronger, Sasuke might not have been bitten and his personality would not have changed. If this continued, she truly did not know how to face the Sasuke of the future. So please return to your former self. Sakura bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. What are you even talking about? Sasuke laughed freely, clearly enjoying himself. I'm just taking revenge. He just tried to kill you, didn't he? While conversing with Sakura, Sasuke continued to exert more pressure with his foot, reveling in the current feeling as the thrill of revenge surged in his mind. Uchiha Itachi, one day you will also fall at my feet, just like him. Ugh. Tosuzen groaned in pain, having lost the strength to struggle as the shadow of death loomed over him. Someone, help me. Tosuzen closed his eyes in despair. Die. Sasuke's eyes turned fierce. It's fine to want revenge, but do you really have to do it in this state? Sasuke paused momentarily, giving Tosuzen a chance to catch his breath. Tap, tap, tap. Liangjie approached, slowly surveying Sasuke's skin covered in markings, mocking, what's wrong? Even a genius of the Uchiha clan like you is lost in power. I'm not. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Not. Liangjie raised his voice sharply. How much of this power is from that man? 1 part. Or even less than that. Faced with Liangjie's questioning, Sasuke stumbled back. Even a power less than 1 part can intoxicate you. Do you really have the right to seek revenge? Wake up quickly. Liangjie's words struck Sasuke's heart like a heavy hammer. Indeed, if this trivial power made him intoxicated, how could he even dare to mention revenge? Ugh. Sasuke knelt on the ground in pain, clutching the curse mark on his neck, his body trembling uncontrollably from the agony. This insignificant power, be quiet. The curse marks spread across his skin, rapidly diminished until only 3 black tomo remained on his neck. Liangjie. Sasuke slowly lifted his head, his pale face devoid of color, yet his gaze was incredibly resolute. I will definitely kill that man. Absolutely. Ha. Liangjie reached out and pulled him up, laughing heartily. This is the Uchiha Sasuke I know. The event concluded with Sasuke temporarily suppressing the cursed seal. As for the heavily wounded Torsu team, regardless of the final outcome, an enemy is still an enemy, and Liangjie had no habit of letting a tiger return to the mountain. Fire release Phoenix Fire Technique. From a distance, using the Phoenix Fire Technique to resolve the 3, Liangjie offered his surplus scrolls to those who helped rescue Team 7. Thus, Teams 7, 10, and 11 all gathered the scrolls of heaven and earth, while Niji's Team 3 had already collected theirs, and being close to the central tower, the 4 teams decided to head there together. According to what you said, Sasuke's condition is the result of Orochimaru's doing, which we cannot resolve with our abilities, Niji stated. What should we do? Sakura said anxiously. Don't worry too much. Konoha is not a small ninja village, there must be a solution. What we need to do is hurry to the central tower, Liangjie replied. Orochimaru. Naruto walked at the back, dejected, lost in thought. That afternoon, everyone successfully arrived at the central tower. Kakashi, having received the news, had already been waiting inside, and took Sasuke away as Team 7 arrived. Thank you for this, but if we meet in the upcoming matches, I won't hold back, Liangjie said. That is only right. Everyone exchanged smiles and returned to their assigned rooms to wait. The exam was not over yet, so they could not leave the central tower. Silently waiting until the exam's designated time ended, a total of 7 teams passed the exam. Due to the excessive number of participants passing, Konoha decided to add a knockout round. The knockout round was held immediately after the second exam. Several teams that barely passed the exam on the last day had not yet rested, their faces filled with fatigue. In contrast, Liangjie and the others who had passed earlier were in very good condition. If the 2 sides clashed, the teams that arrived early would hold a natural advantage. First knockout match. The screen in the center of the arena began to roll names. Gaara of the Sand, Uchiha Liangjie. What the hell? Liangjie exclaimed, raising his head in disbelief at the name on the big screen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you old fool, you're setting me up. The matchups for the knockout round appeared to be random, but if one were to say it was completely random, even a 3-year-old would not believe it. You want me to test Gaara's strength? You deserve to die at Orochimaru's hands, Liangjie muttered darkly. Although Liangjie had hidden some of his strength, it was nothing compared to Gaara. He'll just deal with it, and then forfeit. Liangjie felt a headache coming on. If it weren't for his pride, he would have preferred to forfeit right away. Liangjie and Gaara will remain, the others leave the competition area, said Moonlight Gale. Liangjie, good luck. They'll be waiting for you in the third exam. Make sure to win beautifully. Where do you get your confidence? Liangjie walked heavily to the center of the arena. What should I do? He truly couldn't match Gaara. The match begins. Moonlight Gale instantly moved to the side. Sha. Gaara began by manipulating the sand to form a giant hand. Controlling sand. What a strange ability, Sasuke frowned. Bloodline limit. Yamato looked at Aoi. It shouldn't be. Aoi replied uncertainly. Sha. The speed of the sand hand was not fast, and Liangjie easily dodged it. Sha. Gaara's attack was not over, the sand hand was merely a distraction while the real attack came from the side without warning. Fire release, great fireball technique. Roar. The fireball collided with the sea of sand, and in less than a second it was swallowed by the sand. Swish. Just as the sea of sand formed to surround, Liangjie narrowly retreated from the coverage area, while simultaneously throwing out 2 shurikens. Sha. Noticing that Gaara made no movements, the scattered sand around him began to rise and form a sand wall. Bong! Liangjie pulled the metal wire, changing the direction of the shuriken to circle around the sand wall. Sha. The sand wall collapsed, and the yellow sand quickly surged towards him. The formation time of the sand's automatic defense is much faster than I imagined, Liangjie observed solemnly as he looked at Gaara, perfectly protected by the sand wall. In the previous battle between Rock Lee and Gaara, Rock Lee could barely surpass the speed of the sand's self-defense after shedding his weights. Liangjie did not possess such a level of taijutsu. Taijutsu was ineffective, and the few fire release techniques he mastered could not compete with the sea of sand. Jinjutsu might have a miraculous effect on the mentally fragile Gaara, but unfortunately, he did not know any Jinjutsu. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan users do not use Jinjutsu. That is the harsh reality. Sha. More sand flowed from Gaara's gourd, condensing into dozens of sand bullets under his chakra control. Sand shower. Swish, swish, swish. The sand bullets fell like a torrential rain, and dazzling sparks erupted in the arena, shrouded in smoke. Liangjie. Sasuke tightly gripped the railing. Don't worry, he's fine, Kakashi said. Swish. As if to confirm Kakashi's words, 8 shurikens shot out, breaking through the smoke. High useless struggle. Gaara did not dodge, and the yellow sand beneath his feet showed no reaction. Whether it was due to the smoke or other reasons, Liangjie's thrown shurikens lost their usual accuracy. Clang, clang, clanged. All 8 shurikens missed Gaara, embedding themselves into the wall behind. Cough, cough, cough. As the smoke cleared, Liangjie with injuries on both arms was revealed. Several kunai with only handles scattered at his feet, and the surrounding ground was pockmarked with deep pits from the sand bullets. What is this? The sound ninja stepped forward in shock, only realizing upon colliding with the railing while staring at Liangjie's crimson eyes. The man instinctively licked his lips with his tongue. Sharingan. Using kunai to defend against sand shower. Is that even possible? Kanjiro exclaimed in astonishment. He had a deep understanding of the terror of sand shower which had devoured many Chunin. The fact that Liangjie, a mere genin, could withstand it was commendable. What a pity! Kanjiro gazed at the sand scattered in the pits and slowly said, It's over. Sand coffin. Gaara raised his hand as if grasping something. Liangjie sensed the danger and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Sha. It's over. Temari crossed her arms, looking as if it was expected. Liangjie. Seeing Liangjie in danger, Naruto shouted anxiously. Don't worry, Sasuke glanced at Naruto and said, What's binding him is a shadow clone. Ordinary shadow clones can't be seen through, and Gaara's chakra sensing ability is weak, Kakashi assessed. Bang! The yellow sand touched Liangjie and exploded into smoke. At the same time, Liangjie, who had been hiding in a pit close to Gaara, dispelled his transformation technique. Shiri. Liangjie held 8 elastic metal wires with the other end tied to the shurikens embedded in the wall. With a powerful pull, he utilized the reaction force to dash towards Gaara at an extraordinary speed. Ka. The shurikens sprang from the wall under the pull of the force, flying directly towards Gaara, who was directly in front of him. Sha. With enemies on both sides, Gaara had not yet lowered his hands while the self-defensive sand began to react. Oh no, the sand is too slow. Kanjiro panicked. He wasn't worried that Liangjie could break through the sand's defense to harm Gaara. What he truly feared was something else. Gaara's fragile nerves were already on the brink of collapse, and the consequences of an attack would be unimaginable. Bang! Liangjie struck Gaara's chest with a heavy punch, and the sand just happened to close, entrapping both of them in a small dark space. I will kill you. Gaara, having been attacked, nearly went mad. Sha. Sharp sand spikes shot out from the inner wall, and Gaara let out a monstrous roar. I'll kill you. Sorry, I have no intention of dying in the Chunin exams. Liangjie calmly raised his right hand. Bright blue chakra quickly gathered. The chaotic chakra surged violently against the sand walls. Facing Gaara's terrifying gaze, Liangjia forcefully struck out with the chakra mass. Spiral sphere. That kid is finished. Qin Jiulang trembled uncontrollably with his arms crossed. Just before the sand barrier closed, he clearly saw Gaara take a punch from Ryosuke. Even before this, Gaara's mental state was already quite dire, and being attacked in such a condition could trigger a violent outburst. Teacher. Temari looked nervously at Maki. It's fine, I will stop Gaara before he loses his sanity. Maki reassured. Roar. An inhuman sharp, beast-like howl suddenly erupted, making Temari's pupils tremble. This is bad. Boom. A huge muffled sound followed as the sand barrier suddenly broke open with a spiderweb of cracks rapidly spreading from the center. Gaara has begun to harness that power. This kid is done for. Qin Jiulang closed his eyes, already envisioning the scene behind the sand barrier. Boom. The cracked sand barrier shattered violently, and a figure wrapped in yellow sand crashed harshly into the wall. No. Impossible. Qin Jiulang's small pupils were filled with astonishment. The figure emerging from the yellow sand was not Uchiha Ryosuke, but Gaara, whose appearance he could never have imagined. Clatter. Gaara struggled to stand up, the shattered sand armor peeling off his skin piece by piece. Drip. Drip. Blood flowed from the wound on his forehead as Gaara stiffly looked down at the glaring scarlet on the ground, his remaining sanity collapsing in an instant. Blood. My blood. How dare you make me bleed? I will kill you. Gaara let out a sharp, broken roar as the yellow sand gathered into a frenzied tide rushing towards Ryosuke. Boom, boom, boom. Watching the waves of sand and the menacing Gaara, Ryosuke brushed off the dust from his shoulders and said leisurely, I concede. Snap. The sea of sand suddenly shattered, and three figures stood before Ryosuke amidst the swirling yellow sand. As the referee, the Moonlight Gale alongside his teacher Yamashiro Aoi and the half-asleep Kakashi Hitaki. Moonlight Gale turned his head and asked, do you really want to forfeit? Yes. Ryosuke replied with a strange expression. Come on, all three of you entered to block the attack. Can we still continue the match? You seem to be in decent shape, Aoi said. To be honest, my arm can no longer move. Ryosuke's arms hung weakly at his sides, blood oozing from the tiny wounds. Moonlight Gale observed for a moment and announced, Uchiha Ryosuke concedes. The victory goes to Gaara of the Sandstorm. Forfeit. Forfeit. Gaara's eyes widened in rage. He couldn't bear to let the one who harmed him escape like this. I will definitely kill you, Sandbinding. Snap. Kakashi closed his copy of Paradise of Affection and opened his lifeless dead fish eyes, saying blandly, according to the exam rules, Ryosuke has already lost his qualification for the exam. Now he is a Konoha ninja, and if you continue to attack, I can consider it a deliberate provocation. So shall we end it here? Gaara of the Sand. Kakashi emphasized the words of the sand extra hard. Gaara's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He wanted to directly kill Uchiha Ryosuke, but his instincts told him that the man before him was very dangerous. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining pressure of the yellow sand continued to strike the wall, but to Ryosuke, it was merely a futile venting of frustration. Want to kill me? Sorry, this place is called Konoha. Let's go. Aoi patted Ryosuke's shoulder. As no one was paying attention, Ryosuke turned to Gaara and stuck out half his tongue. Naya, naya, naya. You bastard. Gaara's eyes were bloodshot in that moment. He couldn't suppress his inner impulses any longer. Regardless of the consequences, he had to kill Ryosuke. Gaara. Maki quickly jumped into the arena and advised in a low voice, don't rush, continue with the plan. There will be many opportunities in the future. TCH. Gaara's expression remained fierce, but the yellow sand ceased its assault on the wall, slowly retracting the sand gourd on his back. Seeing this, Maki let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't go berserk, otherwise all plans would be disrupted. If it weren't necessary, I really wouldn't want to bring him out. Maki cursed inwardly. Following Aoi back to the viewing platform before reaching their seats, Yudo ran over to console him. It's okay to lose. There will be opportunities in the future. It's fine, you all do your best in the upcoming battles, Ryosuke said nonchalantly. Anyway, except for Shikamaru, all participants in this Chunin exam ended in failure. Early elimination or late elimination made no difference. Next. A bottle of water fell from the sky and Ryosuke instinctively caught it with his hand. As expected, Sasuke crossed his arms and the expression on his face was quite obvious. Please give a reasonable explanation. Ryosuke awkwardly held the bottle, unsure whether to drink or throw it away. Why concede when you still have combat capability? Sasuke questioned. I can't win now, continuing would be pointless. Ryosuke choked. In Uchiha's dictionary there are no words for conceding, Sasuke said dissatisfiedly. That's why they were exterminated. Ryosuke didn't dare to be so blunt. He pointed towards the sand village. Even if I lost the match, don't you think Gaara is suffering more? Grr. Gaara glared at Ryosuke with gritted teeth, the veins bulging on his hands gripping the railing. From the expression alone, he looked more like the one who lost the match. Next match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Akatsuki's red armor. This matter is not over, I'll discuss it when I get back. Upon hearing Moonlight Gale announce his name, Sasuke had no choice but to temporarily let Ryosuke go. Yes. Ryosuke watched Sasuke leave the viewing platform, his right hand habitually reaching into his pocket. Where are my sunflower seeds? After rummaging through every pocket, Ryosuke finally confirmed he forgot to bring them when he left. The second match of the elimination round had just begun, and it would take at least another hour to finish. How could one watch without sunflower seeds? Sensei, I am going back to my room for a bit. After greeting Aoi, Ryosuke walked alone through the corridor. Creak. After closing the room door, Ryosuke first took a big gulp of the drink, burped contentedly, and then took out half a bag of sunflower seeds from the cabinet. Should I grab some sweet potatoes? Ryosuke hesitated, looking at the raw sweet potatoes, unsure if it was psychological, but he felt that the roasted ones tasted better than the regular ones. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock echoed on the door. Who? There was no answer from outside, and the knocking continued on its own. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic knocking drilled into his ears, and Ryosuke felt an inexplicable pressure, as if there was a beast waiting for prey outside the door. Bang! The knocking suddenly stopped, and before Ryosuke could react, several purple venomous snakes broke through the door. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snakes flicked their tongues, their cold, sinister eyes fixed on Ryosuke. I told you we would meet again. The man walked into the room with a smile. Seeing Liang Jie's stiff expression, Orochimaru spoke first. What's wrong? Are you afraid of snakes? Liang Jie almost shouted in anger. If it weren't for you, the snakeheads standing behind these few venomous snakes could be skewered for barbecue in no time. Orochimaru forced a friendly smile. Judging by your expression, you must recognize who I am. The legendary Sannin Orochimaru, which Konoha ninja doesn't know him. Liang Jie quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to find an escape route. Noticing Liang Jie's actions, Orochimaru did not obstruct him too much. If a mere Jonin could escape from under his nose, he wouldn't need to plan the downfall of Konoha nor scheme for Sasuke's body. It would be better to just find a tofu to crash into. I am quite curious how you saw through my disguise, but that's not the point. Orochimaru closed in on Liang Jie, his golden snake-like eyes sending chills down one's spine. You really do have Sharingan. Orochimaru was not informed about Liang Jie awakening his Sharingan, but it was very likely based on analysis. The hatred for the extermination of his clan, even if only conveyed through Sasuke, was enough to shatter a child's mental world, making the awakening of Sharingan a natural occurrence. There were a few insects bothering us in the forest of death, and now it's finally just you and me. Orochimaru stepped closer, and Liang Jie couldn't help but retreat until he hit the wall. Hiss! Orochimaru opened his mouth, revealing two sharp fangs that sent shivers down one's spine. Liang Jie closed his eyes in despair. He couldn't fight back or escape, only resigning himself to prey in his heart. I hope Orochimaru brushed his teeth this morning, or it would be a bit disgusting. However, after a long time, Liang Jie did not feel any pain. Confused, he opened his eyes to find a carefree figure blocking Orochimaru's path. You really didn't plan on letting Liang Jie go, did you? Kakashi said coldly. When Orochimaru attacked, Liang Jie, Yudo, and Mia were nearby. Upon arriving at the central tower, they worriedly informed Aoba, who knew that Orochimaru was not someone he could deal with. He then reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and now all Konoha Jonin knew that Orochimaru's ambush on Liang Jie had failed. Based on an analysis of Orochimaru's character, Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted that he would not easily let Liang Jie go. Just now, a sound ninja followed Liang Jie away from the duel arena. Kakashi sensed something was wrong and followed behind, not expecting that it was actually Orochimaru disguised as someone else. Isn't this Kakashi? It's been a long time. Orochimaru squinted his eyes. First Sasuke, now Liang Jie, what exactly is your goal? You don't know my goal. Orochimaru stared at Kakashi's left eye covered by his forehead protector. The power of the Uchiha. I really asked a foolish question. Kakashi shielded Liang Jie behind him. I won't let you succeed. Oh, it's been years since I last saw that little brat. You've grown a lot now. You are daring to talk to me like this. A cold smile vanished from Orochimaru's face as he said icily, just you? Certainly not. A rough voice sounded at the door as Might Guy flashed his trademark smile. I also want to experience the power of the legendary Sannin. Asuma Sarutobi leaned against the door frame, a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth. I wonder how you compare to Jiraiya. When a student is in trouble, how can the teacher stand idly by? Just like that. Aoba said with a crow perched on his shoulder. Count me in, would you? Kurenai Yuhi cheerfully sat on the windowsill. That's right. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his scarlet eyes embedded with 3 tomo. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Liang Jie, who was heavily protected. You always have good luck, but there won't be a next time. Boom. Orochimaru transformed into dozens of small snakes. Konoha whirlwind. Might Guy swept his powerful right leg, causing several small snakes to explode into a mist of blood in the air. Don't bother, we can't stop Orochimaru if he wants to run away. Kakashi lowered his forehead protector to cover his Sharingan. Did Orochimaru go to all this trouble to infiltrate Konoha just for Liang Jie and Sasuke? Asuma considered other aspects. Who knows? Kurenai jumped down from the window. I didn't tell you earlier because I was worried you might be scared, but now that Orochimaru has come looking for you, you should stay put and not run around. Aoba said. Yes, Liang Jie obediently replied. The crisis was temporarily lifted, but he had a strange intuition deep down that he would eventually be marked by Orochimaru's cursed seal. The Jonin of Konoha could not protect him for long, and as for thinking he could ignore Orochimaru with his own strength. Hehe. Hurrying back to the exam venue, Sasuke had already won. Seeing Liang Jie walking alongside a group of Jonin, he asked in confusion, "What were you all doing?" Liang Jie did not hide anything, and told Sasuke the whole process. Orochimaru. Sasuke touched the cursed seal on his neck, saying quietly, "It seems not too bad." Liang Jie frowned. "You still can't forget the power of the cursed seal." Of course, the power boost from the cursed seal is very strong. Sasuke admitted his thoughts and continued before Liang Jie could speak. "I'm not intoxicated by it. I just think if I could control the cursed seal, the gap between that man and me would be much smaller." Liang Jie could not refute Sasuke's words. The reason Sasuke would ultimately defect was simple. It was not that Orochimaru suited Sasuke, as there were plenty of capable teachers in Konoha. What truly made Sasuke determined was a power that only Orochimaru possessed. He could rapidly enhance Sasuke's strength in a short time. Sasuke's desire for revenge surpassed everything. Having tasted the sweetness brought by the cursed seal, how could he tolerate a mundane training routine in Konoha? Next match, Rock Lee vs. Inuzuka Kiba. Guy Sensei, I will definitely not embarrass you. Little Lee shouted passionately. Win cleanly and decisively. Might Guy also exclaimed passionately. Yes. Step. Little Lee jumped off the stand, his eyes burning with flames. Bring it on. A few seconds later. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Boom. Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru flew out of the competition arena like shooting stars. Oh. Little Lee excitedly raised his arms in triumph. You should thank me, Liang Jie muttered. If it weren't for him taking Little Lee's place to fight Gaara, the other side wouldn't be in this lively state. They would have been lying in the hospital long ago. There were not many uncertainties in the remaining matches. Liang Jie could basically estimate the results just by seeing the names of the combatants. Naruto's original opponent Inuzuka Kiba was defeated by Little Lee. He randomly drew Shikamaru Nara as his opponent and ultimately ended up terrified into a stupor by the Nine Tails when Shikamaru tried to use the mind transfer jutsu to ensure victory. Poor kid, Liang Jie clicked his tongue. On the other hand, Miya lost against Kinkajiro, while the usually weakest Yudo surprisingly won against Ken Misumi. The last elimination match concluded with 10 individuals qualifying for the third round of the exam. Konoha is located in the Fire Country where the 4 seasons are distinct. At this moment it is summer. A gentle breeze sweeps through carrying a wave of heat. Sitting under the shade of a tree with a glass of chilled fruit juice would indeed be a pleasure of life. Gurgle. Gurgle. Huh. Ryoji wiped the juice stains from the corner of his mouth and stretched lazily. It's a pity there's no ice cola. Cola? What is that? Miya asked, biting into her popsicle. It's a kind of drink perfect for summer, but unfortunately it's no longer available. That's truly unfortunate, Miya agreed. What's unfortunate about it? Come over and eat some watermelon. Aoi approached carrying a watermelon that had been cooled in river water. Crack. The 2 watermelons were sliced into 4 pieces and Ryoji grabbed one, using a spoon to scoop out the sweetest part at the center. With the cool breeze and green trees, the atmosphere among the students of Class 11 was cheerful. However, it seemed one person was missing. So why am I the only one training? Yudo, who was running laps around the training field, shouted in frustration. After all, you're the only one who qualified for the 3rd exam. Keep it up. Just like you said before, you are the face of Class 11, so you naturally have to increase your training intensity. Otherwise, if you fail the exam, it would be embarrassing. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten carried away, Yudo said, tears streaming down his face. After the final exam results were announced, Yudo mocked the eliminated Ryoji and Miya. No matter how you looked at it, Yudo was the weakest among the 3, yet it was the weakest who qualified for the exam. But with Ryoji and Miya's personalities, how could they passively endure the mockery? Go, go. The hope of Class 11. Ryoji shouted indistinctly with a mouthful of watermelon. Go. Our savior. Miya cheered. All right, stop messing around. Aoi interjected, unable to watch any longer. Teacher, I'll wait. Yudo was immensely moved, but Aoi's next words caused his expression to freeze instantly. There are still 15 laps left. They'll save you some watermelon for after you finish running. Did he really think Aoi would let Yuto rest? Naive. Yuto's talent was indeed unremarkable, yet he shouldn't have such a significant gap compared to Mia. In the end, it all boiled down to one word: laziness. Yuto usually appeared energetic like a passionate fool, but when it came to training, he always found all sorts of bizarre excuses to shirk it. After much difficulty in finding opportunities to train Yuto, would Aoi let him off so easily? Moreover, Aoi wasn't truly heartless. Concerned that he might feel lonely training alone, she had specially found him a little partner. Oh. Accompanied by an inspiring shout, a green figure swiftly caught up with Yuto. Yuto, let's get stronger together under the blazing sun. Little Lee shouted as he dashed past Yuto to begin another lap. What lap are we on? Ryoji asked. 23 laps, Mia replied. No matter how many times I see it, I have to marvel at how Little Lee is truly a physical monster, Ryoji admired. This guy even has weights on his legs. In terms of sheer stamina, the only one among the lower ninjas who can match Little Lee is likely the uniquely talented Naruto Uzumaki. How are you feeling at the hospital? Aoi asked, sitting cross-legged on a tree stump. Gurgle. Mia swallowed her food and carefully wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief. Not bad, the older sisters have been taking good care of me, and I've already grasped the basics of medical ninjutsu. It's only been half a month, but you really are well suited to become a medical ninja, Aoi remarked. Since there are still participants in Class 11, they cannot leave the village to carry out missions before the Chunin exams conclude. Aoi simply had Mia help out at the hospital to care for the injured. During non-combat periods, all members of Konoha's medical ninjas are stationed at the hospital, making it an excellent opportunity to learn the basics of medical ninjutsu. With Mia's training on track, Aoi turned to Ryoji. How far have you mastered the mind-reading technique? I still can't grasp it, Ryoji sighed. The mind-reading technique is a terrifying ninjutsu that allows one to penetrate others' minds and read memories solely with Chakra, and Aoi Yamashiro was promoted from a Chunin to a special Jonin precisely because of this. Aoi held Ryoji in high regard. He was from the Uchiha clan, which had a significant advantage in illusion techniques. After 6 months of observation, she finally decided to pass on the mind-reading technique, which had made her famous. Don't be too anxious. The mind-reading technique is extremely difficult to master, and it's not something that can be perfected in a short time, Aoi advised. Ryoji, feeling troubled, propped his head up with his hand, his mood low. The 3 students awaited the arrival of the final Chunin exam with 3 completely different feelings. Days passed, and as the last day before the exam approached, an event that would shock all of Konoha quietly occurred. The Chunin exam proctor Kibagami Shikaze was found brutally murdered in the streets by patrolling Umbu. Kibagami Shikaze was not particularly powerful, but he was a special Jonin. He wasn't someone who could be easily killed by just anyone. Excluding the ninjas from Konoha and those from other villages weaker than him, identifying the murderer shouldn't be too difficult. I propose we suspend the Chunin exams and investigate the cause of Kibagami Shikaze's death. If it really was Maki's doing, then it involves diplomatic issues, Mito Minin suggested. The Sand Village's motives for participating in the Chunin exams are not pure, and they even sent along a host who is in a very unstable mental state. After years of being beneath, Konoha Sand Village can no longer hold back, Tokakoha said with a serious expression. The higher-ups in Konoha were well aware of Gaara's identity. With regard to the tailed beasts, which are rare and powerful strategic weapons, every village invested significant effort into building an intelligence network to gather information. Previously, it seemed that the Sand Village would send their precious Jinchuriki to Konoha for the exam merely as a gesture of goodwill. However, following Kibagami Shikaze's death, it seemed that Gaara was not so simple. And there's also the matter of Orochimaru. I hope you won't be as soft-hearted as before, Mito Minin added. Upon hearing the familiar name, Sarutobi Hiruzen painfully closed his eyes, and all his words turned into a long sigh. I agree to suspend the exam. I disagree. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office was suddenly pushed open, and Danzo strode in, his exposed eyes sweeping over the group. He repeated emphatically, I do not agree to suspend the exam. Hiruzen, lower your Hokage hat. Reasons, Hiruzen said. Regardless of what intentions the Sand Village has with their number of personnel, they absolutely cannot shake Konoha's foundations. In recent years, the Sand Village has become increasingly dissatisfied with Konoha's dominant position in the alliance. If they do not rebel, it's fine, but if they do, I have enough confidence to suppress them. This way the Sand Village will be even more firmly tied to Konoha. You cannot be unaware of such a simple matter. Danzo fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. What about the death of Kibagami Shikaze? Sarutobi Hiruzen countered. Kibagami Shikaze. Danzo's eyes took on a hint of disdain. Konoha cannot afford to lose even a special Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. The exam continues. Having received the answer he wanted, Danzo turned to leave. Danzo. Just as he was about to exit the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke. What is it? Everything you do is for Konoha, right? Danzo turned back to look at the somewhat dejected Sarutobi Hiruzen and affirmed, of course. The matter of the moonlight's swift wind and death was lightly brushed aside, at most just a new line of small text quietly added to the memorial stone. The Chunin exams were held as usual, with officials, wealthy merchants, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire invited to watch. At the center, 2 chairs were placed side by side for the Hokage and the Kazekage. How was the Kazekage's trip? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. Very good. Konoha is truly becoming more prosperous, unlike our Sunagakure, which is quite barren. Barren isn't necessarily a bad thing. The more prosperous a place is, the more people covet it. What do you think, Kazekage? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a hint of implication. Lord Hokage, you jest. With Konoha's strength, who would dare have ill intentions? The Kazekage's expression remained unchanged. I'm just afraid it's not just a small thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Has Konoha encountered any trouble recently? If there's any way Sunagakure can assist, please don't hesitate to ask, the Kazekage responded with concern. As one grows older, they tend to overthink, but you need not worry about it, Kazekage. Speaking of which, your Gaara is incredibly talented and will surely become a pillar of the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted the topic. After saying so much, it was all a warning for the Kazekage not to entertain any ill thoughts. Teacher, you truly are getting old. You can't even recognize your own student right in front of you. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, sneered inwardly while maintaining a facade of flattery. Konoha's Uchiha Sasuke and Ryosuke are exceptionally outstanding, not to mention many fine genin. A Sunagakure pales in comparison. Hihi, Kazekage, you are too modest, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Not at all, Orochimaru smiled. The two continued their polite small talk, while sporadic late arrivals among the audience and contestants began to enter. Russell, are you planning to fight me here? Ryosuke asked, slightly surprised, looking at Gaara, who blocked the entrance. Even if Gaara's mental state was unstable, he wouldn't have gone this far, right? Russell. Gaara fixed his gaze on Ryosuke, the sandy ground beneath him unsettled restlessly. Contestants, please enter the arena quickly. Nara Shikamaru is substituting for the Moonlight Gale, as the examiner urged from within the arena. I know you're unhappy, but please be patient. He'll definitely kill you. Gaara growled as he threw down a harsh remark and turned to enter the competition arena. Ryosuke shrugged and walked up to the audience seats with an indifferent expression. Kill me. You might want to escape from Konoha first before saying that. Seeing Ryosuke approach, Mayumi, who saved a spot for him, asked, Why are you so late? Ran into an idiot, Ryosuke replied, lounging comfortably in his chair. 9 contestants gathered in the arena, and Sasuke returned to the Uchiha compound from the training ground the previous night, so he was not late today. In the first match, Uzumaki Naruto faces Hyuga Neji. Other contestants, please exit the arena. Neji will definitely win without a doubt, Tintin remarked to Sakura, who was also eliminated. After all, the opponent is Naruto, and Neji can't possibly be like me. But surely there must be some possibility, right? Sakura said weakly. Absolutely no possibility. You don't understand, Neji. Tintin paused to gather her thoughts. Neji in our grade is equivalent to Sasuke in your grade. Then does that mean Naruto has no chance at all? Sakura said dejectedly. I wouldn't say that, Ryosuke leaned forward. I actually think Naruto has a great chance of winning. Impossible, Tintin replied without hesitation. She understood Neji too well. From any perspective, Naruto had no hope of victory. Not just Tintin, but nearly everyone in the audience thought the same. They didn't know Neji, only that he was up against Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone. What? Ryosuke suddenly thought of an excellent business opportunity, but he would need someone's help. Do you want to make some money? Ryosuke asked Mayumi. Of course. Mayumi replied without hesitation. She was a civilian ninja, and her family did not have much money to buy the supplies needed for ninjas. Perhaps in the future, when she could take on higher-level missions, she wouldn't have to worry about money. But for now, she was still a poor person who couldn't even afford to buy explosive tags. 200,000 Ryo, help me out, Ryosuke said. 200,000. What do you need me to do? Mayumi's eyes sparkled. I have a great way to make big money. Do you have a pen and paper? Ryosuke asked. I do. Mayumi took out a pen and paper from her ninja tool pouch. Follow me. Ryosuke first borrowed a larger promotional paper from a snack vendor outside and quickly wrote a few big characters on it. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji, odds 1,250. Is this your way to make money? Mayumi gasped. Yeah, Ryosuke said proudly. Isn't it great? Even though Naruto's odds are high, everyone is betting on Neji. What will you do? Mayumi asked. I want people to bet on Neji, Ryosuke smiled. Do you really think Naruto will win? Mayumi placed her hand on Ryosuke's forehead, murmuring, No fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Hey, Ryosuke rolled his eyes. You just need to record for me. No matter what the final result is, I'll still give you 200,000. I can't just watch you jump into a fire pit. Mayumi blocked Ryosuke. Don't worry, even if we lose money, our Uchiha can afford it. Mayumi was once again shocked by the financial implications. For the time that followed, Ryosuke and Mayumi weaved through the audience. Niji wins 10,000 Ryo. Niji wins 30,000 Ryo. They'll bet 30,000 Ryo on Niji's victory. Watching the increasingly frantic audience, a merchant from the Land of Fire grabbed a betting audience member and asked, "Brother, aren't you afraid the house will run off with the money?" Even though Ryosuke and Mayumi wore Konoha headbands, the merchant still could not feel at ease, especially since the disparity in bets was too outrageous. He had long heard from the discussions around him that one was last year's top student while the other was this year's bottom. The gap between them was so great that Niji could win without a doubt. Wasn't Ryosuke's betting just giving away money? As a merchant, he was very rational. There must be something fishy going on. "You don't know who that boy is?" the audience member asked curiously. "Who?" The merchant looked a bit bewildered. Was this child who looked only about 10 years old really that famous? Uchiha Ryosuke, one of the last two Uchiha. Where is he running off to? The audience member swatted the merchant's hand away and hurried towards Ryosuke, fearing that the latter would suddenly come to his senses and stop accepting bets. Uchiha. The merchant's eyes widened. What did Uchiha symbolize? Sharingan. Power. No. To the merchant, the name Uchiha symbolized wealth. The wealth once possessed by Konoha's first family was absolutely astronomical, and now all that money was in the hands of two little kids. They'll bet 500,000 Ryo. The merchant rushed towards Ryosuke, silver bills in hand. Rationality. To hell with rationality. Perhaps it was Uchiha Ryosuke losing his mind, wanting to give away money to everyone. As a merchant, he had to seize every business opportunity. He was determined to place that bet. "I bet 200 taels on Hinata Niji winning. I bet 300 taels on Hinata Niji winning." Mayoi quickly recorded the names of the bettors along with their stakes. Looking at the densely packed names, she felt a sense of uncertainty as she estimated the total amount in her mind. "How confident are you really?" Don't worry, Liangjie replied nonchalantly. "I bet 100,000 taels." Liangjie tossed the money into the sack and called out, "Make a note of this gentleman's information. Sai, I can't handle this anymore." Mayoi sighed helplessly. After all, she wouldn't have to pay out of her own pocket. Still, she couldn't shake the inexplicable pain at the thought of Liangjie potentially losing tens of millions. That's a lot of money. The voice of Noira Jenkin echoed throughout the venue as Liangjie tossed the money into the sack. He addressed the people in line. "Sorry, the match has begun. No more bets will be accepted." "Huh. The match just started. Gets fine." "Exactly, we've been waiting in line for so long." Yeah. I'm a businessman who follows the rules, and my apologies, everyone." Liangjie tied the sack shut. "Aren't you a ninja? When did you become a businessman?" Mayoi remarked. "Don't sweat the details." Liangjie carried the sack back to his seat, like a general returning in victory. Phew, Liangjie sighed. "It's quite heavy. They'll deposit it in the village later. Carrying it around is too much trouble." "Stop dreaming. If Niji wins, you're looking at a rough estimate of at least 40 million in losses." Mayoi handed over the information booklet. "Get ready to sell your house. Oh, I hope Sasuke won't skin you alive. If Naruto Uzumaki wins, all that money will belong to me," Liangjie said confidently. Naruto losing. If it were Sasuke facing Niji, Liangjie wouldn't dare bet so much, let alone against someone like Gaara. But standing in the arena is Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Naruto. Who is Naruto Uzumaki? The main character. The main character can't lose. How naive. Taking the information booklet, Liangjie excitedly calculated the total amount bet. 100,000. 500,000. 100,000. 500,000. 100,000. 200,000. 300,000. 1 Saratobi Isuma. Cough cough. After precise calculations, the total betting amount reached an astounding 391,200 taels. Go Hinata Niji. The bettors erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Go Naruto Uzumaki. Hearing the cheers meant for him, Naruto suddenly looked toward the audience. Go. You can definitely win the match. Liangjie shouted with all his might. Naruto's eyes were filled with gratitude, surprised that someone believed in him. Naruto took a deep breath. Even if it was to not disappoint Liangjie, he absolutely wouldn't lose. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang bang bang. The clones from the Shadow Clone Jutsu share the same chakra as the original, so they can't be seen through by the Byakugan. Liangjie opened a bag of chips, and with his legs crossed enthusiastically explained the match to the surrounding audience. 6 against 1, and Naruto has a great chance of winning. That's amazing. Maybe Naruto can really win, Mayoi exclaimed. It's futile, Liangjie replied. Naruto's taijutsu is far inferior to Niji's. Even if he could rely on numbers to bridge the gap, 5 clones are simply not enough. Bang bang bang. Just as Liangjie said, Naruto's shadow clones failed to trouble Niji, and were easily defeated within a few moves. 5 clones aren't enough, though I need more. Naruto strained to channel the massive chakra within him. Bang bang bang. In an instant the arena was filled with Naruto's clones, roughly estimated to be at least 40. Naruto has such a terrifying amount of chakra. Mayoi gasped. Still not enough, Liangjia said indifferently. 8 trigrams palm heavenly spin. As smoke erupted, the dozens of clones surrounding Niji transformed into white mist. No way. Mayoi sat back down slowly, stunned. It's normal, Liangjia said. Why do you always boost others while diminishing your own prowess? Don't you want Naruto to win? I'm just stating the facts, Liangjia said with a wry smile. Even if he wanted to make money, he couldn't just fabricate lies. While the two were chatting, the situation in the arena took a turn for the worse. Niji seized an opportunity and instantly executed the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, sealing Naruto's chakra. This is bad, Mayoi said, fidgeting in her seat. Good job, the betting spectators cheered in delight. Naruto definitely can't beat Niji. Oh, what should we do? Liangjia stuffed a glutinous rice ball into Miwa's mouth. Just watch quietly, Naruto won't easily lose this match. I always believe that hard work can change fate. A person like you who keeps talking about fate, but does nothing to change it, how could I possibly lose to you? Naruto, battered and bruised, roared. Humph. Niji adjusted his forehead protector to cover his ugly face like a caged bird. Stubborn fool, it's my fault for wasting my breath. I'll finish you off with my final move. Swish. Niji dashed toward Naruto like a blur. Alt. Naruto desperately tried to circulate chakra, but due to the point ceiling, he couldn't control it at all. Pat pat pat. Niji closed the distance and Naruto gritted his teeth. Damn it. With my power I can't defeat Niji, but if I can control the power I've encountered in my training, I can definitely surpass him. Thud. Niji halted just a step away from Naruto, sweeping his hand sideways. 8 trigrams palm. Come out. Whoosh. Niji's palm, filled with tremendous force, was merely a half-finger's distance from Naruto. At that critical moment, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted violently from Naruto's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fierce wind driven by the chakra sent Niji flying. See, I told you Naruto would definitely win, Liangjia said with a faint smile. Mayoi leaned against her seat, her expression chaotic. In less than 5 minutes of fighting, her emotions swung like a roller coaster. No matter what happened in the arena, now she wouldn't be too affected. Destroy it, hurry up, I'm too tired. Boom boom boom. Naruto, enveloped in the Nine-Tails chakra, engaged in a fierce battle with Niji, ultimately crashing into him with a roar that ignited passion. Boom. The arena was engulfed in dust, obscuring the situation. The audience anxiously awaited the dust to clear, revealing 2 deep craters on the ground. Snap. Niji crawled out of one crater, panting heavily. Looking at Naruto, who lay unconscious in the other crater, he wiped the sweat from his brow. To push me to this extent, I'll remember you. So are you ready to sell your house? Mayoi tilted her head and asked. Sell my house? Why would I buy a house? Liangjia retorted. Niji won. Mayoi pointed at the arena. I don't think so, Liangjia replied. How could there be a turnaround? Naruto is already unconscious. Bang. Before Mayoi could finish her sentence, Naruto's original body burst from beneath Niji's feet, delivering a powerful uppercut to Niji's jaw. Thud. Mayoi knelt on the ground, breaking down. No way there's a turnaround. I told you Naruto would win. Liangjia smirked. Sorry, having the main character's halo means you can do whatever you want. Uzumaki, Naruto wins. Hey, Gecko loudly announced the match result. Arg, my money. Impossible. How could Uzumaki Naruto possibly win? My personal savings. At the victor's name, a wave of despair erupted from the spectator stands. Next match, Konoha's Uchiha Sasuke versus Suna's Sabaku no Gaara. Thud. Sasuke vaulted over the railing and leapt down into the arena, then turned his gaze toward the stands. Ryosuke. I'll avenge you. Where is he? SHSHSH. Gaara used Sand Shunshin to materialize at the center of the arena, his face twisted in ferocity as he glared at Sasuke. Your blood must taste exquisite, and since you're kin to Uchiha Ryosuke, your death will surely contort his expression into something. Where's that boy? By now Ryosuke had vanished entirely from the stands, leaving only Miyabi clutching 2 million Ryo and grinning foolishly. Achut. Ryosuke suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose with the back of his hand, and strode into the bank vault, slinging a heavy sack over his shoulder. Given the timeline, Orochimaru would soon launch the Konoha Crush plan. Whether fighting or spectating, carrying such a bulky sack of coin would only hinder him. Better to deposit it without delay. When Ryosuke returned to the stands clutching a passbook whose balance had multiplied several times over Sasuke, and Gaara's battle had already reached fever pitch. SHSHSH. Gaara, his mind teetering on the edge of collapse, sealed himself within the desert wave, a swirling cocoon of sand. Sasuke could not fathom what lay hidden inside, yet he felt an ever-thickening weight pressing down upon him. I can't let this drag on. Pressing himself flat against the arena wall to avoid the encroaching sand, Sasuke swiftly formed 3 hand seals. With a shriek like 1,000 birds, lightning nature chakra coalesced violently in his right hand. Chidori. A blinding arc of lightning slashed across the arena. Sasuke's chakra-charged hand pierced the desert wave's hardened shell in an instant. GHK. Blood. My blood. All Uchiha must die. Gaara roared in unrelenting agony. Sasuke sensed something amiss and yanked his arm free just in time, leaping backward. Roar. A bestial bellow shook the entire arena. Every hair on Sasuke's body stood on end. Through the hole torn by the Chidori, he glimpsed a pair of golden, inhuman beast eyes, utterly alien to human sight. What in the world is happening to him? Sasuke gasped, stunned. Trouble. Gaara has lost control. Disguised as an ANBU operative, Yakushi Kabuto glanced toward the Hokage's stand, where the sand shadow in truth Orochimaru gave a subtle nod. Kabuto immediately channeled chakra. Nien Shoja no Jutsu. Countless snow-white feathers descended from the sky. In an instant, all but a handful of elite shinobi among the spectators collapsed into unconsciousness. Poof. Ryosuke slumped in his seat, eyes half open as he surveyed the arena. Sasuke and Naruto alone can handle Gaara. Orochimaru will be checked by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The village's Jonin are more than capable of quelling the chaos. The stands remain relatively safe. I might as well stay here and watch. Jinjutsu dispel. The first thing Miyabi did upon breaking free of the illusion was to check her pouch for the 2 million ryo. Only when she confirmed the money remained untouched did she finally lift her gaze to assess her surroundings. Ryosuke. Seeing him slumped motionless in his seat, Miyabi frowned. His mastery of Jinjutsu clearly surpassed her own, so why had he not yet broken free? Could it be that those most skilled in Jinjutsu suffer its effects most acutely? Miyabi placed her right palm upon Ryosuke's forehead and channeled chakra, Jinjutsu. Dispel. To Ryosuke, who was feigning unconsciousness, Miyabi's dispel technique naturally had no effect. So it is indeed true. Miyabi confirmed her suspicion. The caster had calibrated the illusion's potency precisely to each victim's skill level, proof of a true master of Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu dispel. Jinjutsu dispel. Jin. Leaving aside Miyabi's frantic attempts to break the illusion, the sand cocoon enveloping Gaara fully sloughed away, revealing his true form to Sasuke. GHK. I'll kill you. Half of Gaara's body was consumed by Shikaku's influence. Violet seal markings bloomed across his sandy skin, and golden beast eyes locked onto Sasuke as he shrieked in manic frenzy, Kill. Kill you all. What is this thing? Sasuke gritted his teeth. At this moment, Gaara radiated a lethality even greater than Zabuza Momochi. GHH. Saliva dripped from Gaara's lips as he bared a grotesque grin, then charged the spectators' stands without warning. Kill. Kill you. Snarling, Gaara thrust forth his sandarm. A tidal wave of sand surged from his gourd, sweeping toward the unconscious Ryosuke, whose presence in Gaara's warped mind eclipsed the hatred he bore for every other soul in Konoha combined. SHSHSH. In moments, the sand engulfed the entire spectator section. Despair flooded Miyabi's eyes. She knew with absolute certainty that she could never outrun it. Am I going to die? Holy SHD. Just as Miyabi braced to close her eyes and accept her fate, a spectral cry rang out, and she felt herself hoisted onto someone's shoulder, hurtling away at blinding speed. Boom. Missing his mark, Gaara didn't hesitate. He surged forward atop a churning wave of sand, pursuing Ryosuke beyond the village walls. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. What the hell is wrong with you? Ryosuke shouted over his shoulder, exasperated. The grievance is with Sasuke. He stabbed you. What do I, Uchiha Ryosuke, have to do with any of this? Kill you. Kill. Lost in delirium, Gaara ignored all reason. The sole command echoing in his mind was kill Ryosuke. TCH. Ryosuke scowled bitterly. Reason was futile, combat was impossible, and though Gaara couldn't yet catch him, flight alone offered no lasting solution. Annoying. Ryosuke glanced sideways at Miyabi slung over his shoulder. What is it? Could you please put me down? She hesitated. You're too slow. You'd be caught instantly, Ryosuke replied, refusing. I know I'm slow, but... Miyabi cast a trembling glance toward Gaara's monstrous visage and whispered, I think he's targeting only you. Huh? Ryosuke blinked, startled. Listen, Miyabi urged, tilting her chin toward the roar. Kill. Uchiha Ryosuke. Kill you. I will kill you. Uchiha. Up. Ryosuke flushed with awkwardness. Maybe I should set you down and test that. Go ahead, Miyabi nodded. Ryosuke, after all, was fleeing for his life. Shedding even a modest weight was a tactical advantage. Indeed, a burden. Miyabi understood her role, perfectly facing a terror, like Gaara simply avoiding hindrance was her contribution. RRRK. Ryosuke secured Miyabi's waist with a thin metal wire, ready to haul her to safety at a moment's notice should Gaara fail to pursue him as expected. Thud. Ryosuke deposited Miyabi onto a sturdy branch and kept running without pause. Kill. Gaara shot past the branch, not deigning to spare Miyabi even a glance. Just as I thought. Miyabi exhaled in relief, shouting to Ryosuke as he severed the wire, "I'll fetch help. You hold on a little longer. Running away is not a long-term solution. Oh, eventually you'll be caught. I must think of a way." Liang Jie sprinted at full speed, gradually feeling fatigued, while Gaara continued to roar towards the sky with unyielding energy. Damn, is the Jinchuriki really so impressive? Is physical strength that great? Eat my explosive tag. Boom. The explosive tag, comparable to a small fire release, detonated with a loud explosion. Liang Jie had expected some effect, but the next moment Gaara tore through the smoke and charged out the powerful explosive tag, merely causing cracks in his sand-formed skin. Well, there goes several thousand Ryo down the drain. Sand shower. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of sand bullets rained down from above, and Liang Jie barely dodged them thanks to the excellent dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan. Step. Gaara stopped the chase, growing weary of the game of cat and mouse. He could no longer tolerate Liang Jie bouncing around in front of him. Slap. With both hands pressed to the ground, a massive amount of chakra surged underground, rapidly turning large areas of earth into sand. Boom, boom, boom. The trees shook violently as a tsunami of sand rushed towards them from the front. Sand waterfall. Boom, boom, boom. The sand sea cascaded down, raising a cloud of dust. Swoosh. Amidst the dust, a glimmer of metal was strikingly evident, tethered to Liang Jie's arm, pulling him away from danger. Step. Liang Jie landed on a branch directly behind Gaara. Thank you. Sasuke retracted the metal wire, looking at Gaara, who had completely transformed into a monster, and frowned, asking, "What on earth is going on?" "It's probably similar to Naruto. He also has a monster inside him," Liang Jie replied. Recalling the giant arm of the monster during their match, Sasuke nodded in agreement. "It seems that way, but there's a significant difference between the two. In the Land of Waves, or during the battle with Neji, Naruto only erupted with an unusual chakra and did not lose much rationality. Gaara, however, has undergone a drastic physical change and has nearly lost all reason." "What's like me? What are you talking about?" Naruto landed next to the two. "It's nothing," Liang Jie gently shook his head. "Kill. He'll kill you." A savage voice erupted as Naruto looked in the direction of the sound, only to be shocked at the sight of Gaara fully consumed by the power of Shikaku. "That disgusting thing is Gaara." Sand shower. Dozens of sand bullets surged towards them, and the three deftly dodged to the side. The damage from the explosive tags is negligible, and the Great Fireball and Phoenix Fire probably won't have much effect either. Liang Jie threw out poisoned kunai, and Gaara raised his arm to block. SSSSS. The kunai embedded into Gaara's sand-formed skin, and the potent poison was completely disregarded by him. Not only is his defense against ninjutsu impressive, but his resistance to poison has also greatly increased. Liang Jie exclaimed in shock as he did not remember that tailed beasts had the ability to ignore deadly toxins. Chidori can break through defenses. I need a chance to get close to him. Sasuke skillfully maneuvered among the trees to evade the sand bullets. "Naruto and I will create an opportunity for you." Liang Jie again threw out 8 shurikens. Dragon Fire Jutsu. Roar, roar, roar. The intense flames rapidly spread along the metal wire, aimed directly at Gaara. Roar. A painful roar echoed as Gaara swung his arms to disperse the flames. Before he could pinpoint his target, 10 fists struck Gaara's face with brute force. "Get down." The impact of the heavy punches sent Gaara crashing down like a cannonball directly into the ground below, where dozens of Naruto clones had been waiting. They leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to his head. Boom. Gaara smashed into the ground, creating a shallow crater, and the immense force propelled him to continue sliding along the earth. Screech, screech, screech. The piercing cry of Chidori erupted as Sasuke coldly watched Gaara, his Sharingan locking onto Gaara's heart. He suddenly transformed into an afterimage and vanished. Chidori. The sharp lightning chakra covered Sasuke's right hand as it pierced through Gaara's chest. As he dissipated his chakra, he turned to mock, but noticed something unusual. There was no blood. Gaara, who was impaled, did not shed a single drop of blood. "You? How dare you? Dare to hurt me again?" Gaara trembled uncontrollably, his chakra surging far beyond that of a typical Jonin. "I will definitely kill you all." Roar. The earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out as a massive creature stood proudly between heaven and earth. Ugh. All clones instantly exploded, and Naruto and Sasuke struggled helplessly in the whirlwind created by the monster. Slap. Liang Jie grabbed the collars of the two, pulling them away from the whirlwind with the help of the metal wire. What on earth is that? Naruto stared in horror at the monster that Gaara had become. What should we do? Sasuke instinctively loosened his tightly clenched fist. Faced with the gigantic creature, he found himself helpless against it with the ninjutsu he had mastered. Huff! Naruto steadied himself, suppressing his fear as he gazed upon Shikaku, whose form seemed to block out the sun. He recalled a similar shadow from his memory. A monster must be met with a monster. Haisu Yushinwei, summoning jutsu. Puff! Amidst the smoke, a tiny red-skinned toad appeared. It's been a while since I came out to play. Hey little guy I haven't seen before, do you have something to eat? Is this the monster you were talking about? Liang Jie turned his head away, unable to bear looking. What Naruto's summoning jutsu would bring forth was filled with uncertainty. That's why I said I hate you little frogs. Naruto exclaimed in frustration. Don't underestimate frogs, you bastard. Toad, Gigi grumbled. Why should I place my hopes on an idiot? Sasuke sighed, and then SSSSS. Sand waterfall. The vast sea of sand swept in and Gigi quickly jumped onto Naruto's head, while the three scrambled to escape from the sandy tide. This won't do. Liang Jie spat out a mouthful of sand looking at the beleaguered Naruto, and an idea suddenly struck him. Naruto. Huh. Naruto turned his head. You want to become Hokage, right? Liang Jie asked. Naruto found it strange that Liang Jie would ask such a question in such a dangerous situation, but he still answered, yeah. The road to becoming Hokage will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Are you afraid of danger? Liang Jie continued to question. Not afraid. Naruto replied without hesitation. Good. Liang Jie grasped Naruto's arm tightly. The moment to show yourself has arrived. What? What are you going to do? Naruto sensed something was amiss. Don't be afraid, don't worry, you are the best ninja. Future Hokage. With that, Liang Jie channeled all his strength and hurled Naruto toward Shikaku. It's decided, it's you. Go for it, Naruto. Ugh. Naruto shouted in despair while pressing the toad Gigi on his head. Liang Jie meanwhile took Sasuke to a relatively safe spot and leisurely pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from his ninja tool pouch. The so-called protagonist should be selling at such a moment. Naruto, go for it. Where did this little bug come from? Iai Luo mocked loudly, raising his broad arm dozens of meters wide to slap at Naruto. Oh. Frosmachi, holding Naruto's head, cried out in despair. Below was the sea of sand, or jumping down would surely mean death. Above him was a sand arm carrying immense power. Crashing down would also lead to death. Either way, it's death. Why is it so hard to just be a frog? Oh. Naruto, flying out several meters, continued to wail. Stop screaming. Think of a way. Frosmachi shouted. What can I do? Naruto cried out, waving his arms wildly. Calm down. Frosmachi slapped Naruto's forehead. Summon my dad. Who's your dad? I don't know him. A big frog holding a pipe. Try to use as much chakra as you can to perform the summoning technique. A pipe. The big frog is your dad. Naruto wailed. I was just about to summon your dad. Who knew it would be you that came out? Boom, boom, boom. A fierce wind blew and the dozens of meters long arm was almost in front of him. There's no time left. Hurry. Frosmachi helplessly slapped Naruto's forehead. Looking at the sand arm, just a few meters away, Naruto's pupils slightly dilated, the threat of death eroding his mind. Thud. A dull heartbeat sounded, a warm current surged from his abdomen. Naruto's face brightened. He knew very well what this familiar power was. This time it will work. Yin-yang rooster monkey sheep. Summoning technique. Clash. A massive blade dozens of meters long blocked Shikaku's attack. Now there's no problem. Liang Kai leaned comfortably against a tree, cracking seeds. Crack, crack. This one's a bit damp. Spit, spit, spit. Is that Naruto? Sasuke looked dazedly at Frosmachi. The class underdog possesses such power. What exactly is he? Is a so-called genius not as good as an underdog? Sasuke bit his lip tightly. The cursed seal on his neck began to spread due to intense emotions. Ugh. Sasuke knelt down in pain, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Chidori and the summoning technique are different types of ninjutsu. You also have a strength he can't match. Liang Kai comforted. Not enough. Sasuke clenched his fists in frustration. Power. Sasuke desperately wanted to enhance his power. Ugh. The not yet fully suppressed curse seal spread again, causing immense pain as a person's face appeared in Sasuke's mind. Orochimaru. The curse seal that can rapidly enhance power was given by him casually. If he could follow him in training, would the power increase even faster? Strange thoughts began to sprout in Sasuke's heart, and his sense of belonging to Konoha weakened again. Ow. Struggling to suppress the cursed seal, Sasuke weakly leaned against a tree. Crack, crack. Liang Kai handed over a handful of seeds. Want to eat some? Sasuke did not take it, but asked, you knew all along that Naruto had this kind of power. Liang Kai's act of throwing Naruto into danger was not very honorable, but thinking carefully with his character, he definitely wouldn't let Naruto be in danger, so he must have known beforehand. I happened to see Naruto practicing the summoning technique, Liang Kai mumbled. The two no longer spoke, quietly watching the battle between the two colossal beings. Boom boom boom. The final result of the battle ended in mutual destruction. Looking at the battered AI Luo, Liang Kai couldn't help but scoff inwardly. As a tailed beast, he couldn't eliminate a summoning beast in one blow. Truly disgraceful. Whoosh. Liang Kai dropped next to the incapacitated Naruto, propping him up, while Sasuke, holding a kunai, guardedly looked at Hidan and Kanjuro, who were also protecting AI Luo. Due to the curse seal, he couldn't exert his fighting strength and his chakra was also running low. We should avoid fighting as much as possible. Sasuke quickly analyzed and decided to retreat, subtly signaling Liang Kai. AI Luo seems to have lost his fighting strength, but when faced with great danger, he will surely unleash Shikaku's power. Continuing the fight would be unwise. Liang Kai carried Naruto away while Sasuke and Kanjuro remained on guard until all the Jinchuriki reached a safe position before following their trail away from the battlefield. Rushing back to the village to send Naruto to the hospital, the chaos in the village had mostly subsided, and the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru had also come to an end, ending with Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. Hiruzen, after hearing his subordinates report, Danzo stared blankly at the sky. Joy, or sorrow, both were present, and for some unknown reason Danzo suddenly felt a tinge of melancholy. You are too stubborn. A long-term peace has long blinded your eyes. You cannot lead Konoha to strength. Perhaps it was a confession to someone, or perhaps it was a soliloquy. I swear Konoha will regain its glory under my leadership. Hiruzen, no. Third Hokage, just rest easy and watch over Konoha's future from Hokage Rock. Tap tap tap. Danzo slowly walked out of the shadows, facing the glaring sunlight as he slowly advanced. Boom boom boom. Dark clouds gathered above Konoha, and a rare heavy rain suddenly fell in the land of fire. Teacher. Jiraiya stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, looking at his aging face. He bent down to close his eyes. Orochimaru. Jiraiya clenched his fists, unsure whether the water on his face was rain or tears. He felt great regret. He was clearly in the village. He thought Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't lose. He thought Orochimaru wouldn't go all out. He could have stopped all this. Even though there was the 4 purple flame formation barrier, there were ways to break it for a Sage Mode user. He simply didn't want to intervene in the master-student conflict. It was due to this ridiculous reason. Clatter. The lighter slipped from Asuma Sarutobi's hand, and watching the scene before him, he stepped back in disbelief. No, impossible. The situation inside the 4 purple flame formation was the focus of all Konoha ninjas. The remaining arriving people also saw Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the ground breathless. Lord Hokage. The cries of despair spread throughout Konoha. The heavy rain lasted a long time, and it showed no signs of clearing the next day. In the torrential rain, Konoha held a funeral for Sarutobi Hiruzen, bidding farewell to this Hokage who had worked hard for decades. The sound of rain. Sasuke sat quietly on the edge, gazing at the tombstone of the Uchiha clan, just returning from Sarutobi Hiruzen's funeral. Orochimaru possesses the power to kill the Hokage. Sasuke did not understand the details, and did not know that Sarutobi Hiruzen's ultimate cause of death was due to using the dead demon-consuming seal. He only saw the unquestionable result. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. Orochimaru is alive. Stronger than the Hokage's power. Touching the cursed seal on his neck, Sasuke's heart wavered once more. Sigh. Leaning against the window, Liang Kai watched Sasuke, whose expression was complicated. The time is almost up. He too must make a choice. Should he follow Sasuke in defection or stay steadfastly in Konoha? He needed to make a decision quickly. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha has a multitude of affairs to attend to daily, especially after the recent invasion by Orochimaru and the death of the 3rd Hokage. Konoha urgently needs a new Hokage to stabilize the situation. Konoha boasts many powerful ninjas, yet only 2 are qualified to become Hokage: Jiraiya and Danzo. One is the legendary Sannin, whose formidable strength rivals that of Akage, and he is also the disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, making his succession to the Hokage position well justified. The other, a shadow of the ninja world, is also a disciple of the 2nd Hokage, hidden in the darkness, assisting Konoha with its dirty work. His dual identity and status make his assumption of the Hokage position a logical conclusion. Jiraiya has been away from the village for a long time, and his frivolous demeanor does not align with the Hokage's position. Danzo, initially confident in his smooth succession to the Hokage, was soon dealt a harsh reality check. I support Lord Jiraiya's succession to the Hokage position even more, Lu Jiao said fearlessly under Danzo's murderous gaze. As the leader of the Konoha Jonin Nara, Lu Jiao was not the least bit afraid of Danzo seeking personal revenge. I nominate Jiraiya. Asuma Sarutobi closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Old bastard, when my father died in battle you and all your subordinates disappeared without a trace, yet you show up now. How convenient. Still want to be Hokage? Dream on. I nominate Jiraiya, Hinata Hisashi said calmly. To be honest, the impact of either becoming Hokage wouldn't be too significant for the Hyuga clan. With the Uchiha clan gone, they could not afford to lose the Hyuga as well. Given the current situation, Danzo's chances of succeeding as Hokage were minimal, so Hisashi thought it better to do a favor. You all. Danzo's shadowy eyes scanned the crowd, but those present were all pillars of Konoha. Asuma Sarutobi was somewhat unworthy, yet he was the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi. We will recommend Jiraiya to the daimyo shortly. Mito Gate and Tsurugi Kamachi, the two advisors, concluded the meeting. Indeed, the two had collaborated with Danzo on many occasions, but regarding his ambition to succeed as Hokage with suitable candidates available, they both were unwilling in their hearts. What a foolish decision, Danzo said angrily as he left the meeting. The others, seeing the matter settled, also exited the room, leaving only Jiraiya and the two advisors in the once lively conference room. Once everyone had left, Jiraiya, pretending to be serious, instantly deflated. I don't want to be Hokage. No one in the village is more suitable than you, Mito Gate advised. Or do you want Danzo to succeed as Hokage? Tsurugi Kamachi chimed in. Isn't it enough if someone is more suitable than Danzo? Jiraiya pondered. Are you suggesting? Mito Gate thought of someone. Exactly, our little princess has been away for a long time. It's time to bring her home. Jiraiya stood up. Are you confident? Tsurugi Kamachi asked. Who knows, we haven't seen her in a long time. Looking at Hokage Rock, Jiraiya said, given the current state of Konoha, no one is more suitable than her. Mito Gate pondered for a moment and said, 1 month, I can only give you 1 month. I don't even know where she is, at least 2 months, Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Mito Gate and Tsurugi Kamachi exchanged glances and then said, all right, 2 months. If it exceeds the time, you must return to succeed as Hokage. No problem. By the way, Jiraiya popped his head back into the conference room. I want to take Naruto with me. No way. As soon as Jiraiya said this, he faced strong opposition from the two advisors. The Jinchuriki cannot leave the village without permission. They must be strictly monitored by the Umbu. What if something happens? Absolutely not. But Jiraiya interrupted the two subtly, implying, I think Naruto is safer with me than staying in the village. The remaining words of the two were caught in their throats. Given the current situation, having Naruto follow Jiraiya was indeed the safest choice. Then it's settled. No matter if I find Tsunade or not, I will definitely return to the village in 2 months, Jiraiya declared as he left the conference room. Sigh, the two sighed and slowly closed their eyes. Hiruzen. On the other side, Liang Jia arrived early at the place he agreed to meet Aoi, with 2 reasons for coming out early. The first concerns future choices, and the second relates to Uchiha Itachi. After a night of contemplation, Liang Jia had made up his mind to follow Sasuke in defecting from Konoha. Although Orochimaru is dangerous, he pursues perfection. The Sharingan must match the Uchiha body, and he looks down on transplanting like Danzo. As long as he can delay until Orochimaru changes bodies, Liang Jia can secure 3 years of absolute safety, while danger in Konoha lurks at every corner. Currently, the Uchiha orphans and Danzo are at peace only due to Itachi's external pressure. If Sasuke leaves Konoha, Liang Jia does not believe Itachi will kindly continue to pressure Danzo, making his situation exceptionally difficult. Since he decided to defect, Liang Jia wanted to master the mind-reading technique beforehand, otherwise without Aoi's guidance he would likely miss out on this ninjutsu. As for the second reason, Liang Jia clearly remembers that shortly after Hiruzen Sarutobi's death, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki returned to Konoha. Once Sasuke discovers this, he will undoubtedly drag Liang Jia to find Uchiha Itachi. Even knowing there is no chance of winning, he cannot bear the hatred. Sasuke currently possesses a double Tomo Sharingan. If Itachi finds an opportunity, will he kill Liang Jia to stimulate Sasuke's evolution? Liang Jia does not know the answer, but he does not dare to gamble. Winning the gamble yields little reward, while losing it could cost him his life. It is best to avoid such an uneven risk and reward. Before Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke meet for safety's sake, Liang Jia decided not to stay with Sasuke for the time being. You came very early. Aoi approached carrying a rabbit cage. Teacher Aoi, Liang Jia said, taking the cage, which contained 4 rabbits, the training materials he needed for today. The mind-reading technique is a ninjutsu that can read the memories in another's mind. If the user's skill is lacking, it can produce severe side effects, but these side effects do not target the user, rather the one subjected to the technique. No matter how miraculous the mind-reading technique, ultimately relies on chakra. Infiltrating another's mind is very dangerous. Even a slight miscalculation could lead to the subject becoming a vegetable or worse, dying on the spot. Therefore, training usually involves animals like rabbits. Even if failure results in death, at most they would enjoy a plate of spicy rabbit meat that night, causing no greater loss. Buzz. Liang Jie placed his hand on the rabbit's head, which glowed blue as he cautiously manipulated the chakra to flow in. The feelings of fear and terror were transmitted back to Liang Jie's mind through the chakra, which was the limit of his current capability. According to Aoba, even though rabbits are vastly different from humans, they can still capture scattered fragments of memories. Go a little deeper. Liang Jie increased his chakra input, and the rabbit kicked its legs, bidding farewell to this beautiful world. Still not working, Liang Jie sighed. Don't rush. Your fine control of chakra is already sufficient to train the mind-reading technique. Take your time, Aoba advised. I know, Liang Jie shook his head vigorously, pulling another rabbit from the cage. He understood the reasoning, but time was tight, and he had to hurry. The rabbit meat sizzled under the licking flames, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, making one unable to resist licking their lips. Sprinkle some more chili. Should we add more sauce? Yes, definitely. As the skin turned golden brown, the two couldn't wait to take the rabbit off the grill. Hiss. Xingye couldn't help but gasp as the hot meat burned him. Grilled rabbit is quite delicious. Let's continue using rabbit for training tomorrow. Lu Jie suggested. Don't you want to change the flavor? How about a whole roasted lamb? Xingye replied. Do we need to properly enhance the chakra entering the lamb's mind? Lu Jie tore off a rabbit leg. I said it's useless but still requires practice. Xingye picked up a second rabbit. But lamb has more meat than rabbit. If we kill a few, I fear we won't be able to finish it ourselves. Lu Jie said. If we can't finish it, we can sell it. Xingye replied, nonchalantly recalling how he had often killed livestock while practicing the mind-reading technique. He had many ways to deal with it. Lu Jie, Uchiha Lu Jie. A shout came from outside the training ground, and Lu Jie answered loudly. I'm over here. Hearing Lu Jie's call, Yudo quickly ran over. Finally found you. Gulp. Scenting the aroma in the air and seeing the golden brown rabbit meat on the grill, Yudo couldn't help but swallow. Want to try some? Lu Jie asked. Sure. Yudo sat down on the ground and began to wolf down the rabbit meat. Slow down, don't choke. Lu Jie smiled as he offered Yudo a bowl of hot soup. Gulp, gulp. Yudo drank the hot soup in large mouthfuls, beads of sweat quickly forming on his forehead. Huff. Exhaling a breath of hot air, Yudo with greasy lips praised, your grilled meat is getting better and better. Haha, it's okay, what brings you here? Yudo had just run over shouting, clearly not appearing to be without reason. Oh man, I almost forgot. Yudo slapped his forehead. I just saw Madokai the Jonin carrying Sasuke to the hospital. It seems quite serious. Lu Jie stood up abruptly. Are you sure? Of course I saw it with my own eyes, Yudo said. When did this happen? Lu Jie had a smile in his eyes. About half an hour ago. Yudo looked at Lu Jie with a strange expression. Was it just his illusion? Why did it seem like Lu Jie was not only unhurried, but also a bit happy? You guys continue eating, I'm going to check it out. Lu Jie quickly left the training ground, and seeing no one around, he could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. Haha, it's safe now, completely safe. Tears of joy sparkled in the corners of Lu Jie's eyes, based on the time Sasuke's severe injury could only be due to Uchiha Itachi. With Uchiha Itachi's goal achieved, he will definitely not return to Konoha. I no longer have to worry about him. Arriving at the hospital entrance, Lu Jie stood in the corridor to adjust his mood before pretending to rush into the ward. Sasuke, be quiet, there are other patients in the hospital, Madokai said. Sorry. Lu Jie approached the bedside and asked softly, how is his injury? His external injuries are not serious, but he has been caught in a genjutsu. His mental state is concerning. Genjutsu. You don't have to worry, it's just a matter of time before Sasuke recovers. Madokai concealed part of the truth from Lu Jie. Currently, Konoha's medical standards have no way to deal with the Mangekyo Sharingan genjutsu. The only hope is that Jiraiya can retrieve Tsunade, though otherwise no one could tell when Sasuke would wake up. Since you're here, I'll take my leave first, Madokai said as he stood up. Not only Sasuke, but Kakashi was also affected by Tsukuyami, currently lying at home with no one to care for him. He wanted to first transfer Kakashi to the hospital. Thank you, Madokai. Lu Jie expressed his gratitude. It's no trouble. Madokai waved his hand and left. Only Lu Jie remained in the ward looking at the unconscious Sasuke, murmuring, I need to speed up my training. In the following half-month, Lu Jie focused on studying the mind-reading technique with Xingye until the day Jiraiya brought Tsunade back to the village. He was already able to read fragmented memories while ensuring the sheep's survival. Buzz. After Tsunade effortlessly treated Kakashi and Sasuke, she immediately returned to the Hokage office as she had many troublesome matters to attend to. After a simple physical checkup, Sasuke was hospitalized for a few more days before leaving the hospital. Tap, tap, tap. Sasuke slowly walked behind Lu Jie, his face dark and gloomy, lost in thought. Creak. As he pushed open the door to the Uchiha residence, Lu Jie paused. What's wrong? Seeing Lu Jie suddenly stop, Sasuke walked into the residence with confusion. Looking at the four strangers sitting on the edge, he frowned and asked, Who are you? We are the 4 guards of Lord Orochimaru, Jiraiya replied, his tone filled with pride. You dare to appear in Konoha at this time? Aren't you afraid I will call someone to kill you? Lu Jie threatened. You can certainly try, Jiraiya replied nonchalantly. Oh. Lu Jie raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the expressions of the 4, and realized they weren't just putting on a show, they truly had confidence. But even if Konoha was currently weak, it wasn't a place they could provoke at will unless. A barrier. Lu Jie gently tapped the empty space behind him. His hand was halted by an invisible barrier halfway. Very perceptive, Jiraiya said in surprise. Going through such great lengths to infiltrate Konoha, and then using a barrier to trap us here, what is your purpose? Sasuke tightened his nerves. Don't be nervous, we don't want to fight, although you can't possibly win against us, Jiraiya chuckled softly. What did you say? Sasuke grabbed a shuriken. Sasuke, Lu Jie reached out to stop him, looking at the 4 with interest. I think we can have a conversation. It seems there are still some people who can talk. Jiraiya looked at Lu Jie with satisfaction and said, he'll get straight to the point. The Lord appreciates your talents and wants to take you as disciples. Come with us. Why would I take the risk of following a rogue ninja? Sasuke mocked. Because the Lord can kill the 3rd Hokage. Jiraiya's words left Sasuke in silence. Seeing this, she continued. You can't even imagine how powerful the curse mark that will be bestowed upon you is. The Lord can grant you more power, so why would you stay in this already decaying village? Continuing to play the companion game. Continuing to stagnate. Ridiculous. Jiraiya's mockery made Sasuke's face flush red, yet he found no way to refute it. Jiraiya could tell by Sasuke's expression that she had reached her goal. Continuing would backfire, so she turned to Lu Jie. I don't know your thoughts, the intel indicates that your character is quite different from Sasuke's. So, Lu Jie asked, his expression calm. To be honest, I have no confidence in convincing you. You seem not very driven by the pursuit of power, but I still advise you to leave Konoha. For you, this is the most dangerous place. Lu Jie maintained a non-committal expression. You don't need to rush to give an answer. Tomorrow night, we will be waiting for you outside the village. If you come to a decision, please leave on time. Jiraiya took out a flute from her bosom. Before leaving, let me give you a taste of my power. Jiraiya gently placed the flute to her lips, and with the clear and melodious sound of the flute, the scenery before Lu Jie and Sasuke abruptly changed. The quaint residence vanished, replaced by a deep dark cave from which several purple venomous snakes emerged with a hiss. Jinjutsu. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the Jinjutsu. This is indeed troublesome. Lu Jie closed his Sharingan and casually found a place to sit. Jiraiya wouldn't actually harm the 2, at most this was just a display of power towards Sasuke, so Lu Jie felt no fear facing the terrifying snakes. Hiss hiss hiss. As expected, when the venomous snakes approached a step away, they stopped, merely staring at their prey with their cold, slitted eyes. A few minutes later, the 2 broke free from the Jinjutsu, and looking around there was no trace of Jiraiya and the others. Sasuke silently walked into the room, while Liang Jie had already finished dinner alone and did not train as usual, instead lying down early to rest. The sound of footsteps stopped at the door, and Liang Jie opened his eyes. Come in, Liang Jie said. The person outside hesitated, struggling for a moment before slowly pushing the door open. Have you come to a conclusion? Liang Jie interrupted Sasuke before he could finish speaking. Sasuke silently nodded. Reason. Continuing in Konohagakure won't quickly improve my strength. Sasuke touched the cursed seal on his neck, his gaze firm as he said, but he can. As expected, Liang Jie sighed internally. Ultimately, Sasuke chose to defect for this reason. Do you want to come with me? Sasuke's eyes were filled with expectation. He did not want to part with the last of his clan. What benefits can you offer me? Liang Jie said expressionlessly. Is a lifetime of good food and drink enough? Sasuke's lips curled slightly. The 2 exchanged smiles, and Liang Jie sat up from the bed. Since we've decided to leave, let's discuss our plans for the future. Even if we leave tonight without being discovered, we will be found out at most by the next day. Orochimaru's base is at least not within the land of fire, and the journey is long, making it very likely that we will be intercepted by Konoha along the way, Liang Jie analyzed. The subordinates of Orochimaru will assist us, Sasuke stated. Even so, we must be cautious. Liang Jie looked at the items placed in the room. Should we tidy up the house in advance? The agreed time was tomorrow evening, so there was still plenty of time. There's nothing to clean up. Sasuke shook his head, closed the door, and left. Get some rest. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Bang. The next morning, Liang Jie groggily walked out of his room and found Sasuke quietly sitting in front of the graveyard in the backyard, not knowing how long he had been there. Sasuke turned his head slightly upon hearing the sound. How long have you been sitting here? Liang Jie sat cross-legged beside him. Not long. Sasuke casually replied. The 2 fell silent, quietly gazing at the names on the tombstone. I will definitely help you take revenge, absolutely. Sasuke vowed in his heart. A little later the two had breakfast, and as usual arrived at the old gathering place of their team. Alien had been temporarily reassigned from Konoha for a mission, and the inexperienced Yudo and Mayuki did not notice the peculiar meaning in Liang Jie's eyes. "Let's go eat barbecue tonight, it's on me," Liang Jie suddenly said. "Really? You don't have something else planned, do you?" Yudo asked, suspiciously, not believing that Liang Jie would suddenly be so generous. "Didn't you earn a lot of money during the exam? It's not like you can spend it all." Liang Jie replied with a faint smile. Yudo clutched his chest and gritted his teeth, saying, "I will eat you poor." Back then in the betting game, only he lost money among the three, and he felt immense pain every time he brought it up. How did he even qualify for the exam? Not only did he not earn money, but the exam was also invalidated due to Orochimaru, leaving him with nothing in the end. At least Mayuki had 200,000. "Ha, eat as much as you want." Liang Jie laughed heartily. "I want 50 plates of meat." Yudo shouted enthusiastically. "Come on, do you want to stuff yourself?" Mayuki complained helplessly. Watching the two bickering, Liang Jie slowly restrained his smile. There won't be any chances like this in the future. The meal ended very late, and when he returned to the mansion with a bulging stomach, Sasuke was already fully equipped, waiting for dawn. "You came back too late," Sasuke said with dissatisfaction. "There's still time." Liang Jie carefully checked the shuriken and other tools. "You always waste time on useless people, both in the past and now." Sasuke frowned and said, "Since we have to say goodbye, leaving some good memories isn't a bad thing." Liang Jie carefully placed the poisoned shuriken in the lower compartment of his ninja tool bag. If he accidentally pricked himself, even with an antidote, it would be troublesome. "Meaningless actions," Sasuke snorted coldly. Yes. Liang Jie did not argue with Sasuke, instead picking up a picture frame from the table, which contained a family photo of Liang Jie. "At least they're the parents of this body. Oh, I should take it with me." Liang Jie tucked the picture frame into his embrace. Dong dong dong. The clock rang and Sasuke stood up and said, "Let's go." Pushing open the main door, the street was empty, and even the usually patrolling Umbu had completely vanished. Orochimaru's destruction of Konoha was not only about killing Sarutobi Hiruzen, many core ninjas also perished alongside him. At this moment, Konoha was in its weakest state in decades. Tsunade dared not let other villages discover Konoha's weaknesses and did not dare to reduce the amount of mission commissions, so aside from a small number of ninjas maintaining Konoha, most ninjas were dispatched to execute missions, including those responsible for monitoring Liang Jie and Sasuke. Otherwise, they would have been noticed the moment they stepped out of the mansion. As they walked down the street approaching the gate of Konoha, a person stood in the middle of the road. "Sasuke." Sakura looked at the boy before her tears involuntarily welling up. She had sensed that Sasuke would leave Konoha, so she had been waiting at the village gate every day, not expecting her premonition to become reality. "I'm looking for you. I'll wait for you ahead," Liang Jie said, stepping past Sakura to give them space. "Can you not leave?" Sakura pleaded with tearful eyes. Sasuke rubbed his forehead and sighed coldly, saying, "You are really annoying." In an instant, Sasuke appeared beside Sakura and delivered a clean and swift chop to knock her unconscious. He hesitated for a moment before placing the unconscious Sakura on a nearby bench, and then left without looking back. So soon. Liang Jie glanced at the unconscious Sakura in surprise, thinking something interesting might happen between the two, but it ended in just a couple of words. "I won't waste time on useless people," Sasuke said coldly. "That's why you have no friends," Liang Jie replied helplessly. "Doesn't matter. No, listen to me, friends can sometimes be quite important. For example, they will be useful sooner or later." The voices of their conversation grew fainter under the moonlight until they completely vanished into darkness. "Aren't they supposed to be here tonight to meet us? Where are they?" Sasuke stopped in dissatisfaction. They had already left Konoha, but not a single figure was in sight nearby. Swish. As he spoke, 4 figures swept through the fallen leaves and appeared. "Lord Sasuke, Lord Liang Jie, I apologize for only being able to meet you far from Konoha. This is the edge of Konoha's barrier, and we need to activate the barrier to prevent the Konoha barrier team from noticing your departure." The previously arrogant 4 now knelt respectfully before them. Seeing this scene, Sasuke spoke in a strange tone. "What wind is blowing here? When you both chose to leave Konoha, you became the leaders of our team. We apologize for any offense yesterday." The front figure raised his head, his pitch-black pupils reflecting the images of the two. "Such matters are inconsequential. You are stronger than me, and even if you become leaders for various reasons, you will surely harbor resentment. So put away that expression." Liang Jie stepped past the 4. The 4 exchanged surprised glances and stood up, saying yes. They swiftly walked into the forest. Observing the cold expressions of the 4, Liang Jie curiously asked, "Have you 4 been at Orochimaru's base since childhood?" "That's right. We are orphans taken in by the adults. After going through harsh and cruel selection, we are the only 4 who survived the ordeal of the cursed marks." Zuijin replied. "Speaking of cursed marks, I have a question for you. Liang Jie said. According to the intel, Lord Orochimaru has attempted to bestow you with cursed marks twice, but both times were refused. Have you changed your mind? Zwajin questioned. Upon hearing Zwajin's question, the other three perked up, eager to know the reason behind Liang Jie's rejection of the cursed marks. Could it simply be due to Orochimaru's identity and stance? Well, to some extent, yes. Orochimaru bestowing you with cursed marks is akin to being bitten by a snake. Don't you find it disgusting? Liang Jie asked. Oh. Zwajin was taken aback for a few seconds, unsure how to respond, as he had never encountered such a question before. Our cursed marks were not directly bestowed by Lord Orochimaru, but rather by Lord Do through an injection method. Duo Yu also replied. Orochimaru had once bestowed cursed marks for experiments on an unknown number of people, which made biting each one impractical. I see. Liang Jie felt a sense of relief. Although there was a 3-year safe period with Orochimaru, it was likely he could not escape the cursed marks. If it could be obtained through an injection, his sense of aversion would be considerably less. As for the possibility of Orochimaru tampering with the cursed marks, he could only wait until Sasuke awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and ask him to use Itachi's method to remove the cursed marks. However, ours are merely the most ordinary cursed marks. The advanced cursed marks, similar to Lord Sasuke's, can only be bestowed directly by Lord Orochimaru. Duo Yu continued. No, that can't be true. Liang Jie felt a wave of despair. So in the end, would he still be unable to escape the tragic fate of being bitten by Orochimaru? Imagining the scene of being bestowed cursed marks, Liang Jie couldn't help but feel a chill. Orochimaru, who at least mastered the core of scientific research in the Naruto world, couldn't employ a more hygienic and safe method. The group said nothing more and quietly pressed forward until dawn, when the 4 sound ninjas suddenly stopped in their tracks. What's wrong? Sasuke asked. Actually, besides bringing you two back to the base, Lord Orochimaru has another very important order. Zwajin and the others surrounded Sasuke in a protective formation. Observing the strange expressions on the 4, Sasuke coldly said, so what is it you want to ask? Please die once first. Zwajin said coldly. Huh. Sasuke's eyes were filled with coldness. Die once. Crack. Sasuke gripped the kunai at his waist. If Zwajin couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, he would directly launch an attack. Don't be too agitated. Let me clarify that this matter only requires Lord Sasuke to bear it. Liang Jie does not need to go through this. Is it related to the cursed marks? Sasuke pursed his lips. Indeed, Lord Sasuke's cursed marks are merely the first form. If you wish to harness even greater power, the cursed marks need to evolve to the second form. How does it evolve? Sasuke inquired. Zwajin fished out a small glass vial containing pills from his bosom and said, this is the awakening pill. Consuming it will assist in evolution. However, I believe you are already aware of the issue that cursed marks will erode the user. The second form cursed marks erode far more intensely than the first form, about 10-fold difference. Thus, out of the original group, only the 4 of us survived. Considering your physical condition, you will last no more than 5 minutes before perishing. Exchanging life for power is quite fair, but the cost seems a bit too steep, Sasuke said coldly. He indeed needed power, but he had not yet reached the point of such madness. 5 minutes wouldn't even allow him to see Itachi. This is where our value lies. As guards for Lord Orochimaru, we are proficient in barrier and sealing techniques. We will use these techniques to alleviate your state of death to a near-death state, allowing you to safely adapt to the second stage of the cursed marks. Zwajin handed the vial to Sasuke. Upon receiving the vial, Sasuke looked at Liang Jie. Sensing the meaning in his gaze, Liang Jie gently nodded. Trust them. They went through a lot to bring us out of Konoha, so it can't be just to kill us out here. Understanding the situation, Liang Jie knew that Zwajin was not lying. They indeed possessed the ability to do what they claimed. Just from the perspective of barriers, they were even stronger than the Konoha barrier squad. With Liang Jie's encouragement, Sasuke no longer hesitated, opened the vial, and poured out a pill. Gulp. As he swallowed the pill, pain suddenly surged from his heart. Ugh. Sasuke knelt down in agony, veins bulging on his forehead. Zwajin quickly summoned the prepared sealing wooden coffin from the sealing scroll. Lord Liang Jie, please place Lord Sasuke inside, then leave this area, Zwajin said. Once Liang Jie left the barrier's coverage, the 4 simultaneously raised their arms, and 4 dark sinister chakras emanated from their palms, converging above the wooden coffin. 4 black mist formation. Boom. The dark chakra surged into the wooden coffin, and Taro closed the coffin lid, while Zwajin took out 5 sealing papers, biting his finger to quickly write with blood. Seal of the Black Law. Swoosh. The 5 sealing papers were affixed to the coffin lid, completing the entire sealing ritual. It's finally done. Zwajin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. This seal, though seemingly simple, was actually very complicated. A slight mistake could prevent Sasuke from seeing tomorrow's sun. In the future, if Lord Liang Jie is bestowed cursed marks, you can also seek our assistance, Zwajin said, looking sideways. I hope that day will come. Liang Jie replied with a strange expression. In the future, you few might not have a future. The ceiling wooden coffin was about the size of a water tank. Liang Jie waited a couple of times before choosing to hand it to the burly Taro. Before they could walk a few steps away, the group stopped again. Two individuals are rapidly approaching from the front and back. From the front. Could they be Konoha ninjas returning from a mission? Uncertain, but it's highly likely they are enemies. Here they come. Whoosh. Two afterimages charged in, and the four sound ninjas met them Hidan without fear. Clang. The sparks flew as Noera Genma stepped back a half-step looking at the sound ninja forehead protector on Kido Mara's head and asked sound ninja. Based on the direction, you must have just come out of Konoha. What are your intentions? Also, why are you here? Noera Genma's gaze shifted, and he sternly questioned Uchiha Liang Jie. Why are you associating with Orochimaru's people? Hey, Gecko fixed Ryosuke with an intensely oppressive gaze. Ryosuke appeared utterly relaxed, far from the demeanor of someone recently abducted from Konoha by Sound Ninja. Only one possibility explained his current state, the very one they dreaded most. The explanation is complicated, but in a single sentence, Ryosuke calmly withdrew his Konoha forehead protector from his vest and said, I have defected. What did you say? Both Hey Gecko and Ibiki Marino recoiled inwardly. Even if suspicion had lingered, hearing Ryosuke utter the word defection aloud still struck them with profound shock. What a refreshingly direct answer. I like it. Taiyuya smirked. I never imagined you'd walk this path. I thought you were intelligent. Precisely because I am intelligent, I chose this path. It's not too late to turn back, Ibiki urged gently. With a sharp shink, Ryosuke slashed a deep gash across his forehead protector and smiled faintly. It's too late now. Aoba always held such high hopes for you. Ibiki spoke with palpable anguish. He and Aoba had been longtime partners, and he knew well how deeply Aoba valued Ryosuke. That trust was evident even in Aoba's willingness to teach Ryosuke his most treasured technique, mind-reading jutsu. I am profoundly grateful to teacher Aoba. He will always be my teacher. That does not conflict with my defection. Ryosuke replied serenely. So you've truly resolved to defect. Where is Sasuke? Is he not with you? Hey glanced toward the wooden coffin slung over Kidamaru's back. Or is Sasuke inside that coffin? Exactly. Ryosuke retrieved the coffin from behind Kidamaru and stepped several paces backward. If you can defeat us, Sasuke, and I will return to Konoha without resistance. Rest assured, Lord Ryosuke. Kagami folded his hands, his knuckles cracked sharply. Elite Jonin may pose some difficulty, but they're hardly formidable foes. Taiyuya drew her flute. How terribly underestimated we are, Hey murmured, his eyes narrowing dangerously upon the four. Don't assume I'll fall as easily as last time. Ibiki gripped his kunai tightly. During the Chunin exams, he'd served as the Hokage's personal guard, yet failed spectacularly, becoming a liability instead of a shield. That failure remained an unhealed wound. Today, he would finally settle that debt. No one underestimates you. Having once been a Konoha shinobi myself, I know your strength intimately. Ryosuke's voice carried calmly from afar. Our confidence stems from a simple truth: you hold no chance of victory. Shishishi. As Taiyuya spoke, dark, intricate curse marks erupted across all four bodies. All of them bear curse marks. Hi-8's expression darkened. Now he understood why Ryosuke remained so composed in their presence. Their power was his certainty. He had never witnessed curse mark transformation firsthand, but rumors abounded. Mitarashi Anko, once Orochimaru's apprentice, bore such a mark herself. According to her, its enhancement of a shinobi's power approached twofold. This isn't over yet. Since you're elite Jonin, we shall fight at full strength. Left-hand Kin cursed, his markings spreading further across half his body. What is this? Unease coiled deeper within Hate. His tongue pressed against his lower jaw, ejecting the sunbon clenched between his teeth. Clang. His kunai clashed midair with the senbon sparking brilliantly. Taiyuya raised her flute. Patience, please. Whoa. Her flute sang, a haunting, resonant melody. Instantly, Hate and Ibiki found their surroundings transformed. Yet neither panicked. Both swiftly channeled chakra to shatter the jinjutsu. Truly worthy of the Jonin rank, the illusion barely took hold. Still, it bought us ample time. A low guttural voice rumbled forth. Left-hand Kin no longer resembled his former self. Jagged horns pierced his smooth forehead. His skin curdled into an eerie crimson. Eye fangs jutted grotesquely from his lips. His face twisted into a demonic visage. Kidamaru and Kidamaru's skins likewise darkened to crimson, their bodies warping into forms increasingly alien to humanity. Are they even human anymore? Hate recoiled in horror, not merely at their physical metamorphosis, but at something far more unsettling beneath it. What exactly is that wretch Orochimaru researching? From their transformations alone, this had long surpassed the boundaries of shinobi arts. Gaara. Taiyuya, who had bought the other's time to evolve, now activated her own curse mark's second state. Clutching her flute, crafted from rare resilient material, she declared, "Lord Ryosuke, we shall reveal to you the true might of the curse mark." Ryosuke called out clearly, "Then I entrust this moment to you. Begin." Kidamaru leapt skyward, spewing thick strands of chakra silk, then hung suspended like a spider among the treetops. Secret technique: spider nest bloom. With a swift shink, he unfurled a colossal web, then hurled it forward with a flick of his wrist, aiming directly at Hate. Too slow. The sluggish web posed no threat. As former personal guard to the 4th Hokage, Hate ranked among the finest special Jonin, his speed and reflexes unmatched. Fwoosh! In an instant he appeared beside left-hand Kin, driving his kunai toward the man's chest. Snap! A crimson arm erupted unnaturally from Kin's torso, blocking the strike. Grinning savagely at Hayate's stunned expression, Kin bared his fangs. Multi-strike. Shink! Bone-plated legs burst from his abdomen. With only his right foot anchored to the ground, Kin launched all 3 arms and both legs simultaneously at Hate. Boom! Hate! Ibiki cried out in alarm. Rather than fretting over your comrade, worry about yourself first. Taiyuya's flute now shrieked with frantic urgency, summoning 3 enraged Oni. Ibiki was instantly overwhelmed, unable to lend aid as Hate faltered. Ninpo Senbon rain. Hate hurled poisoned Senbon, hundreds blooming from a single needle, descending like a black thundercloud upon Kin. Doton earth release, land return. A wall of earth rose, intercepting the poisoned needles. Unfazed Hate spun and flung 3 explosive tags. Boom! The tags detonated, shattering the earthen barrier. Just as Hate moved to press his advantage, a razor-sharp arrow shot from behind. He barely raised his kunai in time to block. Ugh! Agony lanced through his nape. Chakra drained violently from that point, spiraling outward like ink in water. Taiyuya's summoned Oni could emit matter forged from spiritual energy, a single bite siphoned chakra. Given their exhausted state, evidently fresh from battle, they wouldn't endure much longer. Events unfolded precisely as Ryosuke predicted. After Taiyuya's repeated genjutsu assaults, the weary pair failed to break free swiftly enough. "It's over. Someone's approaching," Kidamaru suddenly shouted. "TCH, so soon. Reinforcements already." Left-hand Kin gritted his teeth in frustration, hurling a shuriken. Seeing it pierce Hayate's chest, he made no effort to confirm the kill. Only snapped, "Lord Ryosuke. Situation critical. We must withdraw immediately." The amplification of the second stage of the curse seal for the user is undoubtedly immense, yet the accompanying side effects are equally terrifying. Ignoring the dangers that could lead to death during evolution, the continuous erosion inflicted on the body when activated poses a severe burden far more intense than the first form. Zuijin can only maintain the activation for a little over 10 minutes, or else irreversible damage will occur, even leading to a loss of self. Moreover, after the 4 of them deactivate the second stage of the curse seal, they will lose their ability to act for a short period. They are nearing the critical point of the second stage and must quickly find a safe place to rest. Sorobo carried the wooden coffin, and the few of them quickly rushed deeper into the forest. Away from the battlefield, Gaetongmaru set up sensing threads around, and they immediately deactivated the curse seal. With a bang, the moment the curse seal was deactivated, the group collapsed to the ground, drained of all strength. After all, they are experimental subjects. The second stage of the curse seal cannot be used for long, not to mention the intense side effects. Liang Kai silently thought. Feeling Liang Kai's gaze, Wujin quickly spoke up, "The curse seal on us is incomplete, so the side effects are quite severe. If you are willing to receive the curse seal, it definitely won't be the same as our experience." Liang Kai looked at Zuijin with interest. "It's not just you, it's also what Duo you said earlier. Why are you showing me the advantages of the curse seal? Is it not an order from Orochimaru?" Zuijin was momentarily speechless, and Duo Yu took over the conversation. "It's not an order from Lord Orochimaru, it's our idea. Right now you are too weak. As the leader, you shouldn't be weaker than us. The only way to quickly enhance your strength is through the curse seal, but I heard you are somewhat resistant to it." Duoy's words were very straightforward, showing no fear of being resented by Liang Kai. "As long as this guy is stronger than you, that's enough." Liang Kai patted the wooden coffin he was sitting on. "Lord Liang Kai and Lord Sasuke have completely different personalities," Duo Yu said helplessly. "They are both Uchiha, bearing the same hatred. How is it that one shows no apparent pursuit of power? What do you usually do at the base?" "I usually do tasks within my capabilities. If Lord Orochimaru goes out, I act as a guard," Duo Yu replied. That's it. Don't you look for some fun during your free time?" Liang Kai asked in surprise. "Following Lord Orochimaru's footsteps is our purpose. There's no need to consider extra matters," Duo Yu answered fervently. Liang Kai rolled his eyes. Orochimaru's way of recruiting children was indeed effective. "How long do you need to rest?" To fully recover takes half an hour, but to be able to act 10 minutes will suffice. At this point Duoyu lowered his head. I'm sorry. Even though we need to leave the land of fire quickly, we are forced to rest here due to us. It's fine, I don't mind, Liang Kai replied nonchalantly. He was not comforting Duoyu, but genuinely not in a hurry, even hoping to arrive at Orochimaru's base a bit later. Liang Kai was very clear that the real danger of defection did not come from Konoha. Orochimaru had been gravely injured by the Shiki Fujin, and his condition was critical, necessitating a swift change of body. The time limit for changing bodies without reincarnation is 3 years. After using it, he cannot change bodies again within those 3 years. Given his thirst for the Uchiha power, he would certainly not want to wait another 3 years, so he would naturally strive to suppress the collapse speed of his body. If Liang Kai arrives at the base before he can change bodies, Orochimaru will definitely choose one of the two as a reincarnation vessel. Whether he chooses himself or Sasuke, that is not the outcome Liang Kai wishes to see, so controlling the arrival time is crucial. Theoretically, the later the better. After resting for nearly 20 minutes, Gaetomaru suddenly opened his eyes. Lord Liang Kai. What's wrong? Liang Kai turned his head. In the direction of Konoha, someone has touched the sensing thread. The number of people is uncertain, Gaetomaru said. In the direction of Konoha. Liang Kai looked up at the position of the sun. I left with Sasuke early in the morning, and there has been slight delay along the way, or it seems the timing is about right. How is your recovery? It doesn't hinder combat. Zuijin pulled out 2 kunai tied with explosive tags. Enemy position. In the grass 40 meters to the right, still slowly approaching, Gaetomaru whispered. 35 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. Swish. Zuijin suddenly threw the kunai, and the boy wearing the Konoha headband was sent flying by the heat wave from the explosive tag. Wait. Liang Kai stopped Zuijin, who wanted to make a move, and stepped forward to the boy with a smile. Hey, isn't this Shikamaru? Shikamaru stood there covered in dirt looking at Liang Kai with a smile, and questioned, why did you leave Konoha? Why do all the people I meet ask this question? Liang Kai rubbed his head. Has anyone seen you? Shikamaru caught the key point. Liang Kai did not answer, instead looking at the nearby grass. Has Yudo and Yayoi not come? That makes sense. Without waiting for Shikamaru to reply, Liang Kai continued. Their strength is too low, making them unsuitable for chasing after rogue ninjas. Don't ask me again why I left Konoha. Liang Kai interrupted Shikamaru's words again, speaking indifferently. Just go back. What a coincidence. This is my first time leading a mission, and I have no intention of failing and returning to the village. Swish. Inuzuka Kiba suddenly leaped out from the grass behind Shikamaru, dodging the shuriken thrown by Zuijin and countered with a smoke bomb. Bang. The deep purple smoke exploded and Shikamaru pounded the ground, his shadow splitting into 5 and diving into the smoke. So naive. Swish. 2 shuriken whistled through the air from above, and Inuzuka Kiba attempted to intercept them. Boom. The metal wires suddenly tightened, causing the redirected shuriken to cut into Shikamaru's arm, making him wince in pain and involuntarily release his secret technique. Liang Kai was exceedingly familiar with the abilities of Konoha's little strong ones. He had been prepared for Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique from the very beginning. Konoha Hurricane. Rock Lee leaped from the grass, his right leg enveloped in a gust of wind as he heavily kicked towards Zuijin. Smack. A hand suddenly sprouted from Zuijin's neck, firmly gripping Lee's ankle. Lee, Neji, and Naruto charged in from both sides. Woo. A melodious flute sound suddenly rang out, causing Neji and the others' eyes to lose focus. Secret technique, spider nest flower. Gaetomaru spread the spider web the ground around, rising, forming a semicircular barrier that trapped the group inside. Lord Liang Kai, you go ahead, I'll handle this here. Sorobo pressed his hands against the earth wall. It was a rare opportunity. With prey coming to him, he intended to drain all their chakra. Don't play too rough. Gaetomaru, well aware of Sorobo's personality, advised him, and then carried the wooden coffin following Liang Kai as they left. Since Lee wasn't injured during the Chunin exams, he can chase after me and Sasuke without needing surgery. Sorobo can't delay for too long, which works in my favor. A smile crept onto Liang Kai's lips. You better catch up quickly. Liang Jie was not mistaken. With the presence of Shao Li, a violent warrior in the early stages, the earth escape barrier of the Zilong Fong was forcefully kicked open by him. Ding Xiai stayed behind to deal with the injured Zilong Fong, while the rest quickly caught up with the help of Neji's Byakugan and Inuzuka Kiba's keen sense of smell. What is going on with Zilong Fong? A few kids can't hold them off. Gue Tongwan stopped with displeasure, spreading his spider web to block the path. Master Liang Jie, please leave first. Okay. A few hours later, the Shikamaru team caught up again, but Neji was missing from the group. Those 2 useless fools. Duoyu cursed fiercely, then stopped on a tree. Master Liang Jie, leave this to me. Back and forth, only Zuijin remained beside Liang Jie, but he did not stay for long before Naruto and the others reappeared. Liang Jie, I know you stay, I will keep running, go for it. Liang Jie left Zuijin behind, carrying the wooden coffin into the canyon. Leave him to me, you all keep chasing. Inuzuka Kiba dropped to all fours, using his beast clone to transform into a human shape, and a powerful bite struck towards Zuijin. Whoosh! Zuijin activated the cursed seal, leveraging his enhanced speed to easily dodge the attack. None of you can leave today. Zuijin bit his finger, slapping both hands on the ground as the tadpole-shaped summoning seal rapidly spread. Summoning technique Rashomon. Boom boom boom. A giant ghost gate etched with a ghost face rose from the ground, blocking the canyon entrance. Damn it, we can only take him down first. Naruto looked unwillingly at the canyon as Sasuke was just behind, yet he had to stop here. Damn it. On the other side, after running for more than 10 kilometers into the canyon, Liang Jie stopped to rest. He had traveled over 100 kilometers from the village without a drop of water or a grain of rice. He needed to rest a bit. Clang. Liang Jie put down the wooden coffin and took out food from his backpack, devouring it ravenously. Gulp gulp, burp. He satisfiedly burped, wiped the corner of his mouth, leaned against the wooden coffin, and looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, night fell again. The night was beautiful. Stars dotted the sky, and the crescent moon hung faintly in the southeast. Liang Jie was momentarily lost in thought. The moon. Akatsuki. He never forgot about Akatsuki Kaguya, who was sealed in the moon. Compared to Uchiha Madara, who plotted for decades to resurrect Black Zetsu, was the real danger. Liang Jie understood Madara's plans and contingencies well, but Black Zetsu had hidden for countless years. How could he possibly have only one plan? He did not know if disrupting Uchiha's resurrection would stop Black Zetsu, and if it couldn't, then it all depends on you. Liang Jie picked up the wooden coffin and sauntered deeper into the canyon. Step, step, step. As dawn approached, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the silent canyon. Looking back at the approaching Naruto, Liang Jie softly said, "You've finally come. It was worth the wait." Zuijin had delayed for a long time. If he had pushed himself, Naruto wouldn't have been able to catch up, but he didn't dare do that. If he remembered correctly, Kabuto would release Kimimaro when Orochimaru's body was pushed to its limit. Kimimaro's task was to bring the two back as quickly as possible. If no one helped to obstruct them, they would have to obediently follow back. Therefore, Liang Jie did not dare to leave Naruto too far behind. He could help delay Kimimaro, and at that time it would be up to him when to arrive at the Sound Ninja Village. In addition, Liang Jie had a rather malicious idea. Step, step, step. Even with Naruto's monstrous physique, after running wildly, he felt somewhat fatigued. Taking a deep breath to regulate his breathing, he questioned, "Why did you and Sasuke leave Konoha? Aside from that question, can't you ask something else?" Liang Jie was quite helpless. No matter who saw him, they all asked the same thing. They weren't tired of asking, but he was tired of hearing it. Liang Jie propped himself up, sitting on the wooden coffin. "Let's change the topic. Do you just want to bring us back to the village, or do you want to kill us on the spot?" "Of course I want to bring you back to the village," Naruto replied without hesitation. "Shouldn't a rogue ninja be killed directly?" "I won't do that because you are my important friends. But even if you don't kill us, you know the fate of rogue ninjas being brought back to the village, right?" Liang Jie spread his hands, smiling. "The only way to keep important friends alive is to let them leave freely. So do you still want to bring us back?" Looking at the stunned Naruto, Liang Jie silently added in his heart, "But even if captured and returned due to Itachi, Konoha wouldn't dare to do anything. You at most they would strengthen their surveillance. I believe Granny Tsunade won't do that." Naruto stammered. "Tsunade? You have only known her for a few days." Liang Jie laughed, crossing his legs. "Let's change the subject again. Since you think Sasuke is an important friend, do you know what he wants to do?" "Revenge." Naruto squeezed out 2 words between his teeth. "That's right, it's revenge." Liang Jie snapped his fingers. "Sasuke is willing to give up anything for revenge. Oh, as an important friend, shouldn't you respect his thoughts?" Naruto lowered his head, his voice heavy. "I will support Sasuke's thoughts, although I don't understand. He must have his reasons for defecting." "Oh, have you given up on bringing us back to the village?" Liang Jie asked with a smile. "No." Naruto suddenly raised his head, his voice high-pitched. "As a friend, I can't just watch him go down the wrong path. Orochimaru killed Grandfather Third. I support his thoughts, but when a friend makes a wrong decision, I must pull him back onto the right path. Indeed, it's impossible to persuade you with just a few words." Liang Jie shook his head helplessly. He had a simple, malicious idea. Could he use words to make Naruto doubt his actions? After all, he was the protagonist, famous for his verbal prowess. If he could sway him with words, Liang Jie would feel a great sense of achievement. However, it seemed that Naruto still held firm to his beliefs. "There's no other choice. I can only take action." Liang Jie looked at Naruto with a slight headache. Fighting was not a problem, but the issue was whether he could win. Who knew if Naruto would randomly activate some cheat at a critical moment? "I will definitely bring you two back to the village." Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. In an instant, thousands of clones filled the canyon, surrounding Liang Jie layer upon layer. This amount of chakra is always enviable to see. Liang Jie activated his Sharingan. The atmosphere in the canyon grew tense, and just as a fierce battle was about to erupt, Liang Jie suddenly closed his Sharingan. Finally arrived. Looking up at the top of the canyon, a white-haired youth swiftly descended to the bottom, almost teleporting along the cliff. "You are Uchiha Liang Jie?" Kimimaro asked coldly. "That's me." Liang Jie sheathed his kunai. "Take Uchiha Sasuke away." Kimimaro pulled out a bone knife from his waist. Liang Jie lifted the wooden coffin and meaningfully said to Naruto goodbye. "Should we wait for Naruto? Or should we just leave the land of fire with Sasuke?" In the distance stood two massive statues, the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the founders of Konoha. "Forget it, we have plenty of time, let's wait a bit." Ryosuke jumped onto the statue of Uchiha Madara and casually set the wooden coffin aside. The reason he was waiting for Naruto was simple. Sasuke still possessed the double Tomo Sharingan, and in the next 3 years at Orochimaru's base there might not be another chance for evolution. The Valley of the End was their last opportunity. Ryosuke couldn't allow Sasuke to become stronger, but he certainly wouldn't let him be weaker than in the original world. He must acquire the 3 Tomo Sharingan. "I wonder when my eyes will evolve." Ryosuke sighed softly. Having been in this world for 5 years, Ryosuke still felt little sense of belonging, which led to shallow interactions with others. Even with his teammates Yudo and Iase, who he had been with for a year, he was uncertain if seeing them die could trigger the evolution of his Sharingan, let alone with others. Clang! A strange noise suddenly came from the wooden coffin, and after a few seconds of silence accompanied by a more violent sound, the coffin lid was abruptly thrown off. Awake! Sasuke looked around, seeing that there was no one present, and asked, "Where are they?" "Konoha sent people to chase us. They're behind, blocking the way." Ryosuke stretched lazily and yawned, saying, "I'm exhausted. You had a good sleep inside, while I haven't closed my eyes for a day and a night." "A day and a night." Sasuke gazed up at the bright sky, thinking he had only slept for a few hours, yet it had actually been a whole day. "How do you feel?" Ryosuke asked. "Great, I've never felt this good." Sasuke couldn't stop laughing, and the cursed seal spread with his emotions. Unlike before, he felt no pain this time. A powerful force surged within him. Leaving was the right choice. Sasuke clenched his fists, and the cursed seal rapidly dissipated. Having overcome the forced evolution phase of the awakening pill, he could now freely control the cursed seal. "Let's go." "Are you in such a hurry?" "I still want to rest a bit more." Ryosuke brushed the dust off his pants. "Didn't you say you haven't slept?" "Let's hurry to a nearby town and find an inn." Sasuke glanced at him. "Hey, you're starting to care about me. You've got a conscience, huh?" Ryosuke feigned surprise. However, Ryosuke turned his gaze to the end of the canyon, where a figure was rushing over recklessly. "It seems someone is looking for you." "Naruto." Sasuke raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Don't bother with him." "Step." After taking a few steps, Sasuke paused again, turning his body to observe the canyon, saying, "Wait for me a moment." "No problem." Ryosuke jumped a few times to the top of Hashirama's statue, the highest point from which everything could be seen, a rare spot for watching the show. Whoosh! Naruto soon arrived, and Ryosuke greeted him from above before settling down to watch the spectacle. Ugh, it's a shame that Naruto's taijutsu is a bit lacking, otherwise he would have been at an advantage just now. Sasuke's fire style missed. That was a shadow clone. They said that was a shadow clone. Why is that unfortunate kid so stubborn? Ryosuke was munching on sunflower seeds, occasionally commenting on the battle between the two. Soon the remaining seeds were finished, and looking at the pile of shells on the ground, he sighed, "If I had known, I would have brought more out." "Here's sunflower seeds." A delicate hand lowered down, holding a full handful of seeds. Ryosuke took the seeds and looked up with a smile, saying, "You guys are here. I thought the letter left at home wouldn't be discovered for a while." Snap! Yudo slightly raised his wrist, a sharp kunai pressed against Ryosuke's neck, and coldly asked, "Why did you defect?" "To survive." "Couldn't you survive in Konoha?" "I can't." "Defecting can allow you to survive." "Yes. You can't live in your own village, but you can survive with the rogue ninjas." "Oh, what kind of nonsense logic is that?" Yudo cursed loudly. "Not understanding is a blessing." Ryosuke chuckled lightly. "Are you two planning to take me back?" "Just like Naruto." Gazing at Naruto and Sasuke, who were locked in fierce battle below, Yudo replied solemnly, "Yes." "I don't want to fight you. You can't win against me," Ryosuke said calmly. "If you don't try, how would you know?" Iase pressed a kunai against the back of Ryosuke's neck. "Ugh." Ryosuke slightly turned his head to meet Yudo's gaze, a hint of crimson suddenly spilling from his dark eyes. Buzz. Yudo instantly lost control of his body. Ryosuke pushed Yudo away, using one hand to pivot on the ground, and swept his leg, striking Iase's ankle. Bang! In a flash, both fell to the ground. Ryosuke did not pursue, but lightly jumped aside, saying, "I told you, you can't win against me." Jinjutsu release. Iase dispelled the Jinjutsu, and Yudo regained consciousness. Looking at Ryosuke, who had freed himself from the predicament, he said with resentment, "You actually mastered Jinjutsu. Have you been hiding your power?" You never considered us as partners. Ryosuke gently shook his head during the Chunin exams. I indeed did not know Jinjutsu. The principle of Jinjutsu is to attack the five senses through chakra, disrupting the chakra within the body to trap the enemy in an illusion. This is an extremely advanced technique. Ryosuke had never trained in it, thus had not mastered it until Aoba taught him the mind-reading technique. The mind-reading technique requires controlling chakra to enter the enemy's brain, which is akin to Jinjutsu. During his training, Ryosuke naturally learned Jinjutsu. While it might not be enough to deal with elite shinobi, it was more than sufficient for Yudo, who knew nothing of Jinjutsu. Let's leave, Ryosuke advised. Don't underestimate people, you jerk. Yudo picked up the kunai, clearly ready to fight to the bitter end. I've already said. Bang. Yudo's eyes bulged and blood vessels filled his eyes with shock. You can't win against me, Ryosuke whispered in his ear. Thud. Yudo collapsed to the ground unconscious. Ryosuke indeed concealed his strength. Having crossed over for 5 years, he was well aware of the plot, but this did not allow him to relax. The more he understood the plot's development, the greater the pressure he felt. He needed power more urgently than anyone else to ensure his own safety. After 5 years of daily training in taijutsu, he might be weaker than Lee in normal circumstances, but the gap was certainly not as vast as he usually portrayed. Ace and Yudo were already no match for Ryosuke, and with Yudo being the first to lose his combat capability, Ace soon fell under the blade of Ryosuke. Slowly placing the two in a spot shielded from the rain, the battle between Sasuke and Naruto had already ended. Let's go. Not killing. Didn't you want to sever ties? Just a dead weight. But there was a time you couldn't defeat him. Well, he is also dead weight. Oh, is that so? Why are you laughing? Ha ha ha, I wasn't laughing at anything. Shut up. Leaving the Valley of the End, the two soon found a small town where they coincidentally encountered a Konoha ninja on a mission. The Chunin was surprised, asking, are you two on a mission together? The mission is rather special, Uchiha replied mysteriously, while Sasuke nodded slightly in agreement. I have to return to the village. I can't help you, the Chunin imagined a grand drama. Our mission is special. We ask that you help conceal our whereabouts. No problem. Watching the Chunin leave, Uchiha retracted his smile, thinking, it seems not everyone knows about our defection. This is the border of the Fire Country, so it's normal not to receive intelligence in time. Sasuke lifted the curtain and spotted a group of oddly dressed individuals gathered at the front desk. The attire of the one in front made his pupils constrict. You must try hard to recruit followers. It doesn't matter if they're ninjas or not. Lord Evil God does not discriminate against commoners. Power is such a shallow thing, even worth mentioning. The power given by Lord Evil God is enough for me to easily kill a Jonin. You all witnessed it firsthand. Why is the cult so small? You don't know I was the only one in the cult before, but luckily, I met a noble named In. Uchiha, otherwise how could you possibly join? If you know gratitude, then hurry up and recruit people. Oh, it's not like we're not offering money. Hidan turned around casually and happened to meet a pair of eyes filled with hatred. You are from the same organization as him. Sasuke lunged at him in a frenzy. Where did this lunatic come from? Smack. Hidan casually slammed him against the wall, his tone dangerous. Kid, did you just attempt to ambush me? It's only because I'm in a good mood today. Oh, otherwise I'd definitely chop you up. Hidan turned his gaze away from Sasuke, and before he could continue, he saw Uchiha looking at him warily and exclaimed in surprise, oh, long time no see, what are you doing here? Uchiha did not answer, holding a kunai and scanning the surroundings. Damn it, how did I run into this idiot again? Don't be afraid, Kakuzu isn't with me. Hidan casually draped an arm around Uchiha and addressed the crowd of followers. This is Uchiha, whom I've always told you about. Greetings, master. Upon hearing the crowd's address, Uchiha swatted Hidan's arm away, frowning. I haven't joined the evil god cult, so don't call me that. It doesn't matter, I've kept a spot for you, and you'll join sooner or later, Hidan said nonchalantly. Seeing Hidan's self-assured demeanor, Uchiha wanted to lean in and loudly ask, where does your confidence come from? Forget it, do whatever you want, Uchiha said, not in the mood to waste words, bending down to help Sasuke up and brush off the dust from his clothes. Do you two know each other? Hidan was taken aback. He is Uchiha Sasuke, do you think we know each other or not? Uchiha replied irritably. Oh, my bad, a fellow comrade, I'm sorry, but this is not my fault. You attacked me first, and I was just defending myself, Hidan said awkwardly. Cough cough. Sasuke coughed heavily. Although Hidan's strike was just a casual one, its power couldn't be underestimated. A regular Jonin would surely end up in the hospital for several days. What is your relationship with Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke glared intensely at Hidan, recognizing the highly distinctive black and red cloud robe. Uchiha Itachi, you mean the vermilion bird? Hidan stroked his chin and said, not really related. Oh, we're just members of the same organization, and we hardly meet. Oh, now I remember. Hidan suddenly looked up, realizing why Uchiha Sasuke's name sounded so familiar. You're his brother. I see this time he'll forgive you. But if you seek revenge, I advise you to give up early. The vermilion bird is terrifying. Hidan crossed his arms, knowing that even with his reckless fighting style, he would never provoke Uchiha Itachi without necessity. I have things to do. I'll leave now, but I'll come back to find you later, Hidan said to Liang Jie and led the group of followers away from the inn. They'll wait for you. Liang Jie watched Hidan leave and immediately pulled Sasuke away from the town. It's better to stay as far away from dangerous individuals as possible. Even if Kakazu isn't around temporarily, who knows what might happen that would lead him to seek out Hidan. He had not forgotten Kakazu's inexplicable hatred towards him. Over 100 kilometers away from the town, Liang Jie found another village where he could finally rest at ease. How comfortable. Lying on the soft, cozy bed, Liang Jie glanced at Sasuke, who had been silent since earlier. Lost your confidence. Someone who can defeat me with ease still holds fear towards Itachi. This must be quite a blow for Sasuke. I'm not lacking confidence. Oh, I am definitely not lacking confidence. Sasuke first said softly, then repeated it loudly. It's good that you're not affected. No matter what, just remember that I'm always on your side. Liang Jie did not forget to boost his favorability and then waved his hand wearily, urging him, I'm going to sleep. Hurry back to your own room. Huh. By the time Liang Jie woke up fully, it was already noon the next day. After eating something downstairs, the two quickly left the town. After the pursuit team failed and returned to the village, regardless of how Tsunade characterized the situation, Konoha's attitude towards the two would definitely lean towards that of a rogue ninja. It was better not to linger too long in the land of fire before the intelligence reached the border. That night, the two crossed the border into the land of rice. At this point, Liang Jie finally felt at ease. Konoha currently had no power to reach this far, and the only concern was whether Orochimaru had switched bodies. He could not reveal the truth to Sasuke and had to continuously find various excuses to delay. What should have been a journey of less than 2 days was painfully dragged out to 5 days, and they had yet to complete half of it. Until the increasingly impatient Kabuto personally came to find them, they had no choice but to obediently head to the base. You must remember the method of entering the base I just showed you. Even a slight deviation can lead to traps, and with your strength it is very dangerous. This side is the training room. You can express any needs here, and on the other side is the laboratory, which you should avoid entering. However, if you want to know more, I'm more than willing to share. The 2 rooms left ahead are your future residences. If you lack supplies, you can tell me. Lastly, Kabuto pushed open the door at the end of the corridor, revealing a training room filled with various instruments. Lord Orochimaru, I've brought the people back. Thank you for your hard work, Kabuto. Orochimaru turned around, flashing a chilling smile at Liang Jie. I told you we would meet again. You have chosen the right path. Konoha has long rotted away. Our remaining there would only let it crumble slowly into ash. Orochimaru's voice carried a deep, weary sigh. Once he had fought fiercely for Konoha, yet now he stood as the very hand hastening its ruin. Such irony fate wove. Don't waste time with empty words, Sasuke said bluntly. Give me power. Power sufficient to kill Itachi cannot be acquired in mere days. It demands prolonged cultivation. Before we proceed, let me assess your current abilities. Shall you rest first? Orochimaru's gaze shifted toward the training ground where a broad-shouldered man sat motionless, his arm marked with a cursed seal. No need. Sasuke leapt coldly down onto the training ground. Your arrogance grows ever bolder. Orochimaru mused with a faint smile, then turned to the burly man. Kill him. Yes, sir. The man rumbled in reply. Clank, clank. Thick metal chains dragged across the floor with a grating sound as he casually swung them over his shoulder and strode forward toward Sasuke. Toritaro, the sole surviving subject of the latest cursed seal experiments. His vitality has been steadily declining. Overusing the seal's power in this battle may well kill him on the spot. Pharmacist Kabuto explained beside him. And his strength? Ryosuke asked. In cursed seal level 1 alone, Toritaro rivals even Sakan. Sasuke will likely face a grueling fight. Kabuto added. Not necessarily, Ryosuke said, arms crossed, a faint smile playing on his lips. One strike. Impossible. Kabuto declared firmly, even if Sasuke ingests the heart-awakening pill and evolves. Crack. Before Kabuto could finish, thunder exploded without warning. Drip, drip. Blood fell from Sasuke's palm as he lifted his face. I see him passive. I accidentally killed him. That's acceptable, isn't it? Of course. Orochimaru beamed with delight. Free Tomo. Sasuke had already awakened his 3-Tomo Sharingan, drawing ever closer to the perfect vessel Orochimaru envisioned. A dying Toritaro meant nothing. Even if Sasuke grew angry enough to demolish the entire base, Orochimaru would not so much as frown. Instead, he'd rush forward with solicitous concern. Satisfied? If not, repair yourself and break it again. Thud, thud, thud. Sasuke ascended the observation platform calmly. Orochimaru glanced sideways at Ryosuke. Your turn. Why must there always be fighting lately? Ryosuke sighed deeply as he descended the training ground. Kabuto. Orochimaru signaled with his eyes. Kabuto pressed a button beside him. Clack, clack, clack. A hidden door in the training ground slid open slowly. Before anyone emerged, a sharp, high-pitched voice rang out. What's the meaning of this? You kept me locked up for this long. I suggest you curb your temper. I assure you the master is watching from above. Kabuto's expression darkened instantly. What? Lord Orochimaru himself is here. A boy with white hair and violet eyes, sharp fangs glinting, dashed out from the concealed chamber waving excitedly at Orochimaru on the observation platform. Lord Orochimaru. Long time no see. Ryosuke observed the boy's earnest expression and thought his acting is quite convincing. Though outwardly elated, the boy's hands, clenched tightly behind his back until the knuckles whitened, betrayed his true feelings. He hated Orochimaru. I didn't expect him. This complicates things, Ryosuke murmured, his brow furrowing. Judging by his features, the boy was almost certainly Suigetsu Hozuki, the future member of Sasuke's Hawk team, as remembered by Ryosuke. As a member of the Hozuki clan, Suigetsu possessed the ability to liquefy his body, rendering him nearly immune to most taijutsu and ninjutsu. His sole critical weakness, lightning-based techniques, precisely what Ryosuke did not possess. Long time no see. How have you been faring lately? Orochimaru asked. Quite well, though a more spacious cell would improve things further. The boy scratched his head sheepishly. Defeat him, and I'll consider it. Orochimaru replied, his narrow serpentine pupils flashing with sudden chilling light. But I don't like fighting. I'm weak. Why not settle this with rock, paper, scissors? Suigetsu suggested meekly. Ryosuke saw through the facade, but uncertain of Suigetsu's true intent, he chose to play along. Fine. Then scissors. Both men hid their hands behind their backs. Rock. Simultaneously they drew forth their right hands. Paper. Whoosh. Suigetsu vanished, reappearing instantly beside Ryosuke, his right index finger pressing hard against Ryosuke's temple. Water bullet technique. Boom. A bullet-like jet of ultra-compressed water pierced straight through Ryosuke's skull, propelling his body high into the air with brutal force. I chose scissors, Suigetsu whistled cheerfully, his earlier timidity gone. Grinning savagely at Ryosuke's limp, outstretched palm, he declared, I win. Scissors. Are you certain? A sudden voice made Suigetsu flinch violently. With disbelief burning in his eyes, he watched Ryosuke, supposedly dead, slowly raise his right fist. Then I choose rock. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding environment shattered instantly. Stripped of footing, Suigetsu plummeted helplessly, until he crashed headlong into a sealed water jug inscribed with sealing talismans. Deploying Jinjutsu while Suigetsu greeted you. That's truly unpleasant. Orochimaru remarked, his gaze turning cold and calculating as he studied Ryosuke. This combat habit stirred a memory, an old humiliating encounter with someone who had once left him thoroughly outmatched. Next, Ryosuke pulled out a stack of explosive tags and affixed them carefully in sequence. To ensure simultaneous detonation, he wound several turns of specially treated metal wire, exceptionally conductive to chakra, around the cluster. That should suffice. Ryosuke admired his handiwork with quiet satisfaction. The Hozuki clan's water release technique was infuriatingly resilient regardless of physical state. The body would automatically liquefy upon impact. Unlike ordinary ninjutsu, requiring conscious activation, this was a passive, instinctive art etched into bone. The Jinjutsu Ryosuke employed was not advanced. External stimuli would shatter it instantly. Suigetsu failed to dispel it solely because his own Jinjutsu proficiency was abysmally low. In other words, Ryosuke had only one decisive opportunity. He lacked lightning-based techniques capable of finishing Suigetsu outright, and fire-based jutsu lacked the raw destructive force needed to incapacitate him. So he resorted to mass-deployed explosive tags. Jinjutsu release. What? Suigetsu's eyes snapped open wide, sweat pouring down his temples, breath ragged and labored as though he'd just escaped drowning. You dare send me back to that place, you accursed wretch. Rage blazed in Suigetsu's eyes, his sharp teeth clenched together with grinding fury. Facing Suigetsu's seething wrath, Ryosuke remained utterly calm. Assess your situation clearly. Stay calm. Don't move. Calm. Calm. What nonsense. I'll kill you, you damned. Suigetsu's furious rant died mid-sentence as his peripheral vision caught sight of the dense web of explosive tags clinging to his body. Calm. Suigetsu's face paled to ghostly white as he stammered frantically, Brother, please, stay calm. Let us speak calmly. Please stay composed. Shuei tensed her body motionless, terrified that even the slightest movement might detonate the explosive tags. The water release technique could indeed withstand most forms of damage, but only when the user was in peak physical condition. At Orochimaru's base, Shueiyu's treatment bore no resemblance to that granted to Ryosuke or Sasuke. She was merely one among countless test subjects. Worse still, due to the unique nature of her technique, she had been subjected to strict surveillance and endured wretched living conditions, leaving her now in a state of profound weakness. To be struck by dozens of explosive tags at such a moment would almost certainly result in death or catastrophic injury. RRR. Ryosuke gradually tightened the chakra conductive metal wire, murmuring softly, "I wonder how well this newly purchased wire transmits chakra." "Don't act rashly." Shueiyu's voice suddenly sharpened. Sweat barely dried broke out anew. "Let us talk. We can resolve this through dialogue." "This battle." Ryosuke gently tugged the wire. "You've won. I surrender." Without hesitation. He was a pragmatist. When danger loomed, he yielded without delay. "Your word is binding?" Ryosuke asked, voice calm and measured. "Absolutely, I swear it." Shueiyu nodded vigorously. "Very well." Ryosuke loosened the wire and carefully peeled off each explosive tag one by one. Throughout the process, Shueiyu stood perfectly still. Once the final tag had been removed and secured inside his ninja tool pouch, Ryosuke strode back toward the observation platform. "Why didn't you kill him?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "Is that what you wish me to do?" Ryosuke countered. "Humph." Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle, then turned to Kabuto. "Escort them to their quarters. I have matters to attend to. They'll summon you shortly." "Must we wait?" Sasuke frowned in displeasure. "I told you. Patience," Orochimaru replied, then dismissed them both, turning his full attention to the instruments on his laboratory bench. "After you." TCH. Sasuke flung his hand in contempt and strode away, but paused at the doorway, glancing back with fierce, unyielding eyes. "If you fail to meet my expectations, I will leave, without warning." Tap tap tap. Listening to Sasuke's retreating footsteps, Orochimaru tilted his head with a sinister smile. "How could I ever let you go, my Sasuke?" Tap tap tap. "These are your quarters. You may move freely throughout the first and second levels, except for laboratories. Access to the third level remains strictly prohibited." Kabuto adjusted his glasses. "Understood." Having received their affirmation, Kabuto wasted no time. He hurried back to the laboratory. Even after multiple bodily replacements, Orochimaru's hands remained severely impaired. Many delicate procedures still required Kabuto's expertise. "Not bad at all," Ryosuke remarked, surveying the room with quiet satisfaction. Carved deep underground, the chamber defied expectation. Not damp or frigid, but surprisingly comfortable and spacious. Basic training equipment lined the walls. The wardrobe held an array of garments. Even the refrigerator was stocked with seasonally appropriate chilled beverages. Knock 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 knock. "Enter." Click. A graceful young woman about Ryosuke's age slipped inside and placed the bento box on the wooden table beside the door. Bowing respectfully, she said, "Lord Ryosuke, this is your lunch. Should anything prove unsuitable to your taste, please inform me." "Thank you," Ryosuke replied. Startled by the gratitude, the girl offered a faint, gentle smile. "There is no need for thanks, Lord Ryosuke. Simply leave the tray outside your door when finished. I shall collect it shortly." She performed a modest curtsy and withdrew silently. Ryosuke stared at the exquisitely prepared meal, suspicion deepening. This bore little resemblance to the grim reality he had imagined. Click. The door opened once more. Sasuke entered carrying his own meal. What exactly is Orochimaru scheming? He dragged a chair over and sat down. Who cares? Good food and fine drink. What more could one ask? We're not masochists. Ryosuke retrieved 2 chilled drinks from the refrigerator. Click. Sasuke popped open one bottle, then reached for the second. Click. If memory serves, you've begun cultivating your second chakra nature. How goes your progress? Sasuke had recently been hospitalized, had fled Konoha just one night after his discharge. It had been a long while since the two had exchanged insights on cultivation. I've achieved a tentative grasp of wind release, chakra nature transformation. Lately, however, I've devoted myself entirely to mastering the mind-reading technique, so formal training has been set aside. Ryosuke took a long sip. Mind-reading technique? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Ryosuke explained as he ate, and upon hearing its full scope, Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment, a mere special Jonin mastering a technique of this caliber. According to Ryosuke, mastery of the technique allowed one to extract memories at will, not only vital intelligence, but also the precise hand seals and chakra pathways underlying any jutsu or jinjutsu. To Sasuke, it was as if a vastly enhanced copy ninja had just materialized before his eyes. I've passed the threshold. With a bit more dedicated practice, I expect no further obstacles. Ryosuke savored the last morsel of meat, then leaned back contentedly in his recliner. Excellent. Far superior to Sasuke's cooking. Heaven knew how Head survived these past years. If not for dining out, Head likely have perished beneath Sasuke's culinary onslaught. Sasuke possessed admirable tenacity, a virtue unless misapplied. 5 years ago, one fateful evening, Sasuke inexplicably decided to cook, only to produce a pitch-black, unidentifiable sludge whose original ingredients remained a mystery. Ryosuke, of course, seized the opportunity to tease mercilessly. From that day forward, Sasuke seemed locked in a personal vendetta against cuisine, repeatedly subjecting Ryosuke's palate to increasingly harrowing experiments. Now at last he could escape that wretched existence forever. Tears welled up in Ryosuke's eyes at the thought. They continued their easy, meandering conversation until Sasuke retired to train. Ryosuke, too, left his room, eager to explore. Orochimaru's base fascinated him deeply. Lord Ryosuke. Turning a corner, Ryosuke was suddenly addressed, and found himself face-to-face once more with the young woman who had delivered his lunch. "We meet again," Ryosuke greeted warmly, eyeing the large rice bucket she carried. "Are you delivering lunch to Orochimaru?" Such a massive container. Surely Orochimaru couldn't possibly consume so much. "No, Lord Orochimaru is attended exclusively by Kabuto-sama. We lack the privilege." The girl clarified, "I am delivering meals to the test subjects." Test subjects. Many reside on the second level. But now that Lord Ryosuke and Lord Sasuke have arrived, I shall no longer be assigned to them, starting today. Her voice brightened with quiet joy. "I see. Then let's go together. I'm quite curious about the test subjects." Ryosuke extended his hand naturally. "Here, let me carry it." "Thank you, Lord Ryosuke, but please allow me. This duty is my purpose here." She politely declined. "You said you'd be caring for Sasuke and me. What if you tire yourself? Hand it over." Without waiting for consent, Ryosuke lifted the bucket from her grasp. "Lord Ryosuke, what now?" "I already said it's fine." Ryosuke feigned impatience. "You're going the wrong way." "Ah." Ascending to the second level, the girl passed the meal through a small opening in the iron door. "Oh, I haven't even asked your name yet." "Asano Ayana." "Ayana, how much do you know about the test subjects?" Ryosuke asked. Ayana's cheeks flushed faintly at Ryosuke's direct address. In a soft voice she replied, "Strictly speaking, they aren't truly test subjects. Lord Kabuto simply calls them that. Most are orphans like myself, though only a few are civilians who have voluntarily pledged allegiance to him." "Civilians?" Ryosuke asked, surprised. "They were once. But Lord Kabuto dispatched instructors to train them, and now every one of them is a shinobi." Ayana answered. "What lies within the third level, do you know?" Ryosuke pressed. Human nature harbors a peculiar paradox. The more strictly a place is forbidden, the more fiercely curiosity burns. Ryosuke was no exception. His fascination with the off-limits third level had reached fever pitch. "None of us are permitted to enter the third level, so I'm afraid I cannot assist you," Ayana apologized sincerely. "I see. Ryosuke-san." Hearing Ayana hesitate, Ryosuke turned his head slightly. "What is it?" "You may simply call me Ryosuke." "No, I can't. You are Lord Orochimaru's disciple, and therefore our master." Ayana waved her hands, flustered, her expression utterly endearing. "But you're responsible for my meals and daily needs." "It hardly matters," Ryosuke said, shrugging indifferently. "No," Ayana insisted firmly. "Very well then. Address me as master in public, and use my given name when we're alone," Ryosuke conceded, exasperated. Though being called master now and then held a certain quiet satisfaction, Ryosuke found it deeply unnatural to be addressed so rigidly at all times. "All right, Ryosuke." Ayana murmured, her face still flushed. "Go on. What were you about to ask?" Ryosuke smiled, satisfied. "A master." "Ryosuke, were you once a Konoha shinobi?" Under Ryosuke's steady gaze, Ayana hastily corrected herself. "How did you know?" "I saw your forehead protector resting on the bed when I delivered lunch." "That's correct. I am a Konoha shinobi. Is there something you wish to ask?" Ryosuke nodded. "I've heard Konoha is a land of peace. Even ordinary civilians live without fear for their safety." A wistful light shimmered in Ayana's eyes. In a certain sense, that's not inaccurate. The more ordinary one is, the safer one tends to be." There was a faint wry edge to Ryosuke's tone. And indeed it was true. Ordinary citizens thrived in Konoha, though the village often faced existential threats capable of wiping it from the map. Day-to-day life for its civilian populace remained largely stable and benign. "How fortunate the people of a great shinobi village must be," Ayana sighed. "Where were you born?" Ryosuke asked casually. "I am from the land of mountains," Ayana replied, her expression clouding with sorrow. The land of mountains possessed no shinobi village, its sovereignty frail and squeezed between greater powers, until 9 years ago when it ceased to exist entirely. "I see," Ryosuke said, gazing at her with quiet empathy. Ayana wiped away a tear, sniffled softly, and restored her usual gentle smile. "What would you like for dinner?" "Something mildly sweet. Rice balls for the main course." Ryosuke paused, thoughtfully mindful of his companion. For Sasuke, please prepare dried bonito rice balls, and a dish centered around tomatoes as the primary ingredient. Understood. I'll return to the kitchen now. Ayana bowed gracefully. Goodbye. Ryosuke watched Ayana depart, then turned toward the staircase, descending into the third level. Its entrance sealed behind a solid iron gate, requiring considerable effort to open. What brings you here? Just as Ryosuke pondered forcing the gate open, Kabuto descended the stairs. You're curious about the third level. Kabuto, reading Ryosuke's expression, instantly needed no further confirmation. Indeed, I'm intrigued precisely because you forbade entry. Ryosuke admitted openly. You may enter, if I accompany you. The chamber houses critical research materials. The restriction exists solely to prevent accidental damage or tampering. Kabuto unlocked the iron gate with a key. I happen to need something from inside. Come take a look. Thank you. Ryosuke followed Kabuto down the narrow stone steps, through a constricted corridor. Kabuto pressed his right palm against the wall, channeling Chakra to dispel the seal, whereupon a series of metallic clicks echoed, and the stone doors slowly ground open, revealing the true nature of the subterranean third level. The laboratory sprawled vast, perhaps excavated deeper underground. Its air carried an unnerving chill distinct from the upper levels. At its center stood a workbench laden with instruments. Opposite the entrance, shelves lined the wall holding jars and vials of varying sizes, each containing human organs. Along both sides of the chamber stood several glass tanks filled with viscous, luminous green fluid, within which emaciated figures floated motionless. Ryosuke's complexion paled instantly. The sight churned his stomach. Food he'd just eaten roiled violently, threatening to rise in visceral protest. He drew several deep breaths to steady himself, then picked up a dossier lying atop the central table, its pages densely inscribed in fine script. Bloodline limit, genome, chakra, cell extraction, transplantation, rejection response. Could it be? Ryosuke turned sharply to Kabuto. Are you attempting to transplant bloodline limits? A bloodline limit is a technique transcending conventional ninjutsu, typically unattainable through training alone, inherited solely through bloodline. Even rare cases of successful transplantation carry devastating side effects. Danzo suffered excruciating pain from his transplanted Sharingan, while Kakashi could never deactivate his force to conceal it beneath his forehead protector. Not transplantation. Our master pursues something far more profound. Kabuto gazed rapturously at the submerged figures within the glass tanks. Transplantation yields abysmal success rates, and even when it succeeds, severe rejection responses persist, preventing full mastery of the bloodline limit's true potential. Thus the master and I have pursued an alternative path. Kabuto smiled faintly at Ryosuke, enunciating each word with deliberate reverence. Artificial bloodline limits. Artificial bloodline limits. Ryosuke swallowed hard, his mind racing. He was no fool. If such a breakthrough succeeded, it would shatter the very foundations of the shinobi world. Precisely, artificial bloodline limits. Kabuto tapped gently on the glass tank. The dormant figure within trembled faintly. At their core, bloodline limits arise from ancestral awakening, then pass down through generations. Except for those like the Sharingan, whose manifestation relies on factors beyond mere chakra composition, most bloodline limits stem from the fusion of two distinct chakra natures. Ice release, crystal release, lava release, wood release. All hold tangible potential for artificial replication. When realized, the shinobi world will undergo total, irreversible transformation. Kabuto spread his arms wide. This chamber bore the weight of his deepest devotion and obsession. This is the true revolution our master envisioned. Yet recently he has grown overburdened by contemplation, hesitant where once he acted with decisive certainty. A trace of regret softened Kabuto's voice. The term artificial bloodline slipped through Liang Jie's fingers as he flipped through the experimental documents, but the information was too obscure and difficult to comprehend, ultimately leaving him with no choice but to put it down. Have you succeeded in your research? Not yet, the pharmacist sighed softly. According to the theory, the surgery could forcibly awaken the subject's bloodline limit, but the damage to the body is more terrifying than the cursed seal. He pointed at the nearest glass tank. Subject No. 7 awakened ice ninjutsu, but at the moment of awakening his vital signs plummeted to the lowest point. If he leaves the nutrient tank, he will likely die instantly. Even if he stays, his survival time won't last a week. Today is already the 4th day, and the other subjects are in a similar state. Nevertheless, this is an experiment capable of changing the landscape of the ninja world, and I never thought it could be simply realized. The pharmacist opened a tightly locked silver box and retrieved 2 glass vials containing a scarlet liquid. What is this? The blood of Kagaya's moonlight, the pharmacist said carefully as he placed the blood into a protective case, knowing that if it were to shatter, extracting it again would be extremely troublesome. Kagaya's moonlight was imprisoned in the base. While extracting blood seemed simple in reality, it was far from that. The blood could only be extracted when Kagaya was in a healthy state to yield the most perfect sample. To prevent moonlight from escaping the base using her abilities, her days were not easy. She was in a semi-weak state at all times and would need to be well fed for a while to extract again, making her blood very precious. Kagaya's moonlight. Is he a bloodline ninja? Liang Jia asked curiously. He is not a bloodline ninja, but he possesses secret techniques passed down from his family. You defeated him using illusion techniques before, so you didn't have the chance to see it. The Moonlight Clan's water transformation technique is different from the secret arts you know from Konoha. Even if outsiders understand the cultivation method, they cannot master it. Rather than a secret technique, it is more like a single attribute chakra bloodline limit, or a technique that lies between a secret technique and a bloodline limit, making it highly valuable for research and significantly less dangerous. Click. Closing the safe, the pharmacist casually manipulated a few instruments before leading Liang Jia back to the second floor. Today's experiment is quite crucial. The Lord might not have time. Tomorrow morning at 8 you and Sasuke gather in the training room from earlier. Understood. The pharmacist returned to the laboratory, and Liang Jia did not wander around anymore, but headed to another training room to practice the wind ninjutsu he had not fully mastered. After a while, he had dinner prepared by Ayana and returned to his room early to rest. The next day, based on individual aptitudes, Orochimaru specifically devised different training plans for the two, but before they could start, Sasuke was the first to make a request. I want to learn the summoning technique, Sasuke said nonchalantly. Naruto's summoning of the giant slug during his battle with Gaara left a deep impression on him. He must be able to do it, even if he was at the bottom. I do not recommend you learn it now, Orochimaru refused. I want to learn it, Sasuke insisted. All right then. Seeing his unyielding expression, Orochimaru chose not to say more. He had plenty of time to cultivate Sasuke into a perfect tool and did not need to get caught up in such trivial matters. Ugh. Orochimaru retched a green-covered scroll slowly sliding out of his throat. Seeing this, Liang Jia turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. Don't you have a cleaner and more hygienic way to store it? Swish. Orochimaru opened the scroll, sign your name on it, press your handprint, and you can contract with the Dragon's Cave. Click. Sasuke quickly bit his finger, signed his name, and pressed his handprint. The sequence of hand seals is Hai Suyu Shun and Wei. The summoning technique is essentially a space-time ninjutsu. The first summon creature depends on your talent, so don't have too high expectations. Talent. Sasuke scoffed, performing the hand seals in order, pressing one hand to the ground as intricate tadpole-shaped patterns rapidly spread. I have never lacked such things. Boom. White smoke exploded and a purple poisonous snake as thick as an adult's arm coiled beside Sasuke. Not bad, Orochimaru praised. Summoning such a large poisonous snake on the first attempt at the summoning technique was commendable. Your turn, Orochimaru said, looking at Liang Jia. Liang Jia followed the same process as Sasuke, performing the hand seals in order, pressing one hand to the ground, causing patterns that slightly differed from Sasuke's to spread out. Boom. The smoke erupted and Liang Jia suddenly vanished from sight. Liang Jia. Sasuke tore through the smoke, but did not see him, immediately grabbing Orochimaru in panic. Where is he? This. Orochimaru's pupils dilated as he recalled the tadpole patterns he had just seen. His voice hoarse. Reverse summoning technique. Drip. Drip. Water droplets coming from nowhere hit Liang Jia's head. He instinctively drew his kunai and activated his Sharingan. Where is this? Wasn't I just learning the summoning technique at Orochimaru's base? How did I end up here? Liang Jia looked around the unfamiliar environment, surrounded by steep rock walls. Looking up, the deep sky led to an unknown destination. In front of him were two entrances, and the ground was scattered with exquisite food. Could it be an illusion? Liang Jia prodded the food with his kunai. Don't touch that. Just as the kunai was about to make contact with the food, a cool, ethereal voice echoed. Who? Liang Jia tensed up. Do not touch that food. The voice emanated from all directions. I ask you, who are you? Liang Jia did not dare to move recklessly, but scanned his surroundings with his peripheral vision, yet found nothing. The voice ceased, seemingly having left the cave. Not going to answer. He drew a kunai wrapped in metal wire from his ninja tool pouch, forcefully throwing it out, repeatedly filling the cave with metal wires. If you don't come out, I'll destroy this place. Liang Jia formed the last seal for the dragon fire technique. I believe you won't do that. The voice sounded right next to him, and Liang Jia could even feel the other person's breath. Swish. Liang Jia swung his kunai, but struck nothing. Can't you be a bit gentler? Suddenly feeling pressure on his shoulder, it seemed someone was resting their chin on it. Who are you? In the face of danger, Liang Jia relaxed. He was certain that the other party bore no murderous intent, otherwise with such stealth he would have been dead long ago. You are the first person to calm down so quickly. Others are usually calm on the surface, but are plotting to kill me inside, the woman said in surprise. Perhaps among all who entered this place, I am the weakest, Liang Jie said with a bitter smile. Upon calming down and thinking he had already guessed where this place was. Excluding the possibility of illusions and Orochimaru's deliberate sabotage combined with the summoning technique, the only possibility of suddenly arriving in an unfamiliar place was one. Buzz. A girl with deep blue hair wearing a golden crown appeared resting on Liang Jie's shoulder and gently exhaling a breath of cool air. Welcome to the Dragon's Cave. Indeed, it is the Dragon's Den. Without a doubt, Liang Jie deduced that the only remaining possibility, once everything else was ruled out, was the truth. Confirming his location in the Dragon's Den, Liang Jie was left with another question: how did he come to be here? Was it merely due to performing the spirit summoning technique? Liang Jie did not believe so. Aren't you afraid? The girl asked. Why should I be afraid? Liang Jie retorted. The girl hissed, her delicate skin sprouting fine scales, and her bright eyes transformed into slits sharp and menacing. I could kill you at any moment. To enhance her credibility, the girl tightened the serpentine body that coiled around Liang Jie as she spoke. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it already. Why go through all this trouble? And by the way, you should brush your teeth. Liang Jie remained unfazed by the danger. He wasn't even managing to jest. You little rascal. The girl suddenly increased the force of her constricting grip. Hiss. Liang Jie's eyes bulged as the immense pressure nearly shattered his ribs. I must have misheard you. What did you just say? The girl spoke with a teasing tone. I said you are beautiful, as lovely as a celestial fairy, captivating enough to make nations fall like the moon hiding in shame and the flowers wilting. Liang Jie unleashed a barrage of compliments, his sudden submission reminiscent of a playful spirit. At least you know how to be agreeable. The girl, satisfied, relaxed her grip and returned to her human form, saying, I am sure Chu Islandheim. The immortal has been waiting for you inside for a long time. Follow me. An immortal? Liang Jie rubbed his sore ribs in pain. He had already guessed who the immortal mentioned by Islandheim was. The founder of the Dragon's Den, a white serpent that had lived for thousands of years, akin to the toad sage that had survived since the era of Kagaya in the Myowood Mountain, both holding similar status in the sacred land. However, he believed that foresight was the ability of the toad sage. He had never heard of the white serpent sage possessing such a capability. When the contract was signed, the immortal sensed your presence and brought you to the Dragon's Den, Islandheim explained. I see. Liang Jie nodded lightly, finding the explanation reasonable. Yet another question arose. What purpose did the white serpent sage have in bringing him to the Dragon's Den? He pondered this and asked, how could I know the immortal's thoughts? I was merely following orders to bring you to the shrine. Has the immortal ever actively brought anyone to the Dragon's Den before? Liang Jie asked again. Islandheim shook her head gently. You are the first. Do not ask too much, just follow along obediently. From then on, no matter how Liang Jie inquired, Islandheim remained silent until they passed through the winding cave, and she stopped before an ancient red wooden door. I have brought him, Islandheim said to the empty corner. Buzz. As soon as her voice fell, two similarly dressed women appeared out of thin air. Is he the one the immortal is looking for? He doesn't seem special at all. He looks tender and white, quite delectable. It's been a long time since anyone visited the Dragon's Den. Oh, I've almost forgotten the taste. The two women exchanged words, completely disregarding the fact that Liang Jie was horrified and his hair was standing on end. It was at this moment that he recalled something. The serpents of the Dragon's Den. Eat people. Hey, you two, don't go too far. Liang Jie looked gratefully at Islandheim, but before he could express his thanks, her next words froze his expression again. I brought the person here, so even if he is to be eaten, it should be by me, not you. What a den of miscreants. Liang Jie shouted in fury. All right, enough of this. We wouldn't want to scare our esteemed guest. Tian Xi and Shun Ji spoke softly. You already scared him. Liang Jie held again while also catching the key point in Tian Xi and Shun Ji's words. Esteemed. He didn't seem worthy of the term either in status or power. What could possibly attract an immortal of the white serpent's caliber? Liang Jie was puzzled. After all, it has been a long time since we last saw a human. Tuan Jin Ji smiled lightly. Let the fun begin. Islandheim, enough with your impatience. Begin. Begin what? Liang Jie was filled with confusion. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Tuan Jin Ji suddenly transform into a serpent, elongating her neck to bite his throat. Ugh! Liang Jie cried out in pain as an unusual chakra surged into the wound. Ugh! Ah! Liang Jie half knelt on the ground, clutching his head in anguish. Anger, pain, sorrow, and frustration. A multitude of negative emotions surged through his mind. Ugh! The wailing abruptly ceased as Liang Jie lost focus in his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Thud! Seeing Liang Jie lifeless as though he had died, Islandheim rushed forward to hold his wrist. He was not dead. How wonderful! Since Liang Jie was fine, it was time to deal with that foolish snake. She shot a displeased glance at Tuan Jinji. The immortal said a simple test would suffice. How much power did you use? Tuan Jinji was on the verge of tears as she swore she hadn't used much power at all. A small amount of natural energy and a negligible illusion technique, and yet the previous visitors to the sacred land couldn't even scratch the surface. Even Liang Jie, who was younger, should have only experienced a bit of pain. Who could have imagined the reaction would be so intense? I hardly used anything, Tuan Jinji said, feeling wronged. Then how do you explain this? Eilenheim questioned, not believing her. If it were truly as Tuan Jinji claimed, Liang Jie should not have fainted. Quiet down, Tian Xine Shinji interrupted Eilenheim. Tuan Jinji indeed did not use much power. As for why Uchiha Liang Jie fainted, let the immortal explain later. It seems that way, Eilenheim sighed. She had brought him here. If he died, the White Serpent Sage would surely be angry and she would be punished. Please don't let anything happen to him, Tuan Jinji silently prayed. She had bitten him. If something went wrong now, she would surely suffer consequences. Time ticked by, and under the expectant gazes of the two, Liang Jie's fingers trembled slightly. Phew, both sighed in relief. But why isn't he getting up yet? Doubt resurfaced in their minds. Buzz. Just then a familiar yet strange chakra began to emanate from Liang Jie's body. Immortal chakra. The three present, having grown up in the dragon's den, were extremely sensitive to the immortal chakra of this place, and they were certain that the chakra emanating from Liang Jie was indeed immortal chakra. There is a hint of Tuan Jinji's essence in the aura, yet it seems somewhat different. Tian Xine Shinji furrowed her brows. Could it be? A possibility flashed through Tian Xine Shinji's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. It was illogical. Mastering immortal chakra, or even harmonizing with it, let alone attaining the advanced sage mode, all required first passing the White Serpent Sage's test. Liang Jie had yet to encounter the sage since arriving at the dragon's den, much less mastering immortal chakra. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Tian Xine Shinji pondered, Liang Jie's body underwent a tremendous change. Fine serpent scales and crimson eye shadows appeared only to fade rapidly, repeating this cycle several times, until Liang Jie suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils spinning with two tomo, a potent eye power erupting from his gaze. Buzz. The tomo gradually ceased spinning, and Tian Xine Shinji focused her gaze, noticing that beside the two tomo in Liang Jie's crimson eyes, another tomo had inexplicably appeared. Three black tomo, arranged symmetrically, staring at them for a prolonged duration, instilled a desire to plunge into the abyss. Ugh. Liang Jie covered his head as he sat up from the ground, the swelling around his eyes and the heightened perception in his gaze indicating that he had undergone some transformation. Could it be that the Sharingan has evolved? Liang Jie could think of no other possibility. As long as there is enough mental stimulation, can it evolve even without facing the death of loved ones? Or is it just because of the three tomo? He did not forget that Sasuke evolved his double tomo merely because he lost to Rock Lee. Compared to such blatant cheating, his own evolution under intense mental stimulation did not seem against the rules. Bang, bang, bang. The red wooden door slowly opened, and through the mist a massive figure could be faintly seen looming. The sage has been waiting for you for a long time. Please go in, Tian Xinjing said. Liang Jie closed his Sharingan, staggered to his feet, and walked into the shrine without any hesitation. Things had already reached their conclusion, and there was no turning back. Boom. The wooden door closed on its own, and Tuan Jinji let out a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. Finally, I can go back. You. What are you doing? The sudden action of Shichikajimaheim startled her, and looking at the wide-open mouth of the island princess, she shouted, What are you doing? Help me see if there's a smell. Shichikajimaheim mumbled. There's the bit. Tuan Jinji hesitated. Upon hearing the response, the island princess quickly closed her mouth and left. Where are you going? Brushing my teeth. Oh. Liang Jie entered the shrine, and the fog inside quickly dissipated, revealing the true form of the massive being, a giant white snake. Its scales the size of a baby. If its body were to be fully uncoiled, it would be an awe-inspiring sight. Are you the white snake sage? Liang Jie was the first to speak. Indeed. The voice of the white snake sage was very ancient, yet one could feel a bizarre vitality emanating from it. The contrast between the two sensations was enough to drive an ordinary person to madness. Why did you call me here? Liang Jie added a respectful tone, believing that it was wise to maintain respect in front of such a mysterious creature. I will answer, but before that, could you answer an old question of mine? The words of the white snake sage were filled with an undeniable authority. With no way to refuse, Liang Jie could only nod. For over 1,000 years I have lived through countless ages and witnessed much slaughter and hypocrisy, yet my inner pursuit has never changed. There is a stinky toad that claims to foresee the future. I once sought him, but he provided no answers. The white snake sage reminisced. Centuries ago I established a holy land here, and over the years countless people have come here, some left with power, while others became food, yet none provided me with the answers I sought. The white snake sage leaned slightly forward, the slithering sound of its scales creating an unsettling friction, its dark golden slit, eyes piercing into Liang Jie's heart. I do not possess the abilities of that stinky toad, but years of cultivation allow me to see some extra things. You are unlike anyone else both in the past, and now I can see hope in you. The words of the white snake sage fell like a heavy hammer, and facing those inscrutable eyes, horror filled Liang Jie's heart. He was different from everyone else. Of course he was different. All the people here were natives, and only Liang Jie, more precisely only his soul, did not belong to this world. Did the white snake sage somehow sense this? Impossible. Liang Jie bit his lip, trying to control his facial expressions. If that were the case, the toad sage would surely have anticipated it. Was it possible that he was predicted to be a potential threat and was eliminated by Jiraiya in advance? The white snake sage was unaware of the turmoil it had stirred within Liang Jie, closing its eyes and then slowly reopening them. Do you know what my pursuit is? Pursuit. Liang Jie forced himself to calm down and ponder. The white snake sage had lived for over 1,000 years. Its power was not to be underestimated. It could not possibly be interested in power, status, or anything else. The pursuit of such a being could not be so simple. I don't know. Liang Jie answered honestly. I've lived for over 1,000 years, yet I am ultimately just a white snake. Do you remember the name of this place? The words of the white snake sage made Liang Jie's pupils widen. The meaning behind her words was very clear. This long serpent aspired to ascend into a dragon. But is that really possible? This is the world of Naruto, which emphasizes chakra, not the world of cultivation. A snake will always remain a snake. I, the white snake, have lived for 1,000 years, and am now growing old, yet I am unwilling to accept this. A great serpent enters the river, a dragon enters the sea, a snake transforms into a dragon transforms into a true dragon. In the end, I am still a snake. I once had high hopes for Orochimaru, but he has strayed further down the path of the snake. He is ultimately just a snake, but you are different. I see something unique in you, and you might inspire me. The torrent of words from the white snake sage left Liang Jie's mind in a chaotic mess. He had never imagined that one day he would hear such words in the world of Naruto. Upon reflection, it seemed that Yakushi Kabuto, after mastering Sage Mode, often spoke of transformation into a dragon, which must have something to do with the white snake sage. What price do I need to pay? Liang Jie did not resist. He had no means to fight back. If he displeased the white snake sage, she might very well consume him. Moreover, regardless of whether the transformation into a dragon was real or credible, as long as he could gain benefits from the white snake sage, his strength would surely surge. You don't need to pay anything, you are too weak. Quickly increase your strength, and when the time is right, I will teach you the sage art of the dragon cave, which will place you at the pinnacle of the ninja world. The white snake sage said. Upon hearing the words of the white snake sage, Liang Jie felt even more worried. An exchange that required no price was the most terrifying, because one never knew when the other party would come to collect, nor did one know whether they could bear what was taken. Noticing Liang Jie's change in emotion, the white snake sage spoke. I just want to see potential in you. Oh, do not overthink it. I am not so petty as to lie to humans. Liang Jie forced a smile. By the way, the white snake sage opened her eyes slightly. You were pulled into the dragon cave when learning the summoning technique, so let me conveniently give you a gift. Hiss hiss hiss. Accompanied by the sound of the snake's tongue flicking, the temperature in the shrine suddenly dropped. Clang clang clang. The intense sound of metal grinding violently erupted, and looking up, Liang Jie saw a massive poisonous snake emerging from the dark above. The snake was entirely silver gray, its scales shimmering with a metallic sheen, and it was surrounded by a thick wave of natural energy. You are not yet qualified to summon the island princess and her companions. Until then, let Yejuan be your partner temporarily. Do not underestimate it. In terms of power, it is not weaker than the island princess. The white snake sage closed her eyes and said lightly, you should leave now. At that moment, in the underground base of Inrin village, Orochimaru exhausted all his means, but could not summon Liang Jie back. Ultimately, he had no choice but to decide to go to the dragon's cave in person. He truly did not want to step into that place again unless absolutely necessary. We cannot delay any longer, or Liang Jie may die during the sage's trial. Orochimaru unrolled the scroll, forming hand seals contrary to the summoning technique. Halfway through the seals, he suddenly paused. I should ask about the situation first. His relationship with the dragon's cave was very delicate, so it was best to investigate the situation before entering. Fortunately, he knew of a snake that would certainly be aware of the circumstances. The cost was merely a trivial offering, and such things were plentiful. Summoning technique. Boom. Although it has only been a few minutes, it feels like ages since we last met Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru. The familiar voice emerged from the smoke. Orochimaru waved his hand to disperse the mist, revealing Liangjia, sitting cross-legged on the scroll, a refreshing smile on his face that was close. I almost couldn't return. It truly is fortunate to see you all again. Liangjia. Orochimaru's eyes filled with surprise. The summoning technique should not be able to summon someone who had entered the sacred land. It was good that the problem was resolved, but he wanted to understand the reasoning behind it. Where did you just go, and what happened? Orochimaru's expression remained calm, masking his true thoughts. I was in an underground cave filled with food. The food seemed to possess some sort of magical allure. I picked up a piece to eat, but due to excruciating pain, I fell unconscious. When I opened my eyes again, all the food had vanished, and there were 2 other caves before me. I chose one at random and managed to return. Liangjia casually fabricated a story based on the Dragon's Cave situation. Given the attitude of the White Snake Sage, his priority was certainly higher than Orochimaru's. The Dragon's Cave would not betray him, and as long as his answers were not particularly outrageous, it didn't matter how he responded. The underground cave filled with food is the first trial of the Dragon's Cave. There are still 2 more trials to come, and the tests cannot be interrupted artificially, let alone being summoned back by me. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Liangjia, trying to discern something. His intuition told him that Liangjia was hiding something, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. It seemed Liangjia would not elaborate further, and continuing to ask would be futile. You can be sure that I won't make a move against you. Orochimaru's gaze turned slightly cold. He indeed would not act against Liangjia, even knowing that Liangjia was lying. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, even more so than being mocked by Jiraiya. You 2 continue practicing the summoning technique. Do come with me. Liangjia stopped Sasuke and glanced at the shadows on the wall. Hiss hiss hiss. 2 poisonous snakes emerged from the shadows, bowing to Liangjia before disappearing back into the darkness. Heh. Seeing this, Liangjia chuckled inwardly. You probably didn't expect that starting today, all your poisonous snakes belong to me. Most of the poisonous snakes used by Orochimaru in his techniques came from the Dragon's Cave, with a small portion being raised by him. However, they were all snakes deeply ingrained with a hierarchy that made them unconditionally obey the White Snake Sage. The hope of using the poisonous snakes to monitor the White Snake Sage. What a joke. You seem to have obtained something remarkable. Sasuke observed everything and noticed the respect the poisonous snakes showed Liangjia. It's nothing much. Liangjia chuckled, attempting to divert the topic. What were you about to say just now? Sasuke crossed his arms and replied, you were lying just now. I wasn't. Look at my sincere eyes. Liangjia blinked his eyes innocently. When you lie, the corners of your eyes lift. You deliberately control your tone to remain monotone, and your right hand unconsciously touches your head. Should I continue? Liangjia froze for a moment, slowly lowering his right hand. Is it that obvious? Sasuke raised his chin. Go on. Actually, it's not entirely a lie. Liangjia concealed the conversation with the White Snake Sage and told Sasuke a half-truth about the process. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having left the training ground, arrived at an open area. Swish. Yaoshiro cut his finger, letting a few drops of blood fall, forming the seals to perform the summoning technique. Boom. The smoke erupted much smaller than expected. Orochimaru focused his mind, watching the woman walk out of the smoke, grinning. I didn't expect you to come. After all, it's been a long time since I've been in the ninja world. It's no harm to respond occasionally. Shiketsuhime surveyed the surroundings. When her gaze landed on Yaoshiro, he immediately lowered his head in respect. Orochimaru did not expect to summon such a high-level summoning beast. Yaoshiro did not recognize Shiketsuhime, but he had heard Orochimaru recount that there were 4 snakes in the Dragon's Cave that could transform into human forms: the White Snake Sage and her 3 capable assistants. This woman could not be the White Snake Sage, so she must be one of the 3 assistants. Now that I think about it, it's quite a pity. If it weren't for your physical condition, you would have probably mastered sage arts by now and could command us at will. Shiketsuhime pouted slightly. There's nothing to regret. Oh, my pursuit does not lie in that. Orochimaru's expression changed slightly, clearly indicating that his heart was not as calm as he made it appear. This conversation ends here. Since it's you, I am sure my question will receive an answer. What did Uchiha Liangjia obtain in the Dragon's Cave? Orochimaru enunciated each word clearly. Uchiha Liangjia. Shiketsuhime seemed to ponder the name, and after a moment she realized, are you referring to the boy who arrived at the Dragon's Cave not long ago? Exactly. According to what he said, the first trial he encountered was with the Tianshin Shinheim. He passed it, but returned without undertaking the second trial, which is against the rules. Rules? What rules are there? Shiketsuhime smiled lightly. He passed the first trial and arrived before me, his mental state extremely unstable, so he could not possibly pass the second trial. I took a liking to him and let him return. Is there a problem? Unstable mental state. Orochimaru looked at Shiketsuhime suspiciously. How did the boy named Liangjia not tell you? Shiketsuhime asked in surprise. Tell me what? Orochimaru's eyelids twitched. His Sharingan evolved because of the trial, didn't he tell you? Shiketsuhime covered her mouth in astonishment. Evolved. Orochimaru's body shuddered. He had suspected that Liangjie was hiding something, but did not expect it to be the Sharingan. Heh. Orochimaru sneered, finding it childish to conceal something in a place like this. The offerings will be delivered later. Leaving that remark behind, Orochimaru quickly departed from the open area. If you prepare more offerings, perhaps I will respond to the summoning. Shiketsuhime chuckled. No need. Orochimaru continued on his way. This should be sufficient, right? Shiketsuhime recalled Liangjie's instructions, confirming there were no mistakes. She then lifted her hand to untie the ribbon around her neck, ready for a long-awaited feast. Liangjie had long anticipated that Orochimaru might inquire about the exploration of the Dragon Cave, so he asked for help to conceal it before being sent back by the White Snake Sage. He stayed in the Dragon Cave for a full half-hour. If he returned empty-handed, not only would Orochimaru not believe him, but even he himself would be doubtful, so he decided to hand over the most alluring Sharingan to cover up the truth. Back in the training room, Orochimaru's gaze on Liangjie underwent a subtle change. Both containers displayed remarkable potential, leaving him troubled by a dilemma he termed happiness. Who should he choose? There are still 3 years left. I will decide based on the situation then. Resolute, Orochimaru began to formally instruct the two. Sasuke had already mastered the second state of the cursed seal, possessing the Threedomo Sharingan, and a solid foundation, prompting Orochimaru to focus on special training in physical techniques and ninjutsu. As for Liangjie, Orochimaru pondered whether to implant the cursed seal, but ultimately decided against it, considering Liangjie's slight resistance. The 3 years of cultivation were important, and maintaining a good mood was also crucial. After all, he did not care whether the containers possessed cursed seals. Under Orochimaru's direct guidance, with Kabuto constantly monitoring their physical conditions and assisting with herbal adjustments, the two's strength surged forward. Wind release, great breakthrough. Whoosh. A fierce gale suddenly whipped up, instantly shredding the wooden rake that stood in its path. Seeing this scene, Liangjie clenched his fists in delight. He had finally succeeded. This was the first wind release ninjutsu he had performed since mastering the transformation of wind release chakra. I can begin the next phase of training. Excited, Liangjie made his way to the laboratory, his spirits buoyed, his steps noticeably lighter along the way. Standing at the laboratory door to calm himself, just as he was about to knock, he suddenly heard the sound of glass shattering from within. Crash. Following that was a series of more intense shattering sounds, and he could faintly hear Kabuto's startled exclamation. Crack, crack. The sound of cleaning up the fragments echoed, and after a brief silence, the laboratory door swung open. Liangjie. Kabuto, holding a broom, asked the Liangjie standing at the door, "What do you need?" Liangjie quickly scanned the laboratory with his peripheral vision. Due to Kabuto's obstruction, he could not see the full picture, only catching a glimpse of Orochimaru's grim expression as he stared at the wall where a glass compartment meant for a bloodline experiment should have been installed. It seems like another failure. Liangjie dared not look any longer. Orochimaru disliked others prying into his experiments, even if it was Liangjie or Sasuke. I need an experiment subject who can perform wind or fire release. Liangjie stated. An experiment subject for wind release ninjutsu and fire release ninjutsu. Kabuto pondered for a moment and replied, "I'll have him find you at the training ground shortly." Kabuto did not inquire further about the purpose, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Liangjie returned to the training room and waited. Kabuto's work efficiency was exceptionally high, and within 5 minutes a small-statured experiment subject arrived at the training ground. "Lord Liangjie, you called for me?" the experiment subject asked respectfully. In the entire Orochimaru base, aside from Orochimaru and Kabuto, Liangjie and Sasuke held the most esteemed status. Excluding disloyal experiment subjects like Suigetsu, the remaining subjects showed extraordinary respect for the two. "Take these." Liangjie poured out 2 white pills. The experiment subject took the pills without hesitation and swallowed them. Not to mention the unknown pills, even if he knew they could lead to death, he would not hesitate. Glug. After swallowing the pills, Liangjie gestured for the experiment subject to sit down. After a few seconds, light snoring began to sound. The pills taken by the experiment subject were a special sleeping medicine, allowing him to have a good dream. The reason Liangjie needed the experiment subject to be asleep was simple. He was preparing to use mind-reading techniques on a human for the first time. After long periods of training, he had mastered the mind-reading technique, but had never used it on a human. Orochimaru's experiment subjects were excellent training materials. Liangjie approached the experiment subject from behind, pressing his hand against the forehead, closing his eyes to channel chakra, and cautiously delving into the mind. The process of invading the brain went smoothly. I must proceed with utmost caution from here on. The human brain is fundamentally different from that of animals. It is more developed, has a larger capacity, and is more complex, capable of storing more memories and emotions. The difficulty increases manifold. Chakra is a combination of physical and spiritual energy. It is not only used for destruction. Just as medical ninjas can use ninjutsu to heal wounds, there are many aspects of chakra that we have yet to explore. Mastering the spiritual aspect allows one to easily invade an enemy's mind and read memories. Recalling Aoba's teachings, Liang Jie worked hard to suppress the destructive nature of chakra. Chakra smoothly penetrated the brain, but as he approached the cerebral cortex, he instinctively increased the chakra flow. Little did he expect that such a simple action would cause the experiment subject's previously calm nerves to suddenly surge violently. Oh no! Liang Jie felt a jolt in his heart. The complexity of the human brain exceeded his imagination. I can't control it. Gritting his teeth, Liang Jie watched as chakra was about to destroy the experiment subject's brain when an inexplicable energy rapidly flowed from the heart into the chakra, invading the experiment subject's brain. Is this natural energy? Liang Jie exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide open. When he instructed Tianxin and the others, he had been informed of the changes in his body at the last moment. Upon inspection, all the natural energy within him had dissipated, yet unexpectedly a small portion remained hidden within. He did not know whether this was good or bad. At least for now, natural energy could assist in performing mind-reading techniques without causing damage to his body, though it could not be manipulated as freely as chakra. It doesn't matter now. It was not the time to overthink. Calming his mind, Liang Jie manipulated the chakra to explore every corner of the experiment subject's mind. Sadness, pain, hope, loyalty, fervor, and various other emotions surged into his mind. Liang Jie, having prepared for this, was not affected and quickly suppressed the useless emotions, carefully searching for the memories he sought. Accepting memories could not be rushed. It required slow viewing and constant elimination from the mind. Accepting too many memories from others was not beneficial. A weak spirit would leave after effects. Skimming through worthless memories, he quickly found those related to ninjutsu. He carefully reviewed important memories about the training process, hand seals, and chakra operation methods several times from beginning to end. Withdrawing his consciousness, Liang Jie stepped forward to the target. Wind release, swift blade. Crack. Looking at the wooden target split in two, Liang Jie smiled with satisfaction. While the 3-Demo Sharingan could also replicate ninjutsu, it could only copy techniques that the enemy was currently using. Techniques not in use could only be preserved. Mind reading had no such limitations, but lacked the convenience of the Sharingan providing complementary abilities. I won't lack ninjutsu in the future. If Kakashi can copy thousands of techniques, I at least won't be inferior to him. Liang Jie looked up vaguely, seeing the Uchiha insignia floating above his head. As he confirmed the function of the mind-reading technique, another question arose. What was that natural energy that surged from my body just now? Liang Jie bit his nails, his brow tightly furrowed. He was not overwhelmed by joy. If it weren't for the sudden surge of natural energy, the mind-reading technique would have surely failed. This was a crucial question, for if he could not manipulate the natural energy, did that not imply that without it the mind-reading technique could not be successfully utilized? This was not the situation he wished to see. The mind-reading technique was a vital part of his plan, and absolutely no uncontrollable factors were allowed. Sasuke willingly came to the base to obtain the power necessary for his revenge, while Liang Jie had another significant reason besides safety concerns. He coveted Orochimaru's knowledge. Not just the forbidden techniques, but he greedily desired to acquire everything Orochimaru possessed. In Sasuke's original world, he killed Orochimaru, claiming to have absorbed all of his power, but that was not entirely true. The core of Orochimaru's power lay in forbidden techniques, yet the most precious aspect was the knowledge that many overlooked. In terms of research, no one surpassed Orochimaru. So far, the cursed seals and artificial bloodlines Liang Jie had learned about were enough to shake the entire shinobi world, not to mention the numerous other experiments he was unaware of. Did Liang Jie want the power of the cursed seals? Yes. At least until he mastered the sage mode, the cursed seals would greatly assist him. What about the seemingly more powerful bloodlines? He wanted those even more. However, he dared not to take them. No matter how powerful the force was, as long as it was given by Orochimaru, he would not dare to accept it. Heaven knows how many tricks Orochimaru would play. If he could seize all of Orochimaru's knowledge, then he could safely acquire everything mentioned above. Though the idea seemed far-fetched, if he could skillfully master the mind-reading technique, the seemingly impossible plan would become very likely to succeed. He did not know if the stronger the target was, the harder it would be to invade their mind, but he was clear that with his current half-baked level, he would definitely not succeed in invading Orochimaru's mind. With nearly 3 years of safety left, Liang Jie could leisurely accumulate experience to improve his proficiency. However, success was right before him, and he could hardly suppress the impulse within, not to mention that the natural energy hidden in his body was also a ticking time bomb. It seems necessary to go again. Liang Jie glanced at the shadowy corner where a venomous snake peeked its head out slightly, followed by all the venomous snakes in the base receiving the command simultaneously. Monitor Orochimaru and Kabuto's movements. This was the ability granted to Liang Jie by the White Snake Sage. His priority in the venomous snake's minds far exceeded Orochimaru's. The reason for monitoring Orochimaru was simple. Liang Jie did not want to fall out with him too early. If he were in Orochimaru's position, he certainly would not want excessive contact with the Dragon Cave. As the designated vessel, Orochimaru allowed both of them to increase their strength, even expecting them to do so that after reincarnation, they could maximize their power. However, he absolutely would not permit anything beyond his control. The Dragon Cave and Sage techniques were precisely the things Orochimaru could not control, as he did not understand them. After all the effort he put into finding the Dragon Cave, he passed the initial tests only to be told that due to the modification of his body and genes, he permanently lost the qualification to learn Sage techniques. He had no true understanding of the actual power of Sage techniques, let alone control them. If it were discovered that Liang Jie frequently entered the Dragon Cave, or even showed signs of learning Sage mode, he would not go easy on him. There were two vessels, destroying one would merely result in losing an option. Moreover, he was originally inclined towards Sasuke, as using Sasuke's body would maximally irritate Uchiha Itachi. Shenwei Yusu Hai. Liang Jie reversed the sequence of hand seals and struck the ground with one hand. Reverse summoning technique. Boom. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, Liang Jie appeared in the Dragon Cave. The environment still resembled the previous cave, but the ground around him was devoid of scattered food, replaced instead by cracked yellow earth. Let's take a look around first. Liang Jie did not know the way, and with no one to guide him, he could only rely on luck. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Liang Jie was about to leave, the ground beneath him suddenly shook violently, and a shadow enveloped him. Only then did he realize that what lay beneath his feet was not cracked earth, but a massive yellow python, and the cracked ground was its scales. Lord Liang Jie, the python spoke in a deep voice. Liang Jie nodded and indicated, I need to find the White Snake Sage, please help me with directions. I apologize, but the White Snake Sage is currently discussing important matters with the three administrators and cannot be approached for the time being, the python replied. How long will it take to wait? Liang Jie asked in a deep voice. If the wait would be too long, he would have to give up, as Orochimaru and Kabuto might head to the training room midway. Just a moment. The python closed its eyes, seemingly conversing with someone. After a moment, it opened its eyes, stating, at most half an hour. Half an hour was neither long nor short, it was worth waiting. So what should he do with this free time? All right. A shadow flashed through Liang Jie's mind. Last time he came, the White Snake Sage had him sign a contract with a venomous snake named Yijun. Why not take this opportunity to strengthen their bond? Do you know where Yijun is? Yijun. Just a moment. The python closed its eyes again, saying, I'll lead you there. Boom, boom, boom. The yellow python carried Liang Jie as it crawled towards the outskirts of the Dragon Cave. Along the way, countless venomous snakes peeked out curiously. When Liang Jie made eye contact with them, they all lowered their heads in greeting. Boom, boom, boom. The python continued without pause and soon arrived at the outskirts of the Dragon Cave. Before they could enter the forest, angry hisses could be heard from within. From the sound, it seemed two snakes were fighting. Let's go in and take a look, Liang Jie urged. The desire to watch the excitement has been around since ancient times, and Liang Jie was no exception. Yes. Upon entering the forest's edge, countless trees were broken. As they ventured deeper, they saw two massive creatures entangled with each other, one being Yijun, and the other seemingly Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes. Hiss! Yijun opened its massive mouth and bit down on the 10,000 snakes, which retaliated by tightly coiling its body around Yijun. Huh! A hint of mockery flashed in Yijun's serpent eyes. Relying on its body, which was 2 circles thicker than the 10,000 snakes, it actually began to suppress it. Boom, boom, boom. The 10,000 snakes struggled desperately, but still could not escape its fate of being suppressed. Do you submit? Yijun shouted. If you have the ability, let me go, and let's fight again, the 10,000 snakes roared. Boom. Yijun slapped the 10,000 snakes down with its tail, asking again, do you submit? I don't submit. The 10,000 snakes gritted its teeth. Boom. Do you submit? I don't submit. Boom. Do you submit? I don't submit. This. Liang Jie was covered in black lines on his forehead. The yellow python paused for a long time and said, it's a routine to strengthen their relationship. Huh. Looking at the extremely miserable 10,000 snakes, countless question marks flashed through Liang Jie's mind. Is this what you call strengthening a relationship? Lord Liang Jie, do not be surprised, this is quite common in the Dragon Earth Cave. The yellow python explained, the Wanshi is irritable with a foul mouth and many snakes dislike it. Those without strength can only endure, while stronger ones can enact the scene you witnessed. Is this the reason why the Wanshi can take on two opponents outside? Liangjie felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. No wonder the Wanshi can withstand assaults from both the frog and the slug alone. How could it not be strong? At the very least, it can endure punishment. You two stop fighting. Lord Liangjie has arrived, the yellow python called out. Night Lord was startled and turned to see a familiar figure, immediately letting the Wanshi go and swimming over quickly. Have you come specifically to find me? Is there a battle that requires my assistance? Next time you don't need to come personally, just use your summoning technique. Night Lord's snake eyes sparkled with excitement. There is no battle. I am here to find the white snake immortal and see you in passing. So there's no battle, Night Lord said, disappointed. It seems you are quite eager for a fight. Liangjie asked curiously. Of course. That certain someone is utterly disgraceful, having lost multiple times to a frog and a slug. They are ruining the reputation of the entire Dragon Earth Cave. I want to go out and clear the name of the Dragon Earth Cave. Night Lord flicked its tail, striking the face of the leisurely swimming Wanshi. Do you want to die? The previously calm Wanshi instantly flared up. Just with you? Night Lord scoffed. You can't even defeat a frog. That's because it had help. The Wanshi's eyes flared with fury. It's just a slug, Night Lord retorted disdainfully. The slug is part of the wetbone forest immortal's body. It's normal that I couldn't win 2 against 1. The Wanshi defended itself. It's just a big slug. Night Lord huffed. I will kill you. The Wanshi lost its reason and lunged at Night Lord. Boom. Night Lord swung its tail, knocking the Wanshi down, then turned and bit down on the Wanshi's neck, indistinctly saying to Liangjie, You should leave first, we have some matters to discuss. Boom boom boom. After saying that, the two snakes tangled in combat once more. Let's go, Liangjie said helplessly. Knowing it couldn't win, yet still being stubborn, one must admit that the Wanshi's character is quite admirable. At least it is not afraid of death. After a brief interlude, the white snake immortal concluded the conversation with the 3 managers. The yellow python escorted him to the cave in front of the shrine. I have no authority to go further, please proceed on your own. Liangjie jumped down from the yellow python's head, gently patting its scales. Thank you for your hard work. It is my honor. Liangjie watched the yellow python leave, turned, and walked into the cave. The mist within the cave obscured the path ahead. He was unaware of how long he had walked, but the mist gradually dissipated, revealing the shrine just before him. Boom boom boom. The ancient wooden door opened, and Liangjie stepped inside. You've come, is it about natural energy? The white snake immortal lazily leaned on a stone chair, holding a large smoking pipe from which rich natural energy billowed out. I nearly failed in my secret technique. The natural energy within my body helped me succeed, but I cannot freely control it or even detect its presence. Do you know what the essence of natural energy is? The white snake immortal posed another question. Natural energy. Liangjie pondered for a long time before replying uncertainly. It is energy distributed in the sky, oceans, and earth, essentially the energy within nature. It differs from chakra, yet can be controlled by ninjas like Chakra. That's a very close answer. In fact, all energy existing outside can be considered natural energy. Ninjutsu requires chakra, which is a combination of spiritual energy and physical energy extracted from cells. If one can manipulate natural energy combined with spiritual energy, it will give rise to sage art chakra. If we regard natural energy as physical energy, everything becomes clear. A newborn child also possesses chakra, yet they cannot control or perceive it due to their weak spirit and body. From the perspective of sage art, you are currently in an infant stage. The white snake immortal tried to explain in a manner that was easy to understand. But you once said that I am not qualified to approach sage art. Now that natural energy is concealed within me, why has it not caused harm, but rather helped me? Liangjie questioned. Both the sage mode of the Dragon Earth Cave and the sage mode of the Myojin Mountain carry great risks during cultivation. A misstep in Myojin Mountain could turn one into a frog statue, while in the Dragon Earth Cave one could collapse and ultimately become food for the likes of City Stick Island's princesses. In short, natural energy poses a tremendous destructive power to those who have not mastered sage art chakra. Logically, he should have perished long ago due to bodily collapse. The source of the natural energy within you is Akatsuki. As for why it has not caused destruction and can instead be beneficial, it all relates to you personally. Related to me personally? Liangjie asked in surprise. Have you heard of the natural-born sage body? The white snake immortal inquired. Liangjie hesitated for a few seconds and slowly shook his head. In fact, he was very clear about the concept of a natural-born sage body. The first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, was very likely a natural-born sage body. Could it be that I am one too? Liangjie shook his head, self-denying impossible. A sage body is certainly accompanied by an extremely terrifying amount of chakra. Although his total chakra amount is decent compared to true chakra monsters, it is insignificant. A sage body possesses chakra comparable to, or even exceeding that of tailed beasts with powerful recovery abilities and extraordinary physical strength. Any ninjutsu in their hands can transform decay into miracles. Even a mere crank ninjutsu can unleash the power of high-level ninjutsu. Furthermore, if one cultivates sage art, and sage mode, a sage body has unparalleled advantages. You are not a natural-born sage body, but you share similarities with one having a natural affinity for natural energy. So, does that mean I will progress quickly in sage art cultivation? Liang Jie's eyes sparkled with hope. Yes, there is even a possibility of mastering it instantly. The White Snake Immortal did not allow him the opportunity to rejoice, immediately dousing him with cold water. Unfortunately for now, you are not qualified to cultivate sage art. Your spiritual power is too weak. Weak spiritual power. Liang Jie incredulously pointed at himself, repeating word by word, "You say my spiritual power is weak. The owner of the Freedomo Sharingan has weak spiritual power. You still need to train. Your doubts have been answered. You may leave now." But, leave now? The White Snake Immortal closed his eyes. Seeing this, Liang Jie gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, "You take a rest." Boom, boom, boom. The ancient door slowly opened. Hearing Liang Jie's departing footsteps, the White Snake Immortal opened his eyes a crack and said leisurely, "Nothing happens in haste, do not rush it." Having lifted the reverse summoning technique, he returned to the training room. Based on the feedback from the serpent, Orochimaru and Kabuto were still in the laboratory, completely unaware of Liang Jie heading towards the dragon cave. The test subject remained lost in slumber as Liang Jie sat cross-legged, beginning to plan his upcoming cultivation. The sage mode was undoubtedly the top priority, but he had yet to qualify for cultivation and could only rely on enhancing his mental strength through practicing illusion techniques and mind-reading skills, hoping to gain cultivation qualification someday. Aside from sage mode, his Sharingan evolution had also reached a temporary limit. Although he knew how to activate the Mangekyo, he had no means to do so. For now, he could only train his Sharingan's visual power, fortunately overlapping with mental training, sparing him additional effort. The remaining important aspect of cultivation was practical combat. It had been over 2 months since he arrived at Orochimaru's base, during which Sasuke trained under high pressure daily, constantly flirting with death, resulting in rapid improvement of his strength. In contrast, Liang Jie had been focusing on mind reading and Sharingan illusion techniques, clearly lacking practical combat experience. I must enhance my training in practical combat. Sasuke should be at training ground No. 1 by now. I should go take a look. He left the test subject in training room No. 2 and headed alone to training room No. 1. Crack. As he pushed open the training room door, a blinding flash of lightning erupted with a loud bang. Sasuke withdrew his hand from the test subject's chest, sidestepped an attack with his right leg, and glared up, pouring his overwhelming visual power into the enemy's brain. Swish. Just then a whooshing sound came from both sides of his body. Sasuke remained calm, drawing the Kusanagi sword and stabbing it into the ground as the violent lightning released chakra spread along the sword's blade to the surrounding ground. Thunderbird stream, second style. Crackle. 3 test subjects were ensnared by lightning snakes, and Sasuke pulled out the Kusanagi sword, a flash of cold light shimmering as 3 pillars of blood shot into the sky. Sasuke can already handle 4 Chunin-level test subjects at the same time. Liang Jie exclaimed in disbelief. This was still with Sasuke having only activated the first stage of the curse seal. If he were to activate the second stage, he might very well be on the verge of reaching Jonin level, and yet it had only been 3 months since arriving at Orochimaru's base. A genius indeed, Liang Jie muttered, rubbing his head. Watching his once equally matched companion surpass him, he felt a pang of discomfort, even though he had been mentally prepared. Swish. Sasuke stepped out of the blood rain, wiped the blood with a towel, and looked at Liang Jie, who was frowning and sighing intermittently, and said discontentedly, "You've been slacking off in your training lately." "There's nothing I can do if things have been too chaotic lately. Fortunately, I've already found my future path of cultivation," Liang Jie shrugged. "What is it?" Sasuke asked curiously. "Sage techniques. I don't know if you have the talent for it, but soon we might have the chance to go to the dragon cave together. Speaking of which, Orochimaru has been in the laboratory for nearly half a month. I wonder what he's researching." Liang Jie casually picked up a potion from the table and gently shook the pale green liquid. "That's not my concern. Let's have a spar." Sasuke tossed something out. Liang Jie caught the Kusanagi sword, glanced at Sasuke, who drew a kunai, and then tossed the Kusanagi sword back. "No need for weapons, you just don't use the curse seal." Sasuke stared at Liang Jie for a long moment, and finally said, "Fine." Swish. Nonetheless, Sasuke still tossed the Kusanagi sword aside, not wanting to take advantage of Liang Jie when it came to weapons. The two stood facing each other in the training ground. Whoosh. Liang Jie did not hold back, activating his Sharingan and unleashing an illusion that struck Sasuke. Swoosh. Seizing the moment Sasuke was trapped in the illusion, Liang Jie threw 2 shurikens and rushed forward with a leg sweep. Breakthrough. Sasuke's body jolted and his Sharingan's visual power surged forth, instantly tearing apart the illusion space Liang Jie had carelessly constructed. At that moment, the shurikens were already in front of him. Whoosh. Utilizing his excellent reflexes and the insight of the Sharingan, Sasuke crouched low to dodge the shuriken and used a kunai covered in lightning-release chakra to sever the connecting metal wire. Tisk. Liang Jie discarded the metal wire, no longer expecting small tricks to work, and threw a punch at Sasuke's chest. Smack. Sasuke similarly threw a punch, and in an instant the two exchanged blows multiple times. Observing Liang Jie's ease, Sasuke grew increasingly alarmed, eventually landing a kick to push Liang Jie back, demanding, "What's going on here?" After a brief exchange, Sasuke discovered something very strange. Liang Jie's reflexes, speed, and physical strength had significantly improved compared to their last encounter. Although he was still not as strong as Sasuke, this was the result of his daily intense training, while Liang Jie had also undergone training, but to a far lesser extent. This defied normal understanding. Unless Liang Jie was an even more talented individual. Impossible. Sasuke ground his teeth, holding on to his pride. He would never admit to being inferior to anyone. This is the effect of natural energy. Liang Jie spoke words Sasuke had never heard before. It's somewhat similar to the cursed seal you have. Natural energy exists between heaven and earth, and I happened to come into contact with it in the Dragon Cave. Liang Jie explained. Although he currently could not control natural energy, it did not mean it was utterly useless. His extraordinary affinity allowed him to skip many steps, and since the day he returned to the Dragon Cave, natural energy had been subtly altering his body. Now his physical condition had more than doubled compared to when he first entered the base, and this was still just a small amount of natural energy. If he could fully master Sage Mode, the strength of his body would be unimaginable. Can I learn it? Sasuke asked, slightly excited. He had a deep understanding of the power of the cursed seal, and if he could also grasp this so-called natural energy, although he did not know how far it could take him, he was sure it would not make him weaker than an ordinary Jonin. A 13-year-old Jonin. The day of revenge is drawing near. Sasuke's face showed a fierce expression. I'm not sure yet. I'll first ask if I can bring you into the Dragon Cave. Liang Jie performed the reverse summoning technique to the Dragon Cave, and moments later, he returned to the training ground amidst white smoke. Meeting Sasuke's inquiring gaze, Liang Jie nodded, gently saying, "Follow me." After ordering the serpent to guard Orochimaru and Kabuto, Liang Jie performed the reverse summoning technique again. Sasuke, relying on his Sharingan, copied the technique and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Bang! Is this the Dragon Cave? Sasuke surveyed his surroundings. Before he could continue speaking, the cursed seal on his neck suddenly expanded. What's happening? Liang Jie asked urgently. There's some inexplicable energy stimulating the cursed seal. Sasuke covered his neck, struggling multiple times before barely managing to suppress it. The natural energy in the Dragon Cave is much denser than in the ninja world. Since the cursed seal and its source are the same, it may have undergone a mutation because of this. Liang Jie looked up at the giant black silhouette shrouded in fog and said, "Let's go. The White Snake Sage will provide answers." Is that the White Snake Sage? That's right. You should be a bit more polite. In terms of age, it is almost equivalent to the history of the ninja world having existed for over 1,000 years. He couldn't fathom what kind of existence could survive for such a long time. Unconsciously, his appreciation for the Dragon Cave increased. Step by step, the two approached the stone pedestal where the white snake, resting with closed eyes, slightly opened its eyes to observe Sasuke. Its gaze seemed to pierce through a person's very soul, and even the typically indifferent Sasuke felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. After a moment, the white snake withdrew its gaze and sighed. "You have decent aptitude, but unfortunately you lack the qualifications to cultivate sage arts." Sasuke looked up in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. "Why, you possess something akin to sage chakra, but if you forcibly pursue sage arts, the two different energies will erode each other, ultimately leading to death." The white snake spoke calmly. Sasuke covered his neck, fully aware of what the white snake was referring to. Yet you need not be too disappointed. Considering their kinship, the white snake looked at Liang Jie and said, "The natural energy in the Dragon Cave is exceptionally rich. I permit you to cultivate here, which may enhance that thing further. Moreover, there is also a trace of a small snake's aura on that thing. I can help you completely eliminate it." A small snake? Are you talking about Orochimaru? Sasuke reacted, quickly activating his chakra to investigate, but found nothing. "Don't waste your effort, you won't be able to see it." The white snake lifted its massive tail. "Wait!" Liang Jie suddenly called out to stop it, but it was already too late. The glass tank in front of Orochimaru suddenly shattered. He did not react with anger as before. Instead, he looked toward the training room with extreme shock and confusion. It's severed. What is severed? Yakushi Kabuto asked in confusion from the side. The connection between Sasuke and me has been broken. Orochimaru, with a grim expression, pushed open the laboratory door and hurried toward the training room, feeling a bad premonition. He had established a connection with Sasuke through the Heaven's Curse Mark, and there were only two possibilities for the connection to be severed: either the curse mark had failed or Sasuke was dead. Either scenario was a significant problem. This is bad. Liangjia listened to the report from the snake and couldn't help but smile bitterly. We've got ourselves into trouble. What happened? Sasuke asked. Sasuke turned his neck, feeling unusually refreshed. It was as if the white snake sage had shattered some kind of limitation. His instincts told him that the curse mark could become even stronger and it would have no side effects. The Heaven's Curse Mark was bestowed by Orochimaru. I suspect he has tampered with it to create some connection with you. Just now the snake reported that Orochimaru has realized the curse mark has undergone a change and is currently searching for the two of us throughout the base. Liangjia explained helplessly. So what? Sasuke replied indifferently. Do you really think Orochimaru took us in solely because of our talents? Of course not, Sasuke scoffed. He wouldn't be so kind-hearted. I once saw a scroll in the laboratory that recorded a forbidden technique. Orochimaru needs to change his body every 3 years. Taking us in is likely to acquire the power of the Uchiha clan. Now that he realizes the vessel is out of control, he will definitely not be as lenient as before. Most likely he will treat us like he did with Hozuki Suigetsu, imprisoning us for 3 years until the next reincarnation arrives. Liangjia sighed. At worst we won't return to the base. Sasuke appeared very carefree. He had touched the edge of the Jonin level. As long as he could cultivate in the Dragon Cave for a while, he could easily stabilize his position among the Jonin. Leaving the base would give him some ability to protect himself. Losing Orochimaru's guidance was certainly regrettable, but it was not entirely unacceptable. Seeing that Sasuke was unconcerned, Liangjia chose not to say more. Orochimaru had a contract with the Dragon Cave, so the White Snake Sage could always locate him. Even if they left the base, there would still be a possibility of acquiring knowledge in the future. Swish. The White Snake Sage retracted its tail and said, "You can try to absorb a small amount of natural energy. Do not rush, your spiritual power is not yet sufficient. If a small issue arises, there are ways to remedy it, but if you absorb too much, it will depend on your own fortune. I have one last question. How can you change our position back to the ninja world?" Liangjia asked with concern. The location where they entered the Dragon Cave was Orochimaru's base. If they were to return the same way by canceling the reverse summoning technique, wouldn't they end up back in the snake's mouth? Yes. The White Snake Sage closed its eyes, appearing perpetually drowsy, perhaps due to its age. Let's go. The two left the shrine, and the ancient doors slowly closed, shrouding the cave in mist once more. Step, step, step. A clear sound of footsteps approached, and a graceful figure emerged from the mist. "Follow me," said Shitan Shimahime gently. "Why is it always you who comes to get me?" Liangjia casually asked. Shitan Shimahime's face suddenly flushed. Seeing her shy expression, Liangjia suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility, instantly turning pale, and stammered, You can't possibly." Upon hearing Liangjia's words, Shitan Shimahime's face reddened even more. Looking at her demeanor, Liangjia confirmed his thoughts and hurriedly advised, "Listen to me. You are a snake, I am a human. You understand, right? It's impossible." He was not Su Xian and had never thought of engaging in any kind of super friendship with another species. "What are you talking about?" Shitan Shimahime looked at Liangjia with confusion and muttered, "When did you start practicing sage arts?" "I still need to prepare the ingredients for cooking." "Ingredients?" Liangjia was taken aback. "You are the best tasting person I've encountered in recent years. Left arm for swallowing, right arm for steaming, chest for spicy, thighs for garlic." Drip, drip. As she spoke, saliva involuntarily dripped from her mouth. She looked at Liangjia with a mournful gaze. "Hurry up and start practicing sage arts. If something goes wrong, I can just eat you. Enduring deliciousness is quite torturous. Please, please." Mizuki Island brought the two of them to a cave, leaning close to Liangjia's ear and whispering, "You two stay here for now and work hard on your cultivation. They'll be watching over you." Liangjia ruthlessly pushed Island away, saying, "Don't worry, even if you have trouble with your cultivation, I won't give you a chance to eat." Island angrily retorted, "Why are you so stingy?" Liangjia roared, "Is this a matter of being stingy?" Island pouted, "I'm not asking for much, at least let me have a fingertip to satisfy my cravings." Liangjia pressed his throbbing temples, feeling that continuing to talk with Island would eventually drive him crazy, so he decided to find her something to do. "Do me a favor." "What favor?" "How about a rib for payment?" Island drooled. "I'd better go find Cammy and Jinji for help." Liangjia decisively turned around. Hey, I was just joking, just joking." Island pulled Liangjia back, saying with righteous indignation, "Isn't it just helping out? Do we need to talk about payment between us?" letting Liang Jie go find those two bastards Kami and Jinji. A foolish dream. She had worked hard to secure this opportunity. How could she share the food that was about to reach her mouth with others? Without using the summoning technique, can you enter Orochimaru's base? Liang Jie asked. It's a bit troublesome, but it's not a difficult task. What do you want to do? Island asked curiously. I need you to help bring someone to the dragon cave, Liang Jie said. No way. Island flatly refused. Why not? You said it's not a difficult task, Liang Jie questioned. Going to Orochimaru's base is easy, but bringing back an unfamiliar person without a contract requires the agreement of a sage. Island explained. As long as the sage agrees, you can help, right? Liang Jie asked with a smile. That's the principle. Island hesitated, but no buts, I'll go find White Snake Sage. Liang Jie returned to the shrine based on memory. Sasuke glanced at Island expressionlessly before sitting cross-legged on the ground and carefully absorbing natural energy. A few minutes later, Liang Jie returned to the cave. Island had already received the order through her mental connection and said, all right, this time, I'll help you for free. Orochimaru had once summoned her at the base, so with her ability, it was very simple for her to go to the marked place. Boom. Island transformed into white smoke and disappeared. Liang Jie stretched and sat cross-legged on the ground waiting. Who are you looking for? Sasuke opened his eyes. Kisame Hoshigaki, considering the secret techniques, his strength is quite impressive. After leaving Orochimaru, he will face more dangers, so it wouldn't hurt to find a few helpers. Liang Jie said. Sasuke grunted a couple of times as if acknowledging. Meanwhile, Island used her invisibility ability to sneak into the dark room where Kisame was imprisoned. Looking at the sealed dark room, Island hesitated. It would be easy to destroy the room, but that would attract attention. Once Orochimaru detected that she had entered the base. Wait, was she afraid of Orochimaru? Realizing this, Island decisively chose to break down the door. Boom. The iron door embedded with a barrier crashed into the room. Island met the perplexed gaze of Kisame and asked with a smile, are you Kisame Hoshigaki? Kisame looked at Island and then glanced at the iron door embedded in the wall. Was the barrier that had rendered him helpless really broken by brute force? Who was this woman? Gulp. Kisame swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, Yais, what do you need? Estimating her strength, he knew that this seemingly frail girl could easily crush his head, so his attitude was very respectful. Uchiha Liang Jie and Sasuke have already left Orochimaru's base. He asked me to take you with me. Are you willing? Island asked. Of course I'm willing. Kisame blurted out. Even though he didn't know where Liang Jie was going, and even if he wasn't sure if Island was telling the truth, he didn't hesitate at all. This was not just yielding to power. If there was even a slight chance to escape this abyss, he would seize it. That's good. Island stepped into the dark room smiling sweetly. No matter what happens next, you mustn't be afraid and don't struggle. Kisame instinctively sensed something was off, and his earlier determination began to waver. Clang. Island punched the sturdy iron door impatiently, saying, Make a decision quickly, I don't have time to waste. Looking at the deep fist imprint left on the iron door, Kisame no longer hesitated and nodded vigorously. Okay, I won't move. That's more like it, Island said with satisfaction. Buzz. A familiar chakra suddenly appeared at the staircase and Island's relaxed expression stiffened. Orochimaru is coming quickly, I can't waste any more time. Even if she wasn't afraid of being discovered by Orochimaru, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hiss. Island transformed into a giant white python and swallowed the terrified Kisame whole. Burp. With a satisfied burp, Island circulated her chakra and returned to the dragon cave. The next moment, Orochimaru burst into the underground, looking at the iron door embedded in the wall and the empty dark room. His already gloomy face turned even darker. Who exactly is it? Orochimaru's face was as dark as water. First the vessel, then the experiment. He didn't know who was opposing him. The base was shrouded in a barrier, and with Liang Jie and Sasuke's skill level, leaving would surely be detected. He had doubted the dragon cave before, so he had come in personally to search, but ultimately found nothing. Now that Kisame had disappeared again, the deep fist imprint on the iron door clearly indicated that someone had rescued him. But who could it be? How did the mysterious person evade the barrier? What was the purpose of rescuing Uchiha and Kisame? Orochimaru didn't know, but he was clear about one thing: as long as Liang Jie and the others were active in the ninja world, there would definitely be intelligence. Once he captured them again, everything would be revealed. You will not escape. With a loud bang, smoke immediately enveloped the entire cave. Liang Jie used wind release to disperse the smoke and saw a coiled white snake staring at the two with cold eyes. I'm back. The white snake emitted a familiar voice. Are you Island? Where is Kisame? Liang Jie looked around, but saw no one else apart from the white snake. Could it be? A thought flashed through his mind. Here. Island reluctantly spat Kisame out. Just as I thought. Liang Jie's brow twitched slightly as he looked at the water-soaked Kisame. He picked up a stick from the side and gently poked his head, still alive. Stimulated by external force, Kisame suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the spacious cave, joy at having survived the disaster rose on his face as he greedily breathed in the fresh air. I'm still alive. Of course you are still alive. After all the effort I put into bringing you here, it wouldn't be to kill you, Liang Jie said with a smile. Why did you save me? What is your purpose? Liang Jie was slightly dizzy from the barrage of questions and helplessly replied, let me explain one by one. This place is called the Dragon's Cave, one of the 3 sacred lands. The reason I saved you is simple. Both Shu and I are rogue ninjas. Now, without Orochimaru's protection, we face numerous dangers in the ninja world, so we are looking for a partner. Why should I help you? This sounds very dangerous, Shuei said, hugging her shoulders and shivering uncontrollably. At times like this you shouldn't pretend, Liang Jie said. Liang Jie opened his Sharingan. As the power surged, the temperature in the cave gradually dropped. Humph. Shuei snorted lightly, no longer pretending to be afraid, and retorted, give me a reason to join you. We saved you, and as a survivor of the Ghost Lantern clan, you must have things you want to accomplish as well. If you help us, we help you. Mutual benefit. What do you think? Liang Jie spoke confidently, knowing that Shuei could not refuse this proposal. Shuei's dream was to revive the now-defunct 7 ninja swordsmen. Relying solely on herself, it was impossible to gather all 7 swords, let alone achieve revival. Shuei grinned, revealing her sharp and even teeth. Sounds like a good proposal. I'll temporarily join you. You won't regret it. Liang Jie smiled and extended his hand. I hope so. Shuei also reached out. Just as their hands were about to touch, Liang Jie quickly retracted his hand, as if electrocuted. Shuei frowned. Liang Jie felt a bit awkward and explained, how about you take a shower first? It's a little bit disgusting. Shuei fell into silence, her nose twitching as she sniffed the faint smell of drool surrounding her body, turning to look at the island princess, who was smacking her lips. Sensing the gaze, the island princess grinned, but her normally cute demeanor appeared terrifying in her serpent form. You should stop smiling. Is there a place to shower? Liang Jie said with a shiver. The island princess transformed back into her human form. Follow me. By the way, everything in the Dragon's Cave contains natural energy, so don't eat or drink anything recklessly. Liang Jie suddenly remembered something important and shouted. Shuei waved her hand, unsure if she heard it. As the two left the cave, they could vaguely hear the island princess mumbling. I brushed my teeth several times this morning. It shouldn't smell. Hey big sister, you swallowed a person. It's not just about brushing your teeth anymore. Liang Jie rolled his eyes and turned to Zwishu, asking, how's the curse mark? It's hungry. Zwishu pondered for a long time before uttering an incomprehensible term. Active. Liang Jie did not understand Zwishu's meaning. To put it simply, this curse mark is like a child in desperate need of food, and natural energy is like delicious food. If I don't suppress it, it might just burst from overeating, Zwishu explained as simply as he could. Be careful, natural energy is very dangerous. There have been many cases of death in the past, Zwishu warned. Don't worry, I don't want to die before taking my revenge, Zwishu replied with a smile. The two stopped talking and focused on absorbing natural energy. After about half an hour, the freshly washed Shuei returned to the cave, holding a cup of water filled to the brim. He was in an extremely weak state. While ordinary people needed rest and medication to recover, the members of the Ghost Lantern clan only needed to drink water, which was more effective than usual methods. Gulp. Shuei took a big gulp of water. Before he could put down the cup, he suddenly froze in place, his eyes bulging as his entire being rapidly collapsed into a liquid state, collapsing to the ground. Gulp, gulp, gulp. It was unclear whether Shuei wanted to move or speak. Bubbles continuously erupted from the liquid. What happened to him? Zwishu stopped his training. Liang Jie opened one eye and then closed it again. The water contains ample natural energy. If sipped slowly, it can be absorbed without too much impact thanks to his special physique, and it might even be beneficial. Who would have thought he would gulp down a whole mouthful? He won't be okay, will he? Zwishu asked with concern. Ghost Lantern Shuei was at least a teammate, and losing a person before leaving the Dragon's Cave seemed a bit unlucky. He'll be fine, it's just a mouthful of water. With the Ghost Lantern clan's physique, he shouldn't be in trouble, Liang Jie replied nonchalantly. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The bubbles in the liquid became denser, and soon a distinct mass of water different from the liquid form of Shuei slowly separated. What the heck? Shuei popped his head out of the liquid pile looking pale, and said, what on earth was that water? It nearly cost me my life. Everything in the Dragon's Cave contains rich natural energy. A little is fine, but too much will cause your body to collapse, Liang Jie explained. Why didn't you say that earlier? Shuei yelled. I told you, and you were waving me off. I was innocent, Liang Jie replied. Huh. Shuei was taken aback, then awkwardly turned her head. Upon reflection, Liang Jie had indeed shouted something, but she had been too eager to shower to pay attention. Why am I so impatient? Shuei, now aware of the truth, wished she could slap herself. Speaking of which, the water you use to bathe must also contain natural energy. Logically, you should have collapsed long ago, Liang Jie said in surprise. That was bathwater, of course I wouldn't drink it, Shuei replied matter-of-factly. All right. Over the next month, the three either trained or recuperated. Liang Jie's physical quality improved once again. Shu became more proficient in using the curse mark, showing even more terrifying enhancements, and Shuei's condition also recovered significantly. The three knew it was time to leave the dragon's cave. Liang Jie wished he could stay until he mastered Sage Mode, even if it took years, but the White Snake Sage ruthlessly shattered his plans. I beg of you. The three fully equipped stood in the shrine. As the White Snake Sage flicked his tail, to transform into a dragon, one must not enjoy a life of ease. Only between life and death can evolution be sought. The connection between the dragon's cave and the outside world is rare. Currently, aside from Orochimaru, there is only one connection point. I will send you there. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Sage, Liang Jie said, bowing respectfully. Looking forward to seeing you again soon. The White Snake Sage flicked his tail, and the three of them turned into smoke and vanished. Bang! The three landed solidly, breathing in the air that no longer contained rich natural energy. Before they could observe their surroundings, a kunai suddenly pressed against Liang Jie's neck. How did you find us? Liang Jie asked, turning to see the Konoha ninjas surrounding him, his expression immediately turning grim. This is what they call a connection point. White Snake Sage, you were playing tricks on us. Do you believe it was a coincidence? Tachibana lifted her kunai, her tone icy. What do you think? According to intelligence, this place is highly likely one of Orochimaru's hidden bases in the Land of Fire. Tsunade has sent someone here to see if they can find anything useful. Unexpectedly, just after entering the base, before even reaching the second level, the defectors from Orochimaru, Liang Jie, and Sasuke suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, quietly approaching the group, with kunai pressed against their necks. Did you already know we would come? Looking at Liang Jie's bitter smile, her feelings were extremely complicated at this moment. The fact that she could encounter the two defectors to Orochimaru proved that this place must surely be his base, which was a surprising twist. What infuriated her was that Orochimaru, upon discovering the intrusion, had only sent Liang Jie, Sasuke, and a similarly aged child to intercept them. Even if Orochimaru's teachings were exceptional, Liang Jie and Sasuke had only been Jonin 3 months ago. How much stronger could they have become in just 3 months? Chunin. In her mind, Hongdo was filled with myriad thoughts while Liang Jie remained quite relaxed. He leisurely surveyed the surroundings, and upon spotting the two ninjas blocking Suigetsu and Sasuke, his eyes lit up. What a coincidence. The ninjas blocking Sasuke and Suigetsu were the very first group of Konoha ninjas they had encountered during their defection, Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba. To think that the first Konoha ninjas they would see after leaving Orochimaru's base would still be these two. This time there will be no one else to help. Naruto smiled with a hint of mockery. You'd better answer our questions honestly. Inuzuka Kiba said expressionlessly. Hiss. Honda's hand transformed into a venomous snake, her tone icy as she asked, is Orochimaru nearby? I don't know, but he's probably not here, Liang Jie replied calmly. Just the three of you. Hongdo narrowed her eyes. She didn't believe Liang Jie's words. If Orochimaru wasn't nearby, wouldn't they be walking into a death trap with just the three of them? Could there be traps around? Hongdo signaled, and the three of them split their attention to observe the surrounding movements. Be careful. I've been cut. Suigetsu suddenly cried out, realizing that Inuzuka Kiba had mishandled his strength, causing the kunai to slightly pierce Suigetsu's skin. Quiet. Inuzuka Kiba tightened his arm. Clang. Suddenly, Suigetsu transformed into a puddle of water and flowed past Inuzuka Kiba, rematerializing behind him. He raised his hand to block the back of his heart, grinning maliciously. Who will really be quiet? Bang. The highly compressed stream of water instantly pierced through his body, causing Inuzuka Kiba to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall forward. Kiba. Naruto's face was filled with anxiety. Instead of worrying about him, you should focus on yourself first. Sasuke turned his head slightly, his face covered in curse marks resembling a demonic visage. Chidori flow second style. ZZZ. You two are really unable to keep your cool, Liang Jie sighed helplessly. Swish. A cold glimmer flashed, and Liang Jie's neck was cut with a vicious wound, yet strangely not a drop of blood was shed. You're even more impatient. Liang Jie smiled slightly. Boom. The surrounding environment suddenly collapsed, engulfed in darkness. So it's an illusion technique. What time? Bang. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through Hongda's neck, and she lost consciousness in the darkness. Whoosh. Liang Jie closed his Sharingan and lamented, if you had launched a surprise attack as soon as you arrived, the outcome might have been different, Your preconceived notions have betrayed you. Given the circumstances, Hongdo and her companions had a significant advantage. If they had launched a surprise attack directly, they could have at least severely injured one person before the battle began. What should we do? Kill them or leave them be? Suigetsu's fingertips began to channel high-pressure water again. He hadn't expected that at the speed and distance just now Inuzuka Kiba would still manage to dodge the fatal strike at the last moment, which left him quite displeased. Looks like I'll have to hit their heads in the future, Suigetsu thought to himself. Extract their memories, then leave them here, Sasuke said. He had no enmity with the Konoha ninjas, so there was no need to complicate matters. No problem, Liangjie said without elaboration. Since Sasuke didn't want to kill, he had no need to play the villain. Buzz. Liangjie reached out to place his hand on Hongda's forehead, channeling Chakra to probe her memories. Crack. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted, and a kunai wrapped in lightning chakra shot through the air. Whoosh. Liangjie decisively halted his mind-reading technique and quickly retreated. Crack. The kunai embedded itself into the ground, and strands of lightning spread along the earth. It's been 3 months since we last met, and the once adorable little brat is becoming less charming. What do you intend to do to my companions? Tap, tap, tap. Shizune rushed over urgently from a distance, bending down to press on Inuzuka Kiba's wound, her hands glowing with a soft green light hang in there. Watching Shizune's actions, Liangjie and the others tacitly refrained from interrupting solely because of the man standing in the back. The elite Jonin of Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki. In the end, you still chose the path of a rogue ninja. My failure to stop you back then was my negligence, Kakashi said, looking past Shizune with a complicated tone towards Sasuke. Swish, swish, swish. Sasuke's hair rapidly grew a black shadow covering his face, and 2 repulsive massive hands slowly stretched out from behind him. As Kakashi's former disciple, he was well aware of the other's power. This was an opponent on a completely different level from Hongdo and the others, so he unhesitatingly activated the current strongest form of his curse mark's second stage. Feeling the evil aura surrounding Sasuke, Kakashi's eyes widened slightly. Is this the power Orochimaru bestowed upon you? That's right, but it will eventually become my own power. Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword. You still have a chance to turn back before making a greater mistake. Turn back? Why would I turn back? Sasuke scoffed. Naruto has been looking for you. Kakashi attempted to persuade him from another angle. Don't mention that loser to me. Sasuke's voice suddenly rose. Forget it. Kakashi wasn't the type to rely on words to persuade others. He raised his hand to flip up his forehead protector, revealing the concealed 3-tomo Sharingan. Let me see how much progress you've made in these 3 months. Sharingan. He's also from the Uchiha clan. Suigetsu exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi Hitaki, you should have heard of him. Liangjie also opened his Sharingan. Facing an elite Jonin, he had to be on high alert, or else a single misstep could lead to being caught and ending the battle. The copy ninja of Konoha, no wonder you reacted this way. Suigetsu understood. Kakashi Hitaki's reputation had spread throughout the ninja world. The scene fell into silence with only the faint sound of Shizune performing medical ninjutsu remaining. Whoosh. The frozen atmosphere was finally broken by Kakashi, who appeared in front of the 3 in an instant, delivering a heavy slash with his leg. Bang! Sasuke effortlessly blocked the attack. What? Kakashi was astonished. He hadn't held back too much, yet the powerful slash was easily blocked. It seems this battle is not as simple as I imagined. After being baptized by natural energy, Sasuke, possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan and activating the second state of his curse mark, was not weak even among the elite ninjas. Although Kakashi did not hold back, he merely used straightforward attacks, without any special techniques, making it unsurprising that Sasuke could withstand them. With a swift leap, Liangjie jumped from the side, striking Kakashi's abdomen with a kunai infused with wind-release chakra. Water release, great water arm technique. Shuiyue, unwilling to be outdone, channeled chakra within his body, concentrating moisture in his left arm. His previously thin arm instantly swelled to several times its size, and he clenched his fist to strike Kakashi's neck from below. Swish. Kakashi, caught in a double attack, remained calm, straightening his waist to channel his power, transforming a chop into a sweeping kick. Leaf hurricane. Bang. Bang. Crash. Sasuke and Liangjie were immediately sent flying, while Shuiyue, utilizing his water transformation ability, ignored the attack and landed a heavy punch on Kakashi's nape. Clang. Kakashi felt a dizzying sensation as his body lost balance and fell to the ground. The sound of slicing air filled his ears. Years of experience honed in battle told him he could not fall here, or he would face a series of relentless attacks. Tisk. He bit his tongue, the intense pain granting him a moment of clarity. His peripheral vision scanned the surroundings to confirm the positions of the 3, and his hands quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water barrier. A barrier made of water enveloped Kakashi. Shuiyue sneered, entering without any obstruction. Just as he prepared to launch an attack taking advantage of the environment, he turned and met a pair of icy eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you're a ninja from the Hozuki clan, right? Didn't your elders tell you to stay away from ninjas skilled in lightning release? Kakashi raised both hands against the water wall, two arcs of lightning suddenly bursting forth. Lightning release, double lightning cutter. The water barrier was instantly engulfed by lightning snakes, and Hozuki Shuyu's eyes rolled back as his body trembled uncontrollably, quickly collapsing into a jelly-like state. The water transformation technique can immunize against most physical and ninjutsu attacks, but there are still some that can inflict significant, even multiplied damage, such as lightning release ninjutsu, which is a natural enemy of the water transformation technique. Glub glub. Countless tiny bubbles emerged from the jelly-like liquid as Liangjie desperately resisted the lightning serpent-grabbing Shueisha. Crackle. His hair stood on end as he bit down on his tingling tongue, forcing himself to pull Shueisha out. Zzz. Tiny sparks danced at his hair tips, and Liangjie almost lost consciousness. What the hell? Glub glub. Bubbles rose again, and Shueisha clearly could not answer. What? Liangjie looked at Sasuke. What did you say? Sasuke appeared slightly confused. Blub blub. Liangjie shook his face vigorously, feeling a slight return of awareness, and stated slowly, what should we do? Shueisha has lost combat ability. Oh, it's impossible for just the two of us to win. We need to find a way to escape, Sasuke decisively said. He felt no shame in choosing to retreat. It was wise to withdraw when faced with an overwhelming enemy. Puff puff puff. The water barrier gradually faded and Liangjie flicked his wrist, sending out several kunai wrapped in explosive tags. Boom. The explosive tags detonated violently, leaving Kakashi sprawled on the ground unconscious. Was it that simple? Liangjie exchanged a glance with Sasuke, both seeing doubt reflected in each other's eyes. Puff puff puff. Clear water continued to flow unknowingly, reaching the two's feet. Could it be? Liangjie widened his eyes, suddenly recalling a ninjutsu that Kakashi mastered. Run! Liangjie shouted, leaping back with Shueisha, while Sasuke, not understanding the reason, followed suit. Run! It's too late. A mocking voice came from above. Crackle! As the words fell, Kakashi, lying on the ground, suddenly exploded, sending a more powerful surge of lightning along the water flow. Damn it! Liangjie bit his tongue, forcing himself to maneuver through the electric current. Having absorbed natural energy, he and Sasuke had slightly improved resistance to ninjutsu, but Shueisha in his arms was not so fortunate. Already severely injured, he lost his bubbles, appearing like a large piece of pudding. The lightning clone technique, a jutsu requiring a large amount of lightning release chakra, does not disappear like a regular clone when attacked, and instead explodes into a powerful lightning sphere. With Kakashi's chakra reserves, he could only use it once, otherwise he would fall unconscious from overexertion. The cost of using it is high, but the effect is exceptionally gratifying. The two with special Jonin and Jonin combat power were easily subdued by Kakashi. Step. Kakashi emerged from the shadows, his hands enveloped in lightning release chakra, reaching for the two who were in a semi-numb state. Swish. Kakashi halted, glancing toward the source of the sound, where a crimson crescent scythe came crashing down. Boom. The crescent scythe struck the ground, creating a deep pit. Kakashi stepped back 2 paces, looking at the staircase with uncertainty. When fighting in someone else's territory, shouldn't you at least ask the owner's opinion, Leaf Ninja? A suppressed voice filled with anger came from the staircase, where the darkness barely revealed a tall figure. Owner's opinion. Could it be Orochimaru? Kakashi's Sharingan with its 3 tomo began to rotate, slowly, subtly indicating a fusion. Orochimaru. What kind of trash is that, scared into betraying the organization? The figure stepped into the light, his face disdainful. Seeing the familiar face, Liangjie felt a sense of relief. Saved? I didn't expect him to be here. The silver-haired man with a neck adorned with the forehead protector of a rogue ninja wore a black cloak with red clouds now adorned with some strange accessories. This man was Hidan, who had a significant connection with Liangjie. Step. Hidan stopped in front of Liangjie, pulling the embedded crescent scythe from the ground, resting it on his shoulder, and arrogantly said to Kakashi, I'll protect these guys. You can go wherever you want. The black cloak with red clouds is from the organization Itachi joined. Kakashi's Sharingan, with its 3 tomo fully fused, transformed into 3 scythes connected together. This pair of eyes. Hidan's expression froze, his previously arrogant demeanor fading as he lowered his gaze to avoid meeting Kakashi's eyes. Though the shape was different, it was undoubtedly a higher form of the 3 tomo Sharingan. Having suffered greatly from it in the past, Hidan's perception of Kakashi as a threat significantly increased. Almost no one knows about my special ability. He shouldn't have any intel. As long as I can catch him off guard and obtain his blood, whether he lives or dies will depend on my mood. Hidan made up his mind, slightly rotating the joint of his scythe. The distance between them was just within the attack range for unleashing the scythe. This time the Leaf Ninja provoked first. Even if I kill him, the boss shouldn't say anything. Swish. Hidan suddenly threw the crescent scythe with a twisted expression, saying, "Just right, I've spent all the money from Akatsuki. I'm still struggling to figure out where to get more money. Your bounty belongs to me now. Half of the chakra has been consumed. If we use Shinra Tensei again, our combat power will significantly weaken. If we fail to kill him, we will be in danger." Kakashi glanced at the injured Shizune, formulating a plan in his mind. "We must evacuate quickly while the losses are still bearable." A whooshing sound interrupted Kakashi's thoughts. Seeing the suddenly elongated scythe, he was startled and barely managed to dodge to the side, immediately pulling out several smoke bombs from his backpack and tossing them to the ground. With a loud bang, thick smoke filled the space. Hidan gripped the scythe, tightly shielding Kyuka and the others behind him. Seeing this, Kakashi had no choice but to abandon the plan to take Kyuka and Sasuke back, while Hidan's vision was obstructed, quickly pulling Shizune and the others to retreat. A moment later, as the smoke dissipated and the empty base came into view, Hidan spat angrily. They really ran fast. Finally safe. Kyuka completely relaxed, knowing all of Kakashi's movements. The flow of chakra in the smoke was as clear as light. However, Hidan's reckless fighting style made him uneasy, so for safety Sasuke, he chose not to speak up. What happened to Kakashi's Sharingan? Sasuke's attention was on another matter. He clearly saw the changes in Kakashi's Sharingan, which were entirely different from the 3-mo pattern. "I don't know." Kyuka did not answer Sasuke's question. According to the information he had, he shouldn't be aware of it. If one day he could read Orochimaru's memories, many things could be disclosed to Sasuke, as anything could then be attributed to Orochimaru's vast experience. Zzz. A faint electric current lingered in Kyuka's hair. He pressed down hard twice, but it was of no use, so he let his hair explode and asked Hidan, "What are you doing here?" "I've always been here," Hidan replied, putting away his scythe. Upon hearing this, Kyuka's expression turned puzzled. According to what Akatsuki and Kakashi had revealed, this should be one of Orochimaru's bases. Had Hidan been staying here all along? Understanding Kyuka's expression, Hidan explained, "In recent months, the Akatsuki has been expanding according to plan with very promising results. However, as more people joined, we couldn't just find any place to hold rituals like before. Luckily, there is this underground base, saving us the effort of building one." "Well, that's enough talk," Hidan said, looking at the pudding-like Suigetsu and asking with concern, "Is this little brother okay? There are no medical ninjas here, and it's a pity that the woman from before got away." "He's fine, he doesn't need medical ninjas." "Is there a pool or a larger water bucket here?" Kyuka asked. "There's one underground, follow me." Hidan led the two of them to a lower level. Bang, bang, bang. Pushing open the heavy stone door, they were greeted by a vast underground space, more than twice the size of the previous level. The spacious plaza was filled with candlelight, and at the center stood a bizarre statue on an altar which appeared to be unfinished. Surrounding it were more small statues and several fountains spraying crimson liquid. "According to what you said, it is essential to leave a sense of mystery and imagination for those below. I built all of this myself. How is it? Not bad, right?" Hidan proudly introduced. Looking at the arrangement, the statues, and the atmosphere created by candlelight, these were all replicas based on the original Akatsuki. Those ordinary people would undoubtedly become even more devoted in their faith in the evil god upon seeing this. "The pool is behind the statue, use it as you like," Hidan waved grandly. Carrying Suigetsu to the back of the statue, there indeed was a pool, but seeing the color of the water, Kyuka hesitated. Blood. Yet it didn't have a nauseating smell. What exactly is this? Not daring to recklessly throw Suigetsu into the unclear liquid, Kyuka held back. "That water is just ordinary water." Hidan's voice came from afar. "Is your water crimson?" Kyuka questioned. "I specifically added dye, it should be blood, but I couldn't get any, so I had to use dye instead." Hidan's voice was filled with regret. Upon hearing Hidan's words, Kyuka calmly tossed Suigetsu into the pool, ignoring it, and turned back to the statue. At this moment, Hidan had also completed his ritual, pulling Kyuka over and asking curiously, "Why were you confronting the leaf ninjas? Did you also defect?" "Actually, I had already defected during our last meeting," Kyuka replied somewhat awkwardly. He had once stood Hidan up, and now thinking back, he felt a bit embarrassed. Since the topic was brought up, Kyuka simply concealed part of the truth and vaguely informed Hidan about the events of the past 3 months. Now that they had no protector, finding a backing was quite necessary. Although Hidan's brain sometimes short-circuited, it seemed no one was more suitable than him at the moment. "So you all have left Orochimaru and currently have nowhere to go." Upon hearing Kyuka's truncated story, Hidan's mind became lively. He had a clear understanding of himself. To revive the Akatsuki relying solely on himself was definitely not enough. Kyuka, being the one who initially suggested the idea, would be a perfect addition. Previously, Kyuka was a leaf ninja and couldn't possibly join the Akatsuki, but now he had become a rogue ninja. This is a great opportunity. Hidan slapped his thigh. He didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. Snap. Grabbing Kyuka's hand, Hidan earnestly said, "Join the Akatsuki." Sure. Hidan's proposal perfectly aligned with Kyuka's plan. He did not feign hesitation and agreed directly. 2. Wait a moment, Kyuka interrupted Hidan's words and stated, "Joining is fine, and I will continue to help you with ideas, but we want stay in the Akatsuki." No problem, Hidan replied without thinking. To him, Kyuka's question was not an issue at all, let alone others, even he didn't stay in the cult permanently. The two reached a consensus, and in the following time, they fiercely discussed various regulations, including future development routes of the Akatsuki, 32 ways to recruit disciples, and organizational structure. When Hidan was half understanding and surrounded by piles of notes, Suigetsu finally climbed out of the pool weakly. After waiting a few more days for Suigetsu to regain combat strength, the three bid farewell to Hidan, who was immersed in notes and had forgotten to eat, and quickly headed towards the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves was where the previous holder of the 7 ninja, swordsman Momochi Zabuza, had died. The beheading sword he possessed was prominently stabbed in front of the grave. Perhaps it was due to no one recognizing its value, or perhaps due to no one having been there, but the sword remained in its place in memory, saving the three a lot of time. Swish! Suigetsu excitedly swung the beheading sword twice, contentedly placing it on his back. Where are we heading next? To the southern base of Orochimaru, Kyuka said with an inexplicable smile on his face. Experience from playing games in his past life told him that when teaming up for wilderness exploration, a healer was essential. He must find a way to deceive Karen away, and not to mention the formidable Yugo, he had no intention of letting him go either. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently as numerous gigantic centipede-like cracks rapidly expanded and molten lava erupted from below. Roar! A hideous monster emerged from beneath the lava, swinging its arms to strike at Liangjia, who was clinging to the crack with Chakra. Faced with an attack capable of instantly melting a human, Liangjia showed no signs of panic, gathering his spirit as surging ocular power erupted from his Sharingan. In an instant, the lava ceased to spew forth, the howling wind stopped, and the molten rock suspended in front of him as if the world had been pressed on pause. He gently touched the back of the monster's hand and whispered, "Shatter." Boom! Web-like cracks spread throughout the space, and the world shattered with a deafening roar. Huh! Liangjia opened his eyes to find himself no longer surrounded by lava and monsters, but in an ordinary room. Shueiwa leaned against the door drinking water, while Sasuke knelt on the ground panting heavily, taking deep breaths before saying, "The illusion technique really can't compare to you. Let's try again." Liangjia closed his Sharingan and refused, saying, "Everyone has their own preferences, there's no need to strive for perfection in every aspect." "His illusion technique is very strong," Sasuke suddenly said, seemingly without thought. Although he didn't specify, Liangjia knew exactly who he was referring to. He sighed softly and advised, "You've already reached your limit today. Continuing could easily cause permanent damage to your spirit, which would not be worth the risk." Sasuke tightened his fists and sat gloomily in a chair, fortunately not bringing up the training in illusion techniques again. Seeing the two stop their training, Shueiwa finally had the chance to voice his lingering doubts. "While Kurenai's healing ability is indeed impressive, is it really necessary for us to take the risk of going back to Orochimaru's base to find her? It's too dangerous." Upon hearing Shuya's question, Sasuke also looked up, equally curious about what Kurenai possessed that made Liangjia willing to risk so much to go to Orochimaru's base. While physical healing is certainly valuable, the wandering team urgently needs a medical ninja. It's still not enough to justify such a massive risk. "How long has it been since we last saw Kurenai before leaving the base?" Liangjia asked. "About half a month, I suppose." Sasuke recalled. Kurenai used to come to the training room frequently, and given her nearly public abilities in the Sound Ninja Village, he still had some impression of her. "What? Does it have something to do with her disappearance for half a month?" "Exactly." Liangjia snapped his fingers and said, "Kurenai is far more than she appears. Not to mention that her physical recovery effects are even more terrifying than imagined. According to the records from Yakushi Kabuto, Kurenai possesses another ability, which is precisely why Orochimaru decided to send her to the southern base." "What ability?" Sasuke asked with rapt attention. Liangjia did not keep him in suspense and stated directly, "The Kagura Shingon." Kagura Shingon. Shueiwa looked puzzled. It was a ninjutsu he had never heard of. Similar to your water transformation technique, the Kagura Shingon is a secret technique that can only be awakened by those with pure bloodline from the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki had once made a name for themselves in wars due to this ability, and those skilled in it can even detect situations dozens of kilometers away. Dozens of kilometers. Sasuke's body trembled. He knew how terrifying it was for a sensing ninja to detect such distances. At times their role in battles could surpass even that of shadow-level powerhouses. As for the Yugo mentioned this morning, Orochimaru studied the cursed seal based on him. He inherently possesses sage transformation abilities, but cannot control them by his own, while making him a very dangerous individual. However, he should be of great benefit to the two of us. Liangji added, inherently possessing sage transformation abilities. Sasuke pondered for a moment, then hesitated before saying, it's worth the risk, but how much of Yakushi Kabuto's data have you actually seen? And such data wouldn't simply be laid out on the experiment table, right? Liangjie froze in place. 2 drops of cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. He accidentally revealed a bit too much. Fortunately, he could still explain, but he needed to be more careful next time. The data on Kurenai and Yugo is in the same secure box as Shuya's blood. I caught a glimpse of part of it when Yakushi Kabuto took blood last time. Really? Sasuke asked with skepticism. Although he didn't show the usual tells of lying, his expression was still quite strange. There's definitely something fishy. Forget it, Sasuke sighed inwardly. Since Liangjie chose to conceal it, he must have his reasons. As long as he confirmed that Liangjie would not harm him, that was enough. Swish. Sasuke spread out the map and said, since we're going to the southern base, let's plan our route in advance. There are essentially 3 routes: the land of hot water, the land of fire, and the last slightly more troublesome route, which is to detour through the land of lightning and enter the land of rice by boat. The route through the land of hot water is the closest, but it requires us to cross through the land of rice and the Sound Ninja village, which is quite dangerous. Taking the route through the land of fire does not require crossing the land of rice, and the southern base is less than 200 kilometers from the border. Unfortunately, if we encounter Leaf Ninja, a conflict is bound to erupt. Detouring through the land of lightning is the safest option. We can enter the land of rice directly or land in the land of iron, but it is a longer distance. Each of the 3 routes has its own characteristics, and Liangjie leaned more towards the safety of the detour through the land of lightning. However, considering Sasuke's personality, he would likely seek a way to save time. Well, take the route through the land of hot water. As expected, Sasuke chose the route through the land of hot water, which saves the most time. I have no objections, Shueiwa said fearlessly. Do not be deceived by his usual timid demeanor. It should be known that in his youth in the hidden mist village, Kirigakure Mizuki was a genius known as the reincarnation of the Ghost Man, with a brutally ruthless combat style, essentially a killer with obsessive traits. As long as we don't run into Orochimaru, anyone else from the Sound Ninja village is no problem. Shueiwa grinned, his right hand unconsciously gripping the beheading sword which had long been sealed and was in dire need of blood to feed it. Don't be too hasty, or we won't encounter enemies for the time being. Liangjie pointed to the area of the land of hot water on the map and said, when Hidan defected, he killed most of the villagers, leading to the near demise of the hot water village. However, even so, the land of hot water has not been encroached upon by other ninja villages, and except for a few rare instances, we should not encounter Sound or Leaf Ninja. The real danger begins when we enter the territory of the land of rice. Liangjie pointed to the border area of the 2 countries. The territory of the land of rice is quite small, so Orochimaru can position scouts everywhere. No matter where we enter, Orochimaru will surely be aware of it, unless we can conceal our identities or eliminate the scouts before they can report back. Sasuke silently calculated in his heart for a moment, then raised his head seriously. The difficulty is quite high. If we're discovered, Orochimaru will definitely come personally. Since we cannot avoid being discovered, we need a plausible identity. Liangjie pressed on the land of hot water, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The current headquarters of the evil god cult is still in the land of hot water. Perhaps we can use this identity to deceive others. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the thunderous brilliance, dazzling sparks erupted as the second state of the curse seal was activated. Coupled with the 3-tomo Sharingan and the prowess of the Kusanagi sword, Sasuke's strength closed in on the elite Jonin, but Linning Yuri was no weakling either. Swoosh. Sasuke threw a shuriken, and Linning Yuri transformed lightning into a net. Linning Yuri drew her sword to summon thunder, while Sasuke swiftly unleashed the Chidori. Both fighters unleashed their techniques, yet neither could gain the upper hand. The illusionary arts of the 3-tomo Sharingan were ineffective against Linning Yuri, who continuously stimulated herself with lightning. Ryosuke. Suddenly opening her eyes, Karin, using her Kagura hard-eye to monitor the surroundings, exclaimed in urgency. There is a massive chakra response 11 kilometers to the right, one of which is extraordinarily terrifying. A new enemy, huh? Ryosuke activated his Sharingan and nodded at Suigetsu, and the others, the 3 of them channeling chakra and charging towards Linning Yuri. Regardless of whether the newcomers were Konoha ninjas or mist reinforcements, it made no difference to Ryosuke and the others. From their standpoint, both factions were enemies. We can't afford to delay any longer. We must take her down before they arrive. Ryosuke explained the situation to Sasuke without giving him a chance to respond directly, forming hand seals and unleashing a sea of fire. Crack! Lin Yuri slashed with her sword, tearing through the flames, revealing her vicious, spiked bone visage. Die! Accompanied by a sharp roar, Sasuke's chakra-infused right arm struck heavily into her chest. Bang! Lin Yuri crossed her sword in front of her chest, but the immense strength of Chogo was overwhelming. Even though she blocked the attack, she was still sent flying off balance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suigetsu aimed at Lin Yuri's head, the water flowing from his fingertips highly compressed. Water release, water iron cannon. Crap. Utilizing her ingrained combat instincts, Lin Yuri forcibly turned her head. Despite the pain in her cervical spine, the water bullet, powerful enough to shatter skulls, merely left a faint scar on her face. Hey! Seeing this scene, Suigetsu wore a strange smile. Hidden shadow snake hands. Ryosuke raised his right hand, and several venomous snakes slithered out from his sleeves, opening their dripping mouths to bite the enemy. Lin Yuri hastily crossed her dual blades, surrounding herself with lightning as the snakes hissed and turned to black ash. Chogo didn't give her a chance to breathe, using his sage transformation to bluntly withstand the lightning and hammer her away again. Pooh! Lin Yuri spat out a mouthful of blood, barely stabilizing her form as her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. What is happening to me? Lin Yuri looked in disbelief at her trembling hands. She was unable to grip her lightning sword tightly and could feel the rapid loss of power within her body. The severe snake venom, to still have awareness at this point, is commendable for someone called a genius. Lin Yuri. Suigetsu approached slowly. The water iron cannon had been mixed with the toxin extracted by Ryosuke from the sea snake. Any ordinary ninja would die upon contact, yet Lin Yuri was merely exhausted, which was astonishing enough. You know me? Lin Yuri clutched her painfully throbbing chest, her heart racing. She knew that without immediate treatment, she would soon die. However, this did not mean there was no hope. Judging by the time the mist ninjas who entered Konoha for negotiations were about to return, she just needed to buy some time. A ninja as famous as you, even when I left the mist as a child, I would naturally remember you. Holding such a visible jutsu, you still haven't guessed my identity. Suigetsu raised his right hand, gathering water flow at his fingertips. Lin Yuri's gaze sharpened. She hadn't clearly seen the process of the previous water iron cannon, but this time she clearly understood and quickly realized Suigetsu's identity. No wonder I always felt you resembled Kaigetsu Manatsu. I heard he still has a brother alive. Lin Yuri's lips turned dark. Before you die, knowing the truth is my last kindness to a former villager. Suigetsu narrowed his eyes, aiming at her head with his fingers. Wait, don't you want to know the whereabouts of the other swords? Lin Yuri hurriedly said. I'm interested, but it has nothing to do with you because you can't possibly know. Suigetsu scoffed. You're trying to buy time, huh? You'd better abandon that thought, as your reinforcements are still several kilometers away. Do you know why I still play along with you? To delay time, even though I know. Because it lets the poison deepen and you completely lose your ability to resist. Goodbye, Miss Genius. Bang! A water bullet pierced through her head, and Lin Yuri fell softly, her eyes unwillingly staring at the sky. Swish! The cold light flashed, and Suigetsu severed Lin Yuri's limbs and beheaded her. Crack! Picking up the lightning sword, Suigetsu stood up and looked at the others. Who wants to use this sword? Swish! Sasuke sheathed the Kusanagi sword, his meaning clear. I don't use lightning release. Ryosuke shook his head. I don't use swords, Chogo added. This sword is too ugly. Ugly? What do you know, you tasteless woman? Suigetsu immediately exploded. At least I understand better than you, who likes severing others' limbs. This broken sword is so bad it wouldn't even make a decent toothpick. Chogo roared defiantly. Forget it. Suigetsu suddenly calmed down, saying pityingly, with your taste, it's no wonder Sasuke doesn't like you. Slap. Chogo slapped Suigetsu, and Ryosuke quickly pulled the two apart as Chogo angrily shouted, let go of me. Not just taste, your personality is also concerning. While the enemies are about to arrive, Chogo confirmed their positions, Sasuke said. Yes. Hearing Sasuke's words, Chogo immediately calmed down and used her Kagura hard eye to detect the reinforcements' positions. The reinforcements are 5 kilometers away and moving very quickly, Chogo exclaimed. Even considering the deliberately wasted time, it hadn't taken long to kill Lin Yuri, yet those few actually had such speed. You keep the lightning sword. We're leaving. Sasuke led the group away. No problem. Ryosuke secured the lightning sword at his waist and followed behind as they exited the canyon. Rustle, rustle. A few minutes later, a group of people leapt out from the forest. Seeing the corpses strewn across the ground and the tragic death of Lin Yuri, the woman at the front coldly commanded, you few stay behind to clean up the bodies and wait here. I will surely use their heads to honor Yuri. Understood. The few responded with hatred. Ching, always lock onto their positions. We must not lose them. Yes. The man raised his head, his right eye socket bulging with veins. If any Konoha ninja were present at that moment, they would certainly gasp in shock, for the man's right eye was unmistakably the Hyuga clan's treasured bloodline limit. Byakugan. The next day, Fade One led a group of followers away from the base, making a grand show of recruiting new believers at the border of the Land of Soup. After several days, they stepped onto the territory of the Land of Fields. Fade One. Why would he come to the Land of Fields? Is he looking for me? Orochimaru glanced at Yakushi Kabuto. No, according to reports, Fade One and his group have deliberately avoided the direction of the Sound Ninja Village, only interacting with small border towns. They have been preaching for nearly 2 months before entering the Land of Fields, but recently their actions have become quite conspicuous, as if they were deliberately hiding something. Yakushi Kabuto continued. Seeing that Orochimaru did not respond, he adjusted his glasses and asked, should we send someone to investigate further? No need. As long as they don't get close to the base and outposts, we don't need to worry about them. We have more important matters to attend to. Orochimaru transformed his right hand into a venomous snake, 2 drops of green venom falling into a test tube. Feed this to the test subject. Understood. Yakushi Kabuto carefully took the glass tube, pried open the mouth of the test subject tied to the operating table, and poured the liquid in despite the subject's terrified expression. Meanwhile, Fade One had unknowingly moved far from the border, gradually approaching the southern outpost. Let's say our goodbyes here. Ryoji handed all his cash to Fade One, saying, this is 10 million. Spend it wisely and try to hold on until you can be self-sufficient. Fade One took the money with gratitude and nodded seriously. Don't worry, but do you really not need me to send you off? Ryoji shook his head, saying that would make us too conspicuous. It's easier for the 3 of us to hide. Ryoji shook his head, forming hand seals to create 3 shadow clones wearing masks. He then took out a sealing scroll from his bag. There are always people watching the surroundings. If 3 of us suddenly disappear, it will certainly raise suspicion. When we go out, just find an excuse to kill the shadow clones. The scroll contains 3 corpses which you should bury. No problem. Fade One patted his chest in agreement, then left the room, calling out a few times to lead the followers and the shadow clones away from the inn. After a night passed, Ryoji relied on his venomous snake to carefully scout the surroundings, confirming that no one was watching. He changed into new clothes, wearing a human skin mask as he left the town. The southern base is located on an island within a small inland sea. To reach it, one must walk through the water, which makes it easy for distant scouts to spot them. Fortunately, this did not pose a challenge for Ryoji. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, a long sea snake nearly 10 meters long and covered in intricate patterns appeared at the shore as the smoke dissipated. Take us to the island in the middle of the sea. Yes. Ryoji and the others entered its belly, and the sea snake closed its mouth, twisting its tail and swiftly diving into the depths. Summoning technique. Ryoji asked the small snake on his shoulder, "Where is Orochimaru?" "In the laboratory of the Sound Ninja Village." The small snake replied, "That's not a problem. Even if we are accidentally discovered, Orochimaru won't make it here in time." Ryoji calmly returned the small snake to the dragon cave, quietly waiting in the belly of the sea snake. After an unknown amount of time passed, the sea snake stopped swimming. Ryoji held his breath and swam out, forming seals to summon dozens of small sea snakes. The swarm dispersed, swimming towards the island above from different directions. On the island, sentries were everywhere, with the ninjas stationed here, cautiously guarding the surroundings. A rustling sound came from nearby, and a guard looked down to see a sea snake with white stripes. He glanced at it and lost interest, as it was common for sea snakes to appear in this geographical location. They failed to notice one thing: the eyes of these sea snakes were drastically different from ordinary sea snakes. They held human-like emotions, confirming the positions of all the guards. The swarm of sea snakes climbed up through the trees and buildings. The guards patrolled continuously, unaware of these cute little creatures. The sea snake hissed, waiting for the guard to pass by again, before suddenly springing up to bite the exposed skin. The guard fell limp without even a cry of pain. Although these creatures were small, they were deadly enough. With a series of thuds, the guards fell one after another as the massive sea snake emerged and Ryoji and his companions walked out from its gaping mouth. Shueisha looked around and casually asked, "Xianglin usually listens to Orochimaru. Will she really leave with us? We have to try. Besides, it's not like there's no hope. We have a reason that Xianglin absolutely cannot refuse," Ryoji said with a smile. "What reason is that?" Shueisha questioned. "Sasuke." Ryoji pointed with his chin. "Sasuke." Shueisha was taken aback. Ryoji turned to him and said, "If Xianglin doesn't cooperate, it will all depend on you. Forcibly taking her away is meaningless." Sasuke remarked. "Who said anything about forcibly taking her away?" Ryoji rolled his eyes and said, "I have a good method." "What method?" "Seduction. You shouldn't be joking at a time like this," Sasuke said, holding his forehead. "I'm not joking." Ryoji's expression turned serious. "You've been completely focused on your training, so you didn't notice, but in my eyes, Xianglin might actually like you." "Really?" That guy actually likes Sasuke. Shueisha rubbed his hands excitedly. Can my eyes be wrong? Ryoji snorted. Looking at Ryoji's persuasive, three-to-mo Sharingan, Shueisha grinned. There will be a good show to watch in the future. Crossing the stairs, the three arrived at an underground corridor where Xianglin had been waiting. I didn't expect you to dare come to the base. Aren't you afraid I will report you to Lord Orochimaru? If we were afraid, we wouldn't have come, not to mention you wouldn't do that. Ryoji said lightly. Are you sure? Xianglin crossed her arms. Shall we talk? Ryoji said, putting his arm around Sasuke's shoulder, meaningfully adding, if you miss this chance you won't have another. Well, okay, follow me. Xianglin walked into a nearby room where 4 cups of hot tea were already prepared on the table. Ryoji casually sat on the sofa and said, let me get straight to the point. You're probably aware of our defection from Orochimaru and your abilities are quite impressive, so we hope you can join our team. That's very dangerous. Xianglin conversed with Ryoji while her eyes kept glancing at Sasuke. Orochimaru is certainly strong, but he is not omnipotent. Ryoji replied with a smile. Xianglin blinked, hinting, I need time to think. No problem. Ryoji stood up, holding Sasuke back, who wanted to leave with him, and pulled Shueisha out of the room. Before leaving, he introduced to Xianglin Uchiha Sasuke. You should be quite familiar with him. He's the gentlest person in our team, and he can give you a good introduction to us. After speaking, Ryoji casually closed the door, leaving space for the two. Sasuke. Xianglin sat directly beside Sasuke, displaying a lovesick smile, as she said he. Liang Jie sat cross-legged on the rooftop, enjoying the sea breeze with his eyes half closed. Zhong Wu's transformation into an immortal is different from that of Nyamu Mountain or Longdi Cave, showing distinct traits. If he can understand its essence, Liang Jie believes it will greatly benefit his cultivation of natural energy. Swish, swish, swish. Sitting beside him, Shueisha hummed cheerfully while polishing her large sword. Do you really love swords that much? Liang Jie asked. Of course, it is the most beautiful thing in the world, Shueisha replied, gently caressing the blade, her eyes filled with obsession. If I could gather the other 6, I would have no regrets in this life. Don't worry, we'll gather them eventually. Liang Jie lay back, his gaze following the seagulls in the sky. Let's have roasted seagull for dinner tonight. They look quite plump. I have no objections, but is it really okay to leave Sasuke there? Shueisha asked. Don't worry, he can handle it. Liang Jie shook his legs. But I want to stir up some trouble, Shueisha grinned. What? Bothering others always brings me joy. Shueisha jumped off the rooftop, waving at Liang Jie, saying, He'll be right back. After saying that, she entered the base. Liang Jie shook his head and took out 1,000 books from his ninja tool pouch, aiming at the seagulls circling above. Whooshed. Bang! Shueisha kicked open the wooden door, looking at the blushing Xianglin teasingly, saying, I seem to have come at a bad time. Tap, tap, tap. Xianglin rushed over and punched Shueisha on the head, roaring, You know that now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The water converged and reformed into Shueisha's shape. Still as violent as before, you won't win anyone's affection like this. Be gentle, understand? You brat. Xianglin's forehead bulged with veins as she hammered Shueisha's head again. Enough, Sasuke intervened, glancing at Liang Jie as he approached. It's time to leave. Remember this, Xianglin threatened fiercely. Oh no, I'm so scared. Shueisha's expression was overly exaggerated. Crack, crack. Xianglin's knuckles cracked as she twisted her face, saying, I really should kill you. All right, just say fewer words. Liang Jie pulled Shueisha over, stating, We can't waste any more time. Although Orochimaru is still at the main base, the longer we stay in the land of rice, the more dangerous it becomes. We still have the northern stronghold to reach, so we need to hurry. Northern stronghold. Xianglin's pupils widened in disbelief. Are you going to find that madman? He is a very important part of the plan. Liang Jie replied. His emotions are extremely unstable, and even Orochimaru cannot completely suppress him. It is too dangerous. Xianglin's expression darkened. The more one understands Zhong Wu, the more they realize how dangerous he is. I have confidence in suppressing him. Liang Jie looked at Sasuke with familiar eyes. Sasuke's eyelids twitched, an ominous premonition overshadowing his heart. Let's go, let's go. Liang Jie called forth the sea snake outside the base, knowing that even if they didn't worry about being discovered at this moment, the sea snake was faster. Is this gastric juice? How disgusting. It won't corrode the human body, will it? Xianglin looked at the sea snake's stomach wall with disgust. Don't worry, eating a woman like you would definitely cause indigestion. The sea snake is not stupid. Shueisha scoffed. Smack. Xianglin raised her hand and slapped Shueisha. If you want to die, just say it. The group noisily left the southern stronghold, quickly heading towards the northern stronghold, where Zhong Wu was located. Along the way, poisonous snakes cleared the path, allowing them to easily avoid the hidden sentinels. Upon arriving at the northern stronghold, Liang Jie used the same trick again, summoning poisonous grass snakes to surge into the base. A few minutes later, receiving feedback from the snakes, Liang Jie nodded gently at the others. Let's go. Entering the base, guided by Xiang Lin, they arrived at the prison where Zhong Wu was held. Through the bars, they could see a sturdy man tightly holding his head. Ah! The man groaned in pain uncontrollably. Shui Yu knocked on the cage asking, "Hey, are you Zhong Wu?" Zhong Wu's body trembled as he slowly and stiffly raised his head, his lifeless pupils staring at Liang Jie. "Tisk, not answering others, you really?" Shui Yu's words abruptly stopped. He met a pair of crazed eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhong Wu's complexion quickly turned red, his body swelling several times, and countless sharp spikes sprouted from his head. Hey, what is this thing?" Shui Yu stared wide-eyed. "Cursed Seal's second form. He is starting to lose control." Xiang Lin decisively chose to retreat. She was not a combat ninja, and retreating was the wisest choice. "Natural second form. Let's see the difference between us." Sasuke chuckled lightly as the cursed seal spread across his body. Seeing Sasuke also enter the second form, Zhong Wu became even more frenzied. Boom! With a stomp, Zhong Wu shattered the ground, a surge of chakra erupting from behind him, using the thrust to punch towards Sasuke. Water release, great water arm technique. Bang! Shui Yu's inflated right arm swung the large sword, sending Zhong Wu back into the cell as if hitting a baseball. Boom! Lying in the ruins, Zhong Wu let out a sharp roar. Kill you all. Tisk! Shui Yu dug at her ear, ready to rush into the cell with her large sword. Wait a moment. Sasuke reached out to stop him. "Leave it to me." Shui Yu and Sasuke exchanged a glance, suppressing the urge to fight. "All right." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shui Yu's arm returned to its normal state as she sheathed the large sword, placing her hands behind her head, looking as if she was ready to watch the show. Kill! Zhong Wu charged out of the cell again. Sasuke leaped to avoid the collision, pressing his right hand against Zhong Wu's head, using all his strength to smash him into the ground. Boom! The ground around the two instantly turned into a spider web. Sasuke increased his strength, and lightning chakra suddenly flashed. At the same time, Sasuke and Liang Jie activated their Sharingan simultaneously, their combined vast ocular power flooding into Zhong Wu's mind. Chidori stream. Screech, screech, screech. The thunderous sound exploded. Zhong Wu trembled continuously until he forcefully exited the second stage. Only then did Sasuke disperse his chakra, saying coldly, "Have you calmed down?" Zhong Wu lay quietly on the ground, silent. Sasuke just waited quietly. After a long while, Zhong Wu suddenly asked, "What do you want from me?" "Come with me, join us," Sasuke said. "I can't leave. Once outside, I won't be able to control myself." Zhong Wu lowered his head. "Have you never left in your life?" Sasuke frowned slightly. "There was a time when a person lived and he could suppress my state. At that time, I could occasionally go out." Zhong Wu's eyes were filled with pain as he recalled his last moments with his friend. He had said he would bring back someone named Uchiha Sasuke and was willing to give his life for it. Since then, he had never returned to the base. "As long as you can suppress your condition, it will be fine, right?" Sasuke asked. "Yes, I also don't want to stay in this place forever." Zhong Wu replied. "Join us, and I will take the place of that person, becoming the one who can suppress you," Sasuke stated. "If you can do it." Zhong Wu clearly lacked confidence in this stranger. "Of course, just on the basis of my Uchiha name," Sasuke said confidently. Upon hearing his words, Zhong Wu's pupils trembled. "Uchiha? You are Uchiha Sasuke?" "Who?" Zhong Wu took a deep breath and said, "I will go with you." He is well aware that Sasuke currently cannot suppress his rampaging self alone. Just now he managed to suppress the second state of the curse mark, and Liang Jie's mental pressure is indispensable. If it were anyone else, for the sake of safety, Zhong Wu would definitely refuse. But the person in front of him is Uchiha Sasuke, the one who Uchimaru is willing to sacrifice for to bring back. "With this, the team is officially formed," Liang Jie said as he approached. Seeing Liang Jie come closer, Zhong Wu instinctively took 2 steps back. "What's wrong?" Liang Jie asked, perplexed, sensing that Zhong Wu seemed a bit afraid of him. "Your power makes me mentally unstable." "My power?" Liang Jie was taken aback, then quickly realized that what Zhong Wu referred to must be the natural energy contained within him. Due to the inability to freely control it, the natural energy would occasionally dissipate outward, causing Zhong Wu to rampage when he came into contact with concentrated natural energy. "We need to accelerate the mental intensity training to master Sage Mode as soon as possible," Liang Jie thought. Sage Mode is incredibly powerful, strong enough to allow Liang Jie to become one of the elite few below the Sage of 6 Paths. However, with great power comes immense danger in training, which is why he has been restraining his temptations. More than becoming stronger, he values staying alive. "Since the team is assembled, I will explain the ultimate goal before we act," Sasuke said, coldly enunciating the name of that person: to kill Uchiha Itachi of the Akatsuki organization. Hearing Sasuke's words, the others were not surprised. Except for Zhong Wu, who stayed at the base all day, the rest were well aware of the hatred between the two Uchiha and Itachi. "You don't need to be nervous. Even if we are to kill Uchiha Itachi, the time will not be now." At least for the next year, the main focus will be on strengthening our abilities. During this time, we can also fulfill Shui Yu's wish. You mean? Shui Yu's eyes lit up. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have become a thing of the past, and there are several swords that remain and used to this day. The main difficulty in obtaining them lies in the search. Fortunately, we have ample time. Aside from the decapitation blade, there are still 6 swords left. How many of them can you confirm the whereabouts of? Liang Jie asked. I can only confirm 3 of them: the long sword needle, the dull sword dogai, and the explosive sword fama. These 3 swords were never used back then and were sealed in a summoning scroll by my brother. Since my brother's death, the 3 swords have not appeared again. If I'm not mistaken, they should still be sealed in my brother's scroll, which has yet to be discovered. As long as we find the scroll, we can obtain all 3 swords at once. Shueyu said. The Sword of the Mist is with Zabuza Momochi. He and Uchiha Itachi are both in the Akatsuki organization, Sasuke said with a cold glint in his eyes. He recalled that when Uchiha Itachi returned to the village, Zabuza was with him, leaving a deep impression on Sasuke. If Orochimaru's information is correct, the Sword of the Sea is in the hands of a mist ninja named Chojiro, Karen added. For now, let's not consider the Sword of the Sea or the Sword of the Mist. Besides the 3 in your brother's possession, the whereabouts of the lightning blade remain unknown. Liang Jie tried to recall the plot, piecing together fragmented memories. 6 years had passed since his reincarnation, and many unimportant storylines had already faded. After much thought, he could only remember 2 names. Heichue Leiya, Ringo Yuri. Both were owners of the lightning blade. After Heichue Leiya was pushed off a cliff by Naruto and committed suicide, the lightning blade fell into the hands of Ringo Yuri. If he remembered correctly, the time of Heichue Leiya's death was before Naruto left the village with Jiraiya to train. Based on the timeline, the lightning blade should now be in Ringo Yuri's possession. Ringo Yuri is a mist ninja, and obtaining the lightning blade would be as difficult as with the Sword of the Sea, making it practically a lost cause. Although there is a possibility that Chojiro and Ringo Yuri left the village on a mission, it seems too far-fetched. In total, there are 6 swords outside, and we have to give up on 3 of them. Liang Jie sighed internally, and then looked up to ask, where might your brother have been buried after his death? I don't know, Shueyu said, shrugging. Are we going to search the entire ninja world? Liang Jie said, feeling a headache coming on. It seems so. If it were easy to find, I wouldn't have joined you, Shueyu said matter-of-factly. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack, Liang Jie scoffed, preparing to leave the base. Just as he pushed open the cell door, he suddenly realized that his deduction might be wrong. The lightning blade is not currently in Ringo Yuri's hands. Heichue Leiya died recently, and Ringo Yuri must have gone to retrieve the lightning blade based on intelligence received. There must be a time gap in between, as Naruto left the village to train only a few months ago. Ringo Yuri likely hasn't even grasped the information about Heichue Leiya's death yet. The more Liang Jie thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Momochi Zabuza had been dead for much longer, and the decapitation blade still stood in his grave. This indicated that the Mist Village hadn't exerted too much effort in pursuing the renegade 7 ninja swordsmen, and it's possible that Ringo Yuri had only heard rumors about the lightning blade, which is why he came to take a chance. The location of Heichue Leiya is a very important mine in the Land of Fire. Though I can't recall exactly which one, there are only a few mines, making them easier to search for. Liang Jie pulled himself from his thoughts, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems we can get a sword first. Shueyu, do you remember Heichue Leiya? Of course I remember, the owner of the lightning blade, Shueyu replied. I heard from teacher Aoba half a year ago that a group of people claiming to be from the Heichue family came to a mine in the Land of Fire, and their leader was adept at lightning release. It seems very likely that it was Heichue Leiya. Liang Jie placed the blame on Aoba from the Mountain City. A mine in the Land of Fire. Which one? Shueyu asked excitedly. It's been too long, and it's not crucial intelligence. I vaguely recall it was a relatively important mine. Liang Jie pretended to struggle with the memory. There aren't many important mines in the Land of Fire, and searching them one by one won't take too long, Shueyu said impatiently, pulling Liang Jie as they rushed out of the base. Let's hurry. Hey, slow down. Liang Jie stumbled and nearly fell. Let's go as well, Sasuke said. Yes. Karen wrapped her arms around Sasuke's, a lovesick smile spreading across her face. He. Chongwu stood quietly at the back, gazing at the stairs at the end of the corridor, filled with longing the outside world. For the next period of time, with the help of Karen's sensory abilities to detect ninjas in advance, and Liang Jie releasing venomous snakes to eliminate enemies, they passed through various mines without being detected by any Konoha ninjas. Old man, have you heard of the Heichue family? Liang Jie, wearing a human skin mask, asked the old man sitting in the recliner. Heichue? Of course I know. The old man jumped off the recliner, his beard bristling as he glared. They are a bunch of damned demons. Oh. Liang Jie's eyelids twitched slightly, and a dark swirl appeared in his eyes. The old man's cursing abruptly stopped, and his angry eyes turned dull. Liang Jie gently placed his hand on the old man's forehead chakra, circulating as memories flooded into his mind. Sorry, have a good sleep. Liang Jie helped the old man back to the recliner, turning to look at the mind, smiling, I found you. According to the old man's memory, 4 months ago, someone from Konoha eliminated Chuhailia, and the battle took place at the cliff to the right of the mine. Let's go check it out. Liang Jie turned his head and gestured Xianglin. Clap. Xianglin clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and began to circulate her chakra. Shinrasa. Buzz. Her mental energy swept across the entire mine, and Xianglin opened her eyes, saying, this place is the same as other mines. There are no Konoha ninjas guarding it. Let's go. The group quickly arrived at the cliff to the right of the mine. After a careful inspection, Liang Jie looked down at the towering cliff beneath them. Chongwu, I'm counting on you. Chongwu replied in a low voice, looking up at the eagle circling in the sky, puffing up its chest, and letting out a cry resembling a bird's call. An eagle swooped down from the sky and landed on Chongwu's shoulder. He continued to make indistinct sounds, and the eagle nodded before soaring away. Apart from being a naturally gifted sage body, Chongwu possessed a unique ability that others did not. He could communicate with animals since childhood. Don't underestimate this ability, as it can sometimes play a crucial role, just like at this moment. Yow. A few minutes later, several, even more powerful eagles flew back to the cliff. Chongwu continued to emit calls, and the eagles landed in front of the group, folding their wings and bowing their heads. Thank you for your hard work. The group climbed onto the backs of the eagles, which spread their wings and flew down the cliff. As they got closer, Xianglin suddenly said, there are multiple chakra responses 10 kilometers to the lower right. Liang Jie looked down, and below was a dense forest, making it impossible to see the situation clearly. Chongwu nodded and commanded the eagle to change direction. Yow. As the eagle dived down when they were less than 100 meters away, Liang Jie and the others leapt down. Splash. Passing through the lush canopy, Liang Jie landed on the ground, his crimson eyes reflecting for surprised faces. Good morning, ninjas of the hidden mist. Hey, you woman over there. Ghost Lantern Mizuki raised his beheading sword and growled, put down the Raikiri. Enemies. Lin Ping Yuri's expression darkened. She recognized the beheading sword in Mizuki's hand. Could it be that he was also a ninja here to retrieve the Raikiri like her? However, why did this arrogant little brat give her a sense of familiarity? I heard that Zabuza died at the hands of Konoha ninjas, and I didn't find the beheading sword before. I didn't expect it to come right to me. Lin Ping Yuri gripped the Raikiri, lightning crackling over its surface. You were just in time to test the power of the Raikiri on you. Looking at the lightning on the sword, Mizuki sneered. It seems you won't obediently hand over the Raikiri. Another fool who doesn't understand the situation. Since that's the case. Mizuki fiercely glared at Yuri, redirecting his sword towards the ninja beside her. He'll take this person. Huh. The ninja being pointed at looked confused. Just a moment ago it seemed like it was a life or death situation, and now the target was him. That woman is yours to deal with, Mizuki stated. He wasn't foolish. Lin Ping Yuri, wielding the Raikiri, clearly countered the water transformation technique. There was no need to act recklessly. Mizuki always kept this principle in mind. Chongwu, you take care of one, Liang Jie said. All right. The black markings spread, and Chongwu could now use his strength with confidence, knowing that Liang Jie and Sasuke would eventually suppress him. He'll take this one. Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword, pointing it directly at Lin Ping Yuri. Crackle. The lightning on the Raikiri grew denser, and listening to the conversation, Lin Ping Yuri's eyes brimmed with anger. How dare a little brat look down on me? Who do you think I am? Lin Ping Yuri raised the Raikiri high, and a violent flash of lightning fell from the sky. Lightning release, exploding thunder. Whoosh. Liang Jie and the others instantly left their original positions, appearing in front of the hidden mist. Water release, great water arm technique. Bang. Mizuki's arm swelled as he swung the sword, striking the hidden mist away, his steps unceasing as he pursued forward. Roar. Chongwu transformed into a fearsome monster, swinging his fist covered in a bony layer, channeling all his strength to withstand the hidden mist's attack, delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen. He'll kill you. Liang Jie used Li's taijutsu, delivering a whip kick to the neck of the last hidden mist ninja. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was divided into 4 sections. Lin Ping Yuri, unlike the others, did not remain unresponsive. She crossed her twin swords, and lightning enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Lightning release, lightning fong. Chidori. The 2 bolts of lightning collided, and amidst the dazzling light, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, casting a genjutsu on the unsuspecting Lin Ping Yuri. Crackle. The Chidori overwhelmed the uncontrolled lightning fong. Lin Ping Yuri, struck by the lightning, gritted her teeth, enduring the pain and paralysis, as she swung her sword to redirect the lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke thrust the Kusanagi sword forward. Clang. The Kusanagi sword clashed with the Raikiri, sparking flames. The lightning spread from the point of contact. Clearly, Lin Pingyuri was stronger than the current Sasuke in controlling lightning. Sasuke had no choice but to release the Kusanagi and retreat. Their brief exchange showed both victories and defeats. Sasuke surveyed the other battlefields where Liang Jie had easily taken down a Chunin and was now assisting Chongwu against his opponent. In another battlefield, Mizuki held the upper hand, appearing to secure victory soon. I can't fall behind too much either. Sasuke activated his cursed seal, throwing 4 shuriken. Fire release Phoenix fire technique. Swish, swish, swish. The hidden mist ninja noticed the fireballs lightly stepping and instantly leaving the spot. Huh. Liang Jie sneered, pulling both hands forcefully backward. Twang. The metal wire tightened, and the shuriken wrapped in flames suddenly changed direction, crashing into the chest of the hidden mist. Ugh. The double damage from the shuriken and flames made him cry out in pain. Chongwu instantly appeared in front of the hidden mist, letting out a sharp roar, "I'll kill you." Crack, crack, crack. Chongwu altered his body structure, multiple holes appearing in his arms. Chakra burst forth from them, and using the powerful recoil, he punched through the hidden mist's head. Murky liquid splattered everywhere, and Liang Jie raised a wind wall to block it, sensing the chakra fluctuations as the enraged Chongwu locked onto a new target. Kill. Wipe you all out. Chakra surged from under Chongwu's feet, shattering the ground layer by layer as he charged forward with fierce momentum. Summoning technique. Bang! A massive white snake sprang from the mist, wrapping its scaled body around Chongwu. No matter how he struggled, the white snake remained unfazed, only tightening its coils. Whoosh! Liang Jie activated his Sharingan, pouring his ocular power recklessly into Chongwu's brain. Boom! Chongwu fell into a sea of crimson blood, a white snake the size of an adult swimming up from the depths, opening its mouth to swallow him whole. Ugh! Chongwu trembled violently. The markings began to contract until they completely vanished. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white snake loosened its grip, losing support as Chongwu knelt on the ground, covering his head with one hand, his pale face gasping for breath. Thank you. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the thunderous brilliance, dazzling sparks erupted as the second state of the curse seal was activated. Coupled with the 3-tomo Sharingan and the prowess of the Kusanagi sword, Sasuke's strength closed in on the elite Jonin, but Lin Yuri was no weakling either. Swoosh! Sasuke threw a shuriken, and Lin Yuri transformed lightning into a net. Lin Yuri drew her sword to summon thunder, while Sasuke swiftly unleashed the Chidori. Both fighters unleashed their techniques, yet neither could gain the upper hand. The illusionary arts of the 3-tomo Sharingan were ineffective against Lin Yuri, who continuously stimulated herself with lightning. Ryosuke. Suddenly opening her eyes, Karin, using her Kagura hard-eye to monitor the surroundings, exclaimed in urgency. There is a massive chakra response 11 kilometers to the right, one of which is extraordinarily terrifying. A new enemy, huh? Ryosuke activated his Sharingan and nodded at Suigetsu, and the others, the 3 of them channeling chakra and charging towards Lin Yuri. Regardless of whether the newcomers were Konoha ninjas or mist reinforcements, it made no difference to Ryosuke and the others. From their standpoint, both factions were enemies. We can't afford to delay any longer. We must take her down before they arrive. Ryosuke explained the situation to Sasuke without giving him a chance to respond, directly forming hand seals and unleashing a sea of fire. Crack! Lin Yuri slashed with her sword, tearing through the flames, revealing her vicious, spiked bone visage. Die! Accompanied by a sharp roar, Sasuke's chakra-infused right arm struck heavily into her chest. Bang! Lin Yuri crossed her sword in front of her chest, but the immense strength of Chogo was overwhelming. Even though she blocked the attack, she was still sent flying off balance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suigetsu aimed at Lin Yuri's head, the water flowing from his fingertips highly compressed. Water release, water, iron cannon. Crap. Utilizing her ingrained combat instincts, Lin Yuri forcibly turned her head. Despite the pain in her cervical spine, the water bullet, powerful enough to shatter skulls, merely left a faint scar on her face. Hey! Seeing this scene, Suigetsu wore a strange smile. Hidden shadow snake hands. Ryosuke raised his right hand, and several venomous snakes slithered out from his sleeves, opening their dripping mouths to bite the enemy. Lin Yuri hastily crossed her dual blades, surrounding herself with lightning as the snakes hissed and turned to black ash. Chogo didn't give her a chance to breathe, using his sage transformation to bluntly withstand the lightning and hammer her away again. Pooh! Lin Yuri spat out a mouthful of blood, barely stabilizing her form as her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. What is happening to me? Lin Yuri looked in disbelief at her trembling hands. She was unable to grip her lightning sword tightly and could feel the rapid loss of power within her body. The severe snake venom, to still have awareness at this point, is commendable for someone called a genius. Lin Yuri. Suigetsu approached slowly. The water iron cannon had been mixed with the toxin extracted by Ryosuke from the sea snake. Any ordinary ninja would die upon contact, yet Lin Yuri was merely exhausted, which was astonishing enough. You know me? Lin Yuri clutched her painfully throbbing chest, her heart racing. She knew that without immediate treatment, she would soon die. However, this did not mean there was no hope. Judging by the time the mist ninjas who entered Konoha for negotiations were about to return, she just needed to buy some time. A ninja as famous as you. Even when I left the mist as a child, I would naturally remember you. Holding such a visible jutsu, you still haven't guessed my identity. Suigetsu raised his right hand, gathering water flow at his fingertips. Lin Yuri's gaze sharpened. She hadn't clearly seen the process of the previous water iron cannon, but this time she clearly understood and quickly realized Suigetsu's identity. No wonder I always felt you resembled Kaigetsu Manatsu. I heard he still has a brother alive. Lin Yuri's lips turned dark. Before you die, knowing the truth is my last kindness to a former villager. Suigetsu narrowed his eyes, aiming at her head with his fingers. Wait, don't you want to know the whereabouts of the other swords? Lin Yuri hurriedly said. I'm interested, but it has nothing to do with you because you can't possibly know. Suigetsu scoffed. You're trying to buy time, huh? You'd better abandon that thought as your reinforcements are still several kilometers away. Do you know why I still play along with you? To delay time, even though I know. Because it lets the poison deepen and you completely lose your ability to resist. Goodbye, Mist Genius. Bang! A water bullet pierced through her head, and Lin Yuri fell softly, her eyes unwillingly staring at the sky. Swish! The cold light flashed, and Suigetsu severed Lin Yuri's limbs and beheaded her. Crack! Picking up the lightning sword, Suigetsu stood up and looked at the others. Who wants to use this sword? Swish! Sasuke sheathed the Kusanagi sword, his meaning clear. I don't use lightning release. Ryosuke shook his head. I don't use swords, Chogo added. This sword is too ugly. Ugly? What do you know, you tasteless woman? Suigetsu immediately exploded. At least I understand better than you who like severing others' limbs. This broken sword is so bad it wouldn't even make a decent toothpick. Chogo roared defiantly. Forget it. Suigetsu suddenly calmed down, saying pityingly, with your taste it's no wonder Sasuke doesn't like you. Slap. Chogo slapped Suigetsu, and Ryosuke quickly pulled the two apart as Chogo angrily shouted, let go of me. Not just taste, your personality is also concerning. While the enemies are about to arrive. Chogo confirmed their positions, Sasuke said. Yes. Hearing Sasuke's words, Chogo immediately calmed down and used her Kagura hard eye to detect the reinforcements' positions. The reinforcements are 5 kilometers away and moving very quickly, Chogo exclaimed. Even considering the deliberately wasted time, it hadn't taken long to kill Lin Yuri, yet those few actually had such speed. You keep the lightning sword, we're leaving. Sasuke led the group away. No problem. Ryosuke secured the lightning sword at his waist and followed behind as they exited the canyon. Rustle, rustle. A few minutes later, a group of people leapt out from the forest. Seeing the corpses strewn across the ground and the tragic death of Lin Yuri, the woman at the front coldly commanded, you few stay behind to clean up the bodies and wait here. I will surely use their heads to honor Yuri. Understood. The few responded with hatred. Ching, always lock onto their positions. We must not lose them. Yes. The man raised his head, his right eye socket bulging with veins. If any Konoha ninja were present at that moment, they would certainly gasp in shock, for the man's right eye was unmistakably the Hyuga clan's treasured bloodline limit. Byakugan. They scattered, some remained in the canyon, while the 3 with the strongest chakra response pursued, estimating they would catch up in half an hour. Hyuga threw shurikens, setting up simple traps, not hoping to stop them, but merely to buy time. The previous skirmish was not particularly intense, but it consumed a considerable amount of chakra. Of facing an unknown formidable enemy, one should ensure they are in optimal condition. But who could it be? Hyuga fell into deep thought. The 4th Mizukage of the Mist Village had recently stepped down, and the 5th Mizukage had yet to succeed. This matter was extremely secretive, and outsiders could not know at all. Hyuga inferred this from the timeline. At this time, the village elders held the power and decided to change the closed policy. Konoha, which was geographically close and had recently suffered a significant loss of strength, was a good ally. Mist Village might send someone to negotiate, and Lin Yuri might be following the negotiation team. My memory is a bit unclear. Aside from Terumi, Mei, and Chijiro, who else from the Mist Village was there? Hyuga pondered hard. There is very little information about the Mist Village. Only a handful of ninjas were introduced, and he couldn't figure out who the enemy behind them could be. Summoning technique. Kyuka also left several poisonous snakes lying on the branches which would be indistinguishable from the branches if one did not pay close attention. Half an hour quickly passed, Kyuka and the others' conditions slightly recovered, and their chakra responses grew stronger. Without needing Sharon to remind them, they could all feel it. Suddenly Mizuki stopped forming hand seals with both hands at his lips, opening his mouth to unleash a wave like a tsunami. Water release, great waterfall technique. The wave swept through the forest, breaking trees as it surged towards the enemy. Before the wave, an even larger wave suddenly surged up. The two waves collided and the forest was instantly drenched in a torrential downpour. Mizuki's wave was easily overwhelmed by the enemies in just a few seconds. Swoosh. The few of them dodged to a safe spot, focusing their attention on where the wave had risen. They saw three figures in the rain. The woman in front had long brown intertwined curls, and her striking green eyes were filled with coldness, while her mature and seductive face was marred by a ghastly expression. It's actually her. Kyuka's pupils dilated. He had considered many possibilities, but he never thought it would be her. No. Rather than saying he didn't expect it, it was more accurate to say that Kyuka dared not think of it. If it were that woman, the Eagle team would have almost no chance of retreating unscathed, because this woman would become the fifth Mizukage of the Mist Village in the future. Terumi Mei. Mizuki takes Sharon and Chugo and leave quickly. Don't ask why, it will be too late if you hesitate. Kyuka hurriedly urged. He and Sasuke could still return to the Dragon Cave through reverse summoning techniques to escape, but Mizuki and the others were different. They had not been permitted to enter the Dragon Cave, and Mizuki had only received temporary qualification. Terumi Mei's strength is indeed formidable, but could it be this extreme? Mizuki asked in surprise. When he was young, Terumi Mei was a renowned, powerful ninja of the mist, and one of the few bloodline ninjas who survived against the fourth Mizukage. Mizuki naturally recognized her. She might be a bit different from what you remember, Kyuka said with a bitter smile. The current Terumi Mei definitely possesses elite Jonin strength. Facing such a powerful opponent, the Eagle team has no power to resist. Don't think too much, just run, Kyuka shouted. Fine. Mizuki no longer hesitated. Seeing Kyuka, who was usually calm, act this way, even if he didn't believe it, he had to accept that the current Terumi Mei was not someone they could contend with. Run. Terumi Mei's crimson lips parted, mist escaping from them. None of you will escape today. Water release, hidden mist technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Having prepared in advance, Kyuka decisively unleashed wind release. The hurricane swept through, dispersing much of the dense mist, but the scales of both techniques were incomparable as more thick mist enveloped from the sides. Fortunately, due to the wind release, the hidden mist technique did not exert its full effect. The mist was relatively thin and three figures could be vaguely seen. Meaningless struggle. Terumi Mei accelerated the circulation of chakra within her body. The mist no longer surged, but transformed into a highly corrosive liquid bubbling with white mist. Dissolution release, dissolving monster technique. Hiss hiss hiss. The dissolving monster spread at an alarming speed, instantly erasing branches and flowers along the way. I wonder if this move can hold it off. Kyuka bit his fingertip and pressed his hands against the ground, fine black patterns spreading. Summoning technique, Rashomon. Clang. A gigantic demon gate rose up from the ground, and the dissolving monster crashed into the demonic face, white mist rising as the sound of corrosion echoed. The other two are attacking from other directions, Sharon reminded. Leave the one on the left to me. Mizuki leaped out with a decapitating sword in hand. His target was not random. On the person to the left, he sensed a familiar scent. That was the ninjato held by the late Kirigakure's Manatsu. You must be Chijiro. Put down my brother's sword. Mizuki's arm bulged, using all his strength to strike down towards the shadow. Flatfish release. A faint sound echoed, and the mist was blown away by the gale, revealing chakra, solidifying almost into substance. Clang. The two ninjato clashed heavily together. Mizuki's arms trembled slightly as he said, such strong power. You're not bad either. Chijiro rotated his wrist, slightly leveraging his position advantage to disregard the almost equal strength of both sides, forcefully overpowering the decapitating sword. Splash. The area Mizuki passed through transformed into flowing water. He released his grip on the sword and extended his index finger. Water iron cannon. Boom. Chujiro's glasses shattered in the middle. He turned his head, and a trickle of blood flowed down from the wound on his forehead. Tread. Cautiously, he distanced himself, taking out a spare pair of glasses and putting them on, saying solemnly, Lin Mikon Yuri should be the one you killed. Besides you, no one else would have such a morbid interest. Swoosh. Mizuki did not respond, advancing with his sword. Forget it, it's more appropriate to just kill you directly. Chijiro unleashed an even fiercer chakra with the flatfish. While Mizuki fought fiercely, Chugo appeared somewhat dull in comparison. Boom. After forcing back, Aoi, Chugo knew that continuing like this would not end the battle for a long time. Looking at his hands, he covered his head, saying, Using Sage transformation continuously, I wonder if it will become more difficult to suppress in the future. Roar. A crimson bony layer covered his body and multiple holes formed under Chugo's feet. A chakra surged greatly, enhancing his speed and power instantly, putting Aoi, who was previously handling things with ease, into a tough battle. Let's start as well. Terumi May wiped away the acidic liquid at the corner of her mouth, forming a charming smile. Let the funeral begin. In the presence of the usually calm Koji, May, her level of anger at this moment was only surpassed by the revelation that the fourth water shadow Kageshikyo had been manipulated by others, leading to the tragic birth of the Blood Mist District. With the fourth water shadow now out of office, the status of the bloodline ninja was no longer as lowly as before, shedding the image of being demonic. However, despite having the support of the elders as the strongest in Kirigakure, Koji May still needed more support for certain matters, such as the new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, which was the main reason she allowed Lin Yu to accompany her. As long as she could obtain the Raijin sword, she would have 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen by her side. Thus, whether it was for her future succession as Water Shadow or to enhance her image in the hearts of the Kirigakure ninjas and villagers, it would significantly improve. Yet now Lin Yu had died a miserable death in the mining area, losing several Chunin and a Jonin during her first mission outside the village to negotiate. This would greatly damage her reputation. So Koji Mai's eyes glinted with a chilling aura. Are you prepared to welcome death? Boom, boom, boom. A broader area of highly corrosive acid rain fell from the sky, and Sasuke hurriedly summoned 2 giant snakes to shield above. Hiss! The giant snakes cried out in pain, their scales providing no defense as they were easily corroded by the solution. Zizzle. The acrid white mist spread from the areas where the snakes were corroded, and with each breath Ryo only felt waves of intense pain in his nostrils and lungs. Wind release gale slash. A grayish-white wind blade carved deep ravines in the ground, and taking advantage of the acid not yet flowing back, the 2 escaped from the engulfing area. Water release water dragon bullet. Koji May did not give the 2 a chance to escape, rushing to the end of the ravine and releasing the water dragon with a hand sign. Roar. The water dragon soared through the air surrounded by acid, while ahead was the water dragon. Although it seemed there was a gap above, the 2 chose to endure the attack rather than leave themselves in midair with no support. Chidori. Screech. Lightning chakra enveloped Sasuke's body, using sheer force to break through the water dragon. Drip. Drip. Mixed with blood, drops of water fell to the ground. Ignoring the gruesome wounds all over his body, Sasuke tightly gripped the Kusanagi sword and thrust it down. Neither Sasuke nor Ryo had effective long-range attack methods, and Koji Mai's ninjutsu had such a wide coverage that even lacking information about the opponent's close combat ability, Sasuke had no choice but to engage in close combat. Gotcha. Koji May smiled slyly. Even among the entire ninja world, Koji May was an exceptionally unique ninja. This was not only due to her future identity as the 5th water shadow or her stunning beauty, but also because of her bloodline limit, dissolution, and boiling release. While ordinary ninjas could only dream of possessing one, Koji May had 2. The dissolving ability of boiling release surpassed that of dissolution, although its effectiveness over a wide area was poor and could easily harm allies. However, if the enemy was very close, this limitation would not apply. Boiling release mist of craft. Jinjutsu snake tide. Before Koji May could unleash her bloodline limit, Ryo suddenly jumped out from behind Sasuke, locking eyes with Koji May as the ground beneath her shattered and fell into a snake pit. Chidori blade. The Kusanagi sword glowed with lightning, and Sasuke swung it towards Koji Mai's vulnerable neck. Sharingan. So it was the Uchiha brat. Just as Sasuke was about to strike, Koji Mai's eyes regained their luster. She lightly tapped her foot, evading the blade at a speed far surpassing Sasuke's swing. Step. Koji May stopped a few steps away and said, "You 2 are the recently defected Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Ryo, right? With 2 pairs of 3-mo Sharingan, truly a rare sight." Looking at their eyes, Koji May suddenly had a change of heart. The Kirigakure clan had a single Byakugan, which contributed significantly to the village. If one Byakugan was so valuable, how much benefit could 2 pairs of 3-mo Sharingan bring? If she could cultivate 2 ninjas like Hatake Kakashi, even if only one, it would be worth it. Not to mention Lin Yu, even losing another Jonin wouldn't be a loss. I can't use dissolution or boiling release. I have to be careful to preserve their eyes, Koji May thought to herself. Ryo and the others did not know that because of the Sharingan, Koji May chose not to use her 2 powerful bloodline limits. When they saw Koji May momentarily escape from the Jinjutsu, they began to waver. No, or rather it was Sasuke who began to waver. Ryo had intended to escape from the very beginning. The reverse summoning technique requires some time to prepare. If we can't temporarily restrict her movements, we won't be able to return to the Dragon Cave. Even if there was a way, it wouldn't work. Choji and Suigetsu are still entangled with the enemies, and Karen is helping them. We can't leave those three behind. Sasuke glanced at the two battlefields out of the corner of his eye. Suigetsu and Choji were locked in a fierce battle. Although Choji and Karen had the upper hand, it would still take time to conclude the fight. Moreover, the critical issue now was that facing Koji, Ryo had no means to restrict her. From the moment they truly engaged, the Hawk team lost the possibility of retreating unscathed. Water release, water barrier. Koji gave the two little time to think, gathering chakra in her throat and spitting out a torrent of furious water like a waterfall. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ryo and Sasuke released their fire techniques together, but compared to the waterfall, it was a bit like an ant trying to stop a chariot. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, facing the towering water flow, the great fireball couldn't even withstand 1 second. Summoning. Just as Sasuke intended to use his summoning beast to block the water flow, he was struck back by Koji, who appeared in an instant. Ryo tore open his sleeve, and two poisonous snakes hissed and darted out. Splash. The poisonous snakes passed through Koji without hindrance, and Ryo's pupils slightly trembled. Water clone. Correct. Do you want a kiss? Koji appeared, landing a punch on the back of Ryo's head. Bang! Ryo felt stars burst in his vision, his steps faltered, and he fell directly to the ground. Whoosh! Koji instantaneously vanished, and a towering wave of water crashed down. Boom! 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 Ryo! Sasuke shouted in alarm, rushing towards the water curtain. Koji's water clone met him, and Sasuke was unable to provide any rescue. Don't shout, you're next. With a blade formed from condensed high-pressure water aimed directly at the semi-conscious Ryo, Koji leaped down from the peak of the wave. Boom! Water mixed with blood and flesh surged several meters high. Through the water curtain, one could vaguely see Ryo staring blankly at the sky with a transparent hole in his chest. Seeing this scene, Sasuke's mind exploded, his pupils suddenly dilating as crimson overtook his eyes, the three tomo collapsing into a disordered shape. He clutched his head tightly, his nails digging into his scalp, blood flowing down his fingers, and in the next moment a heart-wrenching wail echoed across the sky. Ryo. Sasuke appeared aloof and detached, indifferent to all matters save vengeance. Yet toward the last surviving member of his clan, his devotion bordered on obsession. No one could fathom the sheer staggering relief he felt upon seeing Ryosuke's blood-soaked body lying motionless in that coffin. The moment he believed himself utterly alone in the world. For 6 long years, Sasuke clung to Ryosuke as an anchor for his shattered soul. No matter the torment he endured, no matter how violently his spirit was shaken, even after being grievously wounded once more by Itachi Uchiha, he never broke. For somewhere in this world still lived another Uchiha. Before the clan's burial grounds, he had sworn an unbreakable vow to avenge every fallen kinsman and protect the last. Now, with Ryosuke slain before his eyes, that sacred anchor crumbled, shattered along with those hollow, lifeless eyes. He was alone once more. Hawk! Sasuke wailed, a raw, guttural cry of anguish, as blood welled from his wounds streaking across his face. Terumi strode forward, her right hand coalescing high-pressure water into a lethal blade. I will make excellent use of your eyes, so... Sasuke's mind had already fractured beyond repair. With no taste for cruel games, Mei struck decisively, her blade descending without hesitation. Die! Clang! What a... Mei recoiled sharply, her water blade shattered, shards dissolving midair. Before her loomed a deep violet ribcage encasing Sasuke. Frowning, she murmured, what is this? An unfamiliar technique. Therefore unknown, therefore perilous. His eyes have changed. Is this still the Sharingan? Mei stared at Sasuke's transformed irises, suspicion hardening into disbelief. The three tomo had vanished. In their place blazed a crimson hexagram, terrifying, ancient, absolute. Step! Sasuke staggered upright from the water's surface. Mei's water clone lunged forward, probing cautiously. Sasuke stood motionless, utterly still, until the clone closed within 5 meters. Then with a sickening lurch, a colossal skeletal arm erupted from his ribcage. Splash! The skeletal fist crushed the clone to mist. Sasuke slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes burning with pure undiluted slaughter. Crack, crack, crack. The skeleton surged outward, swelling, coalescing, until a towering chakra-fueled skull rose wreathed in ascending violet flame. It fixed its gaze upon Mei, and roared a sound that shook the heavens. Roar! At that deafening bellow, the 2 other battlefields fell silent. Fighters instinctively drew together, staring in horror at the violet giant. Suigetsu wiped sweat from his brow. What is that thing? Though colder now that chakra is unmistakably Sasuke's. But Karen hesitated, then rescanned with her Shikatsumiaka's sensory ability, before whispering, incredulous, Ryosuke's chakra has vanished. Impossible. Suigetsu knew full well what chakra extinction meant. It meant death. That is the truth. We must move, now. Karen pressed a hand to her shoulder, pain flickering across her face. Then after a breath, resolve hardened in her eyes. There may still be time to save him. Whoosh. Without another word, the three dashed toward the water barrier. We're going too. Chojuro and Ao surged forward in unison. Roar. With the roar, Sasuke's chakra spiked. Violent, overwhelming. I will kill you. I will kill you. Sasuke flared his left eye wide. Blood gushed from its socket. Mei's nerves snapped taut. Danger screamed through her instincts. Drawing on decades of mortal combat, she twisted sideways. Instinct over intellect. Amaterasu. A black flame streaked past Mei, scorching only air, yet where it grazed her, infernal fire erupted instantly. Dissolution release monster melt technique. Mei gritted her teeth against the agony as highly corrosive acid seared her skin. The Amaterasu flames still clinging to her garments sputtered and sloughed off as the acidic solution dissolved them. Whoosh. A sonic crack split the air. Mei tried to evade again, but she had gravely underestimated Sasuke's speed. Boom. The skeletal fist slammed into her abdomen. She vomited blood skidding backward across the water's surface. Whoosh. Sasuke materialized above her. Skeletal arms drawn back, fists fused into a single devastating hammer. Samahata liberation. Chojuro erupted between them. Grasping Samahata, he met the hammer Hidan. Boom. Get out of my way. Sasuke flooded the technique with chakra and ocular power. Chojuro couldn't withstand it. Man and blade plummeted like a meteor. Lady Mei. Ao rushed to support her. Seeing her robes corroded, he averted his gaze and swiftly shed his own upper garment. Mei wrapped the coat around herself, pressing a hand to her right ribs, then coughed up 2 mouthfuls of bloody froth. How are you? Ao asked urgently. Yet he possessed no medical ninjutsu, leaving him powerless to ease her suffering. A few broken ribs, nothing fatal. Mei's face paled, her voice tight with fury. Damn it. My own arrogance. Even with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, and the first stage of Susanoo manifested, Sasuke should not have been able to reduce Mei to such ruin. In sheer strength, she still held the advantage. Her downfall was born solely of overconfidence. No one anticipated that a man whose mind had clearly shattered would unleash such terrifying power. Plop. Chojuro surfaced from the water, eyes locked on the skeletal frame, now thickening with sinew and muscle. Lady Mei, our intelligence on Uchiha Sasuke's current state is non-existent. I recommend immediate tactical withdrawal. Unnecessary. A mere child, and these minor injuries. Do you truly think they hinder me? Mei released her right hand and forced herself upright. Lady Mei, Chojuro speaks wisely. The hidden mist can survive the loss of Rina Abuyashiki, or even Chojuro and myself, but it cannot survive without you. Rina's vengeance can wait. We cannot risk your life. Hearing their pleas, Mei hesitated. She had concealed the severity of her wounds. The Susanoo strike hadn't merely fractured ribs, it had lacerated delicate internal organs. Yet an unshakable intuition whispered that today was the only chance to eliminate Sasuke. If she failed now, he might one day bring ruin upon the entire village. But the injury was real, and the lack of intelligence deadly. One misstep, and even she could fall, like a fool in a ditch. Enough. Mei clenched her jaw and commanded, memorize his chakra signature. Next time, he dies. Yes, Mom. Ao bowed low. Chojuro sheathed Samahata and helped Mei retreat. Don't run. Sasuke lunged to pursue. Sasuke. Karen shouted, don't chase. Ryosuke isn't dead yet. What did you say? Sasuke whirled, dispelling Susanoo in an instant, and reappeared beside Ryosuke's body. HSSSS. Karen tore open her sleeve, pressing her scarred, bite-marked forearm against Ryosuke's lips. VVVVRRR. Her unique chakra flooded his veins, but instead of healing, it simply flowed, unanswered, unabsorbed. Too late. Too much time has passed. Jugo deactivated his curse seal. He'd intended to intervene, but Ryosuke's condition was beyond salvation. Even at full power, he could extend his life by mere seconds. No, it can't be. Sasuke collapsed to his knees, tears carving twin rivers down his face. There must be a way. There has to be. Right. The one who lives beyond millennia. Its very existence defies human comprehension. Perhaps it holds the answer no shinobi can provide. Shush, shush, shush. Hands trembling, Sasuke formed the seals, then vanished in a swirl of white smoke, carrying Ryosuke with him. In the dragon cave at the White Serpent's shrine, the White Serpent, immortal, languidly coiled on a stone chair, smoking a pipe, with drooping eyelids, lost in thought. With a sudden rush, a wave of energy surged into his mind, startling the White Serpent into opening his eyes wide. His limp body abruptly straightened, nearly striking the shrine's ceiling. A voice resonated, buzz. The Princess of Shichido appeared in midair. She had never witnessed such intense emotional turmoil from the White Serpent immortal, and quickly inquired, what is the matter? Ignoring the princess, the white serpent gazed ahead, his eyes seeming to penetrate the depths of the dragon cave. After a moment, he slowly coiled his body and said, "Someone is coming, bring them here." Confused, the princess saluted yes. Who could provoke such a reaction from the immortal? Could it be the immortal from Miaomu Mountain? With her doubts, she exited the shrine and reached the entrance of the dragon cave. Just as she stopped, a cloud of smoke erupted before her. "Take me to the white serpent, immortal." A hoarse voice emerged from the smoke. "Sasuke." The princess waved her sleeve to dispel the smoke, coming face to face with a pair of chilling eyes. Sasuke tightened his grip on Liangjie, shouting, "Hurry." The prince's gaze fell slightly, catching sight of the gruesome wound on Liangjie's chest. Her heart jolted, realizing there was no time to lose. "Follow me." The two rushed back to the shrine. The white serpent immortal had already drawn a large ceiling formation. "Place him inside." Sasuke carefully laid Liangjie flat at the center of the formation and then withdrew from the range of the sealing technique upon the white serpent's gesture. Buzz. The white serpent quickly activated the sealing technique as the natural energy of the entire dragon cave began to surge, flowing towards the shrine at its center. Boom, boom, boom. The massive natural energy harmonized by the sealing technique furiously flooded into Liangjie's body. "Please save him." Sasuke's fists clenched tightly, fearing the answer from the white serpent would be one he dreaded to hear. "Liangjie's injuries are severe, and we have missed the optimal treatment window. We can only force him to learn Sage Mode. If he can master it, his affinity with natural energy and reliance on Sage Chakra will allow him to heal, but..." Sasuke's heart raced with anxiety. But what? Liangjie has always found it difficult to master Sage Mode, and given his current grievous state, the likelihood of success is very slim. "I believe he can succeed in mastering it," Sasuke declared resolutely, then turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused and returned, deeply bowing to the white serpent, saying, "I leave everything to you. No need for such formality. I too do not wish for Liangjie to die. After all, I have placed great hope in him," the white serpent replied. Sasuke slowly rose, gazing at Liangjie's pale face, blood slowly covering his Sharingan. "Please," Sasuke repeated before turning to leave. "Where are you going?" the white serpent asked. "To seek revenge." "You might die. Where are you still going?" the white serpent questioned. "Yes," Sasuke answered without hesitation. Watching Sasuke's receding figure, the white serpent suddenly smiled and said, "Wait a moment." "What is it?" Sasuke tried to keep his tone calm. "I shall grant you a reward for your persistence." The white serpent immortal looked down at Sasuke. "Do not move." "What?" Sasuke frowned. The white serpent immortal did not respond, opening his massive mouth. Sasuke instinctively wanted to dodge, but remembering the white serpent's previous words, he forcibly suppressed his impulse and stood firm. Splat! The white serpent immortal's massive form and fangs pierced Sasuke's shoulder effortlessly. Ugh! Whether intentional or not, the white serpent immortal's bite landed precisely on the seal. The pain from the broken seal compounded with the piercing agony, causing beads of sweat to spring forth on Sasuke's forehead. Thud! The white serpent immortal withdrew his fangs, and Sasuke, losing his support, collapsed to the ground, the pain overwhelming him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Deep purple markings emerged from the wound, quickly spreading across his body. Buzz! The six-pointed star in his eyes began to rotate. As it turned, the markings rapidly retracted towards his eyes, leaving behind two heavy shadows, and the six-pointed star finally stopped, revealing faint purple lines around the edge of his Sharingan. Huff! 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 Sasuke gasped heavily, and just as he thought it was finally over, an even more intense pain struck him. Ugh! Accompanied by a roar of agony, two grotesque hands burst forth from Sasuke's back, expanding endlessly. Swish! The white serpent immortal flicked his tail, channeling a strand of natural energy from the sealing technique into Sasuke's body. Crack! A sound of fracture echoed, and after some time another crack was heard. Crack, crack, crack. The second sound ignited a fuse with a series of crackling noises following. Crack, crack. In no time the hands were covered in cracks, and the natural energy continued to pour in, overwhelming the hands that could no longer hold on, shattering them, and revealing dozens of hidden white serpents within. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpents all hissed in unison, and Sasuke felt a continuous surge of power within him. Though it cannot compare to Sage Mode, it is better than nothing, the immortal said coolly. Hiss! The hissing of the serpents ceased, and Sasuke unsteadily straightened his back, looking deeply at the immortal. Thank you. Go. The white serpent closed his eyes. Sasuke exited the shrine, exploding into a cloud of white smoke as he returned to the ninja realm. Immortal. The princess of Shichido, who had remained silent since entering, finally spoke. Why did you give your power to him? The second stage is the limit of the seal. Even if natural energy was used to enhance it, it is merely a simple increase in strength. However, the heavenly seal has now undergone a true evolution, entirely relying on the purer natural energy within the white serpent immortal. That kind of energy extraction is slow. If too much is lost, you may lose the hope of transforming into a dragon, the princess said, her eyes filled with confusion. Is Uchiha Sasuke worth such a sacrifice from the immortal? It's just some power, if lost, so be it. If it can truly lead to my transformation, I wouldn't have waited 1,000 years, the white serpent immortal replied, quite magnanimously. But, enough, no need to say more, the white serpent immortal interrupted the princess, gazing at Liangjie enveloped in natural energy, saying sternly, he is the current priority. Yes. The princess reined in her emotions, reverting to her original form, coiling beside the seal, her body releasing natural energy to establish a connection with the natural energy within Liangjie. Currently, Liangjie cannot grasp sage mode through normal means. The white serpent immortal had to resort to a second method. Regardless of success or failure, it would greatly diminish its power and even lifespan. After seeing no hope for thousands of years, it could be said that it was betting everything on Liangjie. At this moment, the water in the forest had run dry, and Shueihue squatted on the ground, patting the mud, making strange gurgling sounds. Smack! Xianglin kicked Shueihuyu's head, irritated, and said, can't you be a little quieter? Splash, splash. The water gathered back, restoring Shueihue to his original form. He sighed and said, it's been nearly half an hour, and I still don't know what's going on. I can't think of a way to save Liangjie, but if the white snake immortal in Lungdi Cave is truly as you described, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Zhongwu said. Shueihue gripped the thunder knife at his waist. The excitement from recovering the ninja tool had completely faded, leaving only frustration. If it weren't for himself, Liangjie wouldn't have come to retrieve a knife that held no value for him. TCH, how did I end up with this kind of personality? Shueihue tugged at his hair. In his world, there was no concept of teammates. His relationship with Liangjie and the others was merely one of mutual use, yet seeing Liangjie die inexplicably filled him with guilt. Ah, so annoying. Smack. I told you to be quiet. Xianglin roared. I didn't argue with you before, and you really think I'm easy to bully. Shueihue drew his decapitation sword, looking ready for a fight. At a time like this, we shouldn't have internal conflicts. Zhongwu pulled the two apart. Sigh. Shueihue sighed again. He wasn't truly angry, just unsure how to vent his frustration. It would be great if two people came to help me fight right now. Shueihue wailed. Bang! Smoke erupted and Sasuke tore through the white mist. You will have countless enemies to fight. Sasuke's chakra has changed again. Xianglin began to doubt whether Kagura's heart had issues. How could a person's chakra change multiple times in such a short period? Where are you going? Shueihue asked, stunned. To the village hidden in the mist. Sasuke looked coldly at the three. Upon meeting Sasuke's gaze, Shueihue suddenly looked down, his body trembling uneasily. With just a glance, a simple stroke, without even activating chakra, made him feel fear. What exactly happened to Sasuke during the half hour in Lungdi Cave? Let's go. Sasuke determined the direction and stepped toward the land of water. Given the terrifying stroke from Sasuke a moment ago, the three, upon realizing the enemies the Eagle team was about to face peculiarly, did not speak to dissuade him. Huh. Shueihue stiffly raised his head and looked at Sasuke's back. He seemed to see the shadow of a white snake hundreds of meters long. Village hidden in the mist, it seems you have stirred up great trouble. In the following days, Sasuke was no longer cautious like before crossing the land of fire. The few Konoha ninjas he encountered had no chance to struggle and fell under the ninjutsu of the Sharingan. Splash, splash. Sasuke stood on the boat heading to the land of water, quietly gazing into the distance. After familiarizing himself over the past few days, he had adapted to the power of the white snake, with the only unfamiliar aspect being the recently activated Mangekyo Sharingan. The left eye is Amaterasu, but the ability of the right eye is still unclear. Sasuke fell into thought. After activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had a strange intuition that Amaterasu was not the entirety of the Sharingan's abilities, but merely a singular ability of the left eye along with that purple skeleton. During his previous battle with Terumi, Mei Susanoo had undergone a simple evolution. He vaguely felt that this was not the end, and the more he understood the Mangekyo Sharingan, the heavier the burden became. Uchiha Itachi had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan much earlier. His exploration of its various abilities was undoubtedly more comprehensive than his. I wonder if I can eliminate the gap and kill him with this. Sasuke touched the cursed seal on his neck, which had completely changed its appearance. After being modified by the white snake immortal, the cursed seal now contained purer natural energy. Even without activation, it provided Sasuke with a significant power boost, and once activated, he could wield a power distinct from ordinary chakra. The white snake said it can't compare to Sage Mode. Oh, I wonder how powerful Sage Mode can be. You must master Sage Mode and return safely. Sasuke prayed in his heart. Pat, pat, pat. Shueihue stepped out from the side, pressing his hands on the railing, gazing at the visible dock of the land of water in the distance, and sighed. We're almost there. I didn't expect to have a chance to return here. Are we going to charge in directly or carefully infiltrate the village hidden in the mist? Xianglin, having no time for Shuya's reminiscing, was more concerned about the strategy. You really are a woman who can't read the atmosphere. Shuya was slightly annoyed at being interrupted, but Xianglin's focus was not wrong, so he could only curl his lips and say, "Let me give you a suggestion in advance. Even though the village hidden in the mist suffered a massacre during the Blood Mist period leading to a significant reduction in power, it is still one of the 5 great ninja villages with a profound foundation. Rushing in carelessly would surely lead to disadvantages. If Liangjie were here, we could easily grab a couple of Jonin to read their memories, which would provide us with some intelligence. But now we have no way to do that." Shuya leaned on the railing, kicking the wooden planks with his right foot. "There are many ways. There's no need to obtain intelligence. We are in the shadows while the mist is in the light. We should be careful of them instead." Sasuke said indifferently. What are you planning to do?" Shuya caught a whiff of something unusual. "The mist must have ninjas out on missions. Kill one if you see one. Unless everyone is huddled up in the village, revenge is not urgent. I want to completely destroy them." The coldness in Sasuke's eyes was enough to freeze the sea into ice. Sasuke was not boasting. He had enough confidence and knew better than anyone the strength he currently possessed. Even if the leaders of various ninja villages stood before him, he had confidence in killing them. Plus, with Xianglin's wide-range scouting ninjutsu, they could avoid ambushes. If the mist did not request assistance from other villages over time, Sasuke truly had the possibility of destroying the village hidden in the mist. To completely destroy the village hidden in the mist, Shuya turned his body, leaning against the railing with his arms crossed, and said, "Although I don't know what your trump card is, I am willing to join you in a major operation." The thought of destroying a village on the level of the 5 great ninja villages was thrilling. Splash, splash. The boat slowed down, now only about 10 kilometers from the dock. "Xianglin," Sasuke said. "Buzz." Xianglin closed her eyes and used Kagura's heart eye, her mental energy sweeping over the entire dock, and said, "There are 12 ninjas at the dock, 3 of whom have significant chakra responses, presumably 3 squads of lower ninjas, led by Jonin." Splash, splash. The boat's speed continued to slow down, and once fully docked, Sasuke led the 3 down the deck. In the right yellow 3-story building, there is a squad in the 3rd room on the 2nd floor, a squad by the clock tower, and a squad in the left square. Xianglin whispered. Sasuke's cold gaze fell on the yellow building. As he made eye contact with one of the ninjas inside, he activated his 3-demo Sharingan to cast a genjutsu, while his right hand lit up with dazzling lightning. "Let's start with you, Chidori." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bustling dock suddenly reverberated with the sounds of thousands of birds. People turned their gazes towards the source, only to see a civilian house crumbling under the lightning's glow, while the adjacent structures remained unscathed, clearly indicating that Zhuji had reached a terrifying mastery over his power. The lightning dimmed gradually as Zhuji stood proudly atop the ruins, his gaze piercing through the chaos of the residents to directly confront the ninja beneath the clock tower. A cruel smile flashed across his face as he transformed into an afterimage and vanished. Swish. The upper ninja's expression tightened. He realized he was locked on as the next target. "Teacher, is that the enemy?" The young lower ninja's grip on his long knife trembled incessantly, unable to discern whether it was excitement or fear. "From that last strike, that person is at least of upper ninja caliber. The 3 of them can't assist. They would only cause meaningless casualties." The upper ninja made a decisive move and charged up the tower. It was still unclear what was happening inside the house, but the opponent would lock their target onto him. The team inside was likely facing dire consequences. Team 3 wasn't far from here, led by an elite upper ninja who only needed to delay for a certain period of time to wait for reinforcements to easily eliminate the intruder. The Mist Ninja's thoughts were commendable, but he greatly underestimated Zhuji's overall strength. Crack! The sound of thunder erupted once more as a flash of lightning crashed through the houses, darting across the ground at incredible speed. Swish! The lightning suddenly vanished, but the upper ninja didn't relax. Instead, a series of urgent danger signals rang in his mind. The lightning spread at the corner of his eyes, and the Mist Ninja instinctively dodged, only to collide with a pair of crimson eyes. Boom! Zhuji landed on the Mist Ninja, the ground cratering beneath him. He swiftly drew his sword, lightning chakra enveloping him in a radius of several meters. Chidori stream. Oh! The 3 lower ninjas wailed as they collapsed, their lifeless bodies twitching slightly from the electric currents, the nauseating smell of charred flesh invading the air. Zhuji, expressionless, drew the Kusanagi sword and looked up at the elite upper ninja who had arrived just a moment too late. Swish! 3 spinning tomo fused together, causing Zhuji's ocular power to surge dramatically, unleashing a rapid-fire genjutsu. Flash! A deep purple shadow appeared as Zhuji angled his sword towards the ground. Sage Art Twin Serpent Strangle. Two white serpents burst forth from the ground, their tightly scaled bodies coiling around the mist ninja, their gaping mouths clamping down on each shoulder as sage chakra surged through the wounds. The twin serpents tightened their grip, and the lower ninjas attempted to rescue their teacher, but their attack strength was utterly meaningless. Ultimately, with another surge from the white serpents, the elite upper ninja exploded into a mist of blood. Swish! Amidst the blood mist, a cold gleam erupted, and two columns of blood shot into the sky. In an instant, among the three ninja squads at the dock, only one disheartened lower ninja remained. Crack! Zhuangzi pressed his sword against the lower ninja's neck, his Mangekyo Sharingan swirling with enough power to render upper ninjas unconscious, and a faint purple Susanoo shadow loomed behind him. Return to the mist and inform Terumi May that Uchiha Sasuke has come for revenge. Get lost. The lower ninja jolted awake, glancing at the fallen comrades around him, and scrambled away from this hellish place. Run! I must escape. The scene of his comrades' deaths replayed repeatedly. In his mind, the lower ninja was already in tears. Although he didn't understand why the enemy had given him the chance to relay information, since there was an opportunity, he must deliver the message. A monster has arrived in the land of water. Swish! Zhuangzi closed his Mangekyo Sharingan and sheathed the Kusanagi sword while Mizuki and the others approached from the dock. Gazing at the elite upper ninja, who was left with only a head, Mizuki's eyelids twitched. He recognized this veteran upper ninja, who had been remarkably strong even among the overall mist upper ninjas, yet was now eliminated by Zhuangzi in just 2 moves. Such astonishing power. Mizuki unconsciously revealed an excited smile. It seemed that contending against the mist village was not a mere fantasy. Where are we heading next? Mizuki asked eagerly. To the Sand Forest Mine, Zhuangzi replied. The Sand Forest Mine is one of the few mines in the land of water. Though its output doesn't compare to those in the land of fire, its importance lies in being owned by the country itself, serving as a crucial strategic resource that has long been guarded by Mist Village ninjas. After 2 days of travel, the group arrived sitting on a cliff, gazing at the mine. Mizuki, itching with excitement, gripped his beheading sword and said, "Don't kill too quickly, I'll leave me two to take down." Rest assured, Zhuangzi nodded at Chogo. Yeah. Chogo summoned an eagle, and the group mounted its back. With a powerful flap of its wings, the eagle soared to just above the mine. There are 2 ninjas atop the tower, one of whom has a notably strong chakra response, Corinne remarked. Zhuangzi closed his eyes, 2 shadows quickly manifesting. Thud! Zhuangzi leapt from the eagle's back, lightning coiling around him, and with the downward force, he directly penetrated the tower. Boom! Dust erupted as numerous ninjas in the mine turned to face him. Swish! 3 figures landed once more, the beheading sword tearing through the dust, a slightly sharp voice following him back. Huff! A fierce wind blew away the dust, revealing the menacing visage of Ghost Lantern Mizuki. Let's greet them first. Roar! The water dragon surged forth, yet the trained mist ninjas didn't panic. They quickly performed ninjutsu to counter the water dragon as upper ninjas rapidly assembled to attack the intruders. Heh! Zhuangzi wore a mocking expression as several white serpents burst from his back. Hiss! As the mist received news of the intruders, the Eagle Squad had already taken out 2 docks and 2 mines. The middle ninjas suffered dozens of losses, and the upper ninjas lost a total of 7, including 2 elite upper ninjas. This was a disaster that the recovering mist could not endure. Bang! Terumi May slammed her palm onto the table, standing up and glaring at the trembling lower ninja. The intruder is Uchiha Sasuke. Yes, he told me to inform you that Uchiha Sasuke has come for revenge. The lower ninja muttered, his head bowed, wishing he could shrink into his chest. In just a few days, he has gained the power to eliminate elite upper ninjas. I should have killed him back then. Terumi May said, her face darkening as she strode towards the door. What are you doing? An elder called out to stop Terumi May. Kill him, she replied through gritted teeth. Now is a crucial time. The village can't do without you. Let others handle it, the elder suggested. He has the power to eliminate elite upper ninjas. Who else can go? Terumi May retorted. The elder was momentarily speechless by Terumi May's words, ultimately letting out a sigh. If you must go, wait for Ao to return. Uchiha's Jinjutsu must be carefully guarded against. Hearing this, Terumi May hesitated. Ao was out on a mission and wouldn't be back for at least 2 days. 2 days was ample time for Uchiha Sasuke to do many things. She didn't want to wait passively, but the elder's words made sense. Her safety could not afford any unexpected mishaps. Reluctantly, Terumi May could only temporarily suppress her killing intent, waiting for Ao's return. However, that very afternoon, news of other docks and mines being destroyed flooded in one after another. Unable to suppress her urgency any longer, Terumi May decided that if she continued to wait, even the last large dock might be destroyed. Tell Ao to abandon his mission and come directly to the Raging Rock dock to meet me. Terumi May dispatched a middle ninja to relay the orders, and then led several upper ninjas out of the village. Not to mention the parties heading to Langyan, Pure Liang Jie on the brink of death had stabilized his injuries after several days of nurturing by natural energy. Buzz. Natural energy continued to flow in through the sealing technique. For several consecutive days, the natural energy in the dragon cave had become thin, and the robust body of the white snake immortal shrank several sizes, its metallic sheen dimmed, appearing exceptionally old. Shichido was slumped around the sealing technique, looking even more desperate for rescue than Liang Jie. The sealing technique finally ceased to absorb natural energy. The white snake immortal opened his weary eyes, saying it's overcome back. Shichido crawled slowly to the stone chair and asked in an almost inaudible voice, Immortal, what if he can't make it through the final trial? If he can't make it through the final trial, it can only mean that my life is destined to be unrelated to the dragon. The white snake immortal opened his mouth with great effort. We have done all we can, the rest is up to fate. The white snake looked at Liang Jie with a gaze full of hope. In the mental space, Uchiha Liang Jie sat cross-legged, his expression extraordinarily sorrowful. He did not know how long he had been trapped. He felt no hunger, sensed no fatigue, and had completely lost his sense of time. Boom, boom, boom. Above the mental space, a vortex of energy gathered, and he knew this was extremely pure natural energy. So where exactly is this place? He clearly remembered being pierced through the chest by Uchiha Obito, and judging by his injuries, he was certain to die. According to the rules of the Naruto world, when a person dies, they enter the Pure Land, and his current condition matched that of the Pure Land. Liang Jie lay on the ground, unable to stop groaning. He was so bored, as there was nothing here but an endless space and the energy vortex above. Usually he could pass the time by sleeping, but now he didn't even have the privilege to sleep. I wonder if during the fourth great ninja war Yakushi Kabuto will use Edo Tensei on me. If so, maybe there's still a chance for resurrection. It's so hard to cross over once, and yet I might die halfway. How embarrassing. Liang Jie covered his face and took a deep breath. After an unknown amount of time, he sensed something unusual. Silence. It was too quiet around him. The energy vortex that had previously made sounds was now utterly silent. He opened his eyes in confusion, and his pupils jolted. The energy vortex had long since vanished, replaced by a dragon-like creature with 2 horns on its head. Its forehead bore 2 straight, short, unbranched horns looking like short rhino horns. What is going on? Liang Jie tried to stand up, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. Even a simple blink was a luxury. The dragon circled twice in the air and then dove straight down. Liang Jie could only watch helplessly as the dragon accurately crashed into the hole in his chest, completely vanishing inside. Ugh! A sharp pain surged from the depths of his soul, and every nerve in his body sent signals of pain. Liang Jie clutched his head, writhing in agony on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The natural energy rampaged within him, and Liang Jie lost consciousness. His body became transparent, almost disintegrating. In the final moment of urgency, the white snake immortal appeared in the mental space. Kid, do you want to die? The white snake shouted. The voice struck Liang Jie's soul, bringing him back to consciousness. He barely opened his eyes and almost didn't recognize the white snake due to its drastically changed appearance. Are you the white snake immortal? Now is not the time to ponder such matters. If you can make it through this trial, you will master sage mode. Otherwise you will die. If you don't want to die, grit your teeth and hold on. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the white snake immortal exploded into energy shards and disappeared, spitting out a mouthful of blood slumped in the stone chair. The serpent becomes a dragon. Uchiha Liang Jie, whether you can withstand this trial depends on your own willpower. Ugh. In the mental space, Liang Jie could not stop his painful howls. Although he regained consciousness, the intense pain made it impossible for him to concentrate. Boom, boom, boom. The violent natural energy continued to wreak havoc, and Liang Jie's body once again became illusory. Am I going to die? In a daze, Liang Jie saw his former self, who had just crossed over into the Naruto world, still confused and ignorant, along with the young but clumsy Sasuke, who had taken care of him. The bits and pieces of the past turned into a picture, one of extreme mental breakdown, with Sasuke's Sharingan spiraling out of control, tears streaming down his face. Ah, damn it, there are people waiting for me. How can I die here? Liang Jie hunched over, focusing his mental energy intensely. His Sharingan activated on its own, 3 tomos rapidly merging and rotating. However, it seemed that due to the lack of some necessary condition, the Mangekyo hadn't taken shape, quickly regressing back to the ordinary 3 tomo. Though the Sharingan did not evolve successfully, Liang Jie's mental energy and ocular power had significantly increased. He used this opportunity to try to control the natural energy. Boom, boom, boom. Under the soothing of his mental energy, the natural energy gradually calmed down. Buzz. The ordinary chakra within him began to operate again. He cautiously manipulated the chakra to touch the natural energy, which did not reject the ordinary chakra. The two began to slowly merge. Is this the so-called Sage Chakra? Liang Jie was overjoyed. He knew the most dangerous moment had passed, and now as long as he carefully controlled it and patiently waited, mastering Sage mode was merely a matter of time. Just right. He had plenty of time. At this moment outside the mental space, the dragon cave, serving as the source of energy, also returned to calm. Shichido curled up in fear, almost thinking that the scene she just witnessed was the end of the world. I was right after all. The old face of the white snake, Immortal, revealed a look of relief. Immortal, do you mean? Shichido peered out. The white snake, Immortal, nodded gently. He has already fused Sage Chakra and will wake up soon. Buzz. As if in response to the white snake Immortal's words, the long silent sealing technique lit up again. The snakes in the dragon cave all raised their heads, and natural energy separated from their bodies, gathering in the shrine. Boom, boom, boom. The rich natural energy enveloped Liang Jie, obscuring the situation. Boom. The natural energy suddenly exploded, destroying the entire shrine. The white snake Immortal did not dodge the falling stones, staring intently at the sealing technique where a figure stood. The figure had two horns on its head, short and straight. Below the eyes were two purple shadows, and the skin on the cheeks resembled scales. It stretched out its hand with two small white snakes swimming at its fingertips, opening its eyes with sharp-toothed marks hidden beneath the tomo. Looking at the shocked expression of the white snake, Immortal, Liang Jie bowed deeply. Thank you very much. Liang Jie expressed his gratitude, but had not straightened his back when a sudden sharp pain in his chest caused his legs to weaken. Your injury has not yet healed. The ability to remain conscious now is a result of the Sage mode. Once you exit this state, you will fall unconscious again. Fortunately, your life has been saved. The white snake sage spoke. Huff, huh, huff, huh. Liang Jie gasped for breath, and the pain in his chest intensified. You should get some good rest. The white snake sage infused a strand of natural energy into Liang Jie's mind. Crack, crack, crack. Liang Jie's twin horns on his forehead slowly retracted. The purple eyeshadow faded until it vanished, and the skin on his cheeks regained its smoothness. The moment he exited Sage mode, a suffocating sensation enveloped him. The world quickly turned dark, and he fell into unconsciousness. Take him to recover. The white snake sage leaned against the stone chair, saying this before falling into a deep sleep. Tian Xi and Shinji carefully carried Liang Jie to a pre-prepared room and took out a ground medicinal ointment to apply to his wounds. The ointment emitted a rich natural energy, and fine granulation began to sprout around the edges of the wound. The ointment was applied once every hour. By that night, Liang Jie's injuries appeared to be greatly improved on the surface, but when he truly awoke, it would be 3 days later. Creak. Shichido Ji entered the room holding the ointment. Upon seeing Liang Jie open his eyes, she placed the ointment by the bedside. Since you are awake, you can apply it yourself in a bit. Liang Jie gently pressed on the bandage over his chest, feeling not emptiness, but solid muscle beneath. To recover from such a severe injury would undoubtedly take a long time, so he wondered, how long have I been unconscious? 3 days. Shichido Ji replied. How is that possible? Liang Jie exclaimed, springing up from the bed. 3 days. Such a serious injury healed in just 3 days. Do not be surprised. After mastering Sage mode, your physique will gradually evolve into that of a sage. Although it is not there yet, your recovery ability has significantly improved compared to before. Coupled with the special ointment and the Dragon Cave Sage technique, recovering in 3 days is quite normal. I see. Liang Jie slowly sat back down and began to organize the chaotic thoughts in his mind. After a moment, he asked, where is Sasuke? Before losing consciousness, Liang Jie clearly saw Sasuke awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. Given his personality, he would not let Konan escape, and it was highly likely he had gone to seek revenge. After Sasuke took you to the Dragon Cave, he headed straight to the Land of Water to find the Mist Ninjas for revenge. Yesterday, while destroying yet another dock, he encountered a team of elite ninjas led by Konan, and both sides sustained heavy injuries. Heavy injuries? How serious? Liang Jie exclaimed. Don't worry. As long as it's not a fatal injury like yours with a girl from your team named Karen, everything should be fine. That's true. Liang Jie felt relieved. He was also concerned. In Team Hawk there were Karen and Jugo. As long as Sasuke did not act recklessly, he should be fine. We have already informed Sasuke that you are out of danger. He is currently hiding somewhere in the Land of Water, and the mist cannot find him for now. During this time, you should focus on your training in the Dragon Cave. Usually to learn Sage mode, one must first master Sage Chakra, then learn Sage techniques, and finally attempt to cultivate Sage mode. Due to special circumstances, Liang Jie's learning sequence was disrupted. Although he had now mastered Sage mode, he knew nothing about Sage techniques, especially the powerful Dragon Cave Sage technique. I need to return to the ninja world to talk to Sasuke. Liang Jie said this and vanished in a puff of white smoke. I will be back soon. Bang. Liang Jie stabilized himself and looked around at the various expressions of the people in the cave, smiling, as he said, "I'm back." Sasuke could not hide his joy, but still pretended to remain calm. "It's good that you are back. That kind of injury could be healed. No wonder the White Snake Sage has existed for thousands of years." Shueisha exaggeratedly remarked. "You really have good luck. It seems you have snatched back a life." Karen remarked in astonishment. "I could crawl out of a coffin years ago, so this time is definitely not a problem." Liang Jie shifted his gaze, and when he met Jugo's eyes they nodded slightly at each other. "I'm just back to report my safety, though I still need to return to the Dragon Cave to continue learning sage techniques." Liang Jie turned back to look at Sasuke, his expression serious. "What are you planning to do next?" "Exterminate the mist," Sasuke said calmly, uttering words that could shake the entire ninja world. As expected, Liang Jie had anticipated his response. After considering it, he said in a low voice, "Not yet. We must wait until I learn sage techniques." Sasuke's words were indeed shocking, but upon reflection, they were not entirely fanciful. The Mist Village was currently at its weakest point since its establishment. Most of the elite ninjas in the village were either dead or fled. The fourth Mizukage was killed, the Three Tails had gone missing, and the human pillar of the Six Tails had defected years ago. The highest combat power in the village was Konin, and below her even elite Jonin were scarce. As long as someone could hold Konin back, both Sasuke, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan and sage techniques, and Liang Jie, who mastered sage mode, would have the ability to slaughter the remaining mist ninjas. Jonin are the backbone of the ninja village, but that is all they are. When they encounter invaders with multiple top-level combat powers without possessing their own, they are utterly powerless. "Do not continue to clash with the mist for now. You must wait for my return," Liang Jie advised with concern. He understood that Sasuke was not reckless, but the impression left by Sasuke, who had just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, was too deep. One person barging into the Five Kages summit. "Do you think you are Uchiha Madara?" "I know." After receiving Sasuke's affirmative response, Liang Jie returned to the Dragon Cave to train in sage techniques. On the other hand, Konin returned to the mist in a disheveled state, and without resting, she sought out the elders to discuss matters concerning Sasuke. Covering her still throbbing injury, Konin could not comprehend how just a few days ago Sasuke was merely a Jonin, and now he could suppress her in battle. Such an increase in power was completely beyond reason. The elder pondered for a long time, and said, "If he comes to the village seeking revenge, how confident are you in killing him? If he is determined to escape, it's nearly impossible to kill him." Konin said dejectedly. Sasuke's abilities were extremely balanced, and it was unrealistic to find a weak point to kill him instantly. Given the current strength of the Mist's ninjas, they could not form an effective encirclement. Even if they fell into a trap, they could at most kill other members of Team Hawk, but this would lead to an even more reckless retaliation from Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, truly a nuisance. The elder took a letter from the table. It was the letter Konin had brought back from Konoha, but the sender was not the fifth Hokage Tsunade, but another familiar name. Shimura Danzo. Let Konoha handle the troubles of Konoha. With these two sentences, the elder seemed to expend all his strength, turning his gaze toward the Mist Village, his grip on the staff tightening. Once upon a time, the Mist Village, which had produced countless talents, had also fallen into such a predicament. Just one shadow-level powerhouse could leave him feeling powerless. Only he, having witnessed the rise and fall of the mist, understood this feeling. For a continuous half-month thereafter, the Eagle Squad vanished without a trace, and no strategic points in the Land of Water were attacked. The reconnaissance ninjas sent by the Mist Village returned empty-handed, leading people to suspect that Sasuke and his companions had already left the Land of Water. Impossible, that little brat must still be somewhere in the Land of Water. Their recent concealment is merely a ploy for a greater scheme. Terumi May understood this well. Compared to the previous disturbances, the concealed Sasuke was far more terrifying. The former is like a lion, fierce and brutal, instilling fear, and each strike would cause significant losses to the Land of Water. However, being too flamboyant allows one to deduce action plans and take effective precautions, much like the situation at Lanyan Dock. The hidden Sasuke is more like a venomous snake, cold and stealthy, patient. He strikes lethally when he chooses to, like a dark cloud perpetually hanging over the sky. Have the Jonin who were out on missions returned? Terumi May asked. Yes, according to your orders, aside from a few critical missions, most of the Jonin returned to the village a few days ago. The Umbu answered respectfully. Although Terumi May was not yet the Mizukage, all the ninjas in the Mist Village knew that she was the best candidate to succeed the fifth Mizukage, and one could even say she was the only one qualified for the position simply because she was the strongest in the current Mist Village. Thus, although she lacked an official title, the Umbu had already treated Terumi May as the Mizukage, dutifully executing various orders without a hint of negligence. The deployment of sentries must also be increased. Food reserves in the civilian shelters need to be raised, and traps should be set up. Looking at the map encompassing the entire Mist Village, Terumi May felt a wave of headache. She had a premonition that the plan allowing Sasuke to remain hidden for half a month was far from simply destroying a few strongholds. It likely concerned the military strength of the Land of Water and the Mist Village itself. Mist Village. Terumi Mice's conjecture was not wrong. Just as she was deploying various matters, the Eagle Squad had quietly appeared above Mist Village. More importantly, the actual combat power of the Eagle Squad at this moment was far greater than she had estimated. There were not one, but two shadow-level powerhouses within the team. So this is Mist Village. The quality of ninjas here is far inferior to that of Konoha. Ryoji sat cross-legged on the back of the eagle, clearly sensing dozens of rich chakra signatures through the dense mist. From the perspective of ninja village status, Konoha and Mist Village could be considered brothers in hardship. Both villages' combat power was at an all-time low. However, even so, Konoha was still vastly superior to Mist Village. The mist enveloping Mist Village is quite strange, mixed with chakra, and seems to have some sensing capability. Karui opened her eyes. After all, it's Mist Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages. How could they lack defensive measures? Mizuki waved his hand. Is there a way to enter Mist Village without being sensed? Sasuke asked. Mizuki used to be a ninja from Mist Village, and his brother was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, so if he couldn't find a way, the Eagle Squad would have to force their way in. There is a way. It might be difficult for others, but for us it's quite simple, Mizuki said proudly. What method? Ryoji raised an eyebrow. Given Mist Village's foundation, it's simply insufficient to construct and maintain a large sensing barrier for long periods. They can only rely on the natural mist that envelopes Mist Village. By mixing in a small amount of chakra, they can sense all chakra within the mist-covered area, which is not difficult for a water-style ninja who masters the mist techniques. However, because of this, only ninjas who can manipulate the mist can sense abnormal chakras. Karui can lock onto the position of sensing ninjas through the chakra mixed in the mist, and Ryoji can summon venomous snakes that possess natural energy to infiltrate Mist Village, then eliminate the sensing ninjas, allowing us to silently enter Mist Village. Additionally, do not kill the sensing ninjas directly. If their chakra disappears, it will raise alarms. Just temporarily incapacitating them will suffice. Bang bang. Karui patted the boastful Mizuki and said sternly, so what were you so proud of just now? You can't help with the infiltration. I had the idea. Mizuki pointed his thumb at himself. How is this any different from the previous infiltration of the northern stronghold? Karui scoffed. You can't even think of such a simple method. What qualifications do you have to mock me? Mizuki huffed. You guy. Enough. Sasuke interrupted their argument, commanding, find a safe place to land. Choji scanned the surroundings and found a cliff without mist. Summoning technique. Ryoji summoned a dozen venomous snakes resembling those commonly found in the Land of Water. Hiss hiss hiss. The venomous snakes crawled down the cliff, entering Mist Village from different directions. Kagura's hard eye. Karui focused intently, using the Whirlpool's secret technique to capture 8 different chakra signatures from the mist, then expanded the sensing range to identify the owners of the chakras one by one. There is a sensing ninja among the houses 800 meters ahead of the venomous snake below the tower. Ryoji nodded, gently glancing at the small white snake coiled on his shoulder. This was his sage art. He could command all summoning beasts in the dragon cave from a distance through the white snake. Following the command, the venomous snake approached the house and silently entered through a mouse hole. At this moment, the sensing ninja was napping. The venomous snake slowly crawled to his side, biting his wrist. The paralyzing toxin entered his bloodstream through the fangs. Hiss. The sensing ninja awoke in pain, saw the venomous snake lying on the bed, and grabbed it violently, throwing it against the wall. Bang. The venomous snake exploded into a cloud of smoke, and the sensing ninja's pupils contracted. This was no ordinary venomous snake, but a summoning. Bang. Before he could finish his thoughts, dizziness struck the sensing ninja's mind, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Ryoji and Karui used the same method to eliminate the remaining sensing ninjas, as well as a sentry near the Mist Village gate. After completing all this, the group rode the eagle down the cliff, using transformation techniques to change into Mist Village ninjas and swaggering towards the village gate. Who goes there? Seeing someone emerge from the dense fog, the guarding ninjas at the village gate immediately tensed up and drew their kunai, the code word. Swish. A surge of ocular power flooded into their minds, causing the 2 ninjas' pupils to shatter and their expressions to become vacant. As they brushed past the 2 and entered Mist Village, Ryoji, looking at the complex patterns in Sasuke's eyes, said with envy, the level above the 3 Tomo is truly impressive. Sasuke closed his Mangekyo Sharingan, stating, it's nothing special. I'd rather not evolve. Why, oi? Ryoji asked in surprise. Sasuke actually rejecting the acquisition of higher level power. Is he feverish? Talking nonsense. Sasuke glanced at Ryoji coldly, saying, it's nothing. Sigh. Ryoji sighed again. Given the current social interactions, it seemed the only possibility for Sasuke to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan was through death, otherwise. Swish. Ryoji pulled out a kunai and handed it to Mizuki, urging, "Stab Sasuke once and see if he can evolve." Mizuki rolled his eyes and hurriedly threw the kunai back to Ryoji. "Stab Sasuke. Do you think he's an idiot?" The lightning flash of Chidori is still deeply etched in his memory. "Do it again." "Huh. You three intercept them along the only route to the shelter. Eliminate the ninja first. Avoid harming civilians unless absolutely necessary," Sasuke commanded. This was an invasion of a major shinobi village. Sasuke had prepared for every contingency. Should an unforeseen crisis erupt, the countless civilians of Kirigakure would become his final bargaining chip, hostages whose lives would paralyze Kirigakure's response. Though morally repugnant, it was devastatingly effective. Understood. Suigetsu and the others departed via another route. With Karen's sensory abilities, evading hidden sentinels posed little difficulty. Next, Ryosuke pressed his palms together, gathering Sage Chakra, and instantly entered Sage mode. His perception surged, rendering the concealed positions of Kirigakure's shinobi unmistakably clear within his sensory network. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Two white serpents slithered from his sleeves, vanishing one by one toward their designated targets. Creak. Ryosuke and Sasuke then entered the first outpost they had neutralized. Inside, a single ANBU agent slept soundly. Approaching silently, Ryosuke placed his right hand upon the man's forehead and channeled chakra deep into his mind. A torrent of fragmented memories flooded Ryosuke's consciousness. With practiced precision, he discarded the irrelevant and carefully extracted vital intelligence, then opened his eyes, grave and resolute. The situation has changed. Shink. A flash of cold steel. Sasuke flicked blood from Kusunagi's blade. "What is it?" "Kirigakure requested aid from Konoha half a month ago. Danzo may already be en route, or perhaps has even arrived near Kirigakure." Ryosuke turned his gaze northward. Empowered by Sage Mode's vast sensory reach, he detected over a dozen chakra signatures roughly 30 kilometers away. Among them, one uniquely complex fluctuation, as if multiple shinobi's chakra had been forcibly fused. Based on intelligence, that anomalous signature almost certainly belonged to Danzo. "Danzo? Who is he?" Sasuke asked, faintly puzzled. "Think of him as Konoha's shadow Hokage, operating unseen, yet immensely powerful," Ryosuke explained concisely. "Then Kirigakure's resistance will strengthen. Our original plan must be revised," Sasuke mused. "Not necessarily. Even if Danzo intervenes personally, he won't commit fully at first. He'll want Kirigakure's already weakened strength further eroded, so that like Sunagakure it becomes dependent on Konoha. He remains 30 kilometers out. If we act swiftly enough, we can eliminate Meitarumi before he arrives. Victory will still tilt in our favor," Ryosuke analyzed. Neither Sunagakure nor Kirigakure possessed accurate intelligence on Team Hawk. Believing Ryosuke dead, both villages remained blind to the true threat, granting the two shinobi perfect conditions for a swift, decisive strike. "Where is Meitarumi?" Sasuke asked. "In the Mizukage Tower, multiple chakra signatures inside. Most likely Kirigakure's Yenbyu," Ryosuke replied. "First eliminate all shinobi meeting assassination criteria, then launch the assault. Unleash full power from the outset. Meitarumi must fall before Danzo arrives." Sasuke made the decision. They moved swiftly thereafter, neutralizing underprepared guards and erasing all traces to avoid premature detection. Having slain over 30 Jonin and Chunin undetected, they now stood before the Mizukage Tower. "Go!" Ryosuke gave the order. Serpents coiled at his feet surged into the tower. Then turning to Sasuke, "Be ready." The tower's interior offered poor terrain for serpentine infiltration. The ANBU would spot them easily. Ryosuke acted on chance alone. Even eliminating a single ANBU would be a gain. Alas, the ANBU committed no such oversight. They swiftly dispatched the serpents, and upon seeing the white smoke erupt where the snakes returned to Ryukido, instantly grasped the danger. "Intruder!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With piercing cries, 3 colossal fire dragons erupted skyward, piercing the dense, heavy clouds above. Boom, boom, boom. The storm clouds darkened further, jagged lightning flashed within. Sage technique snake clone. Ryosuke dispersed several clones into the tower to buy time. One smashed through a window directly into Meitarumi's chamber, deliberately drawing attention and delaying her escape. Boom, boom, boom. As seconds bled into moments, the lightning's cadence grew frantic, urgent. SSSSS. Sasuke's right hand blazed with raw lightning, while from the roiling clouds the thunder beast emerged, halfway roaring with earth-shaking fury. I conceived this technique long ago, but only now amplified by natural energy has it reached perfection. Sasuke raised his lightning-charged hand. Kirkum. Amidst the storm he stood reborn, a god of thunder incarnate. This technique is called Kirin. He gazed coldly at the shinobi bursting from the Mizukage tower, a faint scornful smile curling his lips. Vanish amidst the thunder. Kirin. Boom. In 1,000th of a second the thunder beast descended, forged entirely from atmospheric lightning. In both velocity and destructive force, it stood unrivaled among all lightning-based techniques. Boom, boom, boom. In that blinding ashen world, the Mizukage tower crumbled into ruin instantly. The ENBU, given no time to react, were reduced to ash. Impressive results, Ryosuke remarked. Everyone inside, except Meitarumi, is dead. Meitarumi still lives. Sasuke dissipated his lightning chakra to avoid being struck by the lingering storm overhead. I'd hoped for an outright kill. Click. A slender hand thrust from the rubble. Meitarumi staggered forth, battered and bleeding, her gaze sweeping across the obliterated tower. Grief was swallowed by rage as she screamed raw and unhinged, Uchiha Sasuke. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps approached. Clutching her wounds, Meitarumi rose unsteadily. As the two figures drew near, her mouth trembled. Then her teeth clenched hard upon her lip, disbelief flooding her eyes. Impossible. Though subtly altered, she recognized him instantly. The hooded youth walking beside Sasuke was Uchiha Ryosuke, declared dead a month prior. She herself had delivered the fatal wound, his heart pierced clean through. How could he possibly stand before her breathing and whole? Long time no see. Honestly, my feelings are rather complicated right now. Ryosuke spoke slowly. If possible, he wished to avoid open war with Kirigakure. The shinobi world still harbored threats, Obito and Black Zetsu, while the 5 great shinobi villages might one day prove indispensable allies. Yet after Meitarumi gravely wounded Ryosuke, and after Sasuke raised key strategic sites and slew elite Jonin, their fates were sealed beyond reconciliation. Even if Ryosuke spared Kirigakure today, Kirigakure would never spare Team Hawk. Thus he had no choice but to eradicate this formidable enemy utterly. After today, we become enemies of the entire shinobi world, Ryosuke reflected. Irrelevant, Sasuke replied, purple skeletal chakra coalescing around his form. Whooshed. They appeared instantly, one at each side of Meitarumi. Damn it. She strained every fiber of her being to muster chakra, but her grievous injuries slowed her movements to a crawl. Hiss. White serpent and purple skull converged, inescapable. Farewell, future 5th Mizukage. Hiramakari, liberation. At the critical moment, the youth's roar echoed across the ruins as a massive blade wreathed in tangible chakra crashed down from above. TCH, what a nuisance. Ryosuke reluctantly abandoned his attack. With a flick of his wrist, the white serpent coiled behind him and seized Hiramakari in its jaws. Your blade is now mine. Click, click, click. The serpent's scales bristled in unison, piercing the air with shrill razor-sharp shrieks before driving deep into Chojuro's chest. Sage technique, explosive serpent scale. Boom, boom, boom. The scales detonated on impact. Chojuro was hurled backward, tumbling across the ground like a rag doll. His chest torn open, flesh and blood mangled beyond recognition, his life hanging by a thread. Thud. Simultaneously, the Susanoo struck its target, but the one struck was not Meitarumi, the 5th Mizukage, but Ao. Using his Byakugan, he had observed the chaos at the Mizukage tower from afar and rushed there at full speed. His intent had been to instantly transport Mei to safety, but just as he prepared to depart, 2 sudden pillars of black flames severed all escape routes. With no choice left, he interposed his own body between Mei and the assault, enduring the full force of the Susanoo's blow with nothing but mortal flesh. Ugh! Ao spat a mouthful of blood. His chest heaved violently. With each ragged, desperate breath, crimson welled forth anew. Ao! Mei cradled him, her hands trembling faintly. Her face contorted in fury as she lifted her gaze. Each word seared from her clenched teeth. I will kill you. All of you, without mercy. To be honest, I never wished for things to reach this point. Ryosuke appeared before Mei in an instant, raising his right hand shimmering with chakra. After all, I have yet to prepare myself for becoming a pariah across the entire shinobi world. Mei remained silent, but subtly gathered chakra and suddenly exhaled a dense, highly corrosive acid mist. If Ryosuke evaded, Mei would gain precious seconds to flee. Her injuries were grave, far too severe to sustain prolonged combat. Escape and await reinforcements was her only viable path forward. Though she loathed Danzo with visceral disgust, circumstances now left her no alternative. This desperate gambit was the sole means to preserve Kirigakure. Why does anyone assume I'm a fool? Crack! As the sound reverberated, the earth beneath them shattered violently. A colossal emerald serpent erupted from the depths, launching Ryosuke skyward through the acidic haze, and coiling tightly around Mei, shielding her within its serpentine embrace. Standing atop the great serpent's head, Ryosuke crossed his arms and gazed down with quiet solemnity. Having already gathered sufficient intelligence, I approached you with absolute confidence. Rest now, peacefully. Shish shish shish. Thousands of scales shot forth like lethal shrapnel. With nowhere to retreat, May summoned the water encampment wall, but scales infused with sage chakra could not be so easily repelled. Uft, uft, uft. The water encampment wall offered no resistance. The scales tore through her flesh, drenching her in blood. As the acid mist dissipated, Ryosuke leapt down from the serpent's head and delivered a precise jinjutsu, plunging the gravely wounded May into unconsciousness. Your memories are now mine. Mizukagesama. At last surviving Kirigakure shinobi arrived, but Sasuke cast them a cold, indifferent glance. Then scattered tendrils of Amaterasu's black flames ignited anew. Kamui fire release. Gra. Those who failed to evade were instantly consumed. They writhed on the ground or unleashed water-based jutsu in frantic attempts to quench the inferno. Yet no method succeeded. The black flames burned ever hotter, ever brighter. Minutes later, Ryosuke opened his eyes, so Danzo himself came to reinforce them. Even as he spoke, he amplified his chakra flow, shattering May's cerebral cortex outright. Thump. May collapsed limply, utterly lifeless. I hadn't expected it to go this smoothly. Perhaps I needn't have burdened Suigetsu and the others with extra effort after all. Sasuke remarked. Better safe than sorry, Ryosuke replied, then commanded the white serpent coiled upon his shoulder, informed Suigetsu and the others to rendezvous at the designated location. Suigetsu possessed venomous snakes summoned by Ryosuke, enabling long-range communication. Click, click, click. A dull, earthy rumble rose from the ground ahead. A serpent, its scales the color of sun-baked clay, emerged halfway, bowing its head. Lord Ryosuke, the subterranean passage is complete. Well done, Ryosuke said. The earth serpent lowered its head in reverence, then dissolved into wisps of white smoke, returning to the Ryuchi cave. Let us depart. Danzo is coming. Ryosuke leapt into the earthen tunnel. Sasuke followed closely behind and sealed the entrance with a final burst of Amaterasu. Danzo's strength was formidable. Counting the transplanted Sharingan in his arm, he could easily eliminate weaker Kage-rank shinobi. But that was not Ryosuke's primary reason for retreating. Even now, their combined power ranked among the strongest of all Kage-level shinobi. What truly gave Ryosuke pause was Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Do not be misled by Danzo's underwhelming use of the technique in the original timeline. In high-stakes combat, even a single second of mental domination via Tsukuyami's Kodo Amatsukami could prove fatal. Moreover, I hadn't expected him to appear here either. Within Ryosuke's sensory network, an unmistakable chakra signature pulsed nearby, faintly reminiscent of Danzo's, yet distinct. If his intuition held true, this presence belonged to none other than Obito Uchiha, the shadow who once puppeteered the fourth Mizukage Yagura Karatachi. Regardless of his purpose or intentions, direct contact was best avoided, for now. They fled Kirigakure through the serpent-dug tunnel, met Suigetsu, and the others sealed the passage behind them and swiftly departed the land of water along their pre-planned route. The following day, intelligence capable of shaking the entire shinobi world landed upon every major faction's desk. News of Sasuke's Eagle team confronting Kirigakure had long circulated, but no one imagined he possessed the sheer power to accomplish such devastation. Meitarumi, the designated successor to the Mizukage title, lay dead. Kirigakure's Jonin were decimated, its Chunin suffered catastrophic losses. In a single day, the Hidden Mist village fell from one of the 5 great shinobi countries to a minor fractured enclave. The era of the 5 great villages had ended. Konoha, the Hokage tower. A handful of individuals dismantled Kirigakure. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Ryosuke. TCH. Tsunade pressed her palm against her forehead, then slammed it down onto her desk in frustration. Boom. The desk exploded into splinters of documents scattered across the floor. Leaning back into her chair, Tsunade gazed out the window, toward the Hokage monument, and sighed deeply. Sensei, you truly left me with an impossible burden. Rain Village Akatsuki Base. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Ryosuke. Nagato mused. I recall Hidan has some prior connection with Ryosuke. Assign him to make initial contact. What of Uchiha Itachi? Their hatred runs deeper than blood. Konan voiced her concern. Recruitment can wait. We'll send observers first. Nagato replied. Somewhere in the land of Earth. Clutching the intelligence report, Itachi, who rarely faltered, staggered visibly. He braced himself against the wall to steady his trembling frame, closed his eyes, and whispered, voice thick with bitterness, Sasuke. Land of Fire, Jashin cult base. Look at this. Behold your high priest. Just a few men, yet they raised an entire great village. Devote yourselves sincerely to Jashin, and such power shall soon be yours as well. In celebration of His Holiness's glorious deed, I claim this estate for myself. Across the vast shinobi world, Hidan alone, perhaps, felt pure unadulterated exhilaration at this news untainted by fear, grief, or calculation. As the entire ninja world discussed this matter, the members of the Eagle team had already left the land of water. Hey, it's just a broken blade, right? Xiang Lin looked at the scene with a furrowed brow. What do you know? This is the most beautiful thing in the world. Joining the Eagle team was the right choice. In just a few months, I've gathered 3 blades, getting ever closer to our ultimate goal. Shueyu laughed heartily. Can I borrow this blade for a while? Shueyu turned back in surprise. I don't mind giving it to you. I was actually going to let you use it, but didn't you say you weren't used to blades last time? I just think this blade suits my fighting style quite well, Zhongwu replied. In the previous battle, he had seen the Pingjie wrapped in Chakra transform into a massive hammer, making him quite excited. Shueyu hesitated. He wanted to tell Zhongwu that Kojuro's use of Pingjie wasn't quite correct, but seeing Zhongwu's slightly joyous expression, he really didn't want to dampen the spirits of this normally stoic big guy. Forget it. Shueyu sighed internally and handed over Pingjie. Just be careful, don't break it. This is my brother's blade. Oh, got it. Zhongwu accepted Pingjie, covered it with chakra, and swung it in the air a couple of times with force. Pingjie isn't used like that, you need to. The overwhelming chakra burst silenced Shueyu's unfinished words, a gust of wind sweeping up his hair as he stared at Pingjie, which swelled to several times its size compared to when Chojuro released it, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Seems pretty simple, Zhongwu said as he released the chakra and casually tucked Pingjie into his belt. Hearing Zhongwu's words, Shueyu forced a smile. Simple. If it were truly simple, Pingjie wouldn't have gone unused by anyone until Chojuro appeared after the death of Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Could it be that this guy is also a genius? Shueyu's gaze toward Zhongwu shifted slightly. But it's fine. With another member in the 7 ninja swordsmen, collecting the swords is just the first step. Finding someone who can use them would be perfect. Speaking of which, Sasuke handles the Kusanagi sword quite well, so he probably wants switch weapons. I can give Ryosuke a sword and Xiang Lin can have one too. Now that makes 4 of us. We just need to find 3 more people to revive the 7 ninja swordsmen. Shueyu pondered. Given the current reputation of the Eagle team, gathering a team is an extremely difficult task. Forget about those broken swords of yours. Who knows what's going on with Sasuke over there? Who knows, but no matter what situation arises, those 2 won't have any problems. Shueyu set the lightning blade aside and took out a deck of cards, eagerly saying, forget about them, let's play Do Di Ju. Oh, are you here to give away money again? Xiang Lin glanced over her tone, teasing. Since discovering the various new ways to play poker, Shueyu had become particularly fond of Do Di Ju, so much so that obsession would be an appropriate description. However, his card skills and luck were inversely proportional to his enthusiasm, as he often lost 10 out of 10 games, making it a rare stroke of luck for him. Where did you get the money? Didn't Ryosuke give you living expenses last time, and you lost it all? Zhongwu asked in surprise. Shueyu huffed twice, proudly pulling out a bankbook, the numbers on it almost blinding the 2. How did you get so much money? Xiang Lin exclaimed. Shueyu's bankbook, which previously had only a few dozen coins, now boasted a staggering 80 million ryo. After killing the Jonin from the hidden mist, I casually stored their heads in a sealing scroll and exchanged them at the underground bounty office last night. It's a pity that during the invasion of the hidden mist, we were all busy intercepting civilians and many valuable heads went uncollected, otherwise we could have. Hey, what are you doing? Before Shueyu could finish, Xiang Lin quickly reached for the bankbook. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly and avoided losing the hard-earned wealth. I contributed to this too. Xiang Lin protested. This is what I painstakingly collected. Shueyu retorted. All right, we're all comrades, let's not argue. Zhongwu pulled Xiang Lin away. Don't pull me, there's a share of yours in there too. Xiang Lin waved her arms around. It's fine, I'll win it all back later, Zhongwu said softly. Xiang Lin paused, glancing at Zhongwu, whose eyes sparkled with cunning that belied his appearance. Let's go. Zhongwu pulled over a wooden table and chair, sitting down first. Watch me dominate today and take revenge for my previous losses. Shueyu casually leaned against the wooden chair. I'm just reclaiming what belongs to me, including Sasuke's and Ryosuke's share. Don't blame me. Xiang Lin silently thought to herself, then pulled out a seat. No. Call landlord. The 3 quickly began the first game. Shueyu was still unaware of the severity of the situation until 3 of a kind. I can't. Meanwhile, Ryosuke and Sasuke finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the large barrier in the Chakra perception network, Ryosuke couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect to return here so quickly. Yeah, and I never expected that in just a few months we would possess such strength, Sasuke replied, equally moved. Whoosh. After forming the seals, Ryosuke struck the ground with one hand, causing a slight tremor as the ground slowly opened up a passage. Let's go. The two entered the underground passage, traversing layer upon layer of stairs, avoiding traps as before. Whether it was that the master hadn't had time to replace them or didn't care, the location and types of traps remained unchanged. My knowledge. Deshiwan's face drained of color, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Child, do not overstep. Do not misunderstand. Although you took us as disciples because you coveted Uchiha boss body, I remain grateful, who otherwise I would not have had such early access to the Dragon Earth Cavern. I still regard you as a teacher. If it had been someone else, there would not be so much needless chatter. With a thunderous roar, the underground base shook violently. Countless spikes burst from the walls, great clods of earth fell and transformed into slender ochre little serpents. For a bewildering moment, the subterranean lair seemed to come alive, as if infused with a will of its own. Inorganic transmigration, a sorcery unique to the Dragon Earth Cavern, surpasses ordinary techniques in potency. It can bestow life upon the inanimate and take control of it. This is not mere chakra manipulation, but an art fundamentally different in nature. Are you threatening me? Deshiwan narrowed his eyes as the temperature around them dropped. Not a threat, not a warning, Liang Jie replied, but a bargain. Liang Jie raised his right hand, and half of an earthen wolf pushed its head from the wall. Under Liang Jie's caress, it emitted a contented whine. You seek the secrets of ninjutsu, desire longevity, or whatever else you yearn for. Save for Uchiha boss power, there is no fundamental conflict between us. On the contrary, I can show you vistas you cannot presently reach. Liang Jie gently patted the wolf's head. The beast sprang free from the wall, walked to Deshiwan's feet, lifted its eyes to meet his, and whimpered softly. Deshiwan lowered his head, his face alight with excitement, as though beholding a rare treasure. He longed to understand the wolf's mechanism and wished fervently to begin experiments at once. But this was not the moment. I possess a great deal of knowledge. Which part would you have? Deshiwan inquired. Bloodline experiments, Liang Jie said. Frankly, it is hard for me to grow stronger at this point. Bloodline augmentation seems a promising path, though I do not trust you to perform the operation. Grow stronger. Deshiwan appraised him from head to toe. You are not one driven by a blind hunger for power. You are already formidable. Even the Kage of the great villages would hesitate to claim they could slay you with certainty. Beyond the village Kage, there are still one stronger, are there not? Liang Jie countered. At this, a pair of rippled violet eyes flashed through Deshiwan's mind. You know him? If we mean the same person, then yes, Liang Jie shrugged. Someone stronger than the Kage. Deshiwan echoed. Listening to their cryptic exchange, Zhuozhu frowned. He did not understand who they spoke of. He will not trouble you, Deshiwan said. But I will trouble him, Liang Jie responded brazenly. Deshiwan's vertical pupils widened. Your purpose? He asked, his tone darkening slightly. Liang Jie replied. I once said I wished to survive. That wish is fulfilled. Those who sought to harm me cannot kill me now, of those who could kill me would not choose me as an enemy. People are like that. When one desire is fulfilled, another emerges. Even if I speak, you will not fully understand, but since you wish to hear it, I will say it. You once wanted to become the wind, to turn the windmill, and failed. I am different. I will shatter the windmill utterly and rebuild it. Only then will this life have been well spent. Deshiwan regarded Liang Jie anew, as if for the first time in a year, truly seeing the youth's intent. It was madness and yet seductive, drawing one toward participation. But how can you guarantee the windmill you rebuild will not be the same as the one you destroyed? Deshiwan asked. Plans without absolute certainty are precisely the most worthy gambles, do you not think so? Liang Jie replied with a faint playful smile. A low laugh escaped Deshiwan, then it swelled into uncontrollable mirth. Long after it subsided, he lifted his lids to reveal unnaturally dilated vertical pupils. An excellent proposal, even more intriguing than mine. I will join. A pleasant cooperation. Liang Jie's tone lightened. A pleasant cooperation, Deshiwan answered evenly, then turned and led the way into a deeper chamber. Follow me. Watching Deshiwan's retreating forms, Zhuozhu gripped Liang Jie's arm and whispered, What is going on? Liang Jie thought for a moment, then put a hand on Zhuozhu's shoulder. In short, we have staked everything on you. Do your best. With that, Liang Jie followed Deshiwan into the room. Zhuozhu stood bewildered. It was not entirely his fault. No matter how clever he was, he could not have parsed their conversation. Even Deshiwan himself likely did not fully comprehend the rapport between him and Liang Jie, rested half on guesswork and ever-widening flights of imagination. Inside the chamber, Yao Shirdo froze when he saw Liang Jie still in sage mode. He blinked himself awake and adjusted his glasses to hide his expression. Deshiwan arranged himself and said, Begin. Liang Jie placed his hand against Deshiwan's brow, guiding chakra into his mind. Fushi Zhuanxing Huetu Zhuanxing. Liang Jie greedily recorded the two formidable forbidden jutsu before turning to the memories concerning bloodline experiments. The memories about the bloodline experiments were far more extensive than he had imagined. He spent even longer recording them than he had when reading all of Mei Ming's memories. Carefully withdrawing his chakra, Liang Jie and Shiwan opened their eyes together. The art of mind reading has flourished in your hands, the Shiwan said with a teasing tone. I doubt, Qing, you will be comforted by that, Liang Jie replied as he swiftly assimilated the bloodline experiment memories, then frowned. You still cannot guarantee a test subject's long-term survival. Normal cells are too weak to resist bloodline erosion. If it were you, perhaps success might be possible, the Shiwan said in a hushed, cold voice. In his view, Liang Jie, who could enter sage mode and had been tempered by natural energy, possessed a constitution far beyond ordinary, a perfect specimen for experiments. Liang Jie ignored the Shiwan and pressed a hand to his lips. If 2 bloodline limits are transplanted at once, the subject will die far more quickly. I myself possess the Xiaolunian, so the reaction would undoubtedly be far more violent. Yet it is an experiment that can be realized. Mei Ming stands as living proof a ninja can in fact possess 2 bloodlines simultaneously, Shi once said. Inheritance and natural awakening are not the same as forced experimentation, Liang Jie replied. There are commonalities. If it is possible, I would ask you to bring someone back for me. Who? Liang Jie asked. No name, only a code name. In the early days, he was called Jia, or later when he joined the Umbu, he was renamed Tian Tsang. He is the only test subject who endured the first Hokage's cellular erosion. The cellular strength is greater, perhaps he can survive another bloodline experiment. The Shiwan said, so it is to he. Liang Jie murmured, and then agreed, if the opportunity arises, I will bring him back. By the way, Kurai, who had already reached the door, suddenly halted and turned back. Would you mind lending me the Kusanagi sword for a while? Aside from the one you gave to Sasuke, you should still have another, right? If you like it, consider it yours. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and a sword, glistening with gastric fluid and saliva, slowly emerged from his throat. Clack! The Kusanagi sword clattered onto the ground. Orochimaru raised a hand to wipe saliva from the corner of his mouth and said, take it. Water release, water formation pillar. Sasuke stared rigidly at the sword, neither daring to pick it up nor willing to leave it there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An unceasing torrent of water washed over the blade. Then the living earth itself parted into 2 ribbons of moist clay that scrubbed its surface clean, followed by searing flames that licked away all residue. Only then did Kurai reluctantly lift the Kusanagi sword. I've wanted to ask for ages. Don't you have a slightly more conventional method of storage? It's convenient this way. Forget it. Kurai rubbed his forehead with a sigh, and with a subtle shift of focus withdrew from sage mode. Crack. The earthen wolf, deprived of chakra support, froze mid-motion, fissures spiderwebbed across its surface before it crumbled entirely into ordinary soil. A pity it cannot persist long, Orochimaru murmured, clicking his tongue. He harbored an almost fanatical fascination for jutsu concerning life itself, and Kurai's ability to imbue inanimate matter with vitality shattered every assumption he'd ever held. If such animation could be sustained, it would hold infinitely greater value than any forbidden technique he had ever studied. Seems I've found my next research direction. Orochimaru smiled faintly at Kurai. Even as partners, if you keep looking at me like that, you'll find yourself on the receiving end of a fist. Kurai's voice dropped low-edged with danger. He loathed Orochimaru's unervingly clinical gaze, the kind that stripped a person bare, reducing them to little more than a specimen under glass. It stirred an irrepressible urge to drive his fist straight into that pallid, expressionless face. Leaving the base swiftly, Sasuke leaned silently against a tree, waiting. The moment Kurai emerged from his meeting with Orochimaru, he demanded, "What exactly did you mean just now? What do you mean, staking everything upon me? Explaining it would take too long. In short, wait." Sasuke cut him off, glancing pointedly at Kurai's hand resting behind his head. His voice remained flat, unreadable. It seems even when telling grand lies, you can't break that habit. Kurai's expression stiffened. Slowly, he lowered his hand and sighed. "I simply believe it's still too early to tell you, but I dislike being kept in the dark, always." Sasuke offered a wry, self-deprecating smile. Kurai gazed at him in silence. Sasuke met his eyes without flinching. With resignation, Kurai said, "Let me make one thing clear. I'm only speculating." Sasuke nodded, signaling him to continue. "Ever since mastering Sage Mode, I've occasionally glimpsed fragments of memory, some from the past, others from possible futures." Kurai spoke with deliberate mystique, though in truth he was fabricating it all. Yet, given the White Snake Sage's enigmatic behavior and Kurai's role as its vessel, Sasuke, despite his skepticism, found himself strangely inclined to believe him. Using Orochimaru's memories, several fragments coalesced into a coherent image. Kurai drew a slow, deep breath, his expression graver than ever before. "Do you truly believe the Uchiha Massacre was as simple as it appeared?" At the mention of his most agonizing memory, Sasuke's face darkened. "What do you mean?" Uchiha Itachi is unquestionably the final architect of the massacre, that much is certain. But his stated motive is not the full truth. I lack concrete proof, for now, but there is someone who can help us uncover it. Who? The third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sasuke's brow furrowed in surprise. But yes, he is dead, or so it seemed. Yet while sifting through Orochimaru's memories, I uncovered a most intriguing forbidden jutsu. Watching Sasuke's frown deepen, Kurai dispensed with theatrics and continued. Edo Tensei, the forbidden technique invented by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. It summons the souls of the deceased from the Pure Land back into the mortal realm. Once revived, we could employ mind-reading techniques to extract their memories, and finally reveal the truth behind that night. Kurai watched Sasuke sink into contemplation, then ran a frustrated hand through his hair. Truth be told, none of this was necessary. He already knew the truth, but he couldn't simply state it outright. So he devised this elaborate path, not to conceal the truth, but to prevent the brothers' tragic confrontation. He intended to guide Sasuke toward discovery step by step, yet events had spiraled beyond his original plan. This wasn't born of sorrow for Itachi, nor pity for him, nor even moved by fraternal devotion. Relying on his privileged knowledge and Sasuke's latent potential, achieving his ultimate objective, even without allies, would not be difficult. Yet sustaining that hard-won outcome over time demanded broader collaboration. His alliance with Orochimaru, his support for Hidan's expansion of the Jashin cult, and now this intervention regarding the Uchiha brothers, all were essential pieces in Kurai's meticulously assembled design. The truth. Sasuke clenched his fists. Visions of the massacre night flickered relentlessly in his mind. After a long pause, he slowly lifted his eyelids, revealing bloodshot, burning eyes. How do we proceed? Edo Tensei requires two conditions. First, viable cells from the target individual. Second, their soul must reside in the Pure Land. Hiruzen Sarutobi died via the dead demon-consuming seal, his soul claimed by the Shinigami. To perform Edo Tensei, we must first retrieve it from the Shinigami's grasp. Orochimaru retains fragments of the third Hokage's cells. The greater challenge lies in the second condition. Within Orochimaru's memories, I saw the method for retrieving the soul. It requires casting the dead demon-consuming seal, and its prerequisite is the caster's own soul. That part will require both of us. Kurai massaged his shoulders and walked back toward the base entrance, still ajar. Waving dismissively, he said, "I'll go fetch the cells." The entrance vanished once more, leaving Sasuke alone on the grassy field. He closed his eyes, but Itachi's cold, impassive face refused to fade. Boom! With a single punch, he shattered a tree trunk. As startled birds scattered into the sky, Sasuke gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp with fury. Uchiha Itachi. Kurai soon returned bearing a sealed scroll containing the third Hokage's cells. Glancing at the fallen tree, he showed no reaction, merely surveyed the surroundings to orient himself. Let's return to Suigetsu and the others first. Sasuke grunted in acknowledgement. After walking only a short distance, he noticed the Kusanagi sword sheathed at Kurai's waist and asked, "That blade?" "Took it from Orochimaru." Kurai drew the Kusanagi sword. "It compensates for my lack of ranged combat capability." "How does it compensate?" Sasuke asked, intrigued. Kurai tilted his head upward, just as a gray bird flew overhead. "Watch closely." He raised the Kusanagi sword, aimed squarely at the bird, and declared with solemn intensity, "Pierce him. Divine spear." Shush! The sword shot forward, elongating with explosive speed. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a violent sonic crack, its razor-sharp tip pierced the bird clean through. Kurai willed it back. The blade retracted instantly. He plucked the bird from the air, then grinned at Sasuke's stunned expression. "And if needed, we can coat it with lethal poison, making it a remarkably versatile long-range weapon." "Impressive." Sasuke conceded, then asked, "But what was that incantation just now? Is it required to activate the attack? Wouldn't that merely alert your opponent in advance?" Kurai coughed lightly, a faint flush rising on his cheeks as he turned his head aside. Personal preference." The place where Shuei and the others temporarily stayed was not far from the base. After spending half a day, the two returned to the inn. Pushing open the wooden door, they saw Xianglin and Zhongwu excitedly discussing something, while Shuei lay on the bed in despair, silently shedding tears. A deck of playing cards was scattered across the table beside them. Seeing this, Liang Jie could easily guess what had happened and curiously asked, "How much did you lose again?" 80 million, Xianglin murmured excitedly while holding a bankbook. "I can buy so many clothes and the jewelry I saw last time. I really don't know what to buy. That's all my money." Shuei weakly raised her hand. "Sorry, but it's our money now," Xianglin replied with a huff. "By the way, where did you get 80 million? Liang Jie interrogated. "It doesn't matter anymore, it's all gone anyway," Shuei said weakly. Liang Jie rolled his eyes and turned his gaze to Xianglin. Feeling the questioning look, Xianglin said he collected the heads of the mist shinobi he killed before and exchanged them for money at the underground bounty office. And then you lost it all to them. Liang Jie smirked. It seems like that. Xianglin waved the bankbook and added, by the way, I also won the portions for Sasuke and you. Liang Jie did not reply but sat on the edge of the bed and said seriously to Shui Yue, your current situation is very dangerous. I never thought that just playing do di zhu could make you addicted to gambling. Although we spend less and earn money easily, we cannot be too lenient. From now on, you are not allowed to have a personal bank book. Your living expenses will be halved, and none of you are allowed to lend him money, including Fei Duan. I will notify them all. Wait. Shui Yu exclaimed as she sat up, pitifully tugging at Liang Jie's sleeve. Please, can't I just not play anymore? Do you think I would believe that? Liang Jie shrugged off her hand, taking the bank book from Xianglin. All the money of the Eagle Squad was in his hands, and he had gotten used to it. Ah! Shui Yu cried out as she lay back on the bed, catching a glimpse of the grass-cutting sword hanging at Liang Jie's waist. At first, she didn't think it was strange, just recalling that Sasuke had temporarily handed the sword to Liang Jie. But when she later saw that Sasuke also had a grass-cutting sword at his waist, she suddenly realized something was wrong and nervously asked, where did you get that sword? Orochimaru gave it to me, Liang Jie casually replied. Ah! No one expected that upon hearing Liang Jie's words, Shui Yu would explode with even greater resentment than when they prevented her from playing do di zhu. It's my 7 ninja swords. Gathering manpower was already challenging, and now it was even more difficult. Liang Jie already had a sword and needed to recruit one more person. Why is my life so miserable? Shui Yu buried her head in the pillow. Liang Jie ignored the suddenly neurotic Shui Yu and instructed Xianglin and the others, we need to stay here for a while. Although there are few foreign ninjas in the land of rice, we cannot rule out the possibility of leaf ninjas coming to find Orochimaru. Be cautious when going out shopping. With me here, you don't have to worry, Xianglin responded. That's good, Liang Jie replied. For the next period, he focused on practicing the Edo Tensei technique. With Orochimaru's memories supporting him, he progressed rapidly, and he did not need to perfectly retain the power of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He only needed to be able to read the memories, which was relatively much simpler. During this time, Fei Duan personally came to find Liang Jie, hinting at Nagato's intention to recruit the two, but he politely declined. Sasuke was still unaware of the truth. If the two encountered each other at this time, all the preparations made earlier would be in vain. After spending more than half a month, Liang Jie could barely perform Edo Tensei. Next was the more important and dangerous Shikifuin. The cost of performing Shikifuin was too great, and Liang Jie could not practice it at all. He could only rely on the methods derived from the materials reviewed by Orochimaru and repeatedly experiment in the illusion space. By the time he felt confident in succeeding, nearly 2 months had already passed. During this time, the landscape of the ninja world had changed drastically. Without tailed beasts, without shadow-level powerhouses, and even the already scarce elite ninjas from the Mist Village continued to dominate the Land of Water, causing dissatisfaction from all sides. The resources of the Land of Water are not abundant, but it depends on which force it is compared to. For the resource-scarce Sand Village, it still holds significant allure. Besides him, the neighboring Land of Clouds also did not intend to miss this opportunity. On the Leaf side, Danzo had not returned to the Leaf Village at all. Relying on the strength to crush the remaining Mist ninjas, he gained considerable benefits for the Leaf. The daimyo of the Land of Water did not resist this. The Land of Water was not like other small countries that needed a ninja village to ensure stability. The current Mist Village was clearly insufficient to stabilize it, so the Land of Water had to seek other means. Having other ninja villages move in is a good idea. In the long run, it is uncertain whether it is good or bad, but from the current perspective, it has an immediate effect on calming the anxious residents of the Land of Water. In order to secure sufficient benefits, Tsunade seldom aligned her opinions and stance with Danzo. Whenever the topic of the Mist Village arose, it inevitably revolved around the culprit, the Eagle Squad. Danzo was slightly worried about this. If one day Liang Jie and Sasuke infiltrated the Leaf, it might not lead to the same disastrous situation as the Mist Village, but the losses would still be quite severe. We need to come up with a way to eliminate them in advance. Danzo looked at his right eye, which was usually covered in the mirror. The scarlet eye had beautiful patterns, clearly a Sharingan, if I use Kodo Tsukumi. However, neither Danzo nor Tsunade could ever imagine that the troublesome Eagle Squad was currently in the abandoned Naka shrine of the Uzumaki clan near the Leaf. Thanks to the memories extracted from Yamanaka Ino, the barrier that Tsunade had recently modified after taking office had no effect. Click. Liang Jie took down the Death God mask from the wall and nodded to Shueiyu. Water release water, array pillar. Shueiyu splashed water on the comatose ninja to wake him up. Liang Jie and Sasuke exchanged glances and simultaneously activated their Sharingan. For safety reasons, Sasuke even directly activated his Mangekyo. Jinjutsu mental suppression. A powerful ocular power flooded into the ninja's mind. Before the awakened ninja could speak, he lost his autonomy again. Bang! Liang Jie brought his palms together, entering sage mode. He raised his hand and pressed it against the ninja's forehead as sage chakra slowly flowed in. This was a secret technique developed by Liang Jie based on his Sharingan Jinjutsu sage mode, the nerve toxin from the Ryuchi cave's heart, and mind-reading techniques. Mental control. The name is quite impressive, but in reality the effect is not as strong as imagined. Firstly, the movements of the controlled person become extremely stiff and they cannot communicate with others. Their strength is greatly reduced, and they can only perform simple actions, but it is more than enough to meet Liang Jie's needs. Bang! The offering for Edo Tensei was released from the sealing scroll. Liang Jie handed over the death god mask, controlling the ninja to walk to an open area and raised his hand to put on the mask. Whoosh! A strange chakra fluctuation swept through. In the perception network of Liang Jie and Xiang Lin, and in Sasuke's Mangekyo, a translucent phantom filled with the aura of death suddenly appeared behind the ninja. Click! The shadow of death removed the short knife it had been holding in its mouth and stabbed it into its abdomen, making a deep cut that did not bleed. However, as it sheathed the knife, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped, and the strongest spiritual senses of Liang Jie and Sasuke could faintly hear the wails of countless souls. Suddenly, a wound appeared on the ninja's abdomen, mirroring the one on the death god's. Found it! Liang Jie opened his eyes in surprise, and immediately 4 souls emerged from the wound in the death god's abdomen. 3 floated in midair, while 1 soul shaped like a human with hands swiftly flew out of the room, disappearing in a flash of light. You two cannot come out just yet. Liang Jie changed the hand seals, and the 2 souls floated back into the death god's abdomen. He then quickly severed his spiritual connection with the ninja to prevent being implicated while the death god harvested souls as offerings. Edo Tensei. The souls entered the corpse, and its form suddenly changed, cracks appearing on its body, its white eyes turning pitch black, while its dark pupils dulled. Where is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the dim, sealing his mind in a whirlwind. I am not dead. From the timing you have been dead for over a year. A cold young voice came through, and Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to see 2 young men standing ahead, each with different expressions. The Sharingan of the Mangekyo and 3 strangers, one of whom seems to be a girl from the grass village who participated in the Chunin exams. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chaotic thoughts began to clear. He vaguely guessed something, his tiger-like eyes narrowing as he said in a hoarse voice, "You 2 have defected from the village." As expected of the 3rd Hokage, Liang Jie praised. This is Edo Tensei, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not ask the 2 about their reasons for defecting. He lowered his head to examine his body and concluded that he had fought against the 1st and 2nd Hokage during his last moments, so he was familiar with it. Putting his hands down, he spoke with anger. I didn't expect you would toy with the souls of the dead like Orochimaru. Don't use that tone to lecture me. If we trace it back, Edo Tensei is still the forbidden technique invented by the 2nd Hokage. Liang Jie chuckled lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened. He had no way to refute. However, compared to playing with the souls of the dead, it seems you 3rd Hokage have gone even further. Liang Jie retracted his smile, his gaze turning icy. For example, the Uchiha Massacre years ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat tightened, pausing for a moment before calmly saying, I don't know what you're talking about. The Uchiha Massacre years ago, Uchiha Itachi was the murderer. 3rd Hokage, if you maintain this attitude, I believe there's no need for further conversation. Liang Jie interrupted, extending his hand covered in chakra, seemingly reminiscing as he murmured, You and Danzo made me lose so many precious things, but in some ways I still have to thank you. Yamashiro Aoi is a qualified teacher, and the secret technique he taught me has benefited me for a lifetime. You learned Aoi's mind-reading technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. That's right. Liang Jie moved his mind, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who wanted to retaliate, froze in place. Seeing this, he spoke with a playful tone, Don't think about resisting. You can't escape Edo Tensei with even 1/10 of your strength, so. Tap. Your memories are now mine. A flood of memories surged into his mind. Liang Jie quickly paused the reading, carefully adjusting his chakra input before resuming. Sarutobi Hiruzen's memories were vast, and his repertoire of ninjutsu was remarkable. The title of a ninjutsu teacher was not given lightly. This time Liang Jie took a full hour to digest it all, even after excluding a large number of memories. Otherwise, he might not have been able to leave the Namiya Hall today. This amount of knowledge. Liang Jie supported his head, waving his hand to dismiss Edo Tensei, sitting cross-legged on the ground, to organize the memories he had just obtained. Huff. After a while, Liang Jie slowly opened his eyes, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. How is it? Turning to look at the nervous Sasuke, Liang Jie thought for a moment and said, Shut your Sharingan, do not resist. Whoosh. Sasuke obediently closed his Sharingan, and Liang Jie moved closer, the three-to-most Sharingan, glowing with an eerie light. Buzz. Sasuke felt a moment of dizziness before plunging into darkness. He was not panicking during their training in Jinjutsu. He often faced such situations. This was the illusion space created by Liang Jie utilizing the power of the Sharingan. He guessed that Liang Jie wanted to directly explain the situation through the Jinjutsu. Sure enough, the surrounding darkness soon began to change. Tap tap tap. A familiar figure brushed past, and Sasuke's pupils widened uncontrollably as he threw a punch. Whoosh. The fist passed through the figure, and Sasuke almost stumbled from the inertia. Straightening up, he suppressed his impulse, adjusting his emotions, and followed Itachi into the Hokage building. Meanwhile, far away in the Sound Village, Orochimaru suddenly raised his head. Under his gaze, a flash of light pierced through the ceiling and entered his body. This is... Orochimaru curled his fingers, and his hands returned to their normal color. He licked his lips with his tongue, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. When Liang Jie came to retrieve the third cells a few days ago, he promised to return the sealed hands. It was normal for Liang Jie to succeed with his own memories, but how did he avoid becoming the death god's offering? Back to the Namiya Hall, Liang Jie had already closed his Sharingan, continuing to focus on organizing Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu. If some of it could combine with Senjutsu Chakra, it might give rise to a decent Senjutsu. As time passed, Sasuke also exited the Jinjutsu space. He slumped to the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's memories lacked the parts of Danzo's private meetings with Itachi, it didn't hinder his understanding of the truth, as Sarutobi clearly knew Danzo's plan. Crack, crack, crack. The ground was gouged deep by him. All along, revenge had been his belief, but now that belief had collapsed. The pain and despair he felt were no less than when he saw Liang Jie die at the hands of Kageyame. What should I do? Sasuke clutched Liang Jie's clothing hem. At this moment, he could no longer think, and could only rely on Liang Jie for answers. Do not be lost. Regardless, Itachi's choice to abandon the Uchiha for the village is something he owes us. Liang Jie extended his hand. Sasuke did not reach out to grasp it. Instead, he lowered his head, apologizing uncontrollably. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? It wasn't you who did it. Even if you're apologizing, it should be for Uchiha Itachi, Danzo, and everyone who caused this tragedy. Liang Jie helplessly pulled Sasuke up. In any case, let's first find Uchiha Itachi. We need to have a good talk. The actions of the Akatsuki members are erratic, but two individuals certainly know their exact location. One is Ju, who temporarily serves as an informant, and the other is Nagato, the current leader of the Akatsuki. Nagato has previously expressed a willingness to recruit the two, if the position of Uchiha Itachi can be exchanged for their joining, though it is uncertain what he would consider. This is currently the most expedient method. Leaving the Neiman Hall, the vast Konoha has yet to notice anything unusual. Gazing at the brightly lit village, Liang Jie suddenly has an idea. If one day I secretly bring Deidara to the center of Konoha to create art, it would be like setting off a star. I wonder which would cause greater damage to Konoha, his antics, or Nagato's almighty push. The group changed direction and arrived at the new base of the evil god cult located in the Land of Fire. The base has a seemingly ordinary village where the villagers are core members of the evil god cult. Liang Jie flashed the coin representing his identity, and the gatekeeper immediately respectfully invited them into the village. The village chief, upon hearing the news, hurried over, sensing the chakra within Liang Jie, which surprised him slightly. The amount of chakra is not the sole measure of a ninja's strength. For instance, despite Kakashi having an unusually low chakra volume, he still maintains a top position among the elite ninjas. However, overall chakra volume is still one of the criteria for evaluating a ninja's power. Additionally, from the subtle habits of this ninja, one can tell he possesses abundant battle experience, suggesting that his overall strength is not to be underestimated. Liang Jie silently nodded, surprised to see how much the evil god cult had grown. He was pleased to witness its expansion, as it would help stabilize the future situation. Lord Liang Jie, Lord Sasuke, Lord Mizuki, Lord Choji, Lord Karen. The guard Izumi accurately named the individuals present. I haven't joined the evil god cult. How do you know me? Mizuki leaned in. The bishop's emblem is only possessed by Lord Liang Jie. Though your appearances differ greatly from the rumors, the number matches, so I could only guess. It seems I was correct. Izumi bowed his head. Take us to see Hidan, Liang Jie ordered. Yes, Izumi straightened up and gestured, follow me. Crossing the village, they arrived at an underground entrance traversing through numerous traps. After several months, the group returned to this place. Hidan, who received the news, excitedly greeted them, patting Liang Jie's shoulder and turning to Izumi, saying, thank you for your hard work. You can return now. Izumi bowed slightly and returned to the surface to continue impersonating the village chief. Entering Hidan's private room with no one else around, Liang Jie inquired, that person from earlier had decent strength. How did you recruit him? The evil god cult has never concealed its activities. Although most members are ordinary people, it still attracts the attention of various factions. Had Hidan not hidden Liang Jie's affiliation with the evil god cult, and if he had not proactively provoked anyone under that identity, how could the various factions simply send in an undercover agent? They would have dispatched people to eliminate them long ago. Are you suspecting that person is an undercover agent? Hidan may be insane, but he is not a fool. He immediately sensed the implication in Liang Jie's words. Don't worry, he passed Kakuzu's test. All members in the new headquarters are trustworthy individuals, Hidan reassured. As the evil god cult gradually expanded, Hidan's mind was increasingly overwhelmed, especially after relying on gambling for self-sufficiency. The massive cash flow daily nearly caused his brain to explode, leaving him no choice but to heed Liang Jie's advice and seek Kakuzu's assistance. Initially, Kakuzu scoffed at the idea, but upon seeing the financial records of the evil god cult, he instantly fell for it and is now diligently managing the funds. Liang Jie removed his mask, rubbing his sore face, saying, as long as you have confidence, that's enough. Don't worry, you can trust me, right? Hidan chuckled. Putting away his mask, Liang Jie said, I came to you regarding Akatsuki. Please inform Zero Burial that Team Hawk is willing to join, but there is a condition. What condition? Hidan asked. The position of Uchiha Itachi, we need to find him for something. Upon hearing Liang Jie's condition, Hidan's eyelids twitched. Are you planning to seek revenge on him? What if I am? Liang Jie countered. With your current strength, there might be some hope. Fine, I'll help you inquire, though I can't guarantee success. Hidan agreed. Wait a moment. He walked to the wall and knocked twice. Come out, we have work. As soon as his voice fell, a mass of white, indistinct substance seeped from the wall, accompanied by a nauseating sound, gradually taking on a human form. White Zetsu, the clone of Ju, a member of the Akatsuki, is scattered throughout the ninja world, used for intelligence gathering and for relaying messages among Akatsuki members. You heard everything just now. Go back and inform the leader, Hidan instructed. White Zetsu glanced at Liang Jie and Sasuke for a moment, nodded gently, and withdrew back into the wall. Let's wait a bit, Hidan said, rubbing his belly. Have you eaten? Would you like to join me for a meal? Sure, Mizuki readily agreed. Having only eaten military rations on the journey, he longed for something delicious. Prepare a table of dishes, Hidan instructed, and the evil god cult members quickly prepared a sumptuous feast. During the meal, Hidan suddenly grabbed Mizuki's arm with a fiery gaze that made Mizuki feel uneasy. You just say it if you need something. Can I borrow some money? Hidan asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Borrow money? Where's your money? Mizuki inquired, puzzled. Logically, the evil god cult had already passed its hardest times, so Hidan shouldn't be short on money. Mizuki never expected Hidan to be the one asking first. You have no idea. Hidan's expression fell, tears shimmering in his eyes. Kakuzu, that bastard is too strict with money. He limits my spending money every month. It's all my money. That bastard. I have no money either, Mizuki shrugged. Impossible. Hidan blurted out. I have intel. You previously exchanged the Mizuki gear head for 80 million. How could you have no money? I lost it all. Liang Jie is also restricting my living expenses. Mizuki's eyes glistened with tears. The two exchanged glances and began to cry in each other's arms. Thus dinner concluded with the background noise of their weeping. White Zetsu returned with news. Nagato agreed to Liang Jie's conditions, and Uchiha Itachi is currently carrying out a mission in the town of Nagakubo in the Land of Earth, and will not change locations for half a month. We are leaving. Hopefully we can meet again at the Akatsuki base soon, Liang Jie said as he stood up. Let's hope so. If you plan to confront Itachi, be cautious of his genjutsu. Even if Sasuke's Sharingan is at the same level, one must be careful, Hidan advised, feeling uneasy from his many past experiences. Don't worry, Liang Jie waved his hand. Under Hidan's watchful gaze, Team Hawk left the evil god cult base, heading towards the Land of Earth. In the Land of Earth, at the small town of Nagatani, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki had been stationed here for 5 days with the goal of capturing a ninja from the Iwagakure village, specifically the tailed beast within him. Click. Casually placing Samahata on the table, Kisame sat down, a self-proclaimed friendly smile spreading across his shark-like face. Mr. Itachi, the actions of your brother and another Uchiha have truly been shocking. You seem to have no feelings for the Mist Village, Itachi said calmly. When I defected, I had no emotions left for the Mist. Moreover, it was only ninjas who suffered casualties while the civilians were unharmed, which is enough for me. Taking off his straw hat and unbuttoning his collar, Kisame continued, last year Sasuke was just an ordinary kid, and now he possesses enough power to rival Hokage. He should be 14, right? 15. His birthday was a month ago, Itachi added. Kisame paused for a moment, then exclaimed, Mr. Itachi, you remember quite well details related to your brother. It's just that I'm grateful I no longer need to carry out those tedious money-grabbing missions, Kisame said cheerfully, though his shark-like face made it appear rather sinister. The Akatsuki organization was well aware of the current situation of the evil god cult, which had recruited tens of thousands of followers in the past year, and this was just counting the named ones, those of lower status were not included. Such a massive organization implied immense economic value. Hidan had no specific concept of it, nor did the remaining members of the Akatsuki, but Kakuzu was different. Having dealt with money for years, he immediately recognized the terrifying extent to which the evil god cult could amass wealth. After spending several days calculating, Kakuzu was pleasantly surprised to discover that unless unexpected circumstances arose, the Akatsuki would no longer need to continue executing missions for money. The evil god cult could continuously provide ample funds on its own. If I remember correctly, the person who advised Hidan was also someone who survived under Mr. Itachi's command. It's truly regrettable that I didn't get to meet him during my last visit to Konoha. Regrettable. Itachi lowered his eyelids, concealing the cold glint in his eyes. Indeed, it is regrettable. Thinking of Sasuke's current situation, Itachi wished he could stab himself. He shouldn't have pierced the heart back then, but should have opted for a safer method. Buzz. A peculiar chakra emanated nearby, and both turned their heads to see a white, unknown substance oozing from the corner of the wall. What do you want? Kisame asked. The white Setsu clone twisted its neck and cheerfully replied, the entire Hawk team has joined the Akatsuki and is on their way here now. What? Kisame turned to look at Uchiha Itachi, who showed no change in expression, but from the slightly chaotic fluctuations of his chakra, it was clear that his true thoughts were not as calm as they appeared. Uchiha Itachi's gaze flickered. I understand. Well, aside from that, please speed up the capture of the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. The white Setsu said. We should have results in a few days, Kisame replied. That's good. I'll head back to relay the message. Goodbye. The white Setsu melted into the wall and disappeared. Seeing him leave, Kisame immediately asked with concern, Mr. Itachi, what should we do? He was unaware of the hidden truths of the clan massacre night. He only knew that Itachi had slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, and now the two grown survivors were undoubtedly seeking revenge. Itachi's illness was worsening, and facing two powerful opponents could lead to unforeseen consequences. The Akatsuki members worked in pairs, and Kisame had a relatively amicable relationship with Itachi. He had no intention of switching partners just yet. Click. Kisame picked up Samehada. I can help. Itachi gently shook his head. This is an Uchiha matter. You should not interfere. All right. Kisame placed Samehada back, respecting Itachi's decision due to his admiration for him. As the days passed, Uchiha Itachi ceased monitoring the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Kisame proactively took on the responsibility. One day, after concluding his surveillance and returning to the inn, he discovered Uchiha Itachi was missing, with the vermilion ring symbolizing his identity placed on the wooden table. Mr. Itachi. Kisame picked up the ring, sitting in a chair and gazing out the window, sighing. You must come back. Tap, tap, tap. Uchiha Itachi followed the direction of the chakra fluctuations. The presence was unrestrained, clearly intending to draw him here. Moi. Itachi halted, and the chakra presence suddenly vanished without a trace. Crack. Thunder suddenly erupted, and blinding white light filled his vision. Itachi quickly retreated, only to see a figure enveloped in lightning crashing hard into the ground. This is easy. Lightning chakra spread in a web-like fashion. Itachi initially intended to retreat again to evade, but two white snakes suddenly emerged from the ground, blocking his path. This is easy. The lightning coursed over his skin, causing a tingling sensation, but fortunately it did not affect the fight. Why? A roar filled with extreme pain echoed amidst the lightning. Rip! Sasuke tore through the lightning, with one hand bloodshot, eyes filled with rage. Confronting the person he once loved, yet also hated, he bellowed. Why did you abandon the Uchiha clan? Why did you choose Konoha? Uchiha Itachi's pupils slightly widened. You know everything. Yes. Sasuke stepped out of the pit, fury bursting from his Sharingan. I saw everything. Every detail, every event was clearly seen by these eyes. Smack. He tightly gripped Itachi's collar, his face flushed with rage. Answer me. Sasuke. Itachi tried to perform the gestures of brotherhood, as before, but halfway through he slowly lowered his hand, closed his eyes to calm his emotions, and reopened them, returning to the ever-calm Uchiha Itachi. For peace. Peace. Sasuke staggered back, looking at the man before him, suddenly covering his face and laughing uproariously. What a typical response from you. Father wanted to overthrow the Hokage. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, you had a reason to kill him, but what did the other clan members do wrong? Among those you killed were many innocent children. Did they also deserve it? Sasuke's voice grew louder, reaching a near hysterical pitch. If possible, he would have liked to kill the man before him, but he knew if he killed Uchiha Itachi now, his future self would surely regret it. Itachi's choice was cruel, but the fault did not lie with him. So who was at fault? The third Hokage, Danzo, or Uchiha Fugaku and the other Uchiha elders? No, the fault did not lie with them. They were merely following the path they believed to be correct. Then, who was in the wrong? Even if I did not intervene, my father's plan could not have succeeded. Konoha has long harbored resentment towards the Uchiha. Even with violent means to usurp the third Hokage, the others in the village would not comply, or it would only spark greater conflict leading to more deaths. So you chose to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan to exchange for peace in Konoha, yet has Konoha truly achieved peace? Sasuke smiled mockingly. How long can Konoha's peace last? If greater conflict erupts, would you kill the other side again? Itachi was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he stated firmly, peace will always come with bloodshed. Peace will always accompany bloodshed. This is not wrong, but the bloodshed must have meaning. A fleeting and false peace renders bloodshed meaningless and utterly foolish. Liang Jie did not want to get involved between the two brothers, but there was one thing that concerned him greatly, which was the sure sway in Uchiha Itachi's hand. In the original timeline, Itachi's actions with the sure sway were still fresh in his memory. Although Sasuke's stance was now against the ninja world, who could truly speculate on Uchiha Itachi's mindset? If he were to use the sure sway while alone with Sasuke, all plans would be utterly destroyed. Moreover, there was another important reason. For some reason, just seeing Uchiha Itachi from afar ignited a nameless rage within him, compelling him to kill him with everything he had. So he came. Bang! A fist imbued with sage chakra struck heavily at Uchiha Itachi's abdomen. To his surprise, Itachi did not dodge or defend. Boom! Itachi crashed into the tree trunk, accompanied by a horrifying tearing sound as the tree was shattered in half. Cough, cough. Itachi spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, his right hand clutching his abdomen while his left hand propped against a tree stump. He was not a taijutsu-type ninja, and taking a direct hit was a very dangerous move. Fortunately, Liang Jie did not go for a fatal blow, otherwise the infamous figure in the ninja world would likely have met his end. Huff! Liang Jie dispersed the sage chakra, relieving much of the pent-up energy within him after delivering the punch. The last time we met was on the night of the massacre, right? Liang Jie spoke first. Cough, cough. Itachi struggled to stand, supporting himself against the tree stump and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, maintaining a calm demeanor. I didn't expect you to survive under such injuries. There are few children of the Uchiha clan, especially those who awaken the Sharingan upon witnessing their parents' death, so I have a very deep impression of you. Yes, I didn't expect to survive either. A glint of coldness flashed in Liang Jie's eyes. In fact, Uchiha Itachi was very successful. That night, aside from Sasuke, no one else survived, including Liang Jie, who stood alive here. For the one who survived was named Li Xiu, while the real Liang Jie had already perished on the night of the massacre. Before we begin our conversation, I think you should first apologize for the dead Uchiha compatriots, Liang Jie said coldly. Li Xiu had no connection to the Uchiha clan, and even Liang Jie's death was of no concern to him. He merely inherited this body. Yet for some reason, facing the murderer, an uncontrollable rage surged within him. Today, the blood feels particularly hot. At this point, apologizing has no meaning, and even if given a second chance, I would make the same choice. It is the optimal solution. Bloodshed is unavoidable. Uchiha Itachi said blankly. Yes, bloodshed is unavoidable. I fully agree with you. Liang Jie. Sasuke suddenly turned his head to question, but Liang Jie's subsequent words made him shut his mouth. But how long can the bloodshed you caused bring peace to Konoha? 20 years? 10 years? Or even shorter? Looking at the silent Itachi, Liang Jie continued to tear open his wounds. You know very well that Konoha presents a facade of peace, but beneath it dark currents surge. There will always be another Uchiha arising, and even before that, Danzo might very well overturn the Hokage regime. At least Konoha is peaceful now, Uchiha Itachi said. Not enough. I have a way to achieve peace lasting a century, or even longer, not limited to Konoha, but for the entire ninja world. Liang Jie said. Impossible, Uchiha Itachi exclaimed, struggling to contain his composure. It was rare to see him in such a state. Clearly Liang Jie's words had shaken him deeply. Let alone a century, even 50 years of peace would be extremely precious for the constantly warring ninja world. Crack, crack, crack. Itachi's right hand unconsciously gripped the tree trunk tightly, and in a chaotic mind, he asked, what method? Liang Jie did not answer, instead posing another question. Before the founding of Konoha, there was constant conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans, but after the establishment of Konoha, even if there was hatred that had yet to be resolved, they could confidently turn their backs to their former enemies. This lasted for several years. Then after the deaths of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, when Senju Tobirama succeeded, as the second Hokage, disputes began anew between the Uchiha and Senju. The situation escalated until the First Great Ninja War, where the two clans once again set aside their grievances and joined forces against their enemies. After the peace, history repeated itself until the Second Great Ninja War. By the time of the Third Great Ninja War, the Senju had almost ceased to exist with the Uchiha clan dominating. Even the residents voiced their discontent. Yet during the Third Great Ninja War, everyone in the village once again trusted the Uchiha, relying on them once more. The same thing has happened many times with each instance sharing a common point. Liang Jie moved closer to Uchiha Itachi. You must have guessed it by now. As long as a powerful enemy appears that necessitates setting aside past grievances to unite against it, those with the same stance will naturally abandon their disputes. The previous peace could only last for a few years simply because the enemy was not strong enough. Liang Jie walked back to Sasuke's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. I will do everything in my power to help Sasuke become such a person. Living this way will be very exhausting, but he willingly bears it all because he does not want to see the same tragedy happen again. On the way to find Itachi, Sasuke had talked all night, with Liang Jie ultimately resolving to make a decision. This is a decision I made myself, I will no longer allow myself to be manipulated as before regardless of the reason, Sasuke declared resolutely. Whether by coincidence or not, the young Sasuke now made the same decision as in the original world. Sasuke. Itachi painfully closed his eyes as images of everything he had done flooded his mind. What exactly was he doing? Slowly opening his eyes, he looked at Uchiha. Liang Jie opened his mouth, then closed it again, taking a long time to finally ask, why do you want to help Sasuke? I too am a victim of the night of the massacre. We share the same pain. This explanation is quite reasonable, but it is definitely not the answer you want to hear. Liang Jie gazed at the bustling town, whispering softly, I have seen one possible ending, but I am not satisfied with it. Now that I have the opportunity to change, I want to see which of the two endings might be better. It may turn out worse, or perhaps better, no one knows until the last moment. To be honest, I want to kill you right now, but a revolution cannot be accomplished by just two people. The more people involved, the simpler it becomes. Regardless of your feelings, I want you to join. This is neither a request nor a query for your opinion. First and foremost, you are a member of the Uchiha clan, and only then a resident of Konoha. What you owe the Uchiha you must repay personally. Liang Jie turned and walked away. Tomorrow, Sasuke, and I will come again. Oh, please give your answer then. Tap, tap, tap. Sasuke left as well, stopping beside Uchiha Itachi. I will not forgive you, at least not now. After saying this, he left without looking back, leaving Uchiha Itachi with his eyes closed, lost in thought. Uchiha Itachi remained alone in the forest for nearly an hour, and by the time he returned to the inn, his heart had already provided the answer. Just as Ryoji said, regardless of the reason, he had to atone for his sins. He had originally planned to repay with his life after Sasuke had grown, but now it seemed that this worthless life held greater value. Creak. Looking at the familiar figure pushing the door open, Kisame jumped up from the chair. Mr. Itachi, you. From Itachi's slightly tattered clothes and weak aura, it was evident that he had been through a battle, though it didn't seem too intense. This was unreasonable. Ryoji and Sasuke would surely fight him to the death. Not to mention winning easily, being able to return alive would be a stroke of luck. As a partner, he considered himself to know Itachi's strength fairly well. Even if there was a slight discrepancy, it shouldn't be to this extent. Don't worry, come with me tomorrow to meet Team Hawk. Uchiha Itachi took off his hat and put the ring from the table back on. Kisame hesitantly nodded, sensing from his words that the two survivors seemed to have reached some kind of understanding. But how could that be? There must be things happening that he did not understand. Forget it, it's none of my business. Kisame was quite open-minded. He didn't need to probe for the truth. When someone asked, he only needed to report the facts. That was his task, nothing more. Tomorrow we will officially capture the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Oh, what is the situation in the last few days? Uchiha Itachi asked, just like before, still helping the nearby residents in the small town. Since this place is too close to a Wagakure, if we can't capture him quickly, it will surely attract a large number of IWA ninjas for support. But now that Team Hawk is here, we don't have to wait for the Five Tails to leave the town. We can definitely succeed in capturing him before reinforcements arrive. Kisame said. A few people bullying one person seemed somewhat disgraceful, but he didn't care. During his time in the Umbu of Kirigakure, as long as he could complete the mission, he wouldn't hesitate, even if it meant doing something more disgraceful. Get some rest early. Itachi left the room, and there was no further conversation that night. The next morning, Itachi and Kisame arrived early at the agreed location, only to find that Team Hawk had arrived even earlier. Due to Kisame, Itachi didn't say much and merely nodded gently at Ryoji. Ryoji and Sasuke exchanged glances, and then Ryoji said, Zero asked us to help capture the Five Tails. Your pace is too slow. Has the boss already grown impatient? There's no choice, this place is just too close to a Wagakure, Kisame replied helplessly. You must be Kisame Hoshigaki. A face squeezed in from the side, examining the knife handle protruding from Kisame's back. Suigetsu reached out. Nice blade, let me play with it. Smack. Kisame firmly grasped Suigetsu's wrist, looking at the somewhat familiar face and chuckled. No wonder it feels familiar. You are Mangetsu's brother. Not only in appearance, but even your desire to grab a blade at all times is exactly the same. Shoo. The handle of the sword Samehada softened, coiling like a snake on Kisame's shoulder, glaring menacingly at Suigetsu. In that case, you should know very well that if you are hit by Samehada too many times, it will be hard for you to maintain the minimum chakra requirement for using the water transformation technique. Kisame grinned. He had few people he respected, and Hozuki Mangetsu was one of them. Therefore, he would try to keep polite around Mangetsu's brother, but it depended on the situation. As one of the current generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he cherished the swords as partners greatly. I just want to see you think too much. Suigetsu chuckled nervously as he withdrew his hand. At that moment, seeing the 4th ninja sword, he couldn't control his inner impulse. It's mine sooner or later, consider it temporarily stored with you. With this thought, Suigetsu's displeasure from being threatened completely vanished. Without further ado, let's get started. Ryoji gave Karen a glance. Karen closed her eyes, her spiritual energy sweeping across the small town. Even without knowing the chakra of the 5 tails Jinchuriki, she could easily pinpoint the location. If the chakra of ordinary ninjas was compared to fireflies, then at this moment a sun had suddenly mixed into the swarm of fireflies in the town. Under the yellow tower in the southwest, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Kisame glanced at Karen's red hair, then surveyed the other members of Team Hawk, feeling it was strange. 2 Uchiha survivors, 1 Uzumaki survivor, 1 Hozuki survivor. He wondered if the remaining big guy was a survivor of some other clan. If it happened to be the case, Team Hawk might as well change their name to the Survivor Squad. Thinking of this, Kisame couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ryoji turned his head in surprise, wondering what had gotten into this shark. He didn't pay much attention. After all, there were more important matters at hand. According to what you just said, we need to resolve the 5 tails Jinchuriki quickly, so we can't give him too much time to react. Yugo. Yo. Yugo let out an eagle cry, and several hawks flew from afar, flapping their wings. There is very little chakra within. He shouldn't be a summoning beast. Can this person control ordinary animals? Kisame observed everything closely, silently analyzing in his heart. Yo. The hawks landed in front of them, and the group climbed onto their backs as the hawks soared into the sky. Right below us. Karen opened her eyes. Thank you for your hard work. You will monitor the surroundings of the town from the air. If reinforcements arrive, notify us quickly. Ryoji left the white snake with Karen. Don't worry. Karen replied. Then let's get started. Swish. As he finished speaking, Ryoji leaped off the hawk's back, followed closely by the members of Team Hawk, including Itachi and Kisame. The hawk flew several hundred meters high. It seemed very high, but for powerful ninjas this height was nothing. Thud. Ryoji grabbed Sasuke's ankle and hurled him toward the 5 tails Jinchuriki with great force. Whoosh. Sasuke's falling speed suddenly increased, and as the distance closed, a flash of lightning enveloped him. Smack. Ryoji pressed his hands together, Sage Chakra surging forth as he instantly entered Sage mode. What is this? Kisame's eyes widened. Ryoji's transformation exceeded common understanding. This was not an ordinary power system. Enemies. The 5 tails Jinchuriki Han abruptly looked up, seeing a bolt of lightning rapidly enlarging. ZZZ. His first reaction was not to counterattack, but to unleash a large amount of chakra, using the resulting gust of wind to forcibly evacuate the residents. That's about enough. The special equipment on Han's shoulder sprayed out extremely high temperature steam, which was his bloodline limit. Although it was boiling release like Terumi mice, there was a significant difference between the two. Buzz. The steam enveloped his body, forming a steam armor. Han squinted his eyes to ensure he could see the enemy's movements clearly in the bright light, and he suddenly raised his fist to strike. Boiling release, mighty power unmatched. Boom. The moment the lightning collided with the steam, a tremendous sound erupted and Sasuke was directly thrown back by the recoil. Seeing the slight cracks on the purple ribs, he frowned. What immense power. Boom. Han's feet shattered the ground, and Sasuke was unable to casually resist the impact of this power. Crack. Taking advantage of Han's attention being focused on Sasuke, Ryoji slid his right hand along the blade of the Kusanagi sword, transforming its originally silver blade into a deep green. Then, Ryoji aimed at Han, tightening his hands as the Kusanagi sword suddenly elongated. The Kusanagi sword whistled through the air, aiming for Han's ankle. He braced himself to dodge, but Sasuke would not grant him that opportunity. Celestial technique, twin serpent strangle. 2 large white-scaled serpents burst from the ground, ignoring the scalding steam as they coiled tightly around him. The rich aroma of roasted meat filled the air, yet even then the white serpent did not lessen its grip. Boiling escape, unmatched strength. The steam enveloping his body surged, and using sheer brute force, Han exploded the white serpent. Han's movements were swift, but the Kusanagi sword was even faster. In a fleeting moment, he had no time to evade. He could only channel Chakra, and the special device once more released scalding steam. With a clash, the tip of the sword met the steam, producing a resonant sound of metal. Han gazed through the steam at the still airborne Liangjie, slapping the sword's body sideways. Got you. Upon witnessing this, Liangjie ceased to restrain his power, and the celestial chakra swiftly enveloped the Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword, previously at a standstill, easily pierced through the steam armor. In a flash, Han narrowly grazed the sword's tip to avoid being hit. The Kusanagi sword returned to its original size as Liangjie descended with the sword, noticing the slight wounds on Han's face, a smile creeping onto his lips. It worked. The toxin smeared on the Kusanagi sword was extracted and mixed from hundreds of poisonous snakes in the dragon cave. Even someone with high resistance like Shikido Himiko would not dare to touch it lightly. Just a minute of exposure to a trace amount could completely paralyze Han's nerves. Now all that was needed was to buy time to successfully capture him. With a slight delay, Uchiha Itachi and the others finally landed. Assessing their appearances, Han quickly matched them with the intelligence in his mind. So it's them. Han's pupils dilated slightly as he recognized their identities. Last time it was Kirigakure, and this time it's our turn from Awagakure. Just two members of Team Hawk. Uchiha Itachi should have a deep-seated hatred for them. How could they possibly unite? Looking at the three pairs of Crimson Sharingan, Han could not guess their identities, especially Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. Awagakure had once hired Akatsuki, so he naturally possessed some intelligence. Support will take time. I need to find an opening. Han was well aware that he had no chance against these individuals. It's you. Han locked onto the smaller figure of Suigetsu, placing his hands on the ground, the crimson beast cloak enveloping his body, five tails standing tall. As steam burst forth, the ground beneath him shattered, creating a crimson flash that collided fiercely with Suigetsu. Clang, clang, clang. The beheading sword emitted dazzling sparks, and under the immense force, Suigetsu slid backward, his legs carving deep furrows into the ground. Roar. Han let out a roar toward the heavens, the beast cloak releasing scorching steam, the five tails twisting together. Clang. The beheading sword shattered upon impact. Seeing the situation, Suigetsu hurriedly activated the liquid transformation technique, while Han seized the opportunity to explode forth with even greater speed, attempting to escape the encirclement. Don't think you can get away. Kisame, closest to Suigetsu, rushed over just in time, swinging his Samahata to tear a large chunk of the beast chakra. Snap. He hefted Samahata, grinning savagely. Don't just focus on bullying the kids. Splash, splash, splash. Suigetsu reformed into human shape, heartbroken as he gazed at the broken beheading sword, angrily exclaiming, "Bastard. Do you know how many people I need to kill to restore it?" "Don't worry, soon there will be enough people for you to kill," Liangjie replied. "You intend to harm civilians." Itachi spun around angrily. "It's unrelated to the land of Earth," Liangjie answered succinctly, then bit his thumb. Triple Raisinman. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as three Raisinmen rose from the ground, encircling Han in a triangular formation. To prevent him from breaking through with brute force, Liangjie continued to use the inorganic rebirth technique, lifting the land within a few hundred meters to create a wave that held back the Raisinmen. Water-style exploding water shockwave. Kisame leaped high, releasing a wave capable of forming a small lake. Splash, splash, splash. The Raisinmen quickly filled with waves, Kisame landing on the water's surface, quickly forming seals with his hands. Water-style 5 shark bombs. Fingers touching the water's surface, Kisame released a massive amount of chakra, mixing with the water to form 5 sharks, swiftly locking onto the still submerged 5 tails Jinchuriki. Boom, 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 boom. Before the sharks could take action, 5 suddenly elongating tails pierced through them, continuing their assault towards Kisame. Clang, clang, clang. Kisame swung Samahata in defense. After several strikes, the beast cloak visibly dimmed. Chirp, chirp. Samahata let out excited sounds. Hold on, there will be plenty of opportunities later, Kisame soothed. Upon hearing this, Samahata conveyed extreme reluctance, but slowly began to retract its upright scales. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The water's surface suddenly erupted with dense bubbles, the surrounding temperature rapidly rising, causing the water comparable to a small lake to begin boiling. You really can't underestimate a Jinchuriki. Kisame quickly leaped a crimson light, following closely, bursting forth from the water. Whoosh. Sasuke instantaneously appeared between the two, his Manjikyu Sharingan swirling as his skeletal arm struck like a volleyball at the 5 tails Jinchuriki. Bang! The Susanoo arm exploded instantly, the crimson light descending faster than it shot up into the air. Thud! Liangjie held back Sasuke to disperse his force, catching sight of Kisame preparing to unleash the sharks again, and hurriedly stopped him. Don't attack. He's already lost his ability to resist and could easily be killed accidentally. What? Kisame hesitated, stopping his hand seals. Sasuke's earlier attack was insufficient to make Han lose his combat ability. Slap. Liangjia offered no further explanation, joining his hands together. First he dispersed the soil, and then sank into the raisinman. Splash, splash, splash. The water surged forth, quickly flooding the small town. Splash, splash, splash. With no further support, the water quickly drained, revealing Han lying in a deep pit, regaining his human form. What is happening? Kisame asked, puzzled. Poison Itachi suddenly replied. He had witnessed Liangjia using the Kusanagi sword throughout, and initially thought the green sword was a result of the attack, now considering Han's situation that green color was likely the toxic coating. That's right, it's poison. Liangjia approached Han, and the small snake coiled on his shoulder slowly descended, biting into Han's skin to inject more toxin, preventing him from waking during transport. He lifted the unconscious Han and casually tossed him to Jugo. Jinchuriki capture successful, it's time to leave. Liangjia looked up at the sky, where Korin was. Not long ago she had informed him of the discovery of Iwagakure's reinforcements. With their strength they had nothing to fear, but it was best to avoid unnecessary troubles for now. A group of people quickly evacuated from the land of Earth as the dust release of Oyuki was too troublesome. Sealing the tailed beast would take 3 days, so it was best to avoid danger as much as possible. On the way, Uchiha Itachi stopped Sasuke and asked gravely, "How long have you awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan?" Sasuke turned his head, avoiding eye contact, and replied indifferently, "What does it matter to you?" Itachi didn't take it to heart. From what I saw in the earlier battle, you have already become accustomed to using Susanoo, which will greatly deplete your Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan is different from the regular 3-Demo Sharingan. As you use its power, your vision will gradually deteriorate until complete blindness. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, realizing that his vision had indeed become blurry and increasingly severe. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention to it, but now it seemed to be a serious issue. How can I solve this? Sasuke asked with a hint of urgency. Since awakening, he had increasingly relied on the Mangekyo Sharingan and couldn't imagine how much his strength would diminish if he were to lose it one day. There is a solution, but it's not feasible at the moment, Ryosuke interjected, glancing at Uchiha Itachi. He continued, "Don't worry, at the very least, I won't let you lose your power." Sasuke felt relieved. Since it was Ryosuke who said, so he believed Ryosuke would find a way to solve the issue. By the way, where are we headed? We're almost back to the land of fire. Shuizuki surveyed the familiar scenery around him and couldn't help but ask Kisame, who was leading the way, to a place where we can safely seal the tailed beast. Sealing the tailed beast. Are you going to change the Jinchuriki? Shuizuki speculated. Within the organization, there is a sealing statue. According to the leader, the statue possesses the ability to seal and utilize the tailed beasts. The sealing process takes 3 days, during which we cannot move, so we need to find a relatively safe location, Kisame explained. Sealing the tailed beast. What's the purpose? To unify the ninja world using the power of the tailed beasts. Shuizuki asked curiously. They say it's for peace, but who really knows? Kisame paused, looking at the cave entrance blocked by a massive rock. This is the place. Boom, boom, boom. Slowly moving the boulder aside, Team Hawk did not enter, but handed the unconscious Hanzo over to Kisame. Ryosuke said, "We'll guard the sealing process from the outside." "Thank you," Kisame replied, hoisting Hanzo and following Itachi into the cave. They passed through a narrow passage which opened up into a spacious area tall enough to accommodate the outer path golem. Buzz. A strange fluctuation emanated from the front as a phantom figure slowly appeared. Looking at the two, Pain asked in surprise, "Only the two of you?" "Team Hawk is guarding the ceiling outside," Kisame explained. Pain nodded slightly, forming hand seals and striking the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A massive golem resembling drywood slowly rose from the ground. Buzz. The fluctuation re-emerged as 6 similarly phantasmal figures stood atop the golem's outstretched fingers. Looking at Hanzo lying on the ground, one of the figures asked, "Did we not say we would seal them in order? Why start with the 5 tails? Sealing in order is the most perfect method, but such opportunities are rare. We just need to ensure that the 9 tails is sealed last. The order of the other tailed beasts can be adjusted as needed," another replied. Nagato changed his sealing technique, and faint green orbs of light began to shine from beneath the feet of several individuals. Crack, crack, crack. The chains binding the golem's mouth snapped, and the golem opened its large mouth with chakra swirling out and engulfing Hanzo. Buzz. Under the pull of the golem's chakra, the chakra of the tailed beast flowed from Hanzo's 7 orifices into the golem. The 3-day sealing of the tailed beast began, and Team Hawk also kept their promise, diligently guarding the cave. Ryosuke's plan also included the collection of tailed beasts. With the Akatsuki's assistance, it would save him considerable effort, and he would naturally cooperate as much as possible. While waiting for the sealing to conclude, Ryosuke also shared the next action plan with the group. Retrieving the Shizui's Eye, the vessel for the strongest jinjutsu known as Kodoame Tsukumi, was something Ryosuke did not intend to overlook. If utilized correctly, it would help stabilize future situations. Moreover, even if it were not needed, he did not feel comfortable letting such a thing remain in Danzo's hands. Previously concerned about Danzo using Kodoame Tsukumi to influence battles, now that Uchiha Itachi had joined the team, he possessed another Shizui's Eye which could greatly mitigate the danger of Kodoame Tsukumi. Ryosuke truthfully explained the abilities of Kodoame Tsukumi. Sasuke suddenly stood up, quietly altering his thoughts about the Jinjutsu. Just by imagining it, he could perceive the significance of Kodoame Tsukumi. But invading Konoha is still a bit dangerous for us, Karen expressed her concern. Who said we were going to invade Konoha? Ryosuke smiled and shook his head, gazing towards the land of water. Danzo has yet to return from the land of water and is only accompanied by a dozen Umbu guards. This is the perfect opportunity. Additionally, I asked the Mizukage for help when I left the land of water. Her invisibility ability is perfect for reconnaissance. Although summoning beasts consume chakra continuously in the ninja world, fortunately having devoured nearly half of the natural energy in the dragon cave, I possess abundant chakra and need not worry about this consumption. Another key point is that Danzo has 10 Freedomo Sharingan embedded in his right arm. We need to be cautious, Ryosuke remarked. What's the use of implanting so many Sharingan? Shuizuki asked in confusion. From his understanding of Sasuke and Ryosuke, while the Freedomo Sharingan is indeed a powerful Kekkei Genkai, it is vastly inferior to the Mangekyo. Implanting so many ordinary Sharingan holds no significance. In normal circumstances, that's true. However, through reading the memories of Hiruzen Sarutobi, I learned of a secret technique that requires sacrificing the Sharingan to use Izanagi. By sacrificing the light of one Freedomo Sharingan, the user can ignore all attacks for a limited time. Danzo possesses 11 Sharingan. Even without accounting for Shizui's Eye, he has at least 10. In other words, he can use Izanagi at least 10 times. Imagine how terrifying a warrior who requires no defense and can focus entirely on attack would be. Oh, I'm sure you can all envision it. The group exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. They had not expected the Sharingan to possess such an additional capability. It truly deserved its reputation as the pinnacle of Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world. But there's no need to worry too much. It's not an unknown battle. With Team Hawk and Uchiha Itachi involved, even if Danzo had 10 more Sharingan, it wouldn't matter, Ryosuke said casually. Hearing this, the group broke free from their shock over Izanagi. Indeed, while Izanagi defied common sense, they were not weaklings. With their strength capable of toppling ninja villages, Danzo was not a considerable threat. Team Hawk returned to their usual demeanor, patiently awaiting the completion of the ceiling. This location was far from the land of Earth, and with Karen's sensing abilities, even if the occasional ninja happened to pass by, they would deviate from their path under the influence of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Ryosuke shared the action plan with Itachi, and when he seemed to have other opinions, he quickly added, "The clan members who perished on the night of the massacre deserve an explanation. Since you can't provide it for now, we'll have to find the mastermind behind this matter. Moreover, don't you think it would be more beneficial for the peace of Konoha if Danzo were to perish in the land of water?" Itachi contemplated for a long time before ultimately agreeing to the action. While capturing the Five Tails Jinchuriki, aside from a few unfortunate souls who couldn't escape, most residents survived, clearly seeing the faces and techniques of Liang Jie and others. The reinforcements from Awagakure quickly analyzed the identity of the intruders, and after 3 days of speculation, the entire shinobi world has learned that the once quiet Hawk squad has once again set its sights on Awagakure. The residents of Awagakure were suddenly filled with anxiety. The ninjas quickly assembled, cautiously preparing for a potential attack. However, they would not realize that the protagonists of the event had long since left the land of Earth and returned to the Yedobara-built Kirigakure. In short, that's the situation. If you don't move quickly, they will leave Kirigakure. The one responsible for monitoring Danzo, Shichikajima, Haim, carefully recounted the events of the past few days before being swatted back to the Dragon Cave by Liang Jie, who was tempted by her body. Liang Jie rubbed his wrist, gazing down at Kirigakure, and said, "Now we have two choices. One is to wait for them to leave Kirigakure, and the other is to launch another attack on the village, but we would face the desperate resistance of the remaining Kirigakure. This will solve it. A few Kirigakure ninjas can hardly be called resistance." Sasuke lacked the patience to wait. Liang Jie did not inquire about Itachi, but instead looked at Kisame, who had been silently gazing at Kirigakure since earlier. If he was reluctant to fight here, due to his feelings for Kirigakure, Liang Jie would comply, as killing today or tomorrow made little difference. Kisame raised his head and grinned, saying, "Let's do it here. All right, execute according to the combat plan. Fire release dragon fire technique." The Uchiha trio simultaneously formed hand seals, and 9 fire dragons soared into the sky. Whoosh! Liang Jie leaped off the eagle, clasping his hands together as he entered sage mode. Crack! He bit his finger directly, smashing down to the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Bang bang bang. 3 Rashomon gates rose from the ground surrounding the buildings and the ninjas within. Not done yet. Liang Jie pressed his hands to the ground, an immense amount of chakra spreading out, causing the surrounding earth to surge against the Rashomon. Crackle! A deafening roar echoed through the sky as he looked up at the thunder beast taking shape within the dark clouds. Liang Jie leaped into the air, his right hand transforming into a white snake, releasing fine scales to obstruct the ninjas surging from the buildings. Boom! Boom boom boomed. The sound of explosions was relentless, the scorching heat rolled back, and in the instant Liang Jie propelled himself away from the Rashomon, the thunder beast crashed down. Crack! The thunder beast struck accurately, its silver-blue light ravaging through the dense mist spreading across the entirety of Kirigakure. Fortunately, there were not many residents currently, otherwise this strike would have completely obliterated Kirigakure. Inorganic rebirth. The thunder beast slowly dissipated and a dirt dragon carried a dark figure with extremely weak life signs flying out. Thud. Heavy received the dark figure, and a voice came, "Don't let him die." The reason Liang Jie took special care of this dark figure was simple. He was the Yamato mentioned by Orochimaru. Tsunade naturally did not feel at ease handing Kirigakure over to Danzo, so she had previously dispatched several dark members to monitor the situation, and Yamato happened to be among the candidates. During the monitoring period, Shichikajima Haim had seen Yamato make a move from afar and was deeply impressed by his extremely rare would release, quickly reporting this information to Liang Jie. I was still pondering how to steal him away from Konoha, and unexpectedly, he came voluntarily. Liang Jie instantly arrived at the Rashomon, comfortably sitting atop it, looking at the man standing on the scorched earth, greeting, "Yo, long time no see." "Oh wait, I haven't seen you before, so I can't say long time no see. I should say nice to meet you, please take care of me." Danzo did not respond, looking at the familiar faces on the Rashomon with an extremely difficult expression. If it weren't for his quick reaction and timely use of his Anaji, he would probably have turned to ash beneath the lightning, just like the other root members. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Sharingan on his arm slowly closed as Danzo's voice suppressed his anger. "It seems the long life of a traitor has altered your convictions. No, it is precisely because they have not changed that I have decided to kill you." Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan, reflecting Danzo's iron-gray face. "You are a threat to Konoha. Eliminating you will bring greater peace." "A threat?" Danzo laughed in anger. "If it weren't for me, Konoha would suffer a greater disaster. How dare you say I am a threat?" "Indeed you are a threat," Itachi said calmly. Danzo snorted coldly, casting a chilling glance at Liang Jie and Sasuke, sternly stating, "You should not have been left alive. First you attacked Kirigakure, then Awagakure, and now it's me. What exactly do you want to do? You just need to know our purpose for coming here. There's no need to tell you anything else." Liang Jie looked down at Danzo, speaking sternly. "The Uchiha matter needs an explanation." "An explanation? What do I have to explain? Uchiha Itachi was the one who acted back, then yet you are now mingling with him." Danzo mocked. "Stirring discord is pointless. He is he, and you are you. After everything is over, he will naturally need to make amends for what happened back then." Liang Jie first answered calmly, then burst into laughter. "What? The man once hailed as the darkness of the shinobi world, who faced the entire Uchiha without batting an eyelid, now needs to resort to such petty tricks against a few survivors." Hearing Liang Jie's mockery, Danzo's face turned from green to white. If it were merely ordinary insults, he wouldn't take them to heart, but Liang Jie's words struck deep nerves because he lacked confidence in facing 4 opponents simultaneously, let alone the 3 enemies lurking in the sky. "If you ask me, there's no need for nonsense with such a guy, but it's simpler to just cut him down." Kisame grinned with a familiar ferocious smile, swinging his right arm, causing the bandages wrapped around his shark skin to snap. All 4 of them have surpassed the Jonin level, making them formidable foes. The Eye of the Moon can control one, but who should be controlled is the question. Danzo stared at the 4, quickly thinking of ways to cope with the dilemma. Clap clap. Liang Jie stood up, brushing off the dust on his clothes, and clasped his hands together, sending sage chakra flowing into the earth through Rashomon. "That's true. There's no need to waste words with him." Boom boom boom. The earth transformed into thousands of earthen snakes, all hissing and converging towards Danzo. Wind release, vacuum wave. Whoosh. The sharp wind blades sliced through the snake swarm, cleanly shredding dozens of earthen snakes, but for the vast number of snakes this loss was insignificant. "Since it's our first meeting, let me offer you a small gift as a token of respect. Please accept it. Sage art 10,000 snakes." Boom. Bang. 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 The Rashomon trembled violently as Liang Jie and Kisame charged into the snake swarm, without hesitation approaching, wooing their battle plan already well established. Indeed, Danzo possessed 10 Sharingan, but he may not have the ability to use them 10 times. In his battle against Sasuke in the original world, when he used his last Sharingan, his chakra was nearly exhausted. Thus it can be inferred that as long as his chakra was significantly reduced during the battle, he would lack the chakra to support using Izanagi 10 times. Kisame just happened to have this ability. Water-style exploding water collision wave. The water surged forward as Liang Jie and Kisame simultaneously struck the water's surface, causing a mix of sharks and water snakes to erupt, instantly submerging Danzo. A strange wave emanated from beside him, and Liang Jie felt a shift in his mind. The white snake emerged from beneath the water using its sturdy scales to block the attack. Clang! The kunai shattered, but Danzo's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly picked up another one to continue attacking. The attack from Kisame's blade cut through Danzo's throat, causing him to fall, blood staining the clear water. Kicking Danzo's body away, Liang Jie and Kisame did not relax. The only possibility for him to attack so recklessly was that he had used Izanagi. Buzz! Sure enough, the corpse, submerged underwater, suddenly dissipated, and a phantasmal figure gradually solidified on the other side. Kisame Hashigaki is a nuisance. Feeling the chakra he had lost, Danzo's face darkened. If he allowed Kisame to continue devouring chakra, he would soon be unable to use Izanagi due to lack of chakra. Furthermore, there was a more serious issue. If his chakra was insufficient to suppress the Hashirama cells in his right arm, he would be severely injured from the backlash, without Liang Jie and the others needing to lift a finger. Should I use Kodoame Tsukumi to control him? Danzo pondered, but quickly dismissed the idea. The chakra being consumed was from Samahata, not Kisame Hashigaki himself. Even if he used Kodoame Tsukumi to control him, Liang Jie could simply take the sword and still restrain him. We should use Kodoame Tsukumi on someone more threatening. Danzo stopped wasting time. The voice of Itachi Uchiha rang out. Danzo turned to look, and when he saw the crow perched on Itachi's shoulder, his already grim expression darkened further. The left eye of the crow was clearly the second Shursui eye he had longed for. As expected, it's with you. Danzo glared angrily. Because of the second Shursui eye, the effectiveness of his own Shursui eye would be minimized, as Itachi could cover it with Kodoame Tsukumi at any time. Wait. A thought arose in Danzo's mind. If he could use Kodoame Tsukumi to control Itachi Uchiha, could he escape this predicament? The distance is too far, Kodoame Tsukumi cannot be released. I need to find an opportunity to close the gap, Danzo thought to himself. But Itachi would not give him the opportunity. The entire battle plan did not require his intervention. He merely needed to stay on Rashomon and be ready to cover with Kodoame Tsukumi. The luxurious lineup of Liang Jie, Sasuke, and Kisame was more than enough to kill Danzo. When he was surrounded by Rashomon, it felt like a prey caught in a spider's web, already sentenced to death. Whooshed! A purple arrow pierced through Danzo's body. Sasuke on Rashomon activated Susanoo, drawing his bow and aiming in another direction. Whooshed! Thanks to Liang Jie's assurance, even knowing the risks of the Mangekyo Sharingan causing blindness, Sasuke still dared to use it without hesitation, a testament to the absolute trust built over the years. Don't move, Liang Jie suddenly said. Huh? Kisame Hashigaki turned in confusion, and before he could ask, a sharp pain shot through his ankle. It turned out that the white snake coiled on Liang Jie's shoulder had crawled over without him noticing. The chakra injected by the white snake can help you resist toxins. Don't worry, I won't harm you for now. Liang Jie waved his right hand, releasing a mist of green poison. Not harming me for now means you will harm me later. Kisame squinted and asked. Who knows? Liang Jie deflected the question and surged towards Danzo. Wind style true. Splashed. Two white snakes burst out of the water, forcing Danzo to interrupt his ninjutsu. Sage art evil snake arm explosion. Boom. The shockwave sent Danzo flying. Another arrow rained down from above. In a moment of desperation, he inhaled a breath of poison mist, and a sharp pain immediately shot from his heart. Ugh! Danzo clutched his heart, his movements slowing. The purple arrow easily pierced its target. Buzz! Danzo's form solidified, and in the next moment, a menacing white snake attacked from the front. He dodged to the side, but Samahata followed up, further reducing his chakra. His former strength may have been great, but after years away from battle and the effects of age, his true power had long since diminished. Facing Liang Jie and Kisame, two genuine shadow-level powerhouses, even with Izanagi's assistance, he still felt overwhelmed. Swish! 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 Each attack from Samahata tore away a significant portion of his chakra. Izanagi could heal injuries, but it could not restore chakra. Since the battle began, he had only closed 3 Sharingan, yet he had already lost more than half of his chakra. Continuing like this, escape is impossible. Even a moment's gap for Kodoame Tsukumi would be good. Danzo's gaze swept over Liang Jie. He wanted to control Liang Jie more than Kisame. Sensing the meaning behind Danzo's gaze, Liang Jie summoned the white snake to block the line of sight and quickly performed the hidden mist technique. Buzz. Thick white mist spread out and Danzo completely lost his vision, unable to see the enemy's position, rendering him incapable of using Kodo Amatsuki. Whoosh. Liang Jie and Kisame dashed out of the mist, using their sensing abilities to lock onto Danzo's position. Liang Jie pulled out a sealing scroll, summoning the prepared sacrifices and forming hand seals to perform the impure world reincarnation. Clang. 2 coffins rose, and as the coffin doors fell open, the ninjas inside were revealed. The already deceased Yui Ringo and Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei, regaining consciousness, widened her eyes. Whoosh. Liang Jie wasted no time, directly erasing their consciousness and leaving only their battle instincts. Compared to trusting Itachi, Uchiha Liang Jie trusted himself more. Since his main body faced danger from Kodo Amatsuki, it was better to use the impure world reincarnation without reservations. Even if Danzo forcibly converted the consciousness of the impure world reincarnation ninjas, Liang Jie could simply undo the technique, and then he would be facing Danzo, who posed no threat. In fact, he preferred to see this scenario. Whoosh. Sage Art Earth Style Falling Earth Cover. The two leaped into the mist, the earth cover descending from above to seal off the gaps. Using the sensing network to monitor the battle, they occasionally utilized inorganic reincarnation to assist in the fight, quickly forcing Danzo into a corner. Crack, crack, crack. Liang Jie quietly slipped through the earth cover, looking at the nearly exhausted Danzo. He brought his hands together, his eyelids twitching as he released 2 snake membranes, opening his mouth to spit out a chakra-formed dragon. Sage Art White Extreme Technique. Buzz. With a blinding flash of light, the air in the entire enclosed space began to tremble violently. The eyes of Tuanzong lost all color, leaving only pure white light, and the deafening sound from the vibrating air clouded his mind. Under the intense stimulation, he couldn't even maintain his chakra, and Lin Xinyu and Terumi Mei's bodies were continuously shattering and reassembling. In terms of estimated power, the White Surge technique is far inferior to the effect it is currently displaying. The immense power at this moment is primarily due to the terrifying amplification of the enclosed space on this ninjutsu. Even the one releasing this technique, Liang Jie, hurriedly left before the white serpent took shape, let alone the unprepared Tuanzong. Buzzing. After the most intense chakra fluctuations, the tremors slightly eased. Liang Jie, with his eyes covered by a serpent membrane, used earth release to burrow down through the falling cover, observing the situation inside. Lin Xinyu and Terumi Mei were still recovering their bodies. With the near-perfect recovery ability of impure world reincarnation, they were not significantly harmed, while Tuanzong, whose chakra was depleted to the point where even Izanagi could not be used, could only be described as tragic. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood flowed from his wounds as Tuanzong numbly knelt on the ground, his ears covered in bloodstains. His chakra-deprived right arm resembled a broken tree floating on the water. Liang Jie silently descended the grass-cutting sword aimed at Tuanzong. Although Tuanzong had already lost his combat ability, Liang Jie knew he still held a final trump card, the already inscribed 4-symbol seal. Since it was inscribed in advance, it did not require chakra to activate. If Tuanzong recovered from the effects of the White Surge technique, he would surely choose to activate the 4-symbol seal to fight back in desperation. Liang Jie naturally would not give him the opportunity. It wasn't because he feared the 4-symbol seal would harm him. He had many ways to evade it. What truly worried him was that once Tuanzong activated the 4-symbol seal, the Eye of Shimizu would certainly be destroyed by the seal, which was absolutely intolerable. Therefore, Liang Jie infused chakra, and the grass-cutting sword suddenly elongated, piercing through Tuanzang's throat. Then with a swift slice, a fountain of blood gushed from the gaping wound. Tuanzang's eyes lost their luster, his left hand weakly grasping at nothing, his mouth opening, but unable to produce any sound. Goodbye. Thud. Tuanzong sank beneath the water. The dark figure that had traversed the ninja world for years, causing countless slaughters, fell silent. Impure world reincarnation release. Liang Jie canceled impure world reincarnation, controlling the white serpent to grab Tuanzong and reaching out to press the Eye of Shimizu. Clang, clang, clanged. The tattered Rashomon fell back to the ground, the earth rolled back, and the water surged in all directions. As the others landed, Liang Jie glanced at the surrounding ninjas and casually said, "Let's go." These ninjas were merely Jonin, insignificant in comparison to the luxurious team. Hiss! 2 white pythons blocked the path between both sides. Sasuke unleashed a firestorm using his jutsu, leaving the ninjas unable to break through, simply watching helplessly as everyone departed. Following the planned route out of the hidden mist, just as they were about to exit, the forest, Zetsu's main body emerged from the front. "Oh, well done. You managed to kill Tuanzong so easily. What are you here for?" Kisame asked. First to congratulate you on your great victory, and then for this thing. Zetsu tossed out a ring. Smack. Liang Jie raised his hand to catch it. The ring resembled a tachi's with an empty character engraved on it. Don't lose it, otherwise it will be troublesome, Zetsu urged. Speaking of which, Kisame interjected asking, Deidara and Sasori should have gone to Sunagate here to capture a tailed beast before us. Why haven't we heard anything yet? Those two guys failed, Kuro, Zetsu replied. Are there ninjas in Sunagate here who can stop them? Kisame asked in surprise. They happened to encounter Jiraiya while capturing it, Kuro, Zetsu answered succinctly. No wonder. Kisame nodded. Based on Itachi's descriptions and his terrifying achievements during the war, it's not surprising that Jiraiya could stop the two of them. The six tails have been successfully captured, and the sealing will take place shortly. You all must participate. Kuro Zetsu looked at Liang Jie, who was fiddling with the ring. As long as one person participates, right? Only those who possess the ring are qualified to participate in the sealing. Hearing this, Liang Jie immediately threw the ring to Sasuke. The sealing time requires 3 days, and the mere thought of being immobile for 3 days is unbearable. You all take care, I have something to attend to, and will leave first. Liang Jie quickly formed a few hand seals, not giving Sasuke a chance to push back. He carried the still unconscious Yamato back to the dragon cave, and then used the power of the white serpent sage to teleport to Orochimaru's base. Bang! Why are you back again? Orochimaru greeted without turning around. Bang! Liang Jie casually tossed Yamato aside, holding his shoulder, and saying, I brought Tenzo here. Tenzo. Orochimaru halted with his hands in midair, hurriedly turning his head to look at the unconscious Yamato, confirming his identity, and asked, You didn't just return from Konoha, did you? Of course not, I haven't gone crazy to that extent. Liang Jie waved his hand. Unlike Konoha, he didn't want to engage in full-scale war with the hidden mist. He was out on a mission and happened to encounter us. Liang Jie casually sat down on a nearby chair as Kabuto approached with a cup of hot tea. Thank you. Liang Jie took the tea, resting his chin on his hand, intently watching Orochimaru's experiment. Hiss hiss hiss. The venomous snake tightly bound Yamato to the experimental table, while Kabuto skillfully connected various experimental devices. Swish. Orochimaru pulled out 4 vials of potion from the reagent box, carefully mixing them in proportion, gently shaking the test tube, and the light green solution quickly turned pale blue. Using a special syringe, he drew the solution and aimed it at Yamato's heart, injecting it completely. He immediately withdrew the syringe and walked to the device for checking the Boda's condition, explaining to Liang Jie, I increased the proportion of the left cells. Through multiple tests, this helps stabilize vital signs. Liang Jie nodded slightly. He possessed all of Orochimaru's memories regarding bloodline experiments, so he could easily understand his words. How's your hand? Liang Jie asked an unrelated question about the experiment. Very well, only after losing it do I realize how precious it is. Orochimaru laughed heartily. After regaining his hands, he no longer needed Kabuto's assistance in many areas, which felt very good. That's good. By the way, there's one more thing. Buzz. A sudden cold breeze swept through without warning, causing Liang Jie to immediately close his mouth and look gravely at Yamato, who was enveloped in frost. Beep, beep, beep. The device emitted a piercing alarm, but Orochimaru remained unfazed, his eyes fixated on the wildly fluctuating numbers on the instrument. It's starting. Ugh, triplet. A wail pierced the laboratory. The psychic suppression toxin coursing through White Snake's body had utterly failed under the onslaught of excruciating agony. Once a member of Root, and now of the covert Umbu, he had endured countless ordeals, even surviving the near-fatal transplantation of Hashirama's cells, an experiment with virtually 0 survival odds. Yet even his indomitable will could not withstand this torment. Cold. Bone-deep cold. He could distinctly feel his blood slowing to a halt within his veins. A frost crept across his internal organs, and with each anguished cry, misty frost exhaled from his mouth as the laboratory's temperature plummeted. Crack, crack, crack. Desperately Yamato thrashed, but his current physical state offered no hope of breaking free. Despair flooded his eyes. His wail choked off abruptly as ice sealed him completely. Beep, beep, beep. Only the shrill alarm of instruments remained in the lab, the digital readouts still spiking wildly, showing no sign of stabilization. HHH, HHH, HHH. Frost-laden gusts swept across the chamber. The temperature had plunged far below freezing and continued its relentless descent. Beep, beep, beep. After an indeterminate span of time, the instrument readings finally steadied. Orochimaru strode briskly to the examination table, deftly disconnected the monitoring devices, then transformed his arm into a serpent, lifting Yamato encased entirely in ice and dropping both into a nutrient tank. How is it going? Ryosuke approached and stood beside him. So far, the procedure has been highly successful. No organ damage from frost formation and physiological functions are gradually recovering. If no functional deterioration manifests upon release from the nutrient tank tomorrow, we may deem it a full success. Orochimaru replied. How many hereditary Kekii Genkai can currently be transplanted? Ryosuke asked, uncertain whether Orochimaru had developed new breakthroughs during his absence. Regrettably, only ice release meets our safety criteria at present. All others pose unacceptable risks, Orochimaru stated. Only ice release. Upon hearing this, Ryosuke hesitated. From a combat effectiveness standpoint, ice release did not align with his fighting style. Though it would confer some enhancement, it was ultimately ill-suited, and receiving ice release first would render subsequent Kekii Genkai transplants exponentially more perilous. After prolonged contemplation, Ryosuke asked when might transplantation techniques for other Kekii Genkai mature. At minimum 1 year, at most several years. Orochimaru answered. That long? Ryosuke frowned. You understand well how extraordinarily difficult this research is, and I have numerous other pressing matters demanding my attention. Orochimaru turned and gestured toward another experimental station laden with intricate apparatus. Very well, so be it, Ryosuke conceded resignedly. If Yamato's transplantation proves successful, proceed with ice release. Results will emerge swiftly, but before that you must first receive Hashirama's cells. Otherwise you'll suffer the same fate as previous test subjects. Let me emphasize the success rate for Hashirama cell transplantation remains exceedingly low. Here Orochimaru paused briefly, then added persuasively, in truth, given your current power trajectory, transplanting a Kekii Genkai offers little marginal benefit. Having just boarded Ryosuke's vessel, Orochimaru had no intention of leaping back ashore so soon. Power is never excessive, and I am confident Hashirama cells pose no danger to me. On the contrary, they may yield unforeseen advantages. Ryosuke declared confidently. Hashirama's miraculous physiology stems from two sources. First, his innate sage body. Second, possibly his reincarnation as Asura. In reality, Ryosuke believed no one in the current shinobi world was better suited than himself to receive Hashirama's cells. He need not fear the lethal effects of the sage body on ordinary cells, having mastered sage mode through unique means, and per the Whitesnake sage's own assessment. His constitution had already approached that of a true sage body, minimizing risk through profound physiological compatibility. As for Asura's spiritual energy, even if Hashirama cells were indeed linked to it, which remained unconfirmed, even then the Uchiha clan descended from Indra, Asura's fraternal twin. Such kinship conferred inherent compatibility. Unforeseen advantages. You mean would release? Orochimaru regarded Ryosuke with puzzled curiosity, unable to fathom the source of such unwavering confidence. Never mind. After all, it wasn't his body being altered. Since Ryosuke himself felt no concern, why should he fret? Follow me. Orochimaru led Ryosuke into another laboratory and opened a protective case tucked in the corner. Inside rested 2 vials of dark crimson reagent. These are the last 2 vials. How far you progress depends entirely on you, Orochimaru said. How much did Yamato use? Ryosuke asked. Yamato underwent direct tissue transplantation, roughly equivalent to 1.5 vials worth of cells, Orochimaru replied. Hearing this, Ryosuke gauged the dosage, peeled back the seal, exposed the needle's sharp tip, and plunged it deep into his abdomen. Shoo! The reagent emptied fully into his body. Ryosuke's face flushed crimson, veins bulged across his forehead, and his hand gripping the vial trembled faintly. Clack! Discarding the empty vial, he seized the second, and enduring searing pain drove it home once more. Shoo! Injecting the second vial intensified the agony tenfold. Ryosuke immediately sat cross-legged, pressed his palms together, and entered sage mode, swiftly circulating ninjutsu chakra to neutralize the volatile energy surging from Hashirama's cells. If merely 2 vials worth of cellular material proved this formidable, what unspeakable magnitude must Hashirama's chakra reserves have possessed in life? Ryosuke clenched his teeth. The chakra he poured forth vanished without trace, as though swallowed by a bottomless void. Fortunately, the pain subsided somewhat, and he began to grasp why Hashirama cell experiments boasted such abysmal success rates. The sheer volume of chakra required merely to achieve neutralization would eliminate the vast majority of shinobi in the current era. Should chakra reserves falter, Hashirama cells would overwhelm and assimilate native tissue, triggering a catastrophic backlash with virtually no chance of survival. Fortunately, Ryosuke's chakra reserves were exceptionally abundant. He bypassed the perilous backlash phase entirely. As steady chakra infusion continued, Hashirama's cells calmed, releasing 2 distinct, yet harmonious energies, both resonant with natural energy, yet subtly unique. One surged through his entire body, while the other ascended directly into his cranium, condensing into pure vitality that flooded his ocular region. Shoo. Ryosuke's Sharingan activated spontaneously, 3 tomo spun, rapidly merging into a seamless whirling pattern. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes widened in shock. He recognized this manifestation instantly, yet it contradicted every known intelligence report. Shoo. Just as Orochimaru's curiosity piqued, the unified pattern fractured, recoalescing into 3 distinct, glossy black tomo. That was unmistakably the hallmark of Mangekyo Sharingan evolution, yet it failed at the final threshold. Clearly, Ryosuke lacked a critical condition. Indeed, as second Hokage's intelligence indicated, Mangekyo awakening demands a uniquely potent spiritual catalyst, the transmutation of profound love into devastating hatred. One wonders whether such emotional energy might be artificially replicated. Orochimaru fell into deep thought, multiple experimental hypotheses flashing across his mind. Shoo. Ryosuke deactivated his Sharingan. His furrowed brow slowly relaxed. He sensed the subtle transformation within his eyes. This marked his second failed attempt at Mangekyo awakening. Disappointment lingered, but it was secondary, overshadowed by a far greater revelation. Sensing his chakra reserves nearly doubled, Ryosuke drew a sharp line across his left wrist with 2 fingers like a blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without his conscious control, energy surged spontaneously from his cells and gathered at the wound, whereupon it healed before his very eyes. The sage body. Ryosuke's eyes shimmered with elation. He had never imagined that Hashirama cells would complete his sage body, the final threshold he'd long stood upon. And yet, crack, a tiny sapling burst forth from the earth. Ryosuke uprooted it in one smooth motion, a deep satisfied smile playing upon his lips. Would release. Though it paled beside Hashirama Senju's mastery built upon both sage mode and the perfected sage body, and honed through diligent practice, it would surely surpass Yamato's capabilities as controlled by Obito during the 4th Shinobi World War. A substantial leap forward indeed. Only observation of Yamato remained, but even if the ice-release transplantation failed, Hashirama cells had already bestowed more than enough benefit. Ryosuke rose content and composed and met Orochimaru's inquisitive gaze with a faint smile. What would you like to know? Orochimaru flicked his tongue across his lower lip. I don't need explanations. I want your blood. Of course. In high spirits, Ryosuke agreed, without hesitation. Hiss. Ryosuke drew 4 full vials of blood. As Orochimaru carefully sealed them into a protective case, Ryosuke added, by the way, there's something I must tell you about the earlier experiment. What is it? Orochimaru asked absently. I killed Danzo. Ryosuke replied, his tone as light and effortless as mentioning the weather, as though recounting a trivial, everyday occurrence. Orochimaru's hands kept moving. His mind was already racing with experimental hypotheses. He barely registered the words, replying offhandedly, I thought it was something important enough to mention twice. So you merely killed Danzo. Mid-sentence he froze. His grip faltered. The test tube slipped from his fingers. Only his lightning-fast reflexes saved the precious blood from spilling. Click. Snapping the case shut, Orochimaru whirled around, his usually impassive face now etched with rare gravity. You killed Danzo. Indeed. You killed the 3rd Hokage. I killed Danzo. In that sense, you truly are my finest teacher. Ryosuke teased. What astounds me most is how that ever-cautious man ever gave you an opening. Orochimaru mused. With Karen's sensory perception and the heightened awareness of sage mode, finding an opportunity was effortless. Ryosuke added silently and with full intelligence on his every move. I also had 2 allies. Allies? Who? Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. Uchiha Itachi. At the familiar name, Orochimaru's eyelid twitched involuntarily. His lifelong obsession with the Uchiha clan owed much to Itachi alone. I see. If it was you and them, then Danzo's death was hardly unjust. Orochimaru understood instantly. He asked no further questions. He had already shifted allegiance. Only the outcome mattered now. I suggest relocating your base. Current intelligence across the shinobi world still lists Sasuke and myself as your students. When disciples err, masters often bear the consequences. Ryosuke said. So where do you think this is? Orochimaru countered. Tap. With meticulous care, he extracted a single drop of blood, then chided Ryosuke in the gentle, reproachful tone of a master addressing a careless student. I assumed you'd notice. Clearly your observational training still requires refinement. You cannot rely solely on sage mode. Who would have thought you'd cling so sentimentally to the past? Ryosuke sighed, half amused, half resigned. In truth, something had felt subtly off since the moment he arrived. Though the room's layout and design remained unchanged, both floorboards and walls were unmistakably new. When did you relocate the base? Right after you and Sasuke departed last time. I had no intention of shouldering the blame for Kirigakure's destruction alone. Orochimaru picked up a vial of violet reagent dripped in the blood, then waved dismissively. Impatient, eager to resume work, I've kept your room, and Sasuke's, exactly as they were. Rest there. If you're hungry, find Iane Asano. I'll inform you once results are confirmed. Yes. Ryosuke lingered just long enough to draw out the syllable, then strode down the corridor toward his old room, its interior unchanged even down to the family photograph resting atop the wooden desk. Huh. This man always moves me with small, quiet details. Even now, I find myself reluctant to kill him even without his aid. Ryosuke rubbed his temples, lifted the photograph, and studied it for a long while before returning it gently to its place. Opening the wardrobe, he found, just as he'd expected, his travel pack exactly as he'd left it when departing the village. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened to reveal a young woman beaming with unguarded joy. Master Ryosuke, you've returned. Ah, you're here, Iane. Come in. Ryosuke stepped aside, gesturing her inside. Tap. Iane entered swiftly, laid out the meal with practiced grace, and offered a soft, warm smile. Please try it. Itadakamasu. Ryosuke lifted his favorite sweet dumpling, savored each delicate bite, and murmured, it's been far too long since I tasted food this perfectly suited to my palate. Thank you. How have you been lately? You seem profoundly changed. Iane rested her chin on her palms, gazing at Ryosuke with unwavering focus. During those 3 months at Orochimaru's base, they had forged a genuine friendship, one free of pretense or restraint. It's not something I can sum up in a few sentences, but overall things have gone well. Ryosuke said. In mere months, he had faced death, raised Kirigakure, infiltrated Akatsuki, captured the Five Tails, and slain Danzo. A journey marked by staggering twists. Yet measured by strength alone, he had risen from Chunin to a warrior capable of defeating even cage-level opponents. To call it well was a profound understatement. Dinner passed in easy conversation. That evening, Ryosuke visited the lab to check on Yamato, then retreated to his room to savor a rare moment of quiet repose. At noon the next day, Orochimaru summoned Ryosuke, now diligently practicing wood release, to the laboratory. How did it go? Ryosuke pushed open the door and asked urgently, before even glancing at the subject. Flawless. Orochimaru watched Yamato, lying on the examination table, exhilarated. 6 hours had passed since removal from the nutrient tank, and still no abnormal reaction. Truly omnipotent, Hashirama's cells. Ryosuke reflected inwardly, then chose not to proceed immediately with ice-release transplantation. Instead, he continued observing. For 4 days, Yamato remained stable. Only then did Ryosuke feel confident enough to administer the ice-release inoculation. Hiss! The reagent entered his bloodstream, and piercing cold erupted from within. Ryosuke exhaled plumes of frost, activated Sage Mode, and channeled Sage Chakra to neutralize the compound. His ashen pallor warmed, the rime coating his cheeks melted away. With scarcely any pain, he mastered ice release. The process appeared effortless, but only because of Ryosuke's unique capacity. The Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode inherently possessed balancing properties, and his fully matured sage body rendered the transition seamless. His ease was quite simply inevitable. Liangjia activated his chakra, exiting the Sage Mode. At this moment, Orochimaru and Kabuto, who were monitoring the bodily data, had yet to react. Is it over? Kabuto asked, dazed. Yes. Orochimaru also seemed a bit stunned. What is happening? Was the speed too fast? Normal test subjects cannot neutralize the reagents perfectly. Yamato, who had undergone transplantation of Hashirama cells for over a decade, took a whole day. How long did Liangjia take? Looking up at the clock, he realized that from the beginning to the end of the experiment, he only took 5 minutes to neutralize the reagents. Of course, this was also due to Orochimaru's meticulous preparation that made the potion more perfect, but the core reason still lay with Liangjia himself. The unexpected benefits he mentioned before shouldn't refer to wood release. Orochimaru recalled the preliminary results of Liangji's blood cell experiment obtained over the past few days. The vitality contained in his cells far exceeded that of ordinary people and was even significantly close to Senju Hashirama. He truly is a remarkable vessel, such a pity. Orochimaru clicked his tongue. Liangjia held too many trump cards. Even if he forcibly used the impure world reincarnation, the one ultimately devoured might very well be himself. Crack. Liangjia twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound, then slowly moved his limbs, which had become stiff from the cold. While performing restoration movements, he glanced at Yamato, who had been placed back into the nutrient tank, and asked, what do you plan to do with him? As a high-level test subject, or keep him as a vessel? After all, there aren't many good vessel options available at the moment, Orochimaru replied. By the way, do you want a Sharingan? You could acquire a few 3-to-mo Sharingan when you killed Danzo, Liangjia said. My goal is not in that direction. Orochimaru declined with a light laugh. If it were just the 3-Demo Sharingan, Orochimaru had countless opportunities to transplant it in the past, but he had subjectively rejected all of them. The Sharingan does not pair well with a body that is not of the Uchiha clan, as such actions would be utterly meaningless. If you're still fixated on the Uchiha body, I advise you to give up soon. The surviving Uchiha are all quite powerful, Liangjie said with a hint of amusement. Currently, there are only 4 surviving Uchiha in the ninja world: Liangjie, Sasuke, Itachi, and Obito, who is hiding in the shadows. Any one of these 4 is not a strong opponent that Orochimaru could easily handle. Moreover, if he wanted to target any one of the 3, the remaining 2 would not stand idly by. As for Obito, aside from the issue of strength, just locating him would be enough to trouble Orochimaru. I am well aware of that, which is why I've been preparing to resume the experiments that were previously halted, Orochimaru said with a chilling smile. Experiments that were halted? What are they? Liangjie had indeed read memories, but he could not access all of them. He had only recorded the more important parts, so he was unclear about what experiment Orochimaru referred to. Human cloning. A crazed light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Many years ago, I uncovered the secrets of life. It is rumored that the Sage of 6 Paths possessed the power to create life. Since legends are passed down, there must be a source. This is a highly valuable research topic. Before leaving the Akatsuki, I had some clues, but I haven't continued my research in recent years. Your cells are incredibly valuable. If I can clone a being with the same constitution based on them, I can cultivate the perfect vessel over time. Besides, don't you think creating life is a wondrous thing? Orochimaru opened his arms, slightly a fervor that had never been seen before appearing on his face. Wondrous. Liangjie coldly gazed at Orochimaru. I thought you were merely interested in researching eternal life. It seems you are just a complete madman. Cloning humans has always been taboo, especially since he knew very well that Orochimaru not only had ideas, but had genuinely cloned a nearly perfect life form after many years. Even with Liangjie possessing knowledge not from the Naruto world, he had a higher acceptance of cloning. However, he shouldn't forget that Orochimaru wanted to use his cells as the foundation for cloning a life form. The mere thought of a second version of himself being born into the future world sent chills down his spine. I'm starting to regret giving you my blood, Liangjie said solemnly. The clone will only be based on your cells differing in appearance, growth, dimensions, and personality. He is an independent individual. Orochimaru replied. Everyone is an independent individual, which is why people feel resistance and disgust, Liangjie expressed with disdain. The clone will be different from you. Your cells are too violent and cannot be compatible with other tissues. Therefore, different cells must be mixed in to dilute them. From a genetic structure standpoint, you and he are completely different individuals. Orochimaru explained. Liangjie stared at Orochimaru for a long time before sighing helplessly. To be honest, in some respects, you truly deserve the title of the strongest in the ninja world. Thank you for the compliment, Orochimaru responded. Hearing Liangjie's words, Orochimaru felt relieved knowing that the other party had already acknowledged the experiment. Otherwise, with Liangjie's strength, it would be very easy for him to reclaim his blood and stop the experiment. Let me state in advance, you are only allowed to create one vessel. Liangjie was enveloped in a suffocating chakra, gripping the Kusanagi sword, the threat evident. Of course, Orochimaru smiled. I hope so. Liangjie retracted his chakra and left the laboratory without looking back. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto approached, hesitating to say something. It's fine, you don't need to worry about my attitude. Orochimaru's gaze returned to the experimental table where glass containers contained Liangjie's blood. Let's continue. On the other side, Liangjie returned to his room to grab a family photo before quickly leaving the base. A day prior, Sasuke had contacted Liangjie through the White Snake, and Pain had issued the first command to the Hawk team after joining the Akatsuki. Capture the Two-Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village Yuzuki. Orochimaru's new base is located within the Land of Lightning. Considering the time, Sasuke and the others should be arriving soon. Release. The barrier at the entrance dissipated as Liangjie leaped out. Buzz. The moment he left, the barrier resumed its function and the entrance returned to its normal ground. Splash. Before he could survey his surroundings, a dark shadow fell from above. Liangjie instinctively sidestepped, only to realize the shadow was the Akatsuki's black cloak with red clouds. Sasuke approached, examining Liangjie from top to bottom, and said suspiciously, "You seem to have undergone some sort of change. It's complicated to explain in a moment. Let's talk on the way." Liangjie put on his outer jacket, and the group set off towards the hidden Cloud Village. Yuzuki lived in a building specially constructed for her, located at a considerable distance from the village, greatly facilitating her capture. This is the location of the intelligence. The Hawk team stopped gazing at the distant building as Karen closed her eyes and activated her Kikatsu. There are 10 ninjas and a few ordinary people. One chakra response is extraordinarily large, confirming it is the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. What? The keen guard noticed two shadowy figures approaching, but before he could speak, a pair of crimson Mangekyo Sharingan filled his vision. Crack! Two vines ensnared the guard's legs, pulling him underground. A wooden hand emerged from the wall, forcibly tearing a crack in the iron door. Just a moment behind, Xianglin and the others arrived in an instant, exchanging glances before charging into the castle without hesitation. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced came from above. Liangjie didn't even look as the wooden hand that had torn apart the iron door surged into the castle, forming a barrier above. Would release toxic bud. Stunningly beautiful buds sprouted from the back of the wooden hand, and as the petals unfurled, the toxic mist mixed with pollen spread rapidly, instantly filling the surrounding space. Don't breathe. The guard ninjas held their breath, the danger signals in their minds warning them that this mist was extremely hazardous. Naive. A voice laced with mockery rang out, and the hand guarding the group expanded once more, followed by a deafening roar, the last sound the guards would hear. Immortal technique, toxic explosion. The entire ancient castle collapsed under the explosion, and the toxic mist, now unrestrained by walls, spread outward. Trees it touched withered and broke, and the birds that had made their homes there turned to bones without so much as a sound. Crack, crack, crack. Tree trunks burst through layers of rubble, opening a gap, and several unharmed figures emerged from within. Is this the wood release of the first Hokage? Its power is truly terrifying, Shueiwa exclaimed. It's not just wood release, I've also infused it with the toxic techniques of the Dragon Cave. Liangjie stared ahead, sensing through the network that a massive chakra was rapidly approaching. How? With a furious roar, a strikingly beautiful woman with two fiery chakra tails burst forth from the ruins. Roar, roar, roar. The Uzuki didn't wait to land before quickly locking onto the group in midair, opening her mouth to unleash a massive fireball. Faced with the attack, Liangjie stood his ground, and a hand emerged from beneath him, batting the fireball back as if playing volleyball. Seeing this, the Uzuki quickly spat out two more fireballs to intercept, narrowly avoiding the disaster of being caught by her own attack, and landed steadily on the ground. Observing the group's attire, her chakra flames flickered restlessly. You are members of the Akatsuki organization, aren't you? The Uzuki asked in a deep voice. That's right, Liangjie admitted boldly. First the 9 tails, then the 1 tail, and now it's my turn. What exactly do you want? The Uzuki said, anger lacing her words. Liangjie and the others remained silent. The Uzuki sneered, an overwhelming amount of chakra swirling around her as she addressed Sasuke. You must be Uchiha Sasuke. It seems the rumors about Team Hawk joining the Akatsuki are true. A team that destroyed the Mist Village has come to capture me. I truly feel honored. But if you think of me as those two, you are gravely mistaken. Today your team will pay the price for the fallen Cloud Village. How? Chakra flames surged, and the 2 tails stood proudly between heaven and earth. Unlike most Jinchuriki, the Uzuki could fully transform into a tailed beast while maintaining a conscious mind. The combination of a Jinchuriki's control over power with the immense chakra of a tailed beast could unleash strength far exceeding that of the beast itself. Crack, crack, crack. Dozens of vines emerged from the rubble, wrapping around her limbs. Roar, roar, roar. The chakra flames enveloping the 2 tails surged violently, easily breaking free from the yetiform binding technique, and she opened her mouth to unleash a fireball with overwhelming might. Water release, shielding umbrella. Shueiwa transformed into waves surging towards the 2 tails. The fireball collided with the rushing water, causing not a ripple. Shueiwa. Hearing the call, Shueiwa quickly withdrew from the tide, leaving behind the entangled 2 tails. Immortal technique, cold affinity for fire. A cold current mixed with ice crystals swept through, instantly freezing the turbulent tide. Trapped within, the 2 tails struggled wildly, but to no avail. As the temperature dropped, the chakra flames ceased to rise, and she appeared as a massive ice sculpture suspended within. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the special Mangekyo Sharingan erupted, and Sasuke activated Susanoo. Unsatisfied with the skeletal form, he continued to pour chakra into it, and the skeletal bones grew muscle and flesh draped in a cloak of chakra as black seals spread. With blood streaming from his eyes, Sasuke, in the 3rd stage of his curse mark, drew a bow and knocked an arrow with Amaterasu's black flames clinging to the tip, tightly encircled by thunder. Aiming at the head of the 2 tails, Sasuke released the arrow, which could be regarded as his most powerful strike. Whoosh! The arrow rapidly enlarged in his vision. The Uzuki desperately circulated all the chakra she could control, trying to escape the icy confinement, but the speed of the arrow was too great. She could only watch helplessly as it pierced between her eyes. Bang! The arrow shattered the ice, and the Uzuki was freed, but she felt no relief. The intense pain coming from above told her that this attack was not as simple as it seemed. What's going on? The Uzuki asked. The black flames entwined with the arrow are troublesome. With our abilities, we can't extinguish them, and can only sacrifice some chakra, Yuryu replied. It can't be helped, the Yuzuki gritted her teeth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The area of the two tails that was tainted by the black flames swelled until it eventually detached from her body. Roar roar roar. The flames of Chakra surged, incinerating the arrow of Susanoo. Unlike ordinary creatures, tailed beasts do not die from a fatal injury to the head, but healing requires a vast amount of Chakra. Moreover, to counter Amaterasu, she had to sacrifice some Chakra, which was a significant burden even for the two tails. I can only use that technique to end this battle quickly. The two tails opened her mouth again, this time gathering not a fireball, but a proportional amount of Yin-Yang Chakra. Whoosh. The Yin-Yang Chakra compressed into a high-density Chakra ball, and the Yuzuki held her breath, focusing as she controlled the tailed beast ball towards the group before releasing her control. Whoosh. The black Chakra ball transformed into a dazzling light orb that swept across the space, just as two vines slowly rose from beneath the two tails. Too late. Liangjie realized it was a tailed beast ball when he saw the two tails gathering Chakra. He attempted to interrupt, but the Yuzuki's actions were too swift. However, it didn't matter, it was just the two tails. Urias tailed beast ball. Would release all-encompassing bag technique. Would release barrier technique. Liangjie performed 2 consecutive wood releases, raising a large hand, holding a demon-faced shield in front. Boom. The dazzling light orb collided with the demon-faced shield, shattering the ground around them in layers. Crack crack crack. The point of impact between the shield and the tailed beast ball produced a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache. Liangjie changed his hand seals, and the wooden hand forcefully lifted the shield. Whoosh. The tailed beast ball grazed the shield and tore through the sky, detonating at a height of 10,000 meters, sending a whirlwind sweeping through uprooting trees within a dozen kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. The hurricane bore down, and Liangjie manipulated the trees to form a protective wall, using the perception network to lock onto the target and continue directing the vines to launch an attack. Swish, swish, swish. Each attack of the vines drained a portion of Chakra. Although the amount was small, the attack frequency was extremely high, and over time, even the Chakra of a tailed beast could barely sustain it. Roar. Another furious fireball erupted from Yulv, incinerating the vines. Before they could catch their breath, 2 white serpents equal in size to it sprang out from the sea of flames. Hiss. The white serpents roared, opening their massive jaws. There was a significant disparity in strength between the two, but their reckless ferocity caused great trouble for the moment. Swoosh. As both sides entangled, several arrows condensed from Amaterasu's black flame shot forth. While the tailed beast could escape Amaterasu by separating its Chakra, if done too many times, Yulv would fall into a prolonged state of weakness, making the hope of victory even more elusive. I must dodge. The Yuwood man made up his mind to retreat after fending off the white python, but no matter how hard he tried, his limbs could not move. Looking down, he saw dozens of vines tightly coiling around his hind legs. Whoosh. The arrows were extremely fast, leaving no time to tear apart the vines. In a critical moment, the Yuwood man hurriedly reverted to his human form. Thud. The Yuwood man landed on the ground, covering his hands with tailed beast Chakra to tear apart the entangled vines, turning to escape towards Jonin village. Although the tailed beast Jade could not inflict damage, its explosion at an altitude of 10,000 meters would certainly be visible to Jonin village. They should have already dispatched support, and as long as they could delay for a moment, they could turn defense into offense. I will definitely avenge you. The Yuwood man glanced back at the ruins where his fallen companions lay buried beneath. A sharp roar sounded from directly ahead as Heavy Wu, transformed by the cursed seal, swung his fist. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, Mizuki appeared behind his arms, swelling several times as he swung his sword horizontally. In a flash of lightning, the Yuwood man erupted with inhuman agility, using his right hand to leverage the decapitating sword, his body parallel to the ground, his fist brushing past the bridge of his nose. Huh. Watching the Yuwood man evade the attack, Mizuki displayed a mocking expression as he and his sword transformed into a pool of water and vanished. Water clone. The Yuwood man's pupils contracted. Crack, crack, crack. Heavy Wu's arm broke through dozens of holes, Chakra surging as his arm carried a scorching airflow crashing down. Boom. The Yuwood man was embedded in the ground, his arms, which had been raised in defense, stung with pain, but he dared not delay for a moment, quickly leaping out of the pit. In the next instant, the white python emerged from the deep pit. Don't think you can escape. The irrational Heavy Wu lunged again. A cold glint flickered in the Yuwood man's eyes as 10 sharp claws emerged from his fingers, sparkling with cold light, leaving 10 deep gashes visible to the bone across Heavy Wu's chest. He'll kill you. Heavy Wu was not deterred, but instead roused a greater ferocity within him. Die. Heavy Wu's arms sprouted bony blades, crossing his hands to deliver a downward slash. Swoosh. The Yu-Wood man, relying on his speed advantage, evaded the attacks in succession. Watching Heavy Wu's wounds begin to visibly heal at an alarming rate, he could not help but grit his teeth. What kind of monster is this? Kill! 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 Heavy Wu continuously emitted sharp roars, his wide and sweeping attacks creating numerous openings. The Yu-Wood man seized the opportunity and thrust his fingers into Heavy Wu's chest. Even if it's a monster, a shattered heart will surely lead to death. The Yu-Wood man tried to withdraw his arm, but no matter how hard she exerted force, her arm was stuck and could not move an inch. He. Heavy Wu's expression distorted, grinning as he emitted a strange, eerie laugh. Die! Heavy Wu's fist struck the Yu-Wood man's face, who could not evade. With tremendous force propelling at his arm along with shattered internal organs detached, and his violent momentum waned, collapsing to the ground. Transforming into a sage could indeed allow him to disregard most attacks, but the heart was not exempt. If the heart shattered, he would die just the same, though the speed of death would be slower than that of ordinary people. Swoosh! Liang Jie arrived in an instant, seeing Heavy Wu's miserable state, lifting his sleeve to slice off a piece of flesh and stuff it into his mouth. Heavy Wu possessed the ability to absorb the cellular matter of others to heal his own wounds. Liang Jie's cells had immense vitality, making recovery a non-issue. On the other side, Sasuke gave the Yu-Wood man no chance to catch his breath. Having activated the three-stage curse seal, his power surged, and the battle began to tilt overwhelmingly in his favor. If this continues, we won't have any chance to escape, and can only fight to the death. Yulv roared. Alright. The Yu-Wood man had no better options either, and could only transform into the tailed beast once more. I've been waiting for you. Sasuke's eyes widened in anger, a stream of blood flowing from his eye socket. Amaterasu. Roar. To prevent Yulv from using chakra separation to escape Amaterasu, the moment Sasuke ignited the black flames, he manipulated the Jakatsu to spread Amaterasu. Screech. Yulv let out a pained howl. There was nothing he could do about the Amaterasu covering his whole body, and it wasn't over yet. Liang Jie summoned thousands of white serpents, unyielding as they climbed onto Yulv's body. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive force of the white serpents exacerbated Yulv's condition, and the Yu-Wood man soon lost the ability to maintain his tailed beast transformation, fainting and plummeting from the sky. Scatter! Sasuke hurriedly dispelled Amaterasu to prevent the other from truly dying. The two-tailed Jinchuriki has been successfully captured. As Liang Jie stepped forward to grab the Yu-Wood man's head, a flash of lightning accompanied by a furious shout erupted. Get away from me! Boom! Liang Jie was sent flying, and Sasuke and the others' expressions darkened as they stared at the suddenly appearing burly man who, judging by the chakra fluctuations, was not weaker than a tailed beast. You dare to lay a hand on our village's Jinchuriki? Have you thought about how you want to die? The burly man shouted angrily. Sorry, but today we are not only going to survive, but also take the two-tailed Jinchuriki from you. Liang Jie's voice rang out. The burly man turned towards the sound, and upon seeing Liang Jie's condition, his expression flickered with slight surprise. Even though the first strike's power was greatly reduced due to the teleportation, Liang Jie had not used any ninjutsu for defense. Seeing that the other party appeared unscathed, the burly man gained a clearer understanding of his strength. Setting down his charred right arm, vitality surged through his cells, healing the wounds. Liang Jie signaled, and Mizuki understood, dragging Heavy Wu away, leaving only Liang Jie, Sasuke, and the burly man in confrontation. You appeared suddenly. I suspect you used the heaven-sending technique to teleport here. Due to the excessive speed, the perception network failed. You really know quite a bit. Since you are aware of the heaven-sending technique, then you must understand my identity.